You're listening to The New World Order, the third story of a 3-book audio series, The Coming Dawn.
Chapter 1. Never Forgotten. Only a few years ago, upon the land of red sands of the Eleven Empire, Falkazek, leader of the Elan's unofficial army, awaited his most favored officer inside his compound and home. His guards and men awaited around him as footsteps neared his door outside. Falkazek knew who it was by the sound of footsteps upon the wooden planks, bold, steadfast, with a relentless determination behind every action he took before the guards outside pressed open the wooden doors to reveal him. It was Maltier Falajad, a man who was renowned for his success and skill with his dual blades, an ardent follower of the gods, and second in command to Falkazek himself. With his ruthlessness and efficiency, none questioned why Maltier had earned his title, the Blade of Falkazek. The respect through success and dutifulness before the gods had earned the two of them a place of honor and awe among the people of their lands. Yet there were still those who saw otherwise.
Peace be with you,
Maltier Falajad said with a hand to his chest and a partial bow to Falkazek.
And the gods be with you.
Falkazek returned, the formalities now out of the way.
What is it I can do for you, my lord?
Maltier asked once he lifted his head. Falkazek's order was short and weighty as he gestured to the far-off lands outside his home.
Go out and find our enemies and deal out judgment according to our laws the gods set forth before us,
he instructed, elaborating further.
There has been a disturbing emergence of the West's teachings in our lands. They're scattered and growing. You know this.
Maltier's eyes narrowed.
Yes, I know this, and I swear to you, my brother, that I will do what is necessary to root it out.
Falkazek smiled at that.
It is for precisely that attitude and your past successes that I appoint this position unto you, my friend.
He considered with a nod.
Now go and do the gods' will, and may they forever be with you.
Maltier gave a humble bow, the appointment and position given to him being truly immense and filled with honor amongst these lands.
You honor me,
he replied simply before giving the customary farewell.
And may the gods watch over you.
And upon those words, Maltier turned and set out on his new mission. With a few hundred men under his command, under the reports he had heard, Maltier began rooting out all pockets of the believers of the light in the lands of Elar. Days became months, months became years, and slowly but surely Maltier's success and rooting out this foreign belief within his homeland was becoming a struggle. Until one day, when Maltier and his men came to the front of a home on the northeastern shores of their empire.
Open it!
Maltier instructed his men, the other townsfolk behind him in the streets looking on. Bashing the door in with synchronized kicks, screams erupted inside the small house as the two soldiers at the front raced inside. Maltier slowly made his way in after a commotion and clattering of furniture and tools died down. When he looked in, nothing much seemed out of the ordinary to his previous raids. Careful as they were now that all knew the Blade of Falkazek hunted them, there were no obvious clues that they were in fact followers of the light.
Please!
The father of the home pleaded on behalf of his family, all of whom were detained by Maltier's men.
We've done nothing, my lord. I beg you, do not act rashly. Rashly?
Maltier mused aloud, thinking the word over.
It is not my nature, Altenok Falihail Benadel. I do my research quite methodically, thoroughly, for though I act as a tool for the gods, I am not so arrogant to assume I am without my faults. So I am careful, precise before I deal out judgment.
Suddenly the man whose name was known was not so talkative.
If you would enlighten me,
Maltier began to say to the family, including their two young children.
Why is it others have said you have hosted illegal gatherings here, particularly in spreading heretical teachings of the West, this light, as they call it?
We've done no such things, Maltier.
The wife now pleaded.
We have never gone against our people's ways and customs.
Ah,
Maltier considered aloud.
So you say, Samira. But reports of your actions and your words conflict.
How?
She challenged defiantly. Maltier smiled and answered.
There are many ways from what I have heard, but as I've told you, I do not act rashly, for quick action and judgment could make a murderer out of me, and I would never be able to forgive myself should it come to pass that I'd claim an innocent life.
The others found his words confusing, so Maltier came closer to the hostages, smiling gently as he knelt down to the children's level to speak.
Fear not, young ones, for I am not an evil man, and I truly mean well.
They seemed unsure of his reassurance, but he smiled all the wider and spoke again.
On my life, I promise to treat you all fairly, for it is said, do unto others as you want them to do unto you. It's a wise teaching, I think. Perhaps the most important. You'd agree, yes?
He asked, smiling. The children's disposition brightened as a young girl answered.
That's right. Papa and Mama told me that too.
Maltia had an unspoken understanding at the response, as well did the parents, but he continued smiling on and patted the children's heads.
The innocence of a child. I curse those who seek to taint it. I pray that one day you too will overcome the difficulties you've had to face.
He said gently, standing and looking at his men.
Take them outside and make sure to keep them entertained. Buy them whatever they wish from the vendors in the market until my return.
Childlike innocence about them, the promise of it all, and the gentleness in how Maltia spoke, made the two children enthusiastic at the prospect as the soldiers began carrying out the order. Samira and Altanok screamed in protest, but they were utterly ignored as the others were taken away and only Maltia with a few of his men remained. With a sigh, Maltia brought out a copy of the Words of Truth from his robe.
I found it increasingly more difficult to find your kind as of late. You've gotten more careful, protective. Not so bold to reveal your thoughts to the world now, are you? However, beyond all my understanding, there is still a presence within our borders. If not for having read these accursed words myself and committing them to memory, I dare say most of you would slip through my grasp. You've committed it to memory?
Altanok asked in amazement.
More so than most of you believers.
Maltia responded, finding the matter almost laughable.
To think that I'd hold my duty of greater importance than you do the lives of your children, or where you claim your faith.
Samira protested back.
If you truly are a man of honor, as they say, then leave our children alone.
Maltia gestured to all there.
On my life, I would never harm the young. You can take solace in that before the end. Committed to memory,
Altanok mumbled in near disbelief as he looked at Maltia.
And it hasn't affected you?
Maltia thought it a silly and foolish question. To have openly admitted that it had in front of his men would be a death sentence.
No, it has not.
Altanok's face dropped upon the words.
Then perhaps a trade?
He began to suggest.
Information for our lives!
Maltia stroked his beard thoughtfully at the words.
Perhaps, but I'll have you know I've personally brought justice to hundreds in the name of the gods. If this information you have is not satisfactory, I will kill you just the same.
No.
Samira pleaded with her husband.
Don't do it.
A promising sign in Maltia's eyes.
Gag her,
he ordered while approaching closer to Altanok.
If you wish both yours and your wife's life to extend past the sunset, you will tell me what you know.
Looking at his struggling wife and her pleading eyes, the yelling soldiers, and the frantic situation around him, Altanok was brought to shame as a name escaped his lips.
Kazim Mahir!
He began to say, his eyes now turning to Maltia.
That's the one you're looking for. He's a man from the Order of the Light. I know he's shared the words and given copies of it far and wide across these lands. He had said so himself.
Maltia leaned in.
Where is he now? I don't know.
Altanok said, looking sincere in his fright.
He lives a nomad's life, spreading the word. I imagine his whereabouts are anyone's guess, but last I saw, he was heading west to the reclaimed lands.
Such openness concerning the other both bothered and amused Maltia. He smiled with a condescension behind it to the man.
So much for your faith and your honor,
Maltia coldly stated while standing, the others fearing his verdict before he spoke again.
But I'm not without it. I will uphold the bargain that we struck.
He began to say, holding an open palm to one of his men who was about to object to the exception given.
You will be held in confinement for 10 years, upon which time you can consider the errors of your ways. If you do not recant, you'll have no one to blame for your fate but yourself.
Maltia decreed, looking to the man who was at first in opposition to the idea.
See to it that it is done.
He instructed before making his way outside. The orders, although met with screams of pleas from Altanok and Samira, were actually an exception to the E.C.E.N laws and were considerably lax in such lands, especially considering Maltia's past exploits. Still, he thought himself duty-bound to honor his agreement, and there was the matter of the man who had been stifling his efforts for years now. But now, Maltia had a name.
Kazim Mahir.
He muttered to himself thoughtfully once he found some solitude.
You will finally pay for your affronts to the gods and our people.
Maltia's efforts to find the faithful of the light were relentless, though the search was far more difficult than he had expected, taking years of both his and his small army's time, and still they weren't even finished. His men already claiming thousands of lives, while Maltia had added nearly 100 to his body count himself. All, of course, in the name of the gods to eradicate the filth infesting the minds of his people. He was a man of conviction through and through, and such methods, albeit regrettable, were necessary in his eyes. Maltia knew it was only a matter of time before he'd come across the one responsible. And such a day came, bright, beautiful with lush greens from a recent rain, an odd sight in Elan lands, even if Maltia and his men were pursuing a tip that led them to the far reaches of the empire in the western expanse before the Great Divide. For all the caution until this point, all the careful planning, with 50 men in tow, Maltia was amazed to see such brazenness and openness before him, almost as if Kazim was a man who lived without fear. On the outskirts of the village, Kazim had before him nearly 50 Elans, who were sitting on the grass that were actively listening to his sermonizing. As one might have expected, Kazim was an Elan who wore the white robes of the Order, and in one hand held out a copy of the Words of Truth, while in his other an extravagant old metal walking stick, which was well suited for his traveling lifestyle. Maltia and his men spotted them first, making quite some distance to arrive on the scene before Kazim himself noticed the approaching soldiers past those he was speaking aloud to. To not cause sudden alarm amongst the others, Kazim held out his hands to Maltia and those with him.
I know you,
he proclaimed confidently to Maltia from a distance, the people and soldiers becoming ever restless in their own ways.
Come, I beg of you to sit and listen. These words were meant for all.
For only a moment Maltia was surprised into stopping his approach, as he waved the other soldiers with him down. For all the trouble that this man had brought, all the difficulties over the years, Kazim had been preaching out in the open and was never discovered until now. Furthermore, he would welcome Maltia to listen. And to add to all that, Kazim knew him and all his deeds of killing his brethren, and he offered him to approach like one would a brother. The situation was baffling. Kazim was far, far from what Maltia had expected. Still, his mission was incomplete, and this soul man, this one inexplainable obstacle, was all that stood between him and his goal.
You know why I've come?
Maltia responded flatly, not yet giving the order of his men to act. Though those with him were unnerved into almost outright panicking, Kazim gestured for them to calm themselves as he spoke further.
There is not one soul on Eya who hasn't had the opportunity for a second chance. Liars, thieves, and killers,
he began to say, emphasizing the last word as he looked at Maltia.
Still, no matter their crime, they are not beyond the light's reach, though it is a choice they have to make.
The gall of the man, Maltia thought, sermonizing to him of all people. He brought out his own copy of the Words of Truth, displaying them to Kazim and those who listened to his teachings.
I know it well. I've studied it thoroughly, and am acquainted with how it can corrupt the mind. Such knowledge has helped me greatly in uprooting your kind.
He began to say, raising his hand up to his men. Kazim pleaded back.
You don't need to do this. You can still turn back.
Maltia didn't flinch at the request.
Do what needs to be done,
he ordered, waving his hand at Kazim and those who listened to his teachings. The soldiers started charging, and the citizens began scattering in a frenzy, while Kazim yelled out for them to flee while staying himself and beginning to unscrew the top of his staff. It took him a moment, but he revealed it to be an old metal spear instead. This strange adversary Maltia had found seemed to be an unending matter of amusement for him. Still, he had a mission to complete. Maltia drew his dual blades and charged shortly behind his men. His men did as what was accustomed to them by now, slaying down the unfaithful, the heretics who turned from following the gods. A bloodbath like any other. Nothing out of the ordinary besides a surprising defense from Kazim himself. Defending a few behind him, Kazim fended off nearly 10 men by himself, deliberately cutting at their legs or arms to disable his opponents instead of killing them. Such acts, in the heat of a battle, let alone against such slanted odds, were unthinkable. Yet Kazim willingly did it for his enemy's sake. His motives aside, it must have taken an amazing amount of skill. Seeing this all for himself, Maltia approached the man of the Order,
Leave him to me.
Maltia instructed, walking forward as his men cleared the way. Kazim's pose changed when he saw Maltia up close, recognizing as an expert the quality of the fighter before the first swing. Masters of their weapons, the two of them, and they were keenly aware of that fact. Then Kazim spoke.
By the light's grace, I hope you too will see the truth.
There was no malice, no hatred, or even scorn in his words. He meant it, every word. Maltia was puzzled that a man like this could even exist. So against his typical nature, and his usual acts in the past, Maltia engaged with the man.
Your spear. I recognize it. It's old, rusted, deteriorating. Why do you honor a man who was hated throughout every corner of the Aya?
Kazim allowed a moment to lift his spear in response, both so uncharacteristically relaxed at the moment.
There's power in remembering the deeds of those who came before us. The stories and truth they tell last through the ages.
Maltia's eyes narrowed.
You will not be remembered for this heresy.
Kazim smiled at that.
I am and was never worthy of it.
Such an oddity, this man, Maltia considered. Though his tanned skin proved where he had come from, an Elan by blood, his ways were foreign even more so than the dwarves, or perhaps even the elves. But what did it matter, Maltia thought? He would be dead, and his heretical teachings would soon die with him. It was right, it was just, and it was Maltia's duty to see it done. Raising his blade threateningly, Maltia spoke.
Enough. I don't know or care where you've gone astray, but it's time you face the consequences of your actions.
Kazim sighed but smiled.
Peace be with you, brother.
On those words, Maltia charged, swinging his blades in a mad fury, Kazim somehow managing to deflect them all. In the midst of the struggle, some of Maltia's men began walking towards the few Kazim was defending.
No!
Kazim protested, doubling back and swiping at the legs of the soldier, leaving him on the ground reeling in pain.
Not while I'm here. They're under my protection. You will leave them be.
The soldiers nearby accepted that challenge, while Maltia's sights were on Kazim alone. With every swing, Maltia was amazed more than any time earlier in his life. Kazim was fending him off while simultaneously glancing at the others, kicking them, slamming them back with his spear, or cutting into them with non-fatal wounds. Once again, the man of the order acted far outside of reason. Maltia fancied himself one of the greatest fighters in the world, yet Kazim was fending him off while obstructing his men, all while deliberately sparing their lives.
Why?
Maltia roared out his question as Kazim deflected his strike once more.
Why do you fight like this? Do you not fear death?
At their leader's question, the others gave Kazim some distance to answer. He was tiring, there was no doubt about that. It seemed the amazing feat he was performing wasn't without its limits. Still, Kazim smiled and answered.
What is there to fear? Death? In the end, would the pain not only be but a short journey to the White Plains?
He asked, smiling. Maltia saw it in his eyes, the truth behind the words. He believed it. The man somehow lived without fear.
Such blind faith.
Maltia began to say in near disbelief.
No wonder why this plague has beset these lands. I will root it out, here and now.
Maltia lunged in, more careful and honed in his approach than the times before. Two blades in motion from different angles required Kazim's full concentration. They both knew this, and yet Kazim saw one of the soldiers racing towards the citizens he was defending. In a second's time, Kazim released his spear with one hand and reached behind his back, while swinging widely in a lackluster defense against Maltia. The pointed blade of the spear snapped upon impact, and Maltia's sword crashed into it, as Kazim simultaneously grabbed an axe from his back and flung it towards the soldier, who aimed to exploit the gap in his defense. The axe aimed true, striking the soldier's sword-wielding hand, before Maltia swung his blade across Kazim's face. Blood flew through the air, and Kazim fell to the ground in shock. Kazim still lived, but he was blinded and bleeding profusely when Maltia stepped above him and held his blade below his neck.
Where is your light now?
Maltia asked coldly with a menacing expression. Still, Kazim looked back and smiled.
He is here with us, always with us,
he began to say before looking out to the sky in amazement, as if he could somehow see again.
If that is true, then this would be an ideal time for him to prove it, yes?
Maltia mocked with a grin.
It's happening,
Kazim muttered in wonder. Maltia was too intrigued by the sudden words and unusual response from a man about to die to interrupt it just yet.
If you had read it too, then you will know of what I speak. The White Plains.
Kazim said, still smiling as his gaze turned to Maltia.
I'm coming home.
On those words, Kazim raised his hands to his sides and then vanished. Maltia and his men shuddered at the sight of it. The man who was just speaking to them disappeared into thin air, his clothes still falling to rest on the ground. While the others were still panicking over it, Maltia turned to the civilians Kazim was protecting. Only a few were gone, but just as with Kazim, they had vanished all the same, as if they were never there. Their clothes lying on the ground, and the fear-stricken yells from the others were the proof of what had happened. Maltia knew what had happened. He had read it all before, committed it to memory. The prophecies written in the words had come true. A sudden realization of the truth of it all hit Kazim, that he had been killing innocent men and women for years, thousands of them, under the pretense of the orders of false gods. Overwhelmed, he dropped to his knees in distress.
What have I done? How can I atone for the bloodshed I myself have wrought?
He asked aloud, crying, almost unable to handle the newfound guilt. His words were ignored. The soldiers with him were still reeling from the shock of the disappearances of the others.
Sorcery,
one declared as he approached the civilians.
I'll see to it you'll pay for this.
He yelled further, others following his lead.
No!
Maltia demanded.
They don't even believe.
He added with unusual certainty about him as he began to stand.
How do you know this?
One of his men asked in return, his temper matching the others.
The infidel has bewitched you, hasn't he? You are the blade of Al-Khazek, the bane of all those who turn from the true faith. Do not be taken in by his lies.
It took a few seconds before Maltia decided upon his response.
No, I was wrong. I killed the innocent. I ordered their deaths. I am a murderer deserving of 1,000 deaths over. And I fear it'll take 1,000 lifetimes more to undo the damage I have done, but I'll start now.
He began to say, his face full of emotion as he raised his blade to his men.
You will leave them be. Please, I beg of you all not to add to my sins. I do not wish to cross blades with you men, but I will if I must.
They were all amazed, but acted in unison to the challenge, as they began to circle Maltia.
May the light forgive me for what I'm about to do,
he uttered in dismay before the others attacked. The fighting had ended as Maltia had expected. The men he had known as brothers and friends were now dead by his blades. Just an added unforgivable act to add to a lifetime of wrongdoings, he considered with a distraught expression, after realizing the civilians he was protecting had fled sometime amidst the fight. And now he was left alone to ponder his crimes throughout his life. He looked down at Kazim's robes that now lay near a spear of one of his former friends.
What an unfair trade I've given this world, that I should stay while you depart. I fear with what is to come that the world needed a man like you, certainly not one such as I.
The words gave rise to a thought. Maltia dropped the accursed blades he had used to kill so many innocents and his friends, vowing in his heart never to use such weapons again before he knelt down and touched the white robe. Present day, only a few years later, Maltia Falajad, the blade of Falkazek, looked out to the small army of the West and the Elan forces he commanded. A great victory was just claimed over the Tainted. With the cheers finally having died down, all now looked out to him for guidance. Maltia, having abandoned his old self, had taken on the clothes and name of the man he sought to kill for years. The memory of Kazim and his life still lived on with his every breath. Still, Kazim looked back solemnly to those who stared at him, whispering his inner thoughts.
I'm unworthy.
Chapter 2. So much to do, and so little time. In the Elan Palace, Zev had finished doing what needed to be done. His dying-infested arm was cut off by a heated dagger from the surrounding flames from the aftermath of the fight with the necromancer. With the pains of recent burns, his renewed limp in his step, Zev looked at his arm and sighed.
Well, that's unfortunate. And today was going so well only a few minutes earlier.
He gestured to himself, trying to find amusement in the bleak turn of events. But it didn't help. Twirling his blade around with his last remaining good hand, Zev abruptly pointed it toward his face.
Perhaps I should just end it here. At least it'd save me the embarrassment of a cripple fumbling an assassination attempt against the world's most powerful enemy.
He muttered, expressionless, as he brought the blade to his throat, and quickly pulled it back.
Like I'd let that villain escape his fate so easily.
Zev said, grinning at the chance before his expression turned grim.
After all, I can't let this affront go unanswered.
He explained to no one but himself, lifting his stubby arm up, the notable bulk of it missing.
And that's not to mention the payback that's due. I've not forgotten what they did to you, brother. I swear I'll make them pay dearly.
With that inspirational speech to himself completed, Zev looked at his severed arm again, considering what to do with it. It took hours later at first, with a little bit of walking over the mounds of tainted bodies barring the doorway, and later wrapping up his bandages, but Zev began returning to the others. He looked a mess, most of his body covered in bandages at this point, and once again when he went outside, he came across many more dead tainted, a positive sign that his efforts inside the palace weren't squandered. The first thing that got Zev's attention was a few E.C.E.N with saddles being tamed by some Elan soldiers. The men naturally were surprised to see Zev's return, but spared him little mind when dealing with such dangerous beasts.
Don't mind me,
Zev said back casually.
Just taking a stroll.
He added leisurely, walking with a limp over the red sands of the city as he continued heading south to the bulk of the army. It wasn't much longer until Zev saw them, particularly Drazdan, Elix, and Kazim from afar. He did what only Zev would have done. Waved back, holding his severed arm overhead for more of a reach in his wave, smiling as if it was typical as any other greeting. He had been carrying it for quite some time. By now, with his earlier relationship with the deceased Voal Kamir, everyone knew by now exactly who Zev was. They left his approach unimpeded as he went along his merry way, hoisting his hand across his shoulder as if it were a spear. Kazim, having had been working with several men in both armies, relaying instructions, stopped abruptly to give his attention to Zev. Some found it humorous, but most were stunned into silence and waiting for an explanation. Though rubbing her head in astonishment, Elix was the first to speak.
There's a lot I want to say right now, but first, why are you carrying that?
Zev couldn't help but grin at that.
Because I thought it'd be fun.
He considered before answering.
Well, in case you hadn't noticed, I've lost my arm. And it did seem a tad bit improper to leave it back in a palace like that, stinking up the place. I'm sure you understand. Which is why I thought, wouldn't it be appropriate to bury it?
He asked, shrugging, using his severed hand in his gesture as emphasis to the remark.
Which is why I came here. Perhaps one of you could offer a hand. I seem to be short one, and it's quite difficult, as you'd imagine, to dig an appropriate grave with one hand.
Drazdan laughed, but otherwise no one responded, prompting Zev to continue.
Or if you'd like, I can keep it around. After all, should I require it, the extra reach would be quite handy in slapping fools. It does pay to be prepared for anything, I suppose.
Drazdan laughed some more, finding great fun in the whole situation.
Only ye would do something like this, laddie? After killing one of the world's greatest threats, you come back and start waving around a missing arm as if it were nothing? Ye loony buggard, never change!
The dwarf proclaimed, laughing some more at the absurdity of it all. Zev smiled and bowed, using his severed arm to emphasize the point again.
Well, it is something,
Elix suggested, impressed but still conflicted by the whole situation.
You,
Kazim began saying accusingly, pointing his hand towards Zev.
You're a twisted man. How many schemes are enough to sate your whims? That you would use us as bait?
Zev looked back, his expression more serious.
Back to business, is it?
He thought with a smile.
Well, Elan, I quite think my plan worked out splendidly, if I do say so myself. Tyrants lay dead, and a prestigious man from the Order of the Light, who so happens to be on a personal quest for redemption, now leads the Elan forces. You should be thanking me. I'd hardly think such an opportunity would have fallen into your lap if not for my guile and a bit of luck.
Zev admitted, but still otherwise proud of his achievements. Kazim took a long breath to settle his nerves.
Do not feign ignorance. I and others are not oblivious to your plans and what transpired. Who are you to have considered such actions at the risk of others? Did it ever occur to you what might have happened if that foul sorcerer had not intervened to get credit for your schemes? Or rather, should I ask if you even care?
The strong condemning words gave Zev pause, but only for a moment before he displayed his severed arm again.
Now don't make me use this,
he suggested, swaying his dead limb back left and right. For as good as he was at hiding his emotions, Kazim put his face in his hand, sighing aloud.
In all my life, I've never met a man quite like you.
Certainly not a compliment. Kazim looked up to Zev to finish his thoughts.
You can stay until you've healed, but never again will I tolerate you to act in such a fashion in either mine or my men's company.
Mainly from surprise, Zev let out a short burst of laughter.
Would you look at that? You're letting me stay. And here I thought I came all this way to say my farewells.
I second what the lunatic asked.
Elix suggested, hers and Zev's eyes meeting.
Hey, you basically agreed with me. No use complaining.
Zev smiled and shrugged before Kazim answered the question for everyone present.
It is a fair point you both made. Normally this man's actions would have seen him beheaded.
You'd behead a cripple?
Zev asked with a wry smile.
Rather unsportsmanlike if you ask me.
Kazim sighed again.
Must you test my patience?
He asked, eyeing Zev down for a second or two with no response before deciding to continue.
There's no point trying to get around it. This man has accomplished quite a feat, possibly securing victory for the day. Regardless of his actions and his intent, it would seem ill-advised to kill him now, not when I believe the light had helped him get this far.
Now that got a deriding scoff from Zev, his anger rising to the surface.
The light?
He asked in annoyance.
Where is he then? Why is it that I've been through living hell if that so-called divine being of good is with me? The answer's simple, he isn't. The only reason why I won was because of the edge that villain had provided me with earlier. But he's gone, and I'm left a cripple. No, Elan, we are alone.
Kazim considered the words momentarily and smiled sincerely.
What's so funny?
Zev asked, both annoyed and surprised at that reaction.
It's quite strange, I think.
Kazim began explaining.
Not too long ago I thought as you did.
Zev would have groaned if not for his amazement at the claim. With a friendly wave of farewell, Kazim said his piece.
Perhaps there is still hope for you yet, my troubled friend.
He said before beginning to part, discussing many matters with the other Elan soldiers. Zev's grip tightened upon his severed arm.
That Elan sure knows how to sap the fun out of the situation.
Would have expected to see the northern heights melt before I ever saw something like this.
Drazden began to say with a wide grin.
2 assassination attempts in a single day, getting everyone and their mothers riled up at you. I'd say that went rather well, laddie. And let's not forget, ye came back bandaged up like some kind of old king's corpse some humans meant to preserve, all while limping and carrying your other arm as if it were some kind of trophy.
Raising an eyebrow at that, Zev responded.
Your point?
My point is, ye are surprisingly persuasive when you put your mind to it, though I don't even know how or when it happened.
He didn't say anything to convince anyone.
Elix began saying in amazement, admitting her inner thoughts out loud.
In truth, I don't even know what's happening anymore. This is so much more than I thought I was signing up for.
She admitted, shaking her head at the thought of it. Zev volunteered to respond to that.
Disappearances of loved ones, undead minions of a necromancer, the return of the elves and their unsavory relatives, and let's not forget, war, death, mayhem and explosions in every corner of Ehya, both exciting and a little nerve-wracking, I suppose.
And suddenly he grinned widely.
All in all, I'll admit it can be a little disarming.
Groaning, Elix knew exactly what he did there, but in Drazden's case, he just laughed. Pleasantly surprised at how it was taken, Zev continued speaking.
Well, in all seriousness, I do need a little help burying this,
he suggested, waving his hand around again. Drazden raised an eyebrow at that and grinned widely.
Why not feed it to one of them Aegean? I'm sure they'd appreciate it.
And get them acquainted with human meat?
Zev asked back, surprised by the suggestion.
Well, to be fair, that's not all bad for what we're going to be using them for. But I'd rather not. If they want it that badly from me, then they have to earn it, I'd say. Would you like to think back on what happened to your arm? Only to know it's in the stomach of some smug little beast out there. That thought would unsettle me for weeks.
Weeks?
Elix asked, genuinely surprised at the claim.
You've assassinated people. You've burned down huge sections of a city. Not that I'm suggesting it, but how could that be the thing that bothers you?
Zev shook his severed hand towards her several times to make his point.
To be fair, I hardly knew most of them, if at all. And the ones I did... Well, let's just say that I've slept much better after I did what I needed to.
She looked at him, surprised that she was even surprised at this point.
You're hopeless.
He smiled back.
Still as encouraging as ever, I see.
Zev began before turning to Drazdan.
You two do have shovels, right? After all, it was your job to dig up old things and dead people. I figure it's about time you owe it to the world to put some dead thing back.
Ha!
Drazdan let out a gruff scoff.
The way ye say it makes it sound like we're a band of grave robbers. How very considerate of you to do so when asking for a favor.
Drazdan said while taking out a shovel before tapping it with a wide grin on his face.
Now, how's about you try again, but ask nicely this time, ye know, like a regular folk would do.
Zev's face dropped.
Oh, fine. Carrying this around is starting to become tiresome anyway,
he suggested, waving his other hand around as another unneeded illustration to make his point.
Please, Mr. Dwarf, if you help me here, I promise not to lose another arm.
Drazdan muttered, surprised at the unusual request before shaking it off and beginning to dig right there.
Now that you've gone and said it, I wish I never asked.
You're going to bury my second favorite arm here?
Zev asked, genuinely surprised as he looked around the place, surveying the landscape with a keen eye and finding it lacking. Drazdan chuckled at that.
Well, laddie, it's either here or ye dig the hole yourself.
Suddenly, Zev found himself liking the spot.
On second thought, this place does have its charm.
Aye, that's what I thought you'd say.
Didn't take much longer before the hole was dug. Elix was surprised that she even stuck around long enough till this point.
With all that's happened, this is likely the strangest thing I've ever done. Attending a funeral for an arm. If anyone asks, I think I'll be leaving this little bit of our adventures out of any of my retellings.
Plopping the severed arm as unceremoniously as ever into the hole, Zev looked to Elix.
I don't know. You may feel differently if it was your arm. But now that we're here, shouldn't someone say something?
Drazdan grinned at that, volunteering.
This arm had been around most of the E.C.E.N, probably bringing joy to this crazy lad here, and by the stone, I reckon, was also up to no good in every one of those places.
That got Zev to laugh.
You have no idea,
he added with a wry grin, snickering at all the mischief that comment reminded him of.
Okay.
Elix interjected, grabbing Drazdan's shovel before burying the arm entirely.
All in all, after all the mess you caused, I half think it may be better off in there,
she said, patting down the dirt before walking off.
Oh, as lovely as ever,
Zev said, looking at Drazdan. Drazdan hummed back curiously.
Believe it or not, I think the lass is finally starting to not actively hate ye.
What's there to hate?
He asked, shrugging.
Gee, I wonder what it could be.
Drazdan mocked before he started walking towards the city.
In any case, lad, ye better lie down before something else falls off. 'Cause in case you hadn't noticed, ye've looked better.
Oh, really? I hadn't noticed,
Zev said, turning to follow. Although he wouldn't come out and say it, everything in almost every place hurt. But with so many thoughts buzzing around his mind, it mattered little to him at the moment.
Well, now that that's taken care of, it's back to business. Those villains left will be scheming and plotting, no doubt. They probably already thought they won.
He smirked at that.
We will see about that. Who can outplay the other before it's all said and done? Who is the greater monster in this little game we play? I wonder, how well can you plan for me the next time?
With that rather positive outlook, Zev grinned fiendishly. There was still so much to plan, and so little time. Chapter 3. For the Promise. The dust had settled, the corpses of the dead removed, and Ol Nauen looking as brilliantly as ever. All within the city were called to present themselves to their new ruler atop the platform their former emperor had passed. Now adorning an almost ethereal article of clothing that would be more associated with the old false gods of these lands, Adolin presented himself. Cyrus and his small army of Vaikanai were at Adolin's back when he came out. He looked at the crowd, studying them with an unusual understanding behind his eyes.
Children of man!
He began with a loud proclamation.
The future is bright. Peace, security, and bountiful pleasures await you in this new world we're building. There is no desire on Ehia that will be kept from you. All will be freely given.
The crowds cheered at the proclamation, their earlier reluctance dying off.
However,
Adolin began with a raised finger.
There are those who seek to exploit you. Some who would deny you this paradise we're making. The Eleans.
And once more beckoned upon at the words of Adolin, the masses roared as one in jeers to their long-lived adversaries. Yet, he held out his hand towards them to speak more on the matter, the crowds getting more restless the more he spoke.
But there is more. The outcasts, those who dwell in the elven realm, the dwarven realm, and all the nations that are separated from our kingdom are set to end us.
His words instilled a tempest of fury from those who heard on, but he held out his hand to silence them to speak a more grave offense.
They've gone so far to have replicated the necromancer's magic.
Outside of a sudden shuddering of fears from those who heard on, there was an unsettling stillness in the place. The trap was laid, and the fear in their hearts learned over the years of torment Razkol had wrought upon them had finally begun to bear fruit ready to be plucked. Appearing somber over the news, Adolin resisted the urge to laugh at his people.
The magic is the same as you once knew. The people are infected just the same, and those under its influence could be anyone.
Adolin instructed, letting the fear be rekindled once more in a moment of pause before he spoke further.
But things are different now. I am here to guide you. I am beyond human understanding. I am all-knowing. This threat is but nothing compared to what I have in store for us. And such, I have a solution to save you all,
he claimed, spreading his hands out towards the crowds. Hearing his cue, Cyrus stepped beside Adolin with a quick bow. Adolin spoke further.
Behold your hero, Cyrus Vanorum. His loyalty and efforts had earned him his position, and as such, he was the first to receive my gift of magic and my mark. It is a seal of protection and a sign of loyalty to our cause. It will protect you from this blight and prove to the world whose cause you align yourself with. Those who wish to have our protection and see the fruition of the promises I have made will have this mark on either your right hand or forehead.
Adolin explained, gesturing to Cyrus, who lifted his hair to reveal the mark on his forehead.
With this mark, you will pledge your loyalty to me, and in turn, I will protect you all.
The crowds looked on curiously at Adolin when he smiled and asked a question.
Who's first?
The crowd grew restless, most volunteering aloud, growing ever louder into an outright riot of those who sought the protection first. Many were taken at a time to present themselves before the Vaikanai, who with their magic began presenting the gifts of the mark as promised. Adolin looked on and smiled before returning to the palace. Cyrus came into the palace shortly afterward, walking the halls before being allowed entry into the throne room. Before him, the room was cleared besides the presence of Adolin and Zeraz themselves. Zeraz looked at the human.
I have a task for you.
Though it was the first time, Cyrus knew it was only a matter of time before Zeraz himself would be the one to relay his orders. Still, he knew the power behind this being, let alone the promises he had made. He wasn't about to jeopardize his future now. Cyrus bowed and answered.
Yes, my lord.
Zeraz spoke anew.
All those who stand against me must be purged. It will only be a matter of time before you meet them on the field. Such an outcome is inevitable. So, you will prepare. What would you have me do?
Cyrus asked, raising his head, and immediately Zeraz used his magic to force his gaze low again. The shock of it dazed Cyrus, drawing blood from his nose, a reminder of who he was now dealing with before Zeraz spoke further.
You will gather those who are useless to our future endeavors, those in the villages and towns of ill consequence, and bring them back here in the night.
The request immediately worried Cyrus.
My lord,
he began to say, but was slammed to the ground with a burst of magical power and clung there.
Human, who are you to question my will?
Zeraz asked coldly, Cyrus feeling the chill in the air and the malice that came with it before he spoke further.
Remember this.
Upon those words, the pressure upon Cyrus lifted. He warily lifted himself up and looked back to the throne. Only Adolin remained, who shooed him away with a dismissive hand.
For the promise.
Adolin mocked with a twisted smile. Now more than ever Cyrus doubted such a claim, but he thought all were powerless to stand against it when he bowed in return.
As you will, my lord.
Cyrus replied before excusing himself to his dark task. Perhaps it would get easier with every repeated action, like everything else he had done to achieve his glorious end, Cyrus wondered. Why wouldn't it? In the greater scheme of things, their lives mattered little, so with those thoughts in his mind, Cyrus left with a firm determination. There was nothing that had ever stopped him from achieving the outcome he had set for humanity before, and that of his family's future. So, even on a chance, why was this any different? The answer to his self-imposed question came to him easily. It wasn't. Chapter 4. No room for interrogations. Time came and went. 3 months and 16 days if one had wanted a more precise date like Zev would, since the defeat over the necromancer. And there was no doubt that Zev knew it to the precise hour. Every minute that the others lingered on, attempting to rebuild what should have already been discarded, took an aggravating amount of time. However, the incredibly reluctant new leader of the Elan Empire, by proxy of the army's singular respect for him, had not gone over too well with the other Elan settlements from the homeland, including the southern coasts, of course. A lot of politics, committees, and diplomatic messages ensued to resemble some sort of attempt at unity from Kazim. However, Zev found it all painfully boring. If not for his need to heal over such time, he was quite confident he would have left the others by now to pursue his schemes. While sitting atop one of the Elan rooftops, observing his burns had turned to scars, Zev was quite confident that today was the time to begin the third act of his plans. And keeping his ear close to the ground throughout it all, Zev had heard a bit of interesting information that came with the nauseating prattling of the diplomats. The news he heard, Zev had almost found it comical. The world at large was still reeling from the damage the so-called Chosen had inflicted on his last day alive. Though to be fair, he admitted, losing effectively every world leader and around 1/5 of the Ehia's population in a single day could disturb the delicate balance of nations, he supposed. Still, he found people's lack of fixing such things more quickly to be quite vexing and laughable. The heat in the midday finally bothered Zev enough in this blasted desert to see an end to this spot. He raised his crossbow at the sun, as if intending to shoot the nuisance out of the sky.
Pow!
He stated, jerking his hand back as if fulfilling the outlandish shot, and frowning when it still remained there.
I'll get you next time. Nothing gets away from me twice,
Zev said with a grin, looking around.
Now then, where is my merry band of misfits?
He muttered, looking out to the surrounding landscape of the enormous city helplessly, before grimacing and considering his thoughts.
This is going to take a while. They could be anywhere. Suppose I'll go bother the one person who I know where he is.
Given the magnitude of the city and this one building in particular, even if he was on the cuff of its base, it took Zev several hours to arrive where he wanted. Now entering through the correct way, pushing the broad door aside as hard as he could with his one arm, Zev spoke aloud.
Any progress on handling your new empire?
Zev proclaimed loudly, Kazim looking back in frustration at his newfound guest and the guards who let him enter. Kazim was surrounded by other Elans, all of whom had likely shown attributes befitting of whatever new positions the man of the Order saw fit in this new form of government.
The light preserve us. Is there no sense of modicum or respect you are willing to indulge in?
Zev grinned widely at that question, knowing full well that the Elan wouldn't want to hear the truthful answer to that.
So harsh, and after all the help I've been too. If you hadn't noticed, I've lost quite a lot on this little quest of ours, and I'd wager I still have more to offer.
Sighing after looking at Zev's arm, Kazim responded,
I'm sorry for the ones you lost, and the personal injury to yourself, but you've lived a life of ill repute. And on this, I do not intend to befriend you or trust you. But, and I say this in good faith, you can turn from this path of hatred and vengeance you have pursued.
He said sympathetically. Zev looked back, puzzled. The Elan actually believed it. What a stark contrast and perplexity this man was, he considered. The body count of innocent lives he had to account for under his real name. Yet here he was now, acting like that zealot girl for some reason. At least she had the decency to have probably lived a life without wanton slaughter. With those thoughts on his mind, Zev's answer was simple but defiant.
No.
A short reply that concealed the true passion of his thoughts.
Everything I've ever cared for is gone. Without vengeance, I am nothing. I will not part from it.
Zev only considered in his mind, yet the reactions of the others seemed to be in response to it. Kazim's gaze turned sullen.
I believe you,
he admitted somberly.
But as a whole, I do not trust you. As you are now, you will be of no aid to us. I must ask you to depart.
He almost laughed at the absurdity of it all.
Don't be a fool,
Zev replied to Kazim after he gestured for guards to escort the uninvited guest out.
What do you intend to do? Wait him out?
The guards now upon Zev, they grabbed him from both sides. With one of his arms gone and a limb to impede him, whatever chance Zev had to push them off was squandered. but he still had plenty to say as they were hauling him outside.
They are coming. Will you wait for them to be at your doors before you act? And what of the dwarves? Have you not noticed how easy it would be to get their aid?
Wait,
Kazim said, waving for the guards to stop, but only momentarily.
what do you mean by this?
Still held by the guards, Zev smiled proudly and answered.
Missing the hints, are we?
He mocked, almost convincing Kazim to send him out there and then.
One of our mutual friends has a very big secret he's not been so open about. Easy to miss if you're not looking for it. Just listen to what he hasn't said.
Drazdan, what of him?
Kazim inquired, and Zev was all too willing to share.
He's very influential. Perhaps enough to convince the dwarves into dropping everything they're doing and joining your army, of course.
Kazim looked concerned at the words and what was implied before Zev spoke further.
Do you really think that villain will be satiated with what he has? He will come for you, and naturally the dwarves in time as well. Why not get them involved sooner then?
The question intrigued Kazim, who appeared thoughtful in things beyond the mere scope of the conversation before he replied.
You foresee a war with them, don't you? One that you mean to entangle all of Asia into. A battle to end all battles to defeat this threat.
Kazim proposed with a cunning eye, studying Zev's reply.
That?
Zev began with a grin.
Or we might as well lie down and die.
Oddly, the words made Kazim smile.
So, the light has revealed this to you. It had already been prophesied, you see.
He said with understanding, much to Zev's annoyance, before explaining himself.
The final battle will begin soon, but not before the great affront to the light has been committed and the sky darkens. Our enemy's power will grow, his influence across all nations, but as long as we hold strong for enough time, the dawn will yet rise upon the Asia. This I believe to be true. We will see the dawn, in all its majesty.
First surprised by the prophetic words from that book, Zev nearly scoffed when he smiled back.
The words of truth, eh?
He mocked.
No prophetic words are needed here, Elan. Isn't it obvious by now?
Zev asked, while shaking himself free of the guards with a sudden jerk. His eyes now glaring towards Kazim, he finished his thoughts.
The evidence of what's coming is written on the wall. Mark my words, they've already begun to act.
Zev warned before turning to leave. Several more hours passed after Zev had begrudgingly asked for the whereabouts of a certain dwarf he had in mind to meet, before he found himself at an Elan inn. Now that he was there, Zev wanted to kick himself for missing such an obvious location to find the stout ancient companion of his. It was overly predictable, really. Drinking any form of alcohol was strictly prohibited in Elar, but if one had the mind to get around such a rule, as with anywhere else in Ehya, there were ways. A reputable establishment could easily store such items for esteemed guests, and naturally, if anybody asks, these services never happened. Zev pushed the door aside, sorely missing the flair he once had when using both of his arms to do it loud enough to immediately make himself the center of attention. But still, like with many other times before, Zev was certain he'd create enough of a scandal to have fun with the situation before he left anyway. Perhaps not the ideal way to have a bit of entertainment, but the expressions on the others' faces were always so enjoyable, none more so than the zealot girl, of course. In any case, he got back to business and eyed the establishment. Higher quality Aelan architecture, with many expensive items used for decorations, and several soldiers drinking and speaking with a rather delirious merriness to them, considering they naturally wouldn't touch any alcohol. Zev smiled at that, but didn't care to use that information against them. For all he knew by now, that Elan in white robes had pulled off what the others had called a miracle, and been converting the others in his army at an alarming rate. Admittedly, Zev was surprised at how quickly Kazim had worked. In retrospect, Zev himself must have been quite a failure for the man of the Order, since he knew him the longest amongst this bunch of tagalongs.
Well, at least those who believe in the light don't go around killing infidels.
Zev considered with a grin, finding the change rather agreeable on second thought, before he spotted a certain dwarf behind the counter.
Of course he'd be there, getting drunk and selling ale as if he owned the establishment.
He considered further before starting to walk towards the slightly intoxicated barkeep, lifting his arms and speaking with a smile.
Ah, there you are.
Zev began speaking loudly, getting Drazdan's attention.
Been looking over this place for you for hours now, dwarf. And where do I find you? Getting drunk at an Elan inn you converted into a bar? You, sir, you stout little man, you are a walking stereotype. What do you have to say for yourself?
That kind of entry garnered the looks of a few others as Drazden glared at Zev. Needing a stool to begin leaning in slowly over the counter towards Zev, Drazden answered,
With how ye act, prancing around all the time like a silly gnat and blowing up things you don't like, I reckon I'm safe in what I have to say next. There ain't nothing here strong enough to get regular folks to act the way ye are, laddie.
He said stone-faced, looking Zev down for a few unsettling seconds. The closest men nearby gave some distance, halfway expecting the situation to turn ugly, and for personal reasons by now, avoiding Zev. The whole newly renovated tavern stood still in anticipation of what would happen next. The piercing eyes between the two only increased a growing tension, an unsettling strain before something would inevitably snap. Zev laughed out loud, hitting the bar in frustration at being done in that quickly.
Blast you, dwarf. How is it you're sharper when you're drunk?
He said in frustration, still smiling though. Drazden grinned widely.
After 500 years, you learn a thing or two about holding your liquor.
He stated proudly before pulling back.
Now what is it, lad? You've been halfway avoiding everything and everyone over the past few weeks. What brings you on by? Got some questions about that book I lent you.
Zev sighed at that redirection, tapping the spot behind his leather jacket where it was placed.
This here isn't exactly a page-turner, and that's not to mention all the things I do on a regular occasion are frowned upon in it.
Drazden shrugged and leaned back, making himself busy with cleaning a glass before he responded.
I don't know what to tell you, lad. Ye can take it up with the light. Not that I'd recommend it, though.
He stated before looking at Zev from the corner of his eye.
Though I would remind ye, no matter how you thrash about and complain about him, we're all playing by his rules. And by the stone, I highly recommend ye not ignore him.
Zev leaned forward, eyeing the dwarf in annoyance at that comment, rolling it around in his mind. There was plenty he disputed about it, but when it came to rules, there wasn't much Zev hadn't broken. So what else could he do but shrug?
Fair enough, old-timer, but that isn't the reason why I came to give you a visit. You see, I think you've been holding out on us.
Drazden stopped scrubbing the glass for a second before stopping to reach a new one to continue his task. The reaction, albeit slight, was enough to know there was something to the claim. This was a game Zev was all too familiar with. Speculation can only get so far, but with a little prodding, the dwarf would likely give him what he wanted. In any case, Drazden chuckled after the accusation.
Oh, is that right then? Looking to get a hold of an even bigger bomb, is it? Well, it ain't complicated, I tell you. Get more of the same stuff, and what do you know it? A bigger explosion. That ought to satisfy any of your blasted needs to set things alight. Although I'd ask you to do it a fair distance away from me.
Zev sighed.
Deflection again. Really? He's awfully guarded about it, isn't he? Not that it matters, really. The pieces have already lined up to fit this situation. Suppose we've always been a merry band of misfits?
He thought only in the security of his mind, eyeing the dwarf, tapping the bar furiously with his fingers before abruptly stopping.
Well, I might as well come out and say it. From what I can tell, your exploits had extended to paying visits far and wide to satisfy your desires for knowledge. Most folk don't much care for such things. So who would fund your expedition? Or rather, who would care? The answer's simple. No one of significance cared. But perhaps the necessary income comes in quite easily to dwarves in your position. Though, admittedly, I'm surprised at your inability to return to the Dwarven realm. Must have made quite an impression with that Elven realm incident, didn't you?
Zev asked with a grin, concealing his true thoughts.
Come on, say it, dwarf. With how guarded he's been about it. If I guess wrong now, it'd likely be the last I'll ever hear of it.
As those thoughts raced into Zev's mind, Drazden eyed Zev back uncomfortably.
What of it? Don't mean much now, does it? I'm in the middle of the Elan Empire, serving drinks to soldiers and ill-reputable folk to pass the time away.
Zev smiled at that comment before Drazden continued.
Look, what happened in the past is the past. Can't go back and change it now, and it don't much mean anything now. Not like I can build those bridges again.
Drazden reminisced, providing Zev an opportunity to chime in. He leaned back, getting himself comfortable before responding.
That's a funny thing to hear coming from you, dwarf. With how everything was turned on its head and shook around like an old now and embracing the Elan gods, it's hard to recognize anything for what it once was. After all, I'm here talking to a dwarf that follows the light. Now, if asked if there ever was a miracle that'd make me reconsider my thoughts on this book you gave me, I'd tell them a dwarf as old as Father Time was what convinced me.
Zev said in all good fun, but Drazdan seemed to study his response as much as he had been doing in return. Drazdan hummed curiously.
Lad, just how much do you know anyway?
It was a surprisingly honest question Zev did not expect. If suspicions were right, there was potentially a lot riding on this conversation. So, naturally, Zev had fun with it, waving his hand in the air as if weighing something.
1 part guess, 2 parts intuition, half part necessity.
He said nonchalantly, as if such means of deciphering what he'd said would be natural to any listener.
In any case, we're going to need the dwarves' help before this is all said and done.
Unsurprisingly, Drazdan grimaced at the words.
So that's what this is about, eh? Trying to rope me into being some kind of diplomatic ambassador, are you?
He asked, frustrated, grunting at the thought of it all.
Well, good luck with that. Relations with my kin aren't exactly what I'd call pleasant. They have plenty of feelings about me, and few of which are good ones.
Zev sighed.
Oh, please. I picked up enough from what you've said. You're either a high-ranking noble or royalty, or more specifically, whatever they call those stonekin, whatever that means.
Drazdan's eyes opened wide, nearly confirming Zev's suspicions from earlier, before he decided to speak further, waving his hand at invisible options.
Look, we all go to the Dwarven realm, say a few nice things, tell them they'll either join us or die some gruesome and terrible fate, or we just take our chances against the villain and the largest empire to ever roam the Aya. Either that, or we can send a few of these Elans, or yours truly, to make a bargain with those little bearded men, because we all know how well dwarves love outsiders.
He mocked, the reputation of the dwarves' hospitality being far less than desirable. With one last hand gesture to Drazdan, Zev continued.
Either way, it's your choice.
Drazdan finally set aside the glasses, looking back dumbfounded and overwhelmed.
By the stone, you really intend to put this on me, don't you?
Zev didn't deny it, so Drazdan continued his grievances.
And how in the 4 corners did you even know I was a stonekin? That ain't public knowledge. And by all beneath the mountain, I know I never once said anything about it.
He said firmly with a finger raised. Zev somewhat chuckled at that.
Well now, that's precisely what gave it away.
He admitted, feeling the need to explain himself after seeing Drazdan's puzzled expression.
You see, dwarves mention the stonekin all the time. It comes naturally to them, really. Much like those other silly stone-related figures of speech your people do. Common sayings like that are usually picked up over time. In fact, from what I can gather, those in your family and those distant relations of yours practically worship them. Even before you believed in the light, I never once heard you mention them. I always wondered how curious that was, the things you didn't say. After all, as we established earlier, my ancient stubborn old friend, you are a prime example of a stereotypical dwarf.
Always the flatterer?
Drazdan grumbled, but his face was otherwise the perfect picture of incredulity.
You picked all that up just from what you told me?
That got Zev to laugh.
You really expect me to believe some human would hire a dwarf as ancient as you to dig up some ruins? Not to mention the fact that most other folks don't like bothering with your kind, and don't deny that the feeling's typically mutual either. If you were a tradesman of some sort, I'd probably think nothing of your past.
Zev admitted, shrugging at the thought of it. The dwarf grunted uncomfortably, not knowing what to make of the whole situation, before finally conceding a question in return.
So what of it?
Such a simple question, and quite a loaded one at that. Well, it wasn't like Zev was really here to chit-chat and be in good company anyway. With a prolonged, satisfied sigh, Zev answered,
I'd say it's fairly obvious by now, dwarf. You can help me recruit the dwarves in our valiant, noble, heroic quest, and many more descriptors in our fight against the tyrannical forces of Valinor. Or you can spend the afternoon getting guilt-tripped into doing the right thing.
That last comment deserved further explanation, Zev thought, as he quickly added to it with a waving hand.
No, not me. I'd recruit the Zealot to do that. She has had years of practicing on me, after all. I'd say by now she's become rather good at it. I sometimes care.
That got a chuckle out of Drazdan.
Even if I'd wager ye wouldn't say that to her in person, I suppose it's good to see you're getting along.
Zev clicked his teeth in annoyance. There were still witnesses around pretending not to listen. The dwarf was ruining his image. Waving a dismissive hand, Zev replied,
Fine. Well, it's time to embrace our destiny, old-timer.
Right now?
Drazdan asked, amazed to see Zev already getting up. Having already taken his first step toward the door, Zev seemed surprised about that question.
Of course, right now. We have no time to spare. In case you haven't noticed, you are as old as some nations. And I mean that as in several of them put together, in case you were wondering. But I forget myself. If we delay by a day, you might end up doing something ridiculous like keeling over on the front steps of the Dwarven realm. Tisk, tisk, tisk. What an embarrassment that'd be.
Zev said, considering the situation with a levity about him.
Ha!
That comment got a burst of a laugh from Drazdan, who offered an almost certain insult in the Dwarven tongue.
I would ask ye who taught you your manners, but you went ahead and killed him.
Drazdan said, shrugging and making his way around the bar.
Doesn't really leave much room to the imagination of how they raised you, I figured. Figure it was a complicated family life at home.
That was a topic Zev didn't want to focus on, as he waved dismissively with his hand again, as if brushing it away.
Well now, I can't have been the only man on Ehya who's done it.
He explained himself after seeing a lot of eyes on him, after Drazdan went and shared that secret with everyone there. Unsurprisingly, none of them seemed to approve.
Oh, whatever,
Zev muttered, before heading out the door, and Drazdan followed shortly after. The walk outside started like many others after they left the repurposed establishment. Zev opened the doors, followed by Drazdan, and a prolonged wait before the next in the distance, with the far-off sound of trailing footsteps. Zev grimaced at the realization that missing an arm was going to make things quite complicated real soon. Chapter 5. Always so complicated. Walking the street of Ayla in the clear broad daylight, Drazdan didn't seem to notice a thing. Of course he hadn't, Zev considered. Only certain people were accustomed to this cloak and dagger business, but to have the audacity to pull off such a stunt outside on the incredibly visible day in the capital city of the once Aelan Empire was bold indeed. The people still being reintroduced to these lands, mostly soldiers, walked the city now, and admittedly it was anything from a thriving population compared to the vastness of the place itself. Zev knew it wouldn't be surprising for this uninvited tag-along to wait for the precise moment when they were alone to act. Drazdan, for his part, was talking up a storm, discussing matters of complications he'd foresee when revisiting the Dwarven realm and the easiest trek to get there. All important stuff, mind you. But as for right now, Zev had all but toned him out, nodding in response when appropriate. Zev laughed when he felt it was his cue before responding, feigning amusement when he reached out and placed his one hand atop Drazdan's shoulder and leaned in.
Act natural, dwarf. We're being tailed by an assassin, or worse.
Or worse?
Drazdan replied aloud, unable to contain himself. A part of Zev wanted to slap him, but he needed that arm to prepare for what was to come and the sudden racing footsteps. He spun around and turned back, reaching for his crossbow at his back. A usually two-handed process, it was more difficult than it needed to be, and the man coming before them would certainly exploit the opportunity. Zev saw it in the man's eyes, a bloodlust. The brief moment provided much clarity to the assailant as he brought out his blade. It appeared Zev's first inclinations were only part right, it seemed.
It can't be. It appears my influence has rubbed off on the Elan. The worst part.
Zev considered frantically in his mind. The man was an assassin for sure, but he was also an Elan soldier like any other he would have guessed at first glance would have been under Kazim's command. In either case, it mattered little as Zev frantically tugged at his crossbow before it finally gave. Even still, he couldn't bring it in himself to grin at that accomplishment, not with the assassin's blade swinging right at him. Zev frowned, finding the situation of a weapon malfunction leading to his demise to be an altogether idiotic way to die. But an ancient dwarf had other plans in mind. With as rough a shove as he likely could possibly imagine from Drazdan, Zev was slammed to the side, narrowly avoiding the fatal swing. His eyes locked on his assailant the entire time. Zev did notice Drazdan floundering back with as much grace as a flipped-over turtle. Still, it hardly mattered right now, as he began to bring his crossbow out in front, aiming it right between the assassin's eyes. Not squandering the moment, Zev quickly barked his orders.
Move and you die.
The Elan looked back, quickly considering the situation, his gaze darting over to Drazdan when he tried to stand.
One shot,
he replied, almost daring his one-armed opponent to prove the quality of his aim.
What?
Zev yelled out internally, as something quite unexpected happened. The assassin had spun around to face Drazdan, the back of his helmet now blocking almost any shot as he leapt forward. Having nothing proper to defend himself, Drazdan yelled out in fright, raising his arms as a lackluster shield. Zev rapidly moved his straining arm, hoping to keep the two-handed weapon steady before he let the bolt loose. It flung through the air and pierced into the back of the man's neck. A killing blow, even if delayed. But it did stun the assailant enough for Drazdan to begin squirming away. The Elan held his bleeding neck, but he still had plenty enough life in him yet to see to it that his dark task was done. All there knew that. Tossing his crossbow aside, Zev sprung to his feet and pulled out a dagger. The assassin looked back from Drazdan, refocusing his attention and blade on Zev.
What am I doing pretending to be a hero?
Zev rapidly considered in his mind with a grimace. The man before him, although wounded, had armor and a blade at least 4 times the length of that of Zev's own. And that's not to mention he had 2 arms and didn't walk with a limp. It was all rather quite unfair, Zev thought, as he quickly weighed his options. No time was given as the assassin swung his blade down, with Zev jerking back out of reach.
Ha!
Zev taunted with a grin.
Where'd you learn to use that thing?
He mocked once more while doubling back a second time. Another swing, which Zev narrowly ducked under, keeping his balance only by having his hand to the ground before jumping back again as the man continued his attack.
Tisk, tisk, tisk. Assassins these days are hardly worth the pay.
Zev continued, buying time at the sight of something beyond the Elan before thrusting his dagger at the man who, astonishingly, deflected it mid-air with his sword swing. Now that was something impressive, Zev had to admit to himself, but he considered this hardly was the time for such praise anyway, as he quickly brought out another dagger to continue the fight. His fierce glare met the assassin's.
Who sent you?
Zev demanded with a coldness in his voice. The assassin in return let go of his bleeding neck, prepared his stance and answered,
What good is it to a dead man?
The man got a snicker out of that comment, forsaking any defense as he once again threw his dagger, but aimed for the man's leg. It made contact, forcing the Elan to divert his attention for only a second as Zev offered his final taunt.
You really should move,
Zev stated as a dwarven bomb rolled beneath the assassin's legs, his eyes bulging at the implications as the others leaped back. And boom! Red sand and dust shot up into the air, Zev paying no mind to keep track of anything else but ducking for cover on the sand. The sound had without a doubt been impossible to have gone unnoticed. Shortly after the explosion, small debris and pebbles started falling to the Ehya, leaving Zev to question how much of the sand was crimson for the sake of where they were, or because of some unpleasant truths to what it might have been. But he'd certainly seen worse. Grimacing and patting himself down to clean himself off, Zev spoke.
You dead, dwarf?
He asked through the blanket of dust before him.
If this keeps up, I will be.
Coughing, Zev responded.
Ah, you're fine.
He said with a dismissive wave Drazdan had no chance to see before walking over to the Elan corpse. The assassin's now lifeless body had moved several feet from where he just was, and notably, he was missing his legs now. Zev was rather impressed at how much of an impact Drazdan managed to pack into such a small package. But with the sound of soldiers yelling and rushing towards the scene, Zev knew he didn't have much time to dwell on other matters, as he leaned in over the assassin's corpse. He started reaching through the pockets, searching for any helpful clues.
What a nuisance. Weren't helpful in life, and you still continue to be useless in death, do you?
Zev thought to himself, realizing a truth to the situation.
But I suppose you weren't sent to kill me, were you? Which would mean that Man of the Order wasn't responsible for your visit.
Drazdan asked a question, but Zev chose to ignore whatever it was he said and revealed the truth of their killer's real purpose. It was an idiotic mistake. Worse yet, Zev couldn't even blame it on anyone else but himself.
Next time, dwarf, let's not discuss the rather delicate matters in an open bar.
The dwarf walked up to Zev as he said it. Inspecting the Elan, Drazdan grumbled aloud.
We've just barely have taken the necromancer's lands, and already having to deal with this? I didn't think we had any enemies here.
It would appear so,
Zev remarked while turning over one of the assassin's hands. Zev altogether ignored the demands and questions from the soldiers who raced onto the scene demanding answers. He quite left that mess up to Drazdan to work out. He held the lifeless arm closer to him. Upon the right hand was a strange black marking seared into the flesh, a pentagram with the number of man upon it. There was no mistaking the fact that this wasn't simply a tattoo of sorts, but a magical seal of sorts, and Zev highly doubted those in the elven realm were responsible for this.
I've seen firsthand what the villain's magic is capable of. It would seem that things have gotten quite complicated.
He silently thought before sighing aloud.
It's never simple, is it?
Chapter 6. A Lesson Retold. 2 months after receiving his orders, atop his horse, Cyrus was on the outskirts of an insignificant town that had yet to show its loyalty to the New World Order. But like the rest of the towns and villages he had come across before with the army at his back, the fate of this village would prove no different. He turned to his men, all of whom bore the same mark as him on their forehead or on their right hand.
There will be no peace on Ehya if we openly allow those who stand against us to prosper,
Cyrus mentioned, his eyes turning to one of the Vaikanai with him, who judged his every action and word. They were always watching, observing, and keeping the others in line. Cyrus, their most used weapon, was no exception to the simple rule of this new era. Submit. It was all that was required, reference to that single word, although never said so directly. It was a simple, unspoken instruction and decree that, if followed, would allow you to live a life unhindered as long as you kept in line. For those, however, who hadn't, their fates were not too unlike the villagers before Cyrus and his army today. With a wave of his hand forward, Cyrus spoke.
Attack,
he instructed, his army soon after charging toward the village. The army swept through the village almost unimpeded, meeting little to no resistance before the outcome was decided within minutes. This outcome was becoming a pattern. Even for the towns that could fight back, they stood little chance against the power of the magic the Valinorians now wielded. As was done before, the men brought the captives forward to Cyrus in a line. Their pleas and cries were ignored like the many others who came before them. The men in the army had become desensitized to such requests, and even if it hadn't, it'd still matter little. As with the vast majority of Valinor, they all believed in the path of their empire and would see all serve it or be destroyed. The first were thrown at Cyrus's feet. He considered the situation as if he were a king with all the power to decide their fate. Although he kept a look about him, exemplifying nobility and righteousness, even now he loved that power. Here and now, Cyrus had reclaimed his family's glory and more, and what better way to celebrate it than to exercise the power the position offered, he wondered.
Why should I spare you?
He asked the first family thrown at his feet, the threatening weight of his words sending chills through the children the mother and father had with them. The father pleaded on behalf of his family.
Please, we were wrong to oppose the Emperor. We can be useful. We can serve.
Cyrus eyed him calmly, observing his and his family's reaction as his following words sent shivers down their spines.
Mere service does not interest me. There are millions more who already do that. What we desire, demand, is undying loyalty.
That order gave the man pause before Cyrus continued.
So, what'll it be? Will your family be bound to the new rule?
No!
The mother then cried out.
Anything but that!
Cyrus's eyes turned to her, and giving it a second, none of her family rebuked the words. It was a shame, Cyrus considered, but hardly worth concerning himself over. Regrettable as it was, their defiance would prove as an example to the others. His verdict reached, Cyrus raised his hand.
They'll be more trouble than they're worth, but their lives will not be wasted. Their blood will fuel our power,
Cyrus decreed, waving his hand for his men to take them away. The family and the villagers behind them panicked and wailed in anguish at the judgment. In his last act of defiance, the father stood, preparing to race towards Cyrus. With his first step, Cyrus reacted, his eyes an unnatural brown as a blade of rock and dirt, raising the man's leg from the ground with a simple gesture of his arm. The father cried out in pain, and all there bore witness to the true power of magic.
Take him,
Cyrus ordered again. His men promptly followed the orders this time, dragging the kicking and screaming family as they were hauled away. Then the next were brought up. A single man was thrown at Cyrus's feet. He looked up in terror, seeing the man who could decide his fate with a simple word. Cyrus's smile looked saintly, as if the previous events had never occurred.
What will you choose?
He asked of the man, offering a hand of friendship. Through heavy breaths and profuse nervous sweating, the man struggled to reply.
I will serve. I will serve. I will be loyal. I promise.
He anxiously replied, crawling towards Cyrus desperately to grab the hand in return. Cyrus smiled and withdrew his hand, wiping it off as he replied.
You made a wise choice.
Upon those words, Cyrus stepped back, and one of the Vaikanai took his place. They reached their hand upon the villager, and he became marked. All there witnessed and saw the difference between defiance and submission. Like so many others before them, there would be few now who would dare resist. Chapter 7, Tauride Clan's Legacy. News of the attempted assassination on Drazdan's life spread quickly, undoubtedly reaching many others in the Aelan city before Zev and the dwarf in question himself had arrived inside the palace. There, the doors opened before them by the soldiers, who rather pointedly convinced them to make this journey. Kazim and the men with him looked dumbfounded at the state in which Drazdan and Zev were in. Covered in dirt, sweaty, and escorted by soldiers without a proper summons didn't bode well at all. Whatever the case, Zev loved their reactions, shrugging before he spoke.
Believe it or not, I'm only partially responsible this time around.
Already Kazim looked worried to even engage in a conversation.
What happened?
Zev grinned.
An attempt was made on the dwarf's life. An Elan from your army, it appears. Who'd have thought it? With him at this age, it makes you wonder why they couldn't just wait for another summer to pass.
The response from the others was a mixture of reactions, given the unreliable source it was coming from. But not to leave the people in suspense, Drazdan slapped Zev's back hard, once for the insult and twice to get on with it.
Aye, that is what happened. But I'd wager it was sparked by a rather delicate conversation me and the laddie here discussed in broad daylight.
He admitted with a bit of embarrassment, grunting uncomfortably before continuing.
Oh, but let's have bygones be bygones. Whatever the case be, that human was clearly acting against our interests.
Kazim gestured for them to approach closer, which they obliged.
Was it about what we discussed earlier?
He asked Zev in particular.
It would seem so.
He begrudgingly admitted, frustrated at his carelessness. Kazim considered the situation thoughtfully before asking further.
Was there anything he said that can be of some use? Or anything he wore?
Drazdan volunteered to answer.
Said no, outside the usual cutthroat banter ye would expect from a man meaning to claim your life. And he wore the same uniform as your men here, but there was one thing that struck me and the lad as odd.
Seeing the others pay close attention, Drazdan gestured to the outside of one of his hands.
There was a mark carved in black like ink and coal on his right hand, with perfect lines and man's number at the center. I'd wager you know of what it is without me saying it,
Drazdan said solemnly as he drew a near match of the symbol.
So it's already come to this?
Kazim noted thoughtfully, his eyes distant. There was more to the discovery than what met the eyes. Zev knew it was a recurring theme by now, likely mentioned in that book the old dwarf had given him. But what did it matter anyway? There was no reason to leave the situation up for interpretation.
Ha!
Zev suddenly said aloud, as he briskly started walking towards Kazim and his men surrounding a table.
Dramatic speeches and all aside, who really needs descriptions when you have the evidence on hand?
Zev suggested, as he reached behind his back and slammed the Elan assassin's hand on top of the table. The others jerked back in shock, their eyes peeled to the severed hand on the table with the insignia on it.
What?
Zev asked the others dryly after their response.
It's not like he was going to use it anyway.
Drazdan laughed out loud, genuinely shocked that Zev ever found the time to do it.
Well, suppose you're right about that, laddie. Still, your table manners leave a bit to be desired.
Zev dismissively waved off the comment with his hand as Kazim began to speak out, assured of what the meaning of the mark implied.
It is as we feared. Our enemy moved swiftly and much faster than we dared to dread, that they would already begin poisoning the minds of those among us all the way out here.
He began to say thoughtfully, considering the ramifications before his eyes locked gazes with Zev's.
You are right on this, though I do not ever believe I can ever trust you.
That comment partly annoyed and amused Zev.
Well, don't be afraid to hold back your opinion on my account.
Kazim quickly responded.
You need not worry. I won't.
He confessed before glancing around at the room.
I did not wish to dare to act before the return of our scouts, but far be it from me to decide what the future holds. I do not know why the light has brought our paths together, but our path forward is clear. We must gather our allies and fight this enemy as one.
Immediately, crosstalk and arguments began amongst the room. The Elan still harbored resentment toward the neighboring countries and peoples for years of strife between them. Kazim did what he could to answer the questions coming at him from all sides, and Zev just had about enough of it.
That's all well and good,
he said loudly over the ruckus.
But what does your plan actually entail? What do you actually hope to accomplish?
That question lingered on the minds of everyone in the room as a whole. Kazim broke the silence.
All lands that have not sworn fealty to the new rule of Valinor are welcome to join us. The Elven realm and the Dwarven realms included. Our enemy is too powerful to defeat by ourselves. I'm sure some of you have already begun to see the re-emergence of our greatest threat at an alarming rate.
The room went silent at the reminder of that which was spoken of. The visible fear on their faces intrigued Zev.
The darkness, right?
He asked with a wry grin that was almost taunting. Kazim's eyes focused on Zev, and the group at large did the same. He looked on with discernment and curiosity at the question.
Strange that you should ask,
Kazim suggested, his eyes narrowing.
When we saw it on you earlier.
Zev smiled back at the others at that claim, hiding the unsteady nervousness he felt on the matter. They didn't appear to be joking. Even Drazden appeared to be soundly aware of the matter they spoke about, though he said nothing. Humoring them, Zev turned around and saw nothing, shrugging when he did.
Nope, nothing there.
He said with a casual smile on the matter.
Pathetic.
Zev considered, holding back a sneer at the situation as a whole. Whatever it was they saw that instilled fear into their hearts was Zeraz's doing, a misdirection, but he didn't care. Their worries were just more of those same unnecessary folklore and stories he'd heard all those many times before in Bethelus. Or was it that he just anxiously wished that was all there was to it, he wondered. But what did it matter? He had already faced the worst in his opinion, a Vaikanai who still desperately needed to die. So figments and shadows of the past concerning their beliefs were nothing of concern to him, especially if they gave the others the will and drive to continue the fight. As Zev thought the matter over in his mind, Kazim looked around at the others.
We need their aid, all of them.
For the most part, the others grumbled but agreed. Drazden took some offense to that.
If it's any consolation, my kin won't be exactly thrilled with working with Ye-Lot either.
That brought no comfort to anyone in the room, besides an ill-begotten smile on Zev, before Kazim replied.
Which is exactly why we'll need your help, my friend.
He began, seeing Drazden's reluctance before adding further.
These are tumultuous times, and I fear the worst is still yet to come. If we can but reduce the price in lives, even by a few, it will have been worth it. They need you, Drazden Rockweaver.
Kazim said solemnly, a hand to his chest. Drazden mumbled uncomfortably at the request as Zev looked down on him and smiled.
Well, would you look at that? Off on another adventure, it seems, but this time to forge an alliance. Who'd have thought it? Not many professions left for me to impersonate, I'd wager. And I imagine there can't be too much you haven't done by now yourself, dwarf.
Drazden grimaced at the prospect of it all.
So much for living my golden years in relaxation.
He grumbled before elaborating further with a raised eyebrow.
You would be surprised, but those back home aren't too fond of me. Talks are bounded to be less than cordial, I'd reckon.
Sighing aloud, Zev was quick to discredit that comment.
Because they know you, dwarf. Because, as I'm certain you're aware, you're someone important. Like it or not, that gives you an edge over any Elan or cripple with one arm, regardless of their charm, in matters of persuasion. Let's face it, your kinsmen are just as difficult as you are. And that's not to mention their distrust of humans before any of this madness had begun.
With a loud chuckle, Drazden replied with a bit of frustration.
Remind me the last time a dwarf reignited alliances against ancient powers of evil. And tell me again if our discretion with your kind after that disaster ain't justified.
Zev laughed light-heartedly at that, but given the way he did it, he might as well have openly agreed. And with Drazden appearing to comply with the request, the matter finally looked settled. Still, there was more to be said on the matter by Kazim.
There will be more dangers ahead. Of that, we can be certain.
He said ominously to the group at large, though his eyes were on Drazden and Zev.
On my order, Drazden, take with you 20 of our men to fulfill this journey north to your homeland. A precaution in case any of the enemies seek to stop you in your quest.
That comment got a wry smile out of Zev.
Still don't trust me. Oh well. Suppose that's fair.
He silently thought on the matter as Kazim continued.
As for myself, I will do what I can to stop Valenor's influence from growing further. We will march to the cities, towns, villages, and those in the Elven realm, securing what we can before determining our next course of action. And together, we will push back the coming darkness.
His words inspired applause and claps from those who heard besides Zev. Still, Zev smiled at the prospect of taking action and waited for the cheers to die down before glancing at Drazden and then Kazim.
Well, now there's no time like the present. Those poor sods aren't going to save themselves, you know.
He said flippantly with a smile, already turning and walking towards the door. Drazden followed only a few steps after, compelling Zev to ask a question before they left the room.
Where is that zealot girl anyway? After being parted for several months, I've realized that I had grown quite fond of bothering her. Doing it to others just isn't the same.
The implications of the comment aside, Drazden replied with a mischievous grin.
Ha! I knew ye liked her.
He exclaimed with a wide smile, reveling at Zev's discomfort before speaking further.
The lassie's doing what she does best, uncovering things the world's forgotten about.
In the most unlikely of places was where Elix could be found. Inside the enormous Elan palace. Most inside the structure seldom even knew she was there for months on end, toiling away as she once did when working alongside her father, Drazden, and the rest of their company. One would think it an odd place that would require a pick, shovel, and chisel, being inside the palace itself and all, but there was a reason for it. There were secrets, deliberately hidden behind several layers of agonizingly large stone slabs, in which the Elans of old kept hidden here. Whichever prophet, chosen, or emperor of the day and age who demanded such things be hidden would likely remain hidden for all eternity, Elix perceived, though it mattered little. If one had enough patience, time, and dedication, as she had, they could manage their way through. And it just so happens, with one final thrust of her pick, Elix exclaimed in excitement as the last piece of the stone slab she could crawl through fell to the opposing dark side of a hidden chamber. Even if it had taken months until she had finally chiseled and picked her way to the inside of the room she was looking for, whatever deserved such efforts was bound to contain an immense secret. Anticipation driving her on through her tiredness, she lit a lantern and crawled through the hole, dragging the light at her back before plopping to the other side, groaning at her landing.
Ouch! I hope whatever's here is worth all this trouble.
Elix hoped aloud as she moved her lantern to her front, illuminating the room. Her eyes beamed with excitement.
This is what I was looking for,
she said with a wide smile firmly planted on her face as she marveled at her surroundings. Columns of bookshelves containing ancient texts and scrolls were assorted around the room, an overwhelming amount of knowledge at her fingertips, one which no one has seen for at least 1,000 years or more. Elix could hardly contain her excitement. She started scouring the room, setting her lantern down on a stone slab as she began delicately reviewing the documents before her. Elix was at it for several hours until she heard a familiar voice further up the chamber.
Well, I'll be a beardless dwarf! The lass finally did it!
Drazden exclaimed in genuine excitement and amazement. She couldn't help but smile at the sound of his arrival, but it quickly faded with the sound of another's voice.
Not too bad.
Zev considered aloud.
Perhaps she can find some hidden dark arts to raise another undead army down there while she's at it. I've seen it firsthand. Could be useful in a tight spot.
With a silent sigh, Elix somewhat dreaded the newest unexpected company, and she was having such a good day too. In either case, Elix held back her disappointment, speaking loud enough to answer the two of them.
I'm glad to say we won't have to worry about any undead anytime soon. At least not from my efforts anyway.
Glad to hear it,
Drazden quickly interjected, Elix imagining his smile on the other side of the stone slab. Zev let out an exaggerated sigh.
Oh well, 'tis a shame really. Dark magic powers only ever seem to come one way in this fight, it seems.
He began saying, stopping to momentarily reflect on Zeraz's unrequested assistance at defeating the necromancer, before continuing with a smile.
Consider yourself lucky, dwarf. Given our odds, I should think you were bound for at least several other dark armies by now.
That got a chuckle out of Drazden, as they peeked through the hole Elix made.
Don't suppose you care to explain that?
He requested, and Zev eagerly obliged.
It's simple, my fine dwarf. The way I see it, I'm just turning 31 in the next few months or so. And as for you, being near 1,000 and all, I would say it's only fair you had at least 6 more armies of the undead to make up for the disparage.
Ha! Tough luck.
Drazden exclaimed aloud with a grin.
But I can't say I'm much surprised the plague of the undead would happen while you're alive,
he said before trying to squeeze through the small hole Elix made, and failing magnificently.
I'm sure you don't intend to explain that, do you?
Zev asked, partly annoyed.
Ha!
As he suspected, Drazden only answered with a taunting laugh, but his victory was short-lived. He was stuck in the small crevice between the stone slab and the roof. Zev grabbed his leg and tugged. The dwarf stubbornly refused to move for a bit before accepting the outcome. His embarrassment getting the better of him, Drazden pulled back, plopped on the ground, and decided to stand firm as if there were nothing odd about it.
A bit too cramped in there for my tastes,
he said with a defiant dwarf grunt, but his red face betrayed his act. Zev patted Drazdan's shoulders reassuringly, to which the dwarf offered an insult in his people's tongue. With that out of the way, Zev leapt through the crack and inched his way over to the other side, Elix helping pull him before he turned about and stuck a landing.
Suppose I should say, happy birthday,
Elix said with a smile. That comment got Zev to think momentarily.
The end of the world, dark magic, undead, becoming crippled, losing an arm, evil forces set to destroy everything I ever cared about. But on the plus side, I did meet many different folks, tag-alongs, and I finally am traveling abroad.
Zev hummed thoughtfully at the conclusion of his thoughts.
Thank you, young miss. I suppose with everything that's happened, it's not the worst birthday I've had.
Whatever it was he implied by that comment, Elix didn't want to touch that subject.
Right.
She began uncomfortably before displaying a scroll before them.
Anyway, can you see us from over there, Drazdan?
Peeking his head through the hole, the dwarf replied,
I'm nearly 1,000 years old, lass. I can't see text for spit unless you pass it over to this side.
She smiled softly at that.
Well, sorry then. Guess you're going to have to just listen in.
Drazdan grumbled at that comment.
I reckon I'm not of much use right now.
Nonsense,
Zev replied with a dismissive hand.
Of course you are. You can make yourself very useful to me right now by getting us a rope so I can climb back to the other side.
That comment gave the others a pause.
You serious?
Drazdan asked, and Elix's expression made it obvious she had the same question. Zev shrugged.
Well, what can I say? Climbing has become increasingly more difficult with only one arm.
The revelation of the words really surprised Drazdan.
You're saying you entered there knowing that ye would be trapped?
With another shrug, Zev pointed to Drazdan with a smile.
Not necessarily. I knew a fine, admirable dwarf such as yourself wouldn't let me meet such an unfulfilling end.
Drazdan just shook his head and muttered something to himself in frustration, but Zev felt confident in the situation regardless.
So,
Elix began saying, redirecting the conversation to the more pertinent matter.
This room we're standing in was sealed off for what looks like 1,700 years. There's nothing particularly special about the date, mind you, but it appeared the Alons in power were concerned about the belief of the light spreading during that time. That's what we have here. Important historical artifacts that were stowed away from the public's eye. It's fortunate that they didn't decide to destroy it. Perhaps they intended to use the knowledge here for a later time if it was ever required.
She considered aloud, finding great pleasure in her miraculous and unlikely discovery.
Weapons,
Zev said, wagering at a guess.
Ways to fight back against these unsavory characters mentioned in the words of truth.
Elix was quite impressed by his deduction.
In another life, you might have made a fine archaeologist,
she said with a smile before explaining herself.
As you might have guessed, the documents here aren't stored with any religious, significant purposes in mind. The Alans would have never tolerated such things. But there are hints of stories told in the words of truth, which, as you had figured out, talk about the battle against the darkness alongside the free peoples of the West. The darkness, its conduit, and its unnatural army are described in detail. Hopefully we don't come across anything like that.
She cringed, grimacing at the prospect. There was still much more to say, and shaking off the uncomfortable possibility, Elix continued.
Well, anyway, after what I've seen on you, I think it's best I tell Kazim all about what I discovered here in case that happens again.
He would have said something in his defense, but the possibility of the Vaikanai having an influence over him through the other's eyes wasn't worth mentioning in his opinion. After all, that possibility wasn't comforting either. However, Zev had some doubts that Zeraz's influence was what they spoke of. In either case, he kept silent and let Elix explain what she had found uninterrupted.
But that's not all. Outside of the dwarves' machinery, there was a weapon of amazing power and strength.
She began with excitement, her eyes darting to Drazdan, who had a prospect of what she alluded to before she revealed the truth.
The Black Fangs of Ishida.
You found it?
Drazdan exclaimed aloud in amazement beyond the hole. Elix excitedly started poking the scroll where the inscription was.
It's all right here. The Alans recovered it from the ocean years after the battle. But the Prophet forbade its use, fearing words of its existence would lead others to the light, demanding it be buried where it was found. It's at the ruins of the Order.
Drazdan was awestruck.
It's been there all these years. To think the world's most precious artifact was buried and hidden in plain sight, and the Alans have been keeping it a secret all this time.
Ha!
Scoffing, Zev found their amusement on the matter laughable.
What does it matter? Whatever it is, it's a relic. Probably rusted beyond repair at this point.
Elix pointed at him with a wry smile.
One would think, wouldn't you say? But that weapon was anything but ordinary. It was made using special properties. The true origin of the metal used in its crafting was unknown, but it was apparently undamaged when they found it. All that, and I've not yet mentioned that it's the last remaining item of the Toride clan.
Zev remained in silent contemplation at the discovery.
What does it matter if we found evidence of a weapon of a destroyed empire? With the villain's eyes set on the remainder of Ehya, I should think our efforts would be better put to use on present-day events.
Now,
Drazden began to say thoughtfully,
I wonder who else we might know who would be a worthy wielder of twin blades. One would wager they'd have to be particularly skilled to deserve it, and also already be a symbol to the people in these perilous times.
Clicking his teeth in pretend disappointment, Zev answered,
Nice of you to think of me, but I'm sorry to say that it would be wasted on me, Sir Dwarf, missing an arm and all.
He said in good fun, earning a chuckle out of Drazden. Still, Elix was too absorbed by the words Drazden had said to even pay Zev's comment any attention. She knew exactly what he meant by it.
Kazim!
She exclaimed in excitement back to Drazden, Zev being genuinely clueless about that decision before she looked at him.
Oh, that's right, you wouldn't know.
He raised an eyebrow in return.
I suppose I was a tiny bit curious why a spear-wielding axe-thrower was at the top of seemingly both of your lists for being the one to wield dual blades.
She shook her head and sighed.
Always so difficult.
Elix muttered aloud before explaining herself.
While you were off causing mischief and mayhem in Valinor, the rest of us went to help the refugees from Ulnoan. But it looked like you had already caused enough of a ruckus that violence already started in the camp. And guess what we found when we arrived, Kazim? Dual-wielding Valinorian blades after fending off near impossible odds. The rest of the story is history now. Having already been terrified by Kazim already, the others fled once we arrived with the elves.
That got a good laugh out of Zev as he leaned against one of the stone bookshelves.
Well now, and here I thought I was having all the fun. Seems I should be asking you all what I was missing out on.
She quickly answered him.
Later.
Elix said dismissively, while she started walking over to the hole where Drazden was.
But first, we have to get this information over to Kazim. It could change everything.
Zev stayed behind momentarily, as she squirmed her way back through with the parchments in hand.
Oh well, you can fill me in on our journey north.
What?
Elix almost exclaimed back, nearly falling and slipping off from the other end of the hole. Drazden got a good chuckle at her reaction, helping her to get down properly.
Don't worry, lassie, it'll be fun. Adventuring to places you'd never been before is nothing new to ye anyway. And besides, with the world as it is, when else are ye going to get a chance to visit the Dwarven realm anyway?
Elix stood up, looking at Drazden and then Zev on the other side of the hole curiously, trying to determine if this was some kind of prank. She seemed to have decided the truth on the matter with a defeated smile.
I hope there's a reason for all this.
Don't you worry,
Drazden reassured while patting her arm.
We'll make sure to explain all of it while we're gathering the 20 men to come with us.
Those words and sudden confession made Elix grimace at the prospect of all the trouble they should expect on the way.
Suppose with the history us three have together, I should expect problems to come our way no matter where we go. Would probably explain why the last few months have been unusually peaceful for me, too.
Zev interjected with a laugh.
Ha! I've been saying that since the time we met. My life was relatively peaceful, and ever since meeting you two, the end of the world started. Coincidence, I think not.
Elix and Drazden looked back in mild annoyance at that comment before he said his next words with a smile.
Well, anyway, don't suppose you could grab that rope now?
Drazden and Elix looked at each other, grinning widely as a similar thought crossed their minds.
I'll consider it,
Drazden said with a wide grin before they both turned and left.
And this is yet another fine example as to why I have trust issues.
Zev couldn't help but think they took their merry time returning, roughly an hour before they came back with a rope. Even if well-intentioned, Zev figured it wasn't too surprising such an ancient dwarf would have been slow about it. Still, he couldn't help but blame himself for trusting anyone else anyway. Live and learn, he supposed. With that matter aside, they began heading back to the Elan's palace chambers where Kazim was. Unable to help himself, Zev opened the door with as much flair as any of the times before. However, once inside, he let the others take the front stage in the presentation of Elix's findings. He hardly cared for such things, the inconsequential armies of darkness of the past to the overinflated value of the swords. Still, having shared everything she could regarding the darkness and its army, to which Zev paid absolutely zero attention, Elix began to share information about the twin blades. In Zev's eyes, Kazim's reaction was altogether the most interesting aspect of what occurred. Drazdan right beside her, Elix presented the document on the table of advisors and Kazim.
We also know the location of the Black Fangs of Ishida. They are still in Elan lands, on the island where the last order stood. It's still there. Anything associated with the stories of the light was banished in Alea, but who would have thought that this priceless artifact would still be there after all this time?
She said in elated excitement, her eyes focused on Kazim along with the unspoken request that came from it. He became pale white, stepping back in horror at the prospect.
No.
Kazim muttered in dismay, noticing Drazdan's eyes now upon him.
No! I cannot do what it is you ask of me.
Lying against the wall, Zev paid keen attention to all that happened, finding it greatly amusing. Drazdan hummed thoughtfully before answering Kazim.
Who else would it be? Or perhaps I should ask, who else could it be?
He said with a thoughtful look about him.
Ye are the one who brought us together, men from the west and the east, a man from the order. Whether you asked for it or not, ye lead the Elean Empire. Now of all times, you need to come to terms with that and what it means.
Kazim gritted his teeth, a pain behind his expression.
You do not know what it is you ask of me, friend, what I've done in the past, who I was. To ask me to wield the blades again, these blades, weapons once used by the darkness itself. You do not know what you ask of me.
There was so much pain in his words and eyes that none there would not recognize it. Still, Elix answered him.
I take it you didn't put on those robes as a fashion statement.
She began thoughtfully with a smile.
You don't want to come to terms with your past? Who does? But by the symbol of what you're wearing, isn't it obvious that you already made that choice long ago?
He was stunned into silence as she pushed the parchment closer to him on the table.
It has to be you, Kazim. I'm sorry to put this on you, but who else could it be?
Kazim breathed in a prolonged solemn contemplation before looking up at the rest of them and speaking.
May the light be with you,
he said with a nod, turning and walking to the balcony to seek peace in the moment. Elix sighed, and with Drazdan turned to leave. Zev just smiled as the others passed him by.
Well, well, well. Not so noble are we, after all, Alan.
Chapter 8. Nothing lasts forever. Months had passed since the call to action had taken place in Alea. Zev, Drazdan, Elix, and their small company had parted ways with Kazim and the armies under the Elan banner. In the west, in the present day, Cyrus stood atop the ruins in the middle of another conquered city. His men before him herded the populace like lambs to the slaughter, forcing them into the all-too-familiar line of judgment before him. This land, so close to the eastern threat of the Elan Empire, was more difficult to conquer than the others, but it meant little to the power of the Valinorians' magic. Such power, it appeared none would be able to stand against the might of the New World Order. Cyrus smiled at his accomplishment, and the coming task of weighing the people's life in the balance of his whim. However, such plans were interrupted. A Vaikanai walked through his ranks of men unimpeded. He sneered at the inhuman creature's Gaul who looked upon them in a proud and superior manner. There was no respect, no fear for Cyrus or his men. This all had come from a no-name Vaikanai.
On what business do you come here?
The Vaikanai decidedly took issue with the tone.
Need I remind you where your power comes from? On whose will you serve?
Cyrus glared at the Vaikanai, his eyes turning brown like the sand before he lifted a hand up, the dirt from the ground shortly afterward rising and forming into a spear.
There are much more of your kind. I think we could spare one.
Cyrus suggested with a twisted smile. The Vaikanai stood silent and glared for only a moment before returning a grin of his own.
The master bids me to trade words with you,
the Vaikanai said in utter contempt, earning a glare from Cyrus as he continued.
Your slow-moving progress has caused us setbacks. Our enemies now move against us. Their forces will unite before long.
The more the Vaikanai spoke, the more Cyrus wanted to fulfill his earlier threat. Still, his words demanded an explanation.
Explain yourself,
he demanded of the Vaikanai.
Who are you to speak to me like this, human?
The Vaikanai reminded with a threatening finger.
Need I remind you of your own words? You are but one of millions of pawns. You, like the rest, can be easily replaced if you outlive your usefulness. Do not forget this.
Before the Vaikanai had finished speaking, the floating spear flew at him. His aim true, the Vaikanai's gut was pierced. In shock and hatred, the severely wounded Vaikanai gurgled blood as he seethed.
Fool! You will beg before the end!
He proclaimed with piercing eyes fixed upon Cyrus before extending his arm. Before he could react, Cyrus was thrust back into the air, slamming against the stone foundation of a building before hitting the ground hard. But still, the Vaikanai's magic grip would not relent.
Beg! Beg!
He demanded, spitting out blood.
I want you to grovel before you die!
Cyrus shot a glance back to his men.
Kill him!
He shouted. His men approached the Vaikanai with halberds raised, an easy-to-read trepidation in their movements and expressions. The Vaikanai looked at his surroundings.
Do you wish to die as well?
He threatened the soldiers but saw they wouldn't back off quite yet. Still, understanding the situation he was in, the Vaikanai reluctantly released his magic from Cyrus before speaking further.
You will pay for this offense!
He reminded Cyrus as he was beginning to stand.
The Master demands you send your army to the Elven realm. My brethren are waiting for you there.
The Vaikanai said with a taunting grin, before reaching down and snapping off the protruding spear from his gut, before turning to leave. The spear made of dirt and sand didn't break cleanly, its sharp edge still in the Vaikanai's hand. An unfortunate situation for him. With a swift hand gesture upward, Cyrus compelled the broken spear to move. In an instant, it shot up and pierced the Vaikanai's lower neck, killing him.
Who of us has outlived their usefulness?
Cyrus asked with a grin. The sight of it brought a smile to Cyrus's face. The dead body was proof that they were not as grand and superior as they acted. He could be like them, if not better. Still, such trivial thoughts were for another time. He had new orders to abide by.
Get rid of his body,
Cyrus instructed with a gesture of his hand.
And prepare the men to move out. Send the prisoners to me quickly to be judged. We have much to do, and very little time to do it.
Far in the east, Zev was traveling alongside Drazdan and Elix, and the 20 Elan fighters the dwarf had personally selected. Zev couldn't even begin to guess why it took him days to do so. They looked nothing special, just regular Elan soldiers for all intents and purposes. He thought that perhaps they were drinking companions, but never once asked. They had a bountiful amount of provisions and supplies in the wagon they brought along, which to Zev seemed excessive. Traveling for weeks heading north now, Drazdan suddenly decided an unexpected and unwanted change of plans.
This is it!
Drazdan began to say from atop the wagon, finding the lack of walking in such a place quite agreeable.
We'll be needing to travel east from here for a quick detour.
Clicking his teeth, Zev knew exactly what was implied by that statement.
A quick detour that'll set us back several days.
Zev reminded, finding the entire prospect disagreeable.
Look, I don't care if that precious historical artifact really is there or not. It's a pair of blades. What good is it really compared to the dwarven crafts? I'm amazed I'm even having to say this to a dwarf.
Ha!
Drazdan scoffed at that remark.
The quality of two blades throughout all of Ehia's history does not discredit the craftsmanship and skill of E.C.E.N. Besides, it's not just about their quality. It's about the image they hold.
That comment got Zev particularly interested, until Drazdan explained himself.
You see, these weapons are almost legend. Stories told about them throughout almost all recanting of the great battle between the light and the darkness. At the time, they were used purely for evil's sake, but to obtain them, wield them, and redeem these awesome swords to fight the coming evil would make them and their wielder a symbol of this age, that even in these dark days, we can overcome any evil.
Enough, dwarf,
Zev said with an uncomfortable expression.
I just had my lunch and I don't know if my stomach can take any more of your optimistic drivel.
Elix sighed on Drazdan's behalf.
Oh, please. As if having something to believe in is really so bad.
He shot an unamused look right back at her.
Really, eh? Well, just how'd that work for my brother?
He reminded, but quickly wanted to change the topic.
Besides, if you really want to make an impression that'll inspire confidence, big, destructive dwarven war machines would be very nice. I can guarantee it.
Zev said with a wide smile, remembering to further enlighten them on another matter.
Oh, and lest we forget, there is an Elean harbour town in our way, of which, I'd remind you, has not fallen into line behind Kazim's lead like most of the Elan Empire. With 21 humans and an ancient midget, I'd say our chances of winning a fight, should our presence provoke one, is slim. So like any sensible fellow, I'd suggest we continue on our merry way past the town of sure-to-be enemies.
One of the Elans in their company interjected, eyeing Zev.
This one's a difficult one, I see. The rumors about you are bad enough as it is, Westerner. Why do you insist to add to them?
Zev eyed the man incredulously, smirking when he did.
Need I remind you that I won a war for you all? You're welcome, by the way. Now, with that said, I believe it is in our best interest if we go with my ideas from now on. For those of you who don't die, you'll be thanking me later.
The Elan looked around at the others wide-eyed.
It may be best if you only speak with Sir Drastan and Miss Elix from now on.
Zev couldn't help but laugh at that.
I'll have you know, Elan, I only drive people crazy when it suits my fancy. And likewise, I only cause international incidents when I intend to. Some might say the amount I've done so is alarming. But given the results, I'd say it's the pathway to a successful and fulfilling life. I might have someone write a book about me one day, of which I will greatly exaggerate my accomplishments.
Honestly finding it a bit funny, Elix smiled but shook her head.
I'm assuming you're going to keep the whole burning an entire district of Valinor out of it.
Of course not.
Zev quickly replied.
That's one of my greatest accomplishments.
Accomplishment now apparently being a very disputable term, Elix almost dropped her jaw at that statement. But she quickly remembered herself and brushed off the matter with a wave of her hand.
Wait. We're getting off topic here. We need those blades. Their effectiveness aside, they're too powerful a symbol to just disregard. In times like this, people need hope.
Zev clicked his teeth, finding the whole thing laughable.
Symbols and hope. Distractions from a bitter reality, I say. Before long, whether it be days or years, we'll all just be food for the worms in the end. And by then it'll be too late to reconsider if it all really mattered.
He said with a wry smile, happy with the following prospects.
So no, I'd think we'd be better without your silly symbols in a time when the world is at war. Dwarven siege engines and ballistas that can break through several lines of any army are all I'll need, thank you very much. The sooner we get there, the sooner we can convince the vertically challenged folk to our side and get this over with.
He was quite proud of himself when he gave his perspective on the situation, confident that it would at least resonate with the others. Against his better judgment, that dream seemed to have died rather swiftly when he got a good look around at the others. Zev wanted to gag.
Oh, for the love of all that is sensible and logical.
Zev began to say, rubbing his eyebrows in frustration, noticing all the Elans with them appeared to be on Drasdan and Elix's side.
You dwarf,
Zev added with an accusing finger.
No wonder why it took you so long to find those who suited your taste. I underestimated you and the little zealot. What did you do, really? Convert every last one of them before we set out on our journey?
Unable to help himself, Drasdan just laughed and laughed as Zev complained, only bothering to stop to answer the last question.
Aye, that'll be it, laddie. I went around spreading the word from all the lands from the west to the east, like Obi once did. Or, and ye may find this hard to believe, but they were already followers before I met them.
That comment got a curious look from Zev, who turned to face the others who for the most part silently confirmed the truth in the statement.
Well, that is, except for two of them here, which needed further convincing. Turns out, with everything that happened over the past few years, most folk have had a drastic change on their perspective of things.
Zev gave the others a good look, thinking on the matter silently.
Well now, this is surprising. Elaine's turning to the path of the light. Am I the only one who hasn't picked a side on this?
He considered, grinning, finding his resilience in the face of such obstacles a thing of pride. In any case, he was surrounded by others who disagreed with his approach. Shrugging, Zev answered the lot of them.
Well, it seems I've been outvoted. Let's go pay the city a visit. After all, we've courted death enough as it is already, and we're still standing. Suppose that's got to count for something.
The decision made unanimously now, Elix felt the need to interject.
Saying something like that, I sure hope you haven't jinxed us.
She noted with a smile before voicing her real concerns.
In any case, instead of angry religious locals, I'm more concerned about that group that came after you in Drasdan earlier, the followers of the Vaikanai. With what happened in the capital earlier, who's to say they wouldn't have made it this far?
Ha!
Zev exclaimed with a grin.
We should be so lucky. In one case, we wouldn't have to be worried about collateral damage. And the other, well, just leave that to me.
Ah, yes.
Drazden began to mock.
We'll leave it to ye because it certainly won't end up in a massive death count.
Zev shrugged.
You know what they say, dwarf. These things tend to happen in an age of dark magic, undead, and return of ancient enemies are about, you know.
Suffice it to say, no one has ever said that. Still, all things considering, it was as good an argument as any, and any further discussion was relatively uneventful in the greater scheme of things as they travelled onto the harbour town. If one were to ask Zev his honest opinion, with the grossly ill-advised detour set, after a day of walking, he'd most assuredly would respond with a sarcastic charm about how he so loves the burning sensation in his crippled leg, along with his adoration for needless perils. This part of the ElevenLabs had one thing markedly missing from all the others Zev had visited up to this point, and friendly locals certainly wasn't one of them, to be sure. There were no red sands, or quite frankly, any visible dirt. Natural greenery, mostly grass, covered these lands of Ela. But given everything else Zev had seen up until this point, it was a refreshing change of pace nonetheless. But that was neither here nor there as, with what Zev noted before, the locals seemed anything but pleasant. Children, women and farmers, among other of non-warring professions of the like, fled into the town at the sight of their small band. All, of course, despite the others' requests to the contrary, that they'd come meaning no harm. Though, admittedly, Zev couldn't blame them. 20 approaching soldiers of an empire your town had broken off fealty with did tend to provoke such responses. And likewise, the town's small army scrambling to assemble and race out from the city to meet them was also to be expected.
Well now,
Zev began to say with a smile.
I'd say things are going just about as well as we could have hoped.
Drazden grumbled at that.
Aye, laddie, any chance you can let us do the talking from here on?
Fair enough,
Zev conceded, shrugging before he looked to the approaching force.
By any chance, I don't suppose gloves are a standard issue in the Elan's uniform.
The Elan who had once spoken to him before replied.
It is. There's no way violence can be involved without difficulties, even if our enemies make themselves clearly known.
The man added, knowing exactly what Zev had implied by the question.
This situation will not be as convenient as you'd like.
There was truth to his statement, and Zev sighed loudly after hearing it. But contrary to his unamused state, his mind raced wildly at the possibilities.
100 men versus us. Bad odds. Without any tricks at play, I may have to abandon the others. But there is the matter of my crippled leg. I doubt I could outrun most of them. What a pain. Suppose I'm stuck here having to figure out how to fix this obnoxious little problem they've gotten us into. And not to mention, the dwarf may be our only chance at securing aid from his people. Ugh, how aggravating. Life is so much more simpler when you aren't surrounded by good-natured optimists. Now as for the matter of getting out of here alive. All right then.
Zev began to say and returned to the Elan soldier with their group.
If it comes to it, we'll just call that option the trap plan. So all you tag-alongs, do us the favor of paying attention.
Before anyone could rebuttal his remarks, the soldiers from the town stopped only 20 feet before the others, spreading out in an oval to give a scale of the disadvantage the others were in. A show of force to remind their uninvited guests how quickly things could go bad for them if their hosts had so chosen.
You're trespassing,
one of the oldest soldiers there declared as he pointed a sword toward their small band.
But you already know this. Tell us why we should let you live, and be quick about it.
Drazden stepped forward, unthreatening already as he was. Given the fact that he was ancient and needed a walking stick, he held up a hand and tried to calm the situation down.
We're not your enemies, human.
He made sure to indicate before explaining himself.
These are perilous times, and the threat Valinor poses should trouble us all. It will not, and has not, stopped at its borders. Those elves, as the others would call them, ruling Valinor are anything but benevolent. No land is safe as long as they are allowed to reign over that seat of power.
Partly, Zev was surprised at Drazden's misdirection with their purpose there, finding it amusing, but being ready to pull out his crossbow at a moment's notice. However, the Elan host who first spoke up was growing increasingly impatient.
What does that have to do with us?
The soldier demanded, and Drazden felt the need to repeat himself.
By the stone, human! We're not enemies! We've come in good faith to request your aid in the days to come. Ye think you can ignore it now, but for how long until this problem lies at your doorstep? We were on our way to the north to request the same of my kin.
The Elan soldier who spoke on behalf of the town looked at the others incredulously, laughing when he did.
And we're supposed to believe this?
He asked mockingly.
The Prophet and Emperor have been killed. Our empire's throne supplanted by a man of the order. Our brethren have betrayed all that we are. And now they openly work with dwarves and scum of the West?
The man suggested, gesturing to Drazdan, Elix, and Zev. Zev observed the situation closely.
Well, he's a rather impassioned one. Question is why he's making himself a target.
Still, Drazdan passionately spoke further.
Hear me out, human. If we do not unite as one, then we risk the lands being covered over in a second darkness.
The dwarf so boldly proclaimed, everyone there knowing what he referred to, legends of ancient times, only spoken of in events from the words of truth. The Elans from the town were immediately riled up at the suggestion, as Zev clicked his teeth in annoyance.
Stupid dwarf. Looks like I'll need to get involved now.
Here,
the older soldier from the town proclaimed.
He admits it himself. Even a dwarf has been taken in by the corruption of the West's lies. They mean to be rid of us, as they had done with our rulers.
The possibility of a fight looked almost unavoidable at this point, once the soldiers from the town roared out in defiance. Zev knew his time had come. Walking beside Drazdan, who desperately tried to settle the situation down, Zev patted his shoulder.
You played with high stakes, dwarf, and lost the bet.
He noted with a glance down to Drazdan before grinning.
Allow me to show you how it's really done.
He explained before walking to the Elans from the town. About prepared to engage in a fight, a one-armed cripple boldly walking towards them made most curious and downright perplexed, when Zev began laughing loudly. Then, as absurd as it was, he began clapping with his one hand, smacking his fingers against his palm. The commotion died down at the sheer absurdity and the scene of the grinning man.
Apologies.
Zev began with a grin.
Clapping is considerably not the same ever since I lost an arm.
Some found it amusing, others' curiosities were piqued, and those Zev left behind were terrified. Still, Zev didn't leave them waiting long.
Look, regardless of my present state, I'm quite good at what I do, eliminating villains and nuisances of the like. But I'll spare you the details. You see, Valinor's influence has already reached deep into Elan territories, turning your own people against you, if you will. And I appreciate this more than anyone else. They do tend to make themselves obvious. After all, like the dogs they are, instead of leashes, they prove their fealty to their new masters not with ropes tied around their necks, but with a mark on their forehead or right hand. A dark magic. Surprising none of you, I'm sure, as it's been rather typical in this day and age.
Zev gave a wide smile and withdrew a piece of parchment from his jacket. It was a drawing in ink resembling the mark on the assassin intent on killing Drazdan earlier. There was little to no reaction from the Elan soldiers in front of Zev, but he wasn't discouraged by it.
Now, before anyone here does anything they might regret, I would suggest you reveal the backside of your palms. We can take turns if you'd like. After all, we're still quite outnumbered, as I'm sure you've noticed.
As Zev hoped, one of the Elan soldiers yelled back to him defiantly.
Why should we entertain a request from an outsider who's sworn allegiance to our enemy?
Enemy?
Zev asked aghast.
I should think the prospect of another dark magic entering your town would give even Aelans pause. I'd wager we've all seen what one foul magic can do, but what is possible from the greater threat from the west? In fact, I think your animosity for such a simple request when faced against such a threat is more concerning to your fellow townsmen.
Zev noted with a curious look, stroking his chin. A few more of the Elan soldiers spoke up, vehemently wanting to end this debate and kill the intruders now. It was more fortuitous than Zev could have possibly hoped for. As tensions rose and the crossing of blades seemed all but inevitable, Zev threw his hand to his side like a showman, speaking louder than the others.
I hope you're all paying attention to the few who are opposed to such a simple request. I should think it best to keep note, yes? What's the harm anyway? If you're all unmarked, then you can just kill us, right? But if not, you might find yourselves killing some allies in a soon-to-be fight.
A man with a blade drawn started walking towards Zev.
Think quickly, they won't let you have all day.
Stop.
One of the soldiers behind the approaching Elan declared, before demonstrating to the others how simple a request it was.
If what he says is true, we can't afford to take any chances.
The man said, raising his gauntlet before beginning to strap it back on. Most seemed in agreement, but unsurprisingly he was ignored by the man who approached Zev. His flip was switched, and a rush of excitement came over Zev as the instigator swung his blade. Zev grinned and jumped back, the blade cutting only slightly into his leather armor before he rolled and drew his crossbow. In a second's time, only feet away, Zev had pointed the bolt directly at the man's face.
You made yourself so obvious.
Zev taunted with a fiendish grin before speaking further.
Thank you for falling into my trap.
Upon the word, Zev released the bolt that pierced several inches into the man's skull. The others behind him knew immediately to take action as the fighting commenced. Still, Zev roared out above the coming commotion.
Kill only the traitors. There's 6 of them. Lay down your arms after.
A melee broke out. Elan soldiers on both sides charged each other. The original 6 were joined by all the others. Blades crossed. Men were felled on both sides as the scene transformed into utter chaos. Zev himself hardly was able to pay attention to the others, as he fended off 2 soldiers by himself with only a knife. An aggravating situation to be sure. He dared not parry under such circumstances, choosing to dodge and slice into the arms and legs of anyone close enough by.
2!
Drazden yelled out from the back.
3!
Zev could hardly believe what he was hearing.
It would appear that being an ancient dwarf, and appearing to be little to no threat at all, had its perks after all. He's actually able to count them out in this situation.
He considered with a grin, tripping backward after dodging a swordsman's wide swing before him.
Blast it!
Zev cursed in his mind, gritting his teeth before he even hit the floor. He was an easy target, and he knew it, as a fatal blow was almost struck. An Elan on Zev's side interceded, parrying the attack. It was the Elan he had been talking to recently.
Well done, Elan soldier number 1.
Zev complimented as he jumped to his feet, the man growling in annoyance at the unrequested nickname.
We're not here to kill you,
the newly nicknamed Elan declared after smashing his crossguard into the enemy's face, which would have otherwise been an easy kill strike. That action gave 3 of those before them pause. It was a momentary relief that was immediately subsided. Zev saw another enemy come from the side and rammed his sword through the man's chest. Zev gritted his teeth as he aimed and threw his dagger, the pointed end sticking into the assailant's neck.
Could he have made himself more obvious?
He considered aloud with a fierce expression, looking at the others around him who now held their blades warily.
6,
Drazden proclaimed.
Where'd he learn to count?
Zev wanted to mutter aloud, but opted for the more practical reaction with his time, raising his hand defensively up high while dropping his blade as he yelled out.
That's it! That's it!
Zev proclaimed with a nervousness he couldn't hide this time, glancing towards his more reluctant companions.
Lay down your arms if you want to see the sunrise.
The depths of their situation were apparent to them, and they did as was requested. However, one of the Elan soldiers with him got stabbed after their arms were dropped. A petty vengeance, Zev had only hoped before their hosts accepted the new reality of the situation. Blades were drawn to nearly everyone's necks who was in their small band. Zev was no exception himself. There were mutters of frustration, anger, and plans to kill the intruders for their transgressions, none of which were exactly ideal outcomes for anyone there, which naturally included Zev himself, even if he looked like it hadn't. Still, he smiled at his captors.
Don't suppose...
Zev's words were cut short as a blade was brought to the skin of his neck, drawing blood.
Shut it,
the soldier warned with a glare. Zev shot a glance back and gave a wider, toothy grin before daring to pick up where he left off.
Don't suppose...
he said slower, almost tauntingly.
You fine gentlemen can check their hands like I suggested. You may be surprised.
Zev suggested with a glint in his eye, hoping desperately that he wouldn't be the one to be surprised instead. One of the younger soldiers from the town spoke up. Particularly, he was the one who killed the disarmed man in Zev's company.
Why should we humor these infidel scum? They killed our brethren. Let's just be done with it and leave their bodies here for the birds to make sport of.
That comment got Elix too riled up to remain speechless.
Please. We've been honest since the moment we got here. We came to help.
Of course you have.
The same younger Elan mocked, gesturing to the bodies of his comrades.
Say that to my dead brothers.
There were arguments back and forth, and Zev was particularly glad to hear some of their Elan hosts were disagreeing amongst themselves.
Enough!
The young hot-headed Elan proclaimed, stepping towards Drazden, who had been forced to his knees.
I'll show you how it's done.
He raised his sword high, almost ceremoniously slow at that. Fortunately, it gave Zev the opportunity to speak again.
Wait, just check. And if we're telling the truth, then you know we mean you no harm.
Zev urged his eyes on the younger Elan, even with the sword at his throat.
And if wrong, you can kill us and be done with it.
Drazdan grunted loudly and incredibly uncomfortably at that suggestion.
Whoa, laddie, don't be encouraging him.
Desperately holding back the urge to insult his companions for having ever suggested coming here in the first place, reminding them of whose fault it was anyway. Zev forced a smile to his captors to finish his thoughts.
Well, what do you fine gentlemen say? The proposition sound agreeable?
He requested, waiting with a desperate eagerness he did well to hide.
Hold!
Someone stated, and Zev could have sworn there was never a single word he'd ever heard before in his life that he had appreciated as much. It was one of the Elan captors who had spoken, who simultaneously outstretched a hand to his younger counterpart to lower his sword while he began inspecting the disarmed company. There were only 12 of them left. Zev found himself quite fortunate to be one of them, considering his missing arm and his accursed leg. And unfortunately, the one tag-along he liked in their small armed escort was still as dead as ever when Zev first saw him run through.
Oh well, easy come, easy go.
Zev thought as he looked at the deceased warrior, while the Elan soldier who spoke up was continuing his inspection. It was easy to read the man's intentions, as he appeared to thoroughly eye the newcomers to reveal any potential trap or ploy that might have been planned. After a short while, the Elan seemed content with his findings.
Check their gauntlets.
He instructed the other soldiers from the town, quickly filling in as their group's leader upon the other man's death.
If there's a conspiracy happening here, then it does us no service to blind ourselves to it.
The words gave profound hope to those there, and Zev looked back to Drazdan and Elix, eyeing them as to say they were lucky. And their fortune continuing, the first soldier's gauntlet was removed to reveal a black tar-like tattoo on the outside of the deceased's palm. Instantly, mutters of concern came from the Elan soldiers from the town before one of them picked up the drawing Zev had dropped in all the madness to compare. Zev knew it before they came to the agreement that it was. Systematically, all the other dead men from the town were checked. 2 of the 6 were not marked.
Apologies.
Zev felt the need to say at the discovery of that unsettling sight.
They were overeager. With over 8 of our men dead here, I think we can call this an honest mistake and let bygones be bygones. Wouldn't you say?
You,
the younger Elan said, seething as he approached with his blade drawn.
Do you think this is funny?
A sword at his neck once more, Zev eyed the Elan before replying, tears almost swelling on his face.
On the contrary, my fine man. Good men died today that shouldn't have. 2 on your end and 8 on my own. Kalek, Baltazem, Felik, Malrek, Tashem, Albazar, Falkarem and Olfalst. All good men, fathers, sons, who were loved by countless others. Just the other day, Kalek here told me his desire to reunite with a brother of his at your town. They didn't deserve this fate. None did.
He said passionately, almost forcing the younger Elan to shame who withdrew his blade in frustration. Of course it was all a lie, even the names, as Zev couldn't be bothered to learn a single one, but none of the others in Zev's company were about to volunteer that bit of information.
Still,
the young Elan pressed.
Why should we believe you in anything you have to say? You are an infidel surrounded by heretics.
Zev couldn't help but laugh at that, finding levity in the situation.
Heretics and infidels, he says. How peaceful life must be here to worry about such trifle things?
Zev suggested before his gaze became cold and fierce.
There is so much more to worry about. And the monsters will also come here in time. I promise you that.
He practically threatened with a grin.
Or...
Drazdan abruptly interrupted.
You can hear us out and we work together.
The young Elan spoke up again.
I still say we kill these traitors.
You'd regret it.
Zev reprimanded the man as if he were a child. The Elan could hardly contain his fury as he began stepping to approach Zev.
You!
He seethed, but was restrained by an outstretched arm of a much calmer man beside him.
What makes you say this?
The notably more controlled Elan asked of Zev.
Isn't it obvious?
Zev asked tauntingly.
The Elan Empire's envoys are sent to make an alliance with your town and they suddenly go missing. Wouldn't even take the brains of a half-wit like that overzealous companion of yours there to figure this one out.
The younger Elan cursed and tried to jerk himself forward, but was subsequently held back by 2 others. Still, Zev persisted with an uncanny confidence about him considering the situation.
Look, If you want the weight of the Elan army to be set on your pathetic little town, then go ahead. What's stopping you?
He suggested, unamused at their nerve for allowing the situation to even get this far.
Or, and this is likely a more preferable solution than the rest, you release us and allow us to finish our business as we have been instructed.
The calmer Elan considered the words thoughtfully, finding issue with what was said.
This claim contradicts what was said earlier. Weren't you heading to the Dwarven realm?
The implications of what was asked held a hefty problem about it. If, as was the truth, they were in fact only heading to the Dwarven realm on official business, then who would know they would come to an untimely end in this land? And considering how well the discussions have gone so far, Zev wouldn't be surprised if everything about this little encounter was forever hidden. However, Zev would never let himself be killed so easily.
You Elans are such simpletons.
He brazenly insulted the group as a whole, his performance masterful.
Do you honestly think that our visit here wouldn't have been planned? That we're raising a united army against Valinor without taking precautions? Although I may not look it anymore, I am of high rank, and my death would have a resounding similar effect upon your people if any further harm is to come to me. So I suggest you reconsider your approach with us, and soon before you find yourself regretting every choice you made today.
That irritated their hosts enough for them to let go of the younger Elan who stepped forward.
It'd be considerably better, I think, if I just kill you and have this discussion you mentioned with the others.
He threatened, pointing his blade at Zev again. Zev had the gall to laugh in his face, but quickly remembered who he was speaking to.
Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot I'm speaking to an idiot.
Zev mocked, tempting the man to act on his threat before he smiled.
There's plenty of witnesses here. If you desire death so much, why bother getting others involved when you can just as well fall upon your own sword? Because I promise you, killing me will have the same effect, just slightly delayed.
Irritated enough in Zev, the Elan tried his own hand at mockery.
And if I'm one of those who pledged his allegiance to Valinor?
That was something Zev could honestly smile at. No performance required.
Well, I'd say we routed those fools earlier. Ironic as it is, they had already made themselves painfully obvious at the risk of them being found out. No, my stupid little friend. There's a difference between them and a fool who still seeks the approval of his peers.
The stinging words even got laughter from the Elans from the town, and it appeared to be almost too much for the younger soldier to allow, as he drew his blade back, appearing to have the intention to strike. At that moment, Zev leapt forward and drew his clenched fist to the Elan's neck, a hidden blade cutting slightly into the skin. The others nearby panicked, drawing blades but refusing to act with one of their own as a hostage. Zev looked into the eyes of his captive.
Now, let's keep things civil, shall we?
He requested, and the Elan bitterly resisted the urge to respond before Zev felt content with how things turned out.
I'll take it that you agree,
he said with a smile, withdrawing the blade, twirling it around in his hand before it seemingly disappeared. It was a noteworthy performance that garnered some muttering from the others before Zev spoke up again.
I'd say we've wasted enough time as it is to justify skipping introductions. So how about we have that little talk we came all the way here for? I'll let the others worry about the dead.
There was plenty of arguing and discontent among the Elan hosts, who after around half an hour or so eventually decided to seemingly oblige Zev's requests. Still disarmed, excluding Zev, the soldiers began guiding their guests into their town, with the typical welcoming attitude one can expect from any of the eastern lands, with swords at their backs. Several of the Elan soldiers gathered the supplies and weapons left behind and walked along with the others.
Well now, aren't we all fortunate today?
Zev silently noted to Elix and Drazdan after they were manhandled into formation next to him. The words got Elix curious enough to ask about it.
You call this fortunate? Need I remind you how many people just died?
Zev shrugged, not caring to answer that before Elix continued.
Look, if this is us being lucky, then what did you take your chances for with all those crazy stunts you've pulled before?
Fair,
Zev admitted with a snicker, his expression turning grim.
Still, everybody's luck, if that's what you'd like to call it, has got to run out eventually. And the way things are going, ours has to be running thin.
Chapter 9. They See Within. In the Elven realm, Princess Almahil was inspecting her troops. The elves have never sported much fighters in their army, or in their population ever really. But glistening in beautifully crafted white and golden plate, the elves were a force to be reckoned with in any era. They were ready for a fight, as they had been for centuries now. though recent events in the greater scheme of things propelled it all to this moment. As unfamiliar as it was for them, they were restless, and Al-Mahil was no exception. She paced the front lines of her forces, inspecting the quality of her men with a unique magical piercing gaze. Though she did well to hide her apprehensions of what was to come, she knew this meager force of 3,000, no matter how formidable, was not enough to push back the coming darkness.
My princess.
A captain in charge of one of the regiments began to say, stepping forth to salute Al-Mahil and speak in a whisper.
We are too few. The Vaikanai have too many humans on their side with the corrupted power. But there is a way we can tip the balance,
he suggested, glancing an eye to the Olnawan and other refugees not too far off in and around the city. Al-Mahil looked at him with an understanding they both shared.
Why Ranfail, my loyal companion and friend?
She said pleasantly to dull the sting in her following words.
You know more than most why it is we cannot.
She said sympathetically, her gaze turning to the humans in their midst. She saw what most could not, even further than the eyes of a typical follower of the light could. Every human there had an unnatural darkened figure at their back, some fully formed, matching the visage of their host, grinning with wicked delight, their white eyes and mouth the only section of their form with another tone than pure black. Each living shadow shared a similar need to whisper into their human's ear, spewing poison and lies as was their nature. Although the shadows varied drastically from one human to the next, more formed than others, some only wisps of a black cloud yearning to be more. Still, Al-Mahil knew from experience that they were all threats. Every human harbored the greatest threat to the Ehya. Al-Mahil looked at them solemnly.
They carry with them the seed of the darkness. It will return. And like the rest, they will have played no small part in its return.
She explained with a disheartened expression.
My foresight is unneeded on many here. I know you too can see their wickedness. Most here will seek the first opportunity they can to betray us.
With a mutual understanding, Ranfail sighed at the words.
We may still need them,
he explained, the weight of his words not being lost on him. Al-Mahil's eyes narrowed as she further inspected the humans.
No,
she refuted, considering the situation for only a moment before elaborating.
Too many have already joined the enemy's ranks, even if they are unaware, but we will salvage what we can.
With an unusual boldness in her expression, Al-Mahil turned to him.
Out of the 40,000 here, arm only the worthiest. Amidst them, 1,000 can be trusted.
Ranfail held his face in an indiscreet anxiety.
1,000, you say? Ha!
He chuckled at the suggestion.
More for me, then.
Even in levity, his tone had said enough. It was far from sufficient. However, Al-Mahil wouldn't bother arguing the matter as a sudden warning crossed her mind. Wide-eyed, she spun and faced the northern cliffs, seeing through the miles of rock and dirt to the threat on the opposing side.
Do it now,
she instructed in dread.
For they are coming.
With matters wrapped up as quickly as they could in the last conquered town, he and his men's number overwhelming in this day and age on horseback, Cyrus led his army to the designated spot on the Great Plains. In these southern lands, they were only miles away from the cliff passage leading into the Elven realm below. But that was of a later concern, as Cyrus had to address the company he had rendezvoused with first. Vaikanai, nearly 200 strong, were before him. None seemed to have notably held higher rank than the others, but they parted as one of their kind began walking towards them. Cyrus. Likewise, inspired by their fear, Cyrus's men gave the Vaikanai a respectful distance in return. His face was slanted sideways, carefully inspecting Cyrus when he spoke with malice in his tone.
The one who sent you, he is not here?
Cyrus smiled.
The messenger? I don't know where he's gone.
Jerking his head left and right with a twisted grin, the Vaikanai eyed Cyrus with an elated expression.
So you killed him, did you?
He accused so confidently, not giving Cyrus the time to respond.
Oh, how you underestimate us, human. That you think we somehow wouldn't find out, that we wouldn't know. But we see everything. Your thoughts are not as secure as you'd hope. You struck him with the magic we bequeathed to you, and yet you dare to sick your filthy subordinates on my kind and kill him after he had bested you?
The Vaikanai asked in rage, his expression unnaturally fierce and monstrous at this point.
Do you think there would not be consequences?
The Vaikanai seethed. his voice reverberating in a ghastly display across the plains. Most of the men nearby whimpered in fear, cowering and shuddering at the display. Meanwhile, Cyrus was barely maintaining control over his horse as he looked back with a stunned expression.
He provoked me to it,
he said in his defense. It was a wholly inadequate answer, yet Cyrus had the impression that no matter what he said, it would be inexcusable to the Vaikanai there. The one who stepped forward rolled his tongue inside his mouth, resisting the urge to say his true thoughts before snickering in contempt.
It matters little. If he was bested by a human, what use was he really?
The Vaikanai mocked with a twisted grin before turning around.
Come, it's time you all had proved your usefulness. Or did you not know that the Light's chosen still live?
Cyrus dared not defy the order. After the Vaikanai had turned to begin their march, Cyrus waved for his army to do the same. Their destination was so obvious, it needn't be verified. They headed south to the Elven realm. Though the orders spoke otherwise, Cyrus would not allow this threat to continue. As he marched alongside his army to the south, he was set on a single task: to destroy every last elf, and with it any last chance of Valinor being opposed. Chapter 10. Outmaneuvered. Back in the harbour of Akhnuri, Zev leaned up against the wooden walls inside the newly promoted leader's compound. He was anything but what one might expect from an Elan leader. Short and unassuming in every right, which, in Zev's experience, meant one of two things. The man either paid other influential citizens or used some cloak and dagger methods to remove the playing field vying for this spot. Maybe both, he surmised. But whatever the case was, Zev couldn't bother to care. The discussions inside the compound were anything but entertaining, and Zev wouldn't waste any further time on this place.
They're talking themselves in circles. I'll leave this for the dwarfen girl to settle.
Zev thought to himself before turning to the doors, and shortly after two of the Elan guards stepped in his way. Zev looked at them and sighed loudly in their faces. Their leader breaking traditions and stereotypes was one thing, but as for the common soldier and guards here, well, it appeared to be something everyone would come to expect from their kind.
Oh please, what do you think I'm going to do, steal all your women and ale? 'Cause I assure you, your ale is fine.
Zev mocked with a mischievous pleasure. His attempt at levity was met with exactly the type of response he expected. Stoic stares, hints of anger, some guards tapping their weapons. Typical behavior that Zev had quite gotten used to at this point. He would consider going out and meeting new people. But these kinds of reactions are precisely what he's been getting over the past several years. Well, that. And of course his merry band of tagalongs going against the entire world. It was never a dull moment until now, it appeared. Pointing a finger at the men who stood in his way, Zev spoke with a grin.
You, my fine gentleman, need to develop some personalities. It's hard enough to tell you apart with those wiry beards as it is, but to just stand there with the perpetual expression that gives off the impression you want to kill someone certainly doesn't help.
One of the guards almost growled in response, baring his teeth before looking to their leader, whose name Zev still hadn't bothered to learn.
Permission to kill this one, my lord,
the Elan said, gesturing to Zev while looking at their leader. The Elan leader's conversation paused with Drazdan, Elix and the others as he looked back with a puzzled expression.
We do not kill our guests in my house. Whatever he says to you, endure it,
he explained, muttering in frustration at the ridiculous request from his subordinate. With a proud grin, Zev looked back.
I quite like that plan. A good man, that one,
Zev said, pointing back to their leader with his thumb as he began walking to the door again.
You should listen to him more often.
Unimpeded, aside from a few death-chilling glares, Zev walked outside and stretched. He smelt the salty air of the coastal city. Weighing it in his mind, Zev had mixed feelings about how it was. The refreshing smell that came from the endless sea also brought back memories of the Valinorian capital, and Zev's abject failure that occurred there. The emperor he sought to kill was only a puppet of greater villains, and his actions had done nothing to stop them. Worse yet, his brother died as a result of it. Zev clicked his teeth in annoyance at the recollection.
Next time it's your turn,
he muttered to himself, catching a few of the townsmen looking at him from down the road. They stayed, whispering to themselves, surprised that the guards hadn't restrained a man like Zev. Or something like that. He couldn't quite make it out. In any case, Zev waved back with an exaggerated friendliness about him.
Yes, I am in fact not from around here. How could you all tell? It was my arm, wasn't it? Left it back in the capital, I'm afraid. We'll be sure to bring it with me next time.
Though he smiled the entire time, the mockery was not lost on those he spoke to. Sharing some last few words of discontent at his presence, the Eleans dispersed, going their separate ways. Zev shrugged.
Just as well. I wasn't here to make friends anyway.
He considered before stepping out to an open section of the city, a narrow gap allowing for their destination to now be in his sight. An ancient Elan lighthouse, or what was left of it, was made out of stone and almost nothing but rubble at this point, on an island just north of the harbour of the Akhnuri.
Well now, let's see if this little detour was worth the effort.
It took several hours, but the others had finally caught up to where Zev was. Having jumped from rock to rock from the nearly completely destroyed bridge leading to the island, at one point he was embarrassingly close to falling to his demise, all, of course, his newfound crippled legs doing. Though he did well to hide it from the others before turning his head back to the spectacle of the scenery before him. Zev had plopped down beside an ancient acorn tree at the tower's base. How it got there was anyone's guess, but Zev hardly cared outside of its convenient resting spot. Around here were the ruins of what this place once was. Its existence offered evidence to the stories Drazdan had given him. Admittedly, that made Zev uncomfortable. Not all were willing to begin jumping and climbing across the dilapidated bridge when they came to it. Drazdan, being one of the majority, felt perfectly fine waiting where he was with a forced dwarvish stoicism about him. And unsurprisingly, Elix was the first to start making her way across. Though Zev wouldn't have guessed at how much she would have beamed with excitement at the prospect of being here in the ruins of all places. Too preoccupied with her destination, she paid the treacherous drop into the rushing sea waters below with little to no respect. Just seeing her do it with such reckless abandon even made Zev uneasy.
You know,
she began saying to Zev with a grin after making it past the last jump.
Tal Chanet was furious when he found out you left Akhnuri without his permission.
That comment genuinely confused Zev.
Who?
Their leader.
Elix explained, amazed that she even needed to.
Oh, right,
Zev said with a grin, withholding a laugh.
Man was too boring and clearly lacked ambition, so I had tuned him out.
Elix held her palm over her face, muttering something Zev wasn't supposed to hear.
Honestly, I don't know how it's possible someone like you exists.
I'll take that as a compliment, thank you,
he said with a wide smile at that remark, because after all, most other people were boring. She shook her head, genuinely finding Zev's comment amusing. And, Zev could tell, Elix knew she should have known to expect such a response by now. Whatever the case, by Elix's expression it appeared she wanted to get the conversation back to business.
I'm just going to assume you're not going to ask what we discussed with Tal Chanet.
He shrugged at that, all but admitting Elix was right in the simple gesture before she continued.
First off, he promised he'd bury the others who died in the skirmish as an apology for the misunderstanding, and that he'd let us travel through his city unopposed. Though I think it's safe to say he's not much of a fan of us. But fortunately for us, considering his own men's reports of the Vaikanai's influence among his own soldiers, he's taking the matter we brought before them very seriously. I shudder to think of it, but I think in no small part we have Reskal to thank for their fear of dark magic. Ha ha ha.
She gave an uncomfortable chuckle at that insight before continuing.
In any case, he's ordered the entire city be investigated for evidence of, and I quote, any questionable loyalty among the populace. Odd way to put it if you ask me, but his men right now are doing just that. I suspect the harbor of Akhnuri is going to become a small battleground before the sun sets.
The rest of the men who dared traverse the broken remnants of the stone bridge had made it over, one of which held Drazdan's shovel. But the way Zev saw it, he wasn't done with his conversation just yet.
Oh, really? It appears Chaos continues to be our loyal companion on our journey. Unfortunate for anyone who gets too close.
He noted, not finding it in him to smile when he turned to Akhnuri before the fighting had started.
And what? They're going to go back to normal after all this?
Breathing in heavily, Elix turned to the city with a somber expression.
He didn't say...
She admitted with a pained expression that clung to hope.
Though, I don't think it'll be the end that we hear of them. They'll come to our aid. It'll just take time for them to come around to what's happening.
Elix explained, turning to Zev with an almost unnoticeable smile.
Is that supposed to imply something?
He smiled back, resisting the urge to laugh when he stood.
Well, that's enough of that,
Zev said, wiping off the dirt from his clothes.
Now then, where is this magical sword you all were talking about?
Without speaking, Elix began to grin, as if there was something amazingly funny that he was missing out on. It irked him much more than he would have expected after all. That was clearly his job.
Come on, out with it.
He urged, finding her ill-begotten smile annoying now. Elix smiled all the wider, laughing playfully, proud to reveal the information as she did with a pointed finger.
You're standing on it,
She explained with as wide a grin as Zev had ever seen her with. Partly unbelieving, he looked to his feet.
Sunder it all.
Zev cursed in his mind, feeling like an idiot for missing it. He was standing upon a small mound at the foot of the acorn tree. Could have been more obvious, but there would have been no chance the swords would have been buried with decorum by the Alayans. He should have expected something like this. Sighing, Zev stepped out of the way and gestured grandiosely for Elix and the other Elan with a shovel to do their work.
Ah, what a gentleman.
Elix said with a smile, obliging Zev's gesture to move on. Now that honestly annoyed him. Taking her shovel without asking, ignoring her sudden protests at the action, Zev began to dig in her place. The Elan holding the shovel, after a momentary awkwardness, shortly after began to help. The process took longer than Zev had bargained for, having to fight off tree roots and rocks before his shovel hit something hard that reverberated back up his arm. He gritted his teeth from the unpleasant sensation that offered at least a bit of promise that it was the prize they sought, or just a particularly hard stone. He struck down again more carefully, a metallic cling ringing from inside. It was not the sound Zev would have expected from a buried and likely corroded piece of junk.
Well, that's interesting.
Oi!
Dresden said from across the gap over the waters.
Why'd you stop? You find it?
Maybe.
Elix excitedly yelled back as she practically jumped to Zev's side, grabbing the shovel he held.
I want to finish, if you don't mind.
He grinned at that.
Suit yourself,
Zev said while releasing the shovel and plopping down onto one of the tree's overgrown roots nearby. He looked on and saw the enthusiasm in Elix's eyes, the overflowing excitement radiating off her face. It was as if she had been waiting for this moment her entire life. It surprised Zev, though it did make sense given her profession before. Well, everything that could go wrong effectively did. And digging a bit deeper into the difficult soil, Elix's joy was starting to spread to the others by now, to the point the other Elan with a shovel let her have the honor of digging the last few inches. Then Zev saw it, a black shine through the dirt. Elix practically yelled in excitement as she grabbed a hold of the blade and pulled it out, revealing yet another elongated black material underneath. Zev was in shock.
You've got to be kidding me.
He muttered in near disbelief as he beheld the sword in Elix's hands that she raised high to display to the others who were yelling in excitement. The black sword was pristine, undamaged and unfazed by time throughout the 3,000 years since it was last used. An impossible artifact, proclaiming truth to the legend of its quality, was before Zev. The material may not have been from out of Ehya, but the claims of what the weapon could do, and its ability to persevere over such a long stretch in time, was something beyond just the description of legendary. Though odd enough, Zev found a notable missing item from the weapon. The signature black ribbons and fabric over the hilt associated with the sword had decayed to the point of being gone entirely. In a sense, it proved something to him, that this weapon, no matter how great, was not some magical relic, but that it had been made with materials and craftsmanship from the long-lost Tauride clan, which made it the legend it is today. Zev couldn't help but laugh in amazement while the others celebrated.
Unreal. Not only do they exist, but the metal looks to have never been used a day in its life. Just needs a bit of cleaning and prettying up is all.
He considered in awe at the weapons. He knew that without even needing to test them, it was all too clear that the black fangs of Ishida would change the world once again. In the Elven realm, the coming battle was upon them. The Elven forces began mobilizing, the Janyu mounted troops racing past Almahil as she issued demands of the others.
Get them out of here.
She instructed one of her subordinates.
If their provisions burden the humans' ability to keep pace, destroy what they carry. Or else they may not live long enough to see the sunset. Take them to the narrow path.
Knowing full well what she alluded to, her subordinate nodded and turned to carry out the instructions. The people panicked in fear that rose like a spreading wildfire. The growing sensation of dread only continued with the armies marching by, heading to the nearest pass along the cliffs to the Great Plains.
Princess!
Wyron Fail yelled out from his Jianyu, rushing back from the north in full gallop, stopping before her.
We are vastly outnumbered. We cannot hope to stop the Valinorians' advance. They also bring with them some of the fallen, though I could only count nearly 200 before I was forced to flee to report this to you. Though this, I must say, I do not wish to ever turn my back from the enemy again.
Even with everything that was happening around her, Almahil found it in herself to smile at that.
Don't worry, my friend. We will stand against this darkness together. I promise you this much. Although you should remember that this war was never ours to win in the first place.
Wyron Fail saluted on consideration of the words, his face turning grim.
You speak truth, Your Highness. But before the end, I will do my part and relieve as many of the servants of the darkness of their heads as possible.
Though appreciating his resolve, she sighed at that remark.
I'm afraid that will have to wait, my friend. I have another task for you, one in which I would not dare trust to another.
Closing his eyes for only a second to consider the implications of the request, Wyron Fail turned to the humans and found his answer.
Say no more, Princess. On my life, I will see it done.
He said with conviction, raising his arm to his comrades before they went out into battle.
Stand strong, my brethren, and push back the darkness.
The others cheered in unison at his words, their hearts inspired before the coming battle. With one last grin and a nod to Almahil, Wyron Fail turned his Jianyu and galloped to the front of the human caravan's line. He alone would escort the humans in their retreat, and so with a domineering presence, he took command over the 40,000, guiding them to the secret route to freedom, avoiding the perilous forest of 1,000,000 eyes and the only road known to the world heading above the cliffs. Leading the masses, Wyron Fail stopped his Jianyu to turn back to the others.
This is it,
he said loudly to those near the front, gesturing to the open cliff face.
There is no other path outside the Elven realm, other than by sea and that accursed forest east of here.
The people were dumbfounded, one speaking the concerns of all the others.
What are you saying? Are you expecting us to scale the cliffs?
A woman asked, appalled by the unspoken suggestion. Wyron Fail had expected as much, chuckling light-heartedly to himself before leaping from his Jianyu to face the cliff.
If that is your prerogative, human, then you're free to do so. No one's forcing you into anything. But as for the rest of us...
He began saying with some levity, grabbing his Jianyu's reins and appearing to walk through the cliff's stone face.
Albeit difficult in its own right, the rest of us will be taking this narrow path.
Only a few could see it from where they were, a specific angle at the unsuspecting trick of the eye. The rocks, lighting and cliff, hid within it a path carved into the rock, which slowly led up the mountain. The stone inside was slightly brighter than those further out, perfectly mimicking the shades of shadow cast by the sun's light. Anyone would miss it if they were not looking for it, and still, most would not find it if not looking at it at the precise spot. From the outside, Wyron Fail and his Jianyu appeared to be one with the stone. He spoke loud enough that anyone nearby could hear him.
The path is narrow, and it's precariously easy to lose your footing and your hopes for a future. Spread word down the line to do as I do, and lean upon the rock as you tread this way.
He instructed, turning to his Jianyu to steady the creature.
Trust me, old friend, and follow. Your eyes will deceive you here,
he said, patting the Jianyu's face. The animal did as was requested, closing its eyes and following its master's guiding hand. Then Wyron Fail began his walk up the path, the ground beneath appearing like another illusion, seeming to give footing where there was none, and open air where solid rock stood. Still, following his own advice, Wyron Fail stayed close to the wall in his ascent. The people below mimicked his actions. Just west of the human refugees and Wyron Fail, the last of Almahil's army of 3,000 elves ascended to the top of the cliffs. They began falling into formation, prepared for the coming fight of the enemy that was already before them. Cyrus Valorum and a significant portion of the Valinorian army were at his back. Almahil could see it clearly from a distance, every last soul across the soon-to-be battlefield. As with Zev and many of the refugees beforehand, they were all vessels of the darkness, an impending sign of its return. Though the coming fight before her promised great perils, a notable lack of a Vaikanai brought her dread. She spun to face the east, seeing a humanly impossible distance away.
They knew.
Almahil muttered in despair, her fears becoming realized.
Do not falter. You, above all else, cannot be allowed to fall.
Already the Valinorian cavalry broke off from the main force and began sweeping to the east, attempting to block any chance at reinforcing the refugees. Chapter 11. The Lion's Rampage. The battle over the Great Plains was very near. The entire Valinorian army was marked, proving their loyalty to their new rulers. Sitting upon his horse, Cyrus inspected the small elven army before him.
They want me to stall them?
He asked no one, gritting his teeth at the insult.
Once again, I've been underestimated. Did they forget what power we now wield? I will destroy the last remnants of all the remaining disloyal elves here.
With his mind made up, Cyrus turned to the others near him.
Send the order! Order the attack! They all die today!
The man did as was instructed, yelling for another to wave a flag with the symbol of the mark upon it. Instantly, the Valinorian horsemen charged with the remaining army, beginning their march across the grassy plains. Almahil saw it all, and it strangely had brought her some relief. She began walking to the eastern side where the charging horsemen were.
Their mounted forces will arrive here before the others. You all know what to do.
She proclaimed before turning to one of her officers.
When you have a chance, break through with your men. There may yet be an opportunity for you to aid them.
The only response was a resolute nod in affirmation. Words needn't be spoken in times like this. All that was required was action. And with the horsemen charging in formation, that time came all too soon.
Now!
Almahil yelled out, her soldiers acting immediately. Outstretching their hands towards the charging animals, a blinding light burst forth from the elves in a flash of glorious light. The effects on the Valinorian riders were to be expected, a blinding light that dulled their senses completely. But as for the horses they rode, the animals had altogether reconsidered their actions and realigned who they now served. Most of the animals stopped as abruptly as possible, some toppling over while Valinorian horsemen were thrown far from their steeds, with elven soldiers quickly exploiting the state of their compromised adversaries, rushing in to finish off the front lines. The attack quickly dissipated as the elves charged in to finish off any stragglers. From where he was, Cyrus looked on in shock and disbelief at what was unfolding before his own horse began giving him much of the same trouble now. At the first sign it showed of intending to buck him off, Cyrus called upon the ground to rise up. Rods of dirt and rock pierced upward from the plains, skewering Cyrus's own steed. With the horse's dead body held up by dirt spikes through it, he dismounted and beheld an even more irritating sight.
This can't be happening,
Cyrus uttered, seeing as nearly 100 of the elves were using his own soldiers' horses to flee to the east. He yelled out in rage,
"Kill them all! Scorch the earth where they stand! Charge!"
He roared, racing across the grassy plains alongside his army. Even after the horsemen's failure, their army's overwhelming numbers inspired a renewed confidence in his men as they neared the point of no return. Traversing the Great Plains while staying as close to the south as possible, only hundreds of feet away from the cliffs to the southern precipice, the escaping refugees walked in a long stretching line. In the company of the immense human caravan following Wyron Fail's lead were the orphans Zev and the others had met in Merchant's Pass. Faisha, being the oldest, saw to taking care of his brother-like friend Piotr, as well as the young and naive Nairi, a young girl still blissfully unaware of how to traverse the world in such times. That ignorance, however, was hardly worse than the normal soul in this perilous age. Faisha had a good idea that no one knew exactly what to do, besides acting on instinct and following in the wisdom of the elves. But now, following a single soul among them while the others held the Valinorian army at bay, Faisha was even beginning to question that decision. Nairi turned to the others, an evident concern on her face.
They're going to make it, aren't they?
Faisha winced at that. Telling her the truth he suspected wouldn't ease any burdens, and certainly wouldn't be of help now. All the grown-ups there already appeared to have this inclination as well. The elves, no matter how powerful, were hopelessly outnumbered. He just needed a second or two to make up a white lie for her sake.
They're elves,
Pyotr responded, confused as to why the need for the question was even required in the first place.
Of course they'll be all right. They're immortal after all. In fact, from what I hear, they've been around since Aya's first sunrise. I doubt anything the others can come up with will rid us of them anytime soon.
Albeit doubtful of such grand optimism himself, Fischer appreciated the assistance. Though understandably, Nairi didn't look quite convinced yet. Before she even spoke, Fischer was surprised at how much she was growing up recently from her surroundings.
Then why didn't they stay?
Nairi asked, her question seeming to baffle Pyotr to a mumble before she finished.
And why would they send us away if they would win?
Once again, Pyotr seemed caught off guard by the line of questioning, hopelessly making excuses that were unconvincing at best. Fischer regretted being unable to offer any reassurance now. Nairi was so young, far too young he thought to be growing up so fast. This cruel world changed everything for them. They lost everything except some vague sense of a family they found in each other. But at least it was something to hold on to, Fischer thought as he looked at them. Their futures were something worth fighting for. And looking out to the other refugees from all over the Great Plains, he thought their situations couldn't have been all too different. People looking to get by in such dark times, all while clinging onto something, anything to hold on to. With that thought on his mind, while the other two were still discussing the other matter, Fischer wrapped his arms around both Nairi and Pyotr.
What's this all about?
Pyotr asked, annoyed at the sudden interruption to their conversation.
It's going to be all right,
Fischer said, as if completely unaware of the question Pyotr posed.
What?
Pyotr asked, more confused than before.
It's going to be all right, you two. We'll make it through this just like we've done before.
That solemn thought of recollecting their past seemed to silence the younger ones as Fischer spoke further.
You just have to hold on and don't forget who you are. It's all we have left besides each other.
As if I need the reminder.
Pyotr replied while grinning.
And no hugging,
he added, making sure to remove Fischer's arm from his shoulder to drive his point home. Fischer couldn't help but chuckle at Pyotr's forced abstinence, but his laugh was interrupted by sudden and odd behavior from Nairi, who clenched down on his arm as he wrapped around her. Though unintended, he could feel her anxiety rising from her tightening grip. He looked down at her and saw her eyes fixed ahead.
Something's wrong,
Nairi said in dread as she looked at the single elf who led them.
He's acting weird.
Fischer's gaze turned to Fail, who was restlessly looking out to the open grassy plains. There was an obvious tenseness to his curious search before his eyes were set on a particular area in the vastness of the Great Plains. His actions made no sense to Fischer, but he knew enough about elves to be worried.
Both of you,
Fischer began to say in a nervous seriousness.
Stay next to me no matter what.
Fail could sense it. He could feel it. A tangible distaste that came in with the sudden chill in the breeze. The humans were not as alone as they might have suspected. Fail turned to the rest of the company, unsatisfied with the prospects of what the 1,000 armed humans could do now. The choice seemed obvious to him. With a smile on his face, he looked down from his Janio to the humans walking by.
You.
Yes?
The befuddled woman asked in return, though the elf seemed to speak to a large portion of the others there. Fail continued.
I have an important task for you all. I want you to spread the word going down the line for everyone to follow my friend here.
He instructed, affectionately patting his Janio to make his point clear. Another one of the humans there seemed dumbfounded by the request.
You want us to follow an animal?
He asked, insulted by the implications of such a suggestion. Paying their offensive little mind, Fail smiled in return before leaping from his Janio, and at its side, he patted his faithful steed.
Lead them well, old friend,
he whispered, the animal appearing to understand enough to the point of responding by employing a strange sound. Fail smiled solemnly at that, appreciating his Janio's assistance before turning to the humans again.
This is no place to argue,
he instructed with a weary expression.
We're already out of time.
Upon those words, his Janio began racing forward to the front of the caravan. However, many of the humans who were given instructions were reluctant to carry it out, but it mattered little. Fail knew he only needed a handful to spread the message. The rest, however, was up to him. Turning from the cliffs to face the openness of the Great Plains, Fail began taking steps out upon the grass. Many curious eyes were on him when he did, outstretching his arms as if beckoning a response from the air before him.
Ever since the fall, your kind has hidden away, afraid of what judgment will befall you when your actions are out in the sunlight.
He began saying, positioning himself to throw something immense, though he carried nothing in his arms. Taking a large step forward, ElevenLabs amassed an immense throw, and instantly a spear of light formed into his throwing arm. Releasing it from his hand, it flew over the grass at a nearly unseeable speed, hitting an invisible object with a thunk and yell. Before them lay a Vikanai, clothed in black, now lying dead upon the open grassland. Shrieks and panicked murmurs emerged from the human caravan before the elf spoke further. The spear of light that pierced the villain disappeared shortly after, while the elf yelled into the grasslands.
Come out from the shadows, you cowards. I'll drag you all out one by one if I have to.
ElevenLabs threatened.
Such confidence in the face of certain defeat.
A voice from the grasslands spoke before the culprit revealed himself, appearing from a black magic into the openness of the Great Plains, before speaking further.
You know all too well that to stand against us is folly.
The Vikanai taunted with a twisted grin, the others similarly revealing themselves. 200 Vikanai strong against a mostly unarmed and cowering human caravan, and a single elf. Outright panic set in from the humans at ElevenLabs' back, and some semblance of order was reinstated at the 1,000 of their armed men, reluctantly stepping forward. However, their lack of resolve inspired little confidence, though this mattered little to the elf. His confidence was unwavering, and his assurance in his following words all but proved it.
Folly, you say?
ElevenLabs asked the Vikanai back with a taunting smile.
You know as well as I, my story does not end here. They were written. Your master will fall at my hands.
Knowing what the elf spoke of, the Vikanai hissed and cursed at the proclamation as they brought out their weapons in preparation to end the impertinent elf once and for all. Though ElevenLabs had no reservations in his fate for even a moment, with a brazen boldness about him, he roared out across the plains.
I am a servant of the light, and today I'll fulfill my task to press back the darkness.
Upon those words, a sword and shield of light accompanied by white and gold armor formed around ElevenLabs before he proclaimed further.
Today you will face your judgment.
With no fear or hesitation, ElevenLabs leapt forward towards the Vikanai as they scrambled to defense. The battle that ensued was beyond what normal men could hope to intervene with. With every enemy slain, ElevenLabs' items freely shifted into spears, maces, halberds, scythes, and even shields, merely upon his will mid-swing. There was no defense ElevenLabs could not overcome, and no projectile he couldn't evade. Slowly but surely, he was decimating the Vikanai's ranks. Faicha saw it all, and marveled at what was unfolding. Though no one said it, he knew something was off about the fight ElevenLabs had engaged in. Oddly enough, the Vikanai never once used their powers upon the elf, but instead chose to use their magic to obscure the world around them. Kicking up dust, flinging rocks towards the elf, and other such similar tricks. Even with the ensuing chaos around him, Faicha couldn't help but comment on it.
They're holding back their powers. Why, when their comrades are dying?
No one bothered to comment on his insight, but it appeared to have been proven immediately incorrect by the Vikanai's next actions. A few of them called to change their attention towards the humans. Their actions convinced the refugees to run for their lives in a frenzied chaos, and forgetting himself, Faicha looked back and saw one of the Vikanai's first actions against the humans' armed defense. With an outstretched arm, the Vikanai used an unseen power to pull a fleeing human 30 feet from the crowd straight into the air before crashing into the back of one of the soldiers. With the man reeling from the unexpected attack, the Vikanai lunged forward and dug his sword into his belly and through the other person, killing both with a single strike.
Come on!
Piotir yelled at Faicha, pulling at his arm and snapping him out of his trance. Faicha spun around and looked at the other two. Nairi and Piotir were terrified, not unexpected as he was too, and more importantly, they looked to be waiting for his guidance. Gritting his teeth, Faicha pointed ahead of the caravan.
Go! No matter what happens, follow the Janyu.
He yelled out over the screams and panic-filled chorus around him. They nodded and did as he suggested, Faicha staying at their backs the entire time and pressing them forward with guiding hands amidst a stampede of those escaping the fight. Besides the 1,000 who stayed behind to fight, all the humans began running for their lives. Amid the chaos, it became increasingly difficult to find the Jianyu.
No. No!
Faisha at first muttered silently before revealing his inner panic with a yell.
What's wrong?
Nairi asked, her expression racked with worry. Faisha looked back to her and Pyotir, a concern evident on his face.
Nothing. I'm just wishing we would have gone with the others to Elaya when we had the chance earlier.
He said, partly admitting his regrets, but for the most part having lied for their sakes. He knew something they hadn't yet. In their peril, he had lost track of the Jianyu. But mentioning it now wouldn't serve any purpose other than to trouble the others' already panicked hearts. In fact, he considered, wouldn't it be so much simpler to follow the larger crowd that never even attempted to follow the creature? That way, even if they were to come across any problems, Faisha and the others could probably go unnoticed and slip away as they had done many times before in Merchant's Pass. He grinned at the prospect, finding that idea that swept into his mind all too compelling. Yet, there was another thing on Faisha's thoughts as they fled the battle, running alongside the larger group of refugees making their escape. He couldn't help but get the notion that the Vaikanai actively avoided using amazing powers on certain individuals, choosing to use them in strange and inefficient means to achieve the same ends instead. Faisha saw it on wire and fail to the soldiers that stayed behind to hold the Vaikanai back, but he couldn't understand why.
Their magic didn't work on them.
Faisha said suddenly at their backs while they were running. Nairi struggled to reply.
What do you mean? I saw it. I saw what they did.
Faisha responded firmly.
No, they didn't. We were upset earlier when they didn't allow us to have weapons. I think I know why.
That curious observation got Faisha to think of the implications.
They're different somehow. If we get out of this mess, we have to find out why.
Under normal circumstances, Pyotir would have laughed it off, but right now he was too exhausted and sullen for that.
I hope you're right about that,
he said with little optimism. Speculation meant nothing to the others right now, at least not while in the face of such peril. And odd though it was, he could distinctly see a silhouette of a man clad in black between the occasional glimpses through the fleeing folk in front of him. Though exhausted from their run as he was, Faisha paid the single figure of little mind. At this point, he was finding it even difficult to think before he saw something out of a nightmare appear. The first hint of it was screams from the others near the front. Multiple death-chilling screams and bodies flung into the air. Then came a sound that shook the very ground at the terrifying noise of a lion's roar. Chapter 12. Some things never change. After only days of travel further in their journey into the northern heights, Zev had just about enough of the place already, his newfound crippled leg making the journey painfully difficult aside. Zev and the others found the blistering cold in these insufferable lands far more intolerable than any pain their joints or muscles had. Naturally, Zev thought, the single dwarf in their company was more acclimated to the weather, wearing another set of fur under his clothes and all, though typically folk didn't talk about such things.
Stop looking so comfortable,
Zev said, rubbing at his red nose with eyes fixed on Drazden while they trudged through the mountain snow.
At least pretend to be having a bad time, will you?
However, the comment seemed quite unfair, especially given how much the dwarf struggled to keep up. Not too unexpected, Zev considered, given he had been around long enough to see half the kingdom's births in his lifetime. Still, that was a matter of fitness and age. He obviously had quite enjoyed the blistering cold that gave Zev the impression his fingers and toes might fall off if he ever stopped paying attention. And as unreasonable as the request seemed, the opinion didn't seem altogether too different from what the others may have been thinking. Wrapping their arms around themselves, exhausted and unable to rest, they were a picturesque display of being miserable. Whatever the case, Drazden grinned back smugly.
Aye, no need to be jealous, laddie. But if you want, I can lie down and pretend to be dead as the stone if that means you'd be willing to give me another lift.
Zev laughed at that, his eyes now focused to their front again.
Never again, dwarf. But don't be alarmed. I'll be sure to host a funeral for you when we get there. And I may, only may, say something nice. No promises.
Elix grunted aloud, only her icy glazed eyelashes and eyes peering through the multitudes of fabric over her.
Sorry to cut the conversation short, but any more of this and I'm afraid we're going to die out here. And I don't know how much more I can take. How much further?
All eyes were now on the trailing dwarf, Zev's, Elix's, and the 12 Elan soldiers with them. For whatever reason, Drazden didn't seem to appreciate the attention.
It's been a while, okay? Besides, last I traveled these parts, it was on a nice, comfy Olgesh.
An Olgesh?
Elix asked back, sharing a similar puzzlement as the rest of the company. Drazden sighed.
Big, furry animal that I can't even begin to describe how it looks, so don't ask. We use the stupid animals like pack mules and horses. Don't do well in anything above freezing, which probably explains why ye humans haven't seen them before.
Ah, very interesting.
Zev mocked from the front.
This is why I travel to these forsaken lands, to discover the sights, meet fantastical creatures, and nearly die while a dwarf rants of the past.
He grumbled, sneezing as if to add to his point.
Point taken, laddie.
Drazden surprisingly agreed, though his eyes were on the others.
Look, a trip like this only would have taken the stupid animal a day at most. And looking at that map we had earlier, I reckon we still have another day or so.
Unanimously, the group's hopes were utterly smashed. No one bothered speaking as Zev came to the top of the summit, chuckling in annoyance at what he saw. One of the Elans behind him murmured aloud in frustration.
Finally, Hap, the silly gnat has lost it.
Zev didn't take offense, grinning as he looked back down to the others.
Well now, I'd say that's still up for debate, my fine man,
Zev said, suggesting the others come beside him with a beckoning hand. They did, some gasping in relief when they came beside him, and Elix being much more animated about it all.
Oh, thank the light.
She exclaimed in excitement, exhaustion, and frustration leaking through her words like an open hole in a bucket of water.
What is it?
Drazden yelled out, trying to pick up his pace to catch up with the others. Zev laughed when he looked back at him.
Better hurry up, old-timer, or you might miss it.
He teased with a grin.
One day, lad, you might learn to respect your elders,
Drazden said as he closed the distance, falling silent when he looked out and saw the same sight that had the others chattering in exhilaration. Before them, upon the face of one of the northern heights' greatest mountains, lay the home of the dwarves, the landscape all covered with snow, and its only discerning feature was an elevated road leading to massive dwarven stone slab doors of the mountain, which led to the city of the dwarves within. A magnificent sight to take in, but slowly dying, and being who he was, Zev wasn't here to appreciate the sights.
Another day or so,
Zev mimicked, laughing.
Now don't go senile by the time we arrive, dwarf. We still have plenty of business to take care of,
he said, while beginning the descent down the other side of the mountain. Honestly embarrassed, Drazden just grumbled in the back.
I like to see ye remember the details of a trip you last took over 200 years ago,
he muttered. That got a good chuckle out of the others nearby as they followed Zev's lead. One of the Elans decided to speak up.
I'm just glad I won't have to carry these swords around for much longer.
Elix turned to the man.
That'd be the least of our problems if the dwarfs don't help us.
They will,
Zev reassured with a yell from the front with an unusual confidence on the subject. Elix paused for a second in genuine surprise.
Oh, look at you, Zev the optimist. I never thought I'd see the day.
Ha!
Zev scoffed at that, waving a flippant hand.
Calculated assessment, my good woman. After all, there's more to the situation than meets the eye,
he said mysteriously before offering his next point.
At least I have more faith in the dwarves than that overly large pair of butter knives we're bringing.
You know what they say.
Elix began to retort. Zev easily imagined the grin behind the fabric on her face.
Seeing is believing.
He scoffed at that.
Time will tell, won't it?
Zev considered with a grin, his eyes fixed on the prize beyond the enormous door slabs. Power, the true power of ingenuity at its finest, was held deep within that mountain. Strength even to have bested the northern drakes. The others could keep their hopes set on some ancient heirlooms for all Zev cared. Here he could do things his way, to fight back against these unsavory and unnatural powers with brute strength and will. This place offered so many promises within. So naturally, with that on his mind, Zev couldn't help but have a good mood as they made their approach. It took several more grueling hours in the miserable cold before they started ascending the path up to the great slab barriers of the dwarven realm.
Phew.
Elix sighed dreamfully.
First thing I'm going to do when I get inside is race towards the first roaring fire I see and snuggle up next to it. And I don't care who looks or judges,
she said with glee at the thought of it. Some of the Elans with them topped that, referring to desires of warming their hands over the active lava pits this mountain was known for. Zev smiled and shrugged in agreement with the others.
I must admit this place is the worst.
Drazden grunted at their dissatisfaction with his ancestral lands.
Look at you, a wee breeze is making ye all shiver and squabble like young'uns who haven't been fed, and from the eastern folk no less. Why unsuspecting folk start traveling into ye lands for the first time, unawares of some particularly inhospitable places, can be burnt alive in a matter of minutes. But no, it's the northern heights that is the worst.
He had a point, of course, but Zev was already keenly aware of that fact.
They're all the worst, dwarf,
he said while looking back, smiling at the absurdity of his next point.
Think about it. When's the last place we've been to that hasn't actively tried to kill us through either some weather or the locals? Although, to be fair, the Airlands were just living up to their reputation. Let's see if the vertically challenged folk do the same.
He said with a shrug, his eyes now back to their front. Though he had spoken in levity, and the others didn't take much offense to what Zev said nowadays, they all unanimously became silent upon his words. Curiosity getting the better of him, Zev looked back to the others and saw their disheartened expressions. Upon a little self-reflection, his words did indirectly bring up the last Aelan city, not counting the fact that several of their company had died in the harbor of Akhnuri, but that they had left nearly upon the onset of a battle to rid themselves of the followers of the Vaikanai. It was hardly anything to be depressed over. In fact, Zev would have had a toast to the great success if the others were more spirited about how things turned up. But that wasn't even remotely close to the case. In truth, this climate and their sullen mood did nothing but irritate Zev.
Not far now,
Zev muttered as they were finally beginning to walk up to the doors. Upon closer inspection, any chance of this place bringing smiles to their faces looked to be undone. The doors were shut tight. Only a small wedge between the massive slabs revealed a sliver of the light inside.
You can't be serious,
Elix said, completely disheartened by the sight. Zev laughed in frustration, wanting to clap at the absurdity of their prolonged difficulties in their journey.
Well now, I suppose this has gone just as well as anything else, hasn't it?
He noted before turning to Drazden.
Well, how about it, old friend? Care to make another opening back home using those explosives you brought with you?
Still a little upset, Drazden gave a small chuckle at that suggestion.
I can give it a go, but I think it won't be so much as making a dent. And besides, it ain't proper trying to blow up a kingdom's front door, you know. Certainly would make it more difficult to get on their good side, I reckon. But don't you fret, it ain't nothing some dwarven strength can't handle. Now, if you don't mind,
Drazden began to say, gesturing to the Alan who held the black fangs to hand one of them over. A little surprised by the request, the man obliged the offer.
You know,
Zev began to say with an amused look.
There's a difference between being hopeful and outright denial.
Drazden ignored him all the same, humming to a tone no one there quite knew, enjoying himself as he wedged the sword into the crevice and began pulling back with a few good grunts. Zev couldn't help but smile at the performance.
I applaud you for your efforts, Sir Dwarf. But how about those bombs? We don't have all...
His words were cut short as the stone slab, over 100 feet tall, started to give. For his part, Drazden looked back with the smuggest grin Zev had ever seen in his entire life. And then he stopped to walk back as the doors continued opening slowly, clearly by some other means than the dwarf, of which he seemed to know full well, before he spoke further.
I'll be expecting an apology any time now,
Drazden said triumphantly, after handing the Elan back a single blade of the black fangs. Clearly the dwarf knew more than he let on, and he did it with quite a lot of flair at that. Zev, admittedly, was impressed.
Well done, Sir Dwarf. I knew there was a reason we kept you around.
Bah!
Drazden grunted.
Suppose that's the best I'm gonna get.
The doors creaked ever further, and Elix obliged herself to briskly walk inside before the others.
Roaring fire, here I come,
she began to say before giving off a sudden yelp and slowly walking back.
The reception's not as hospitable as I would have hoped. I guess I really should have expected this by now.
Elix muttered in disappointment before inviting Zev forward with both arms.
After all, you have a knack for talking your way out of situations where everyone wants you dead.
He snickered at that, finding truth to her comment that rightfully implied he'd courted death so many times before in such a fashion. So why should now be any different? The simple answer Zev surmised was that it wasn't as the doors abruptly stopped opening, but not before everyone outside could clearly see what awaited them within. A dwarven army lined up alongside the top-of-the-line weaponry of cannons with explosive powders and siege engines that didn't require a bow or string. And there were at least 20 of them, to accompany a fully armed division of at least 100 dwarves holding their spot and pointing their muskets at the open doors. One of them barked orders, though admittedly Zev couldn't hear him from where they were. He then looked down at Drazden with a smug expression.
It never gets easier, does it?
Drazden looked back with an annoyed look of agreement.
Well, what do you say we continue uniting the entire Ehya behind a common purpose? It's gone so well before, after all.
He said sarcastically, but aside from the complications, there was certainly truth to the statement. Drazden shook his head, grunting the most peculiar and frustrated sound Zev had ever heard before, mustering up the nerve to take his first steps back into his home kingdom.
Aye, let's have at it then,
he said, taking the first step forward, and Zev eagerly followed after. Chapter 13. The One of Legend. Back upon the Great Plains, Wyranfail was surrounded by 6 Vaikanai. His reckless zeal to deal out judgment had gotten him into this mess. No, his reckless pride was to blame. Only now in this predicament, he was aware of that fact. Still, in the face of this situation, he had to keep his mind focused. Wyranfail knew more that he had to be patient with a restraint that was sorely lacking earlier, and wait for the moment to break free. One hand on their blades, and another free to cast their dark magic. Though it was nothing Wyranfail hadn't experienced before. His focus was constantly distracted, his eyes darting to the humans being massacred behind him, the feeble defense they offered against the Vaikanai's power.
Go to them!
A Vaikanai taunted with a foul grin, the others performing their magic as he spoke. Wyranfail's eyes darted to the villain, desperately refusing his desire to be taunted into any rash act. From the panic behind him, he heard another scream. It couldn't have been from an adult. He started grinding his teeth in insurmountable frustration and anger, knowing he could do nothing for them now. Even as the Vaikanai swept up the dirt around him in a blinding fog, to have acted now would have meant certain death.
They're dying even now because of your guidance.
The Vaikanai hissed from beyond the wall of dust that pelted Wyranfail's face.
And you're letting them die! Go to them if you can!
The Vaikanai mocked from beyond the magic. Wyranfail remained steadfast, his clenching fists digging into the magic weapons he forged, hearing whatever possible through the sound of the winds with a fierce expression.
I will,
he answered as blades began piercing through the flying sands. The elven warrior dodged left and right, ducking as he maneuvered any which way to avoid a kill strike, calling upon the light to switch his arsenal mid-fight. Hearing was everything. Every movement and location of the enemy was found out, even amidst the winds, as he brought out spears of light to pierce through the sands. The death cries of his enemies followed from the other side of the magic. At other times, if he could not dodge, Wyranfail would summon small shields to deflect the strikes against him. He switched his weaponry wildly, his hands dancing to the new arsenal with every movement, totaling 7 switches in all before 5 of the villains finally lay dead before him. The magic they had meant to ensnare him with proved more so to be an ally to this skilled warrior. The last Vaikanai, the one who mocked him, jumped back in astonished fear at the elf's prowess in combat. Seeing the fear in his eyes, Wyranfail knew this last foe before him would be an easy match, but his attention was drawn elsewhere with yet another scream at his back. Without a second's thought, he turned and raced back to assist the humans in their need. The overwhelming force of the Vaikanai was already there, slaughtering the humans with even more ease than Wyranfail had been at dispatching their ranks. And it was not by chance.
Monsters!
Wyranfail hissed under his breath in rage. When he allowed himself to be distracted, the Vaikanai had managed to push the human lines back to the cliffs. Besides the chosen who bore weapons among the humans, an insurmountable amount of refugees were thrown about like ragdolls by the Vaikanai's magic. Many mercilessly flung off over the treacherously high cliffs when the villains found any opportunity to do so.
Vaikanai!
Wyranfail roared as he closed in the distance between him and their forces.
Turn back, for you do not have the luxury to ignore me,
he declared, brimming with confidence. Just as he gained their attention, Wyranfail leapt 20 feet high and crashed down upon an enemy. his sword transformed into a flail upon seeing the Vaikanai raise their weapon in defense. The spike swung around the defense via the chain, immediately killing another adversary before him. His eyes darted to the other Vaikanai, a fierce gaze fixed on him. They would suffer the same fate, he promised to himself. Wire-Renfail would be the one to deliver this judgment. The others looked at him with bloodlust and hatred in their eyes, but disturbingly, Wire-Renfail also witnessed malevolent grins marking their expressions.
Your arrogance will be your end.
The Vaikanai at his back declared. Those words immediately put Wire-Renfail on edge, but it was too late for regrets. There was no mistake that the others were up to some scheme, but he failed to discover what it was exactly. Then it happened. The trap had been sprung. An enormous slab of soil, grass, and rock beneath Wire-Renfail's feet began to lift. He hardly could stand upright as the Vaikanai united together with combined powers and raised magic-infused arms to deal with their troublesome foe. Then, as suddenly as it all began, Wire-Renfail, along with several tons of ground and all, was hurled over the humans and towards the cliffs. Weapons, shields, or his skill could not aid him now as he flew against the wind. Aloft, Wire-Renfail looked helplessly at the folly of his pride, the humans he had failed before he'd meet his end in the immense fall to the southern corner.
Forgive me.
He apologized in mid-air, unable to help a single human amidst the uncountable agonized expressions below. A wholesale slaughter and death in rapid succession were everywhere around the three orphans. Amongst it all, there was no denying something odd. Few were spared, but spared they were nonetheless. Whoever bowed quickly not to anger the Vaikanai, and subsequently pleaded for mercy, was granted the chance to turn to All-Knowing and begin a hopeless walk to their new home and masters. It was surreal. The amount of people who were increasingly willing to serve the Vaikanai had only grown with every passing second. But for Faicha, hope still remained for them yet, and he did his best to guide the others through this, avoiding detection from the Black Lion and the Vaikanai at their heels at all costs. Screams, tears, and panic were all around them.
Where's the Jianyu?
Faicha asked the others as he guided them behind the corpse of a stocky man to hide behind.
Did any of you see it?
He asked again, his eyes darting to Piotr and Nairi. Nairi was beside herself, her face streaming with tears and abject terror as she mumbled silent nonsensical drivel. And regardless of his efforts at looking about, Piotr wasn't much more help.
I don't see anything,
he exclaimed in fear.
We have to get out of here. We can't stay here. They'll find us. I know they will.
Faicha had a good look around at the others. Those who made a significant distance from the caravan were picked up without the slightest bit of restraint or mercy. Dagger, swords, wielded by the Vaikanai's powers, flew across the expanse of the Great Plains and always found their mark. Running just seemed like a quicker way to die, but he knew that to stay would assuredly be death. The monstrous Black Lion, or the Vaikanai that walked into their lines, would make sure of that. He clenched his fists, resolving himself to do what was needed.
No matter what happens, stay next to me.
Faicha ordered the others as he picked them up to stand and began running across the grass. They didn't even take 5 steps before having to jump over another corpse. The screams and death around them were the thing of nightmares. But what was far worse was the chill in the air and the malice that came with it that was almost palpable. Even now, Faicha could hardly believe that this was happening, that it was all real. To make one misstep would mean either death for him or the others, and Faicha couldn't allow that to happen. They kept low to the ground, less easy to observe or pick off than the adults. Every step forward was agony, moving in such a way that his hopes of seeing tomorrow's sunrise would require others didn't. Faicha silently cursed this fate, resisting the urge to make any more sounds than necessary as they walked through a field of bodies. Slowly but surely, the sounds started to dim. Against all the odds, in the vast openness of the Great Plains, they were escaping. Faicha dared to hope as he looked back to the massacre behind them, finding himself smiling that it all seemed to be in their past before Nairi screamed at his side. In a mad frenzy, he spun his head forward and saw what caused her sudden fright. A Vaikanai, veiled in black, was appearing through dark, shadowy magic before them. There was a calmness to him as he fully manifested himself to stand upon the grass before them, an eerie and silent malice. The once hot and sunny day now felt as frigid and unwelcoming as a sharp winter's breeze. Faicha knew then and there of his options. Escape for all of them was an impossibility. He gestured to the side with a pointed finger.
Run!
he said simply, his eyes fixed on Piotir to see to it the request be done. With a solemn nod, Piotir grabbed Nairi's hand and began racing to the side. The Vaikanai before him, Zeraz, was unamused at the human's action, and Faisha's next move made the villain snarl. Willing himself to overcome his fear, Faisha dared to charge the Vaikanai, as he pulled out a terribly small, sharpened food knife from his clothes. As the distance closed between them, Zeraz did not bother to react, not even once, until the boy stood 10 feet away. With a sudden swipe of his hand up, Faisha was lifted from the ground, hovering just a foot off the air helplessly by the Vaikanai, who controlled his every movement like he was a puppet on strings. With a twisted, diabolical grin, Zeraz twirled his fingers and spun Faisha around to face what once was his back. Faisha didn't know the extent of the Vaikanai's twisted game until he saw it now before him. The black lion's eyes were focused solely on Faisha. It approached slowly, its steps beating like drums across the plains, its low reverberating growl pounding inside Faisha's mind. The preceding events were slow, methodical, and mocking in their own twisted, taunting way. A means for the Vaikanai to have a suitable revenge for the human having the audacity to oppose him so openly. Faisha whimpered helplessly in the air as the lion closed the distance to a stop before him, eyeing him down only feet away.
Light, help me!
He exclaimed in a panic before Faisha fell suddenly to the ground. Zeraz and his black lion roared out in a sudden rage.
I'll make you regret those words. You will suffer for that,
Zeraz said with a cold glare. In their escape, Piotir and Nairi saw it all. At Zeraz's whim, Faisha was captured by one of the Vaikanai. There was no doubt that in their minds that those villains would make him face endless torments for his defiance, as Zeraz's beast sought other prey. The black lion in all its ferocity was not alone in the endless carnage. The callous and brutal evil the Vaikanai were capable of, and the desire in which they did it was beyond their understanding, and it had pierced a deep fear into the hearts of Piotirs and Nairis, as deeply as any spear when Zeraz had turned his gaze to them. The two had only seen the villain's face long enough to see his gaze strangely turn further eastwards, though they were too terrified to think about it as they ran like mindless animals, fear overcoming every other thought on their mind as they ran.
Run! Run! Run!
Piotir kept repeating through strained, exhausted breaths, not even turning to see if Nairi was there beside him, but her terrified mumblings gave her away. Fear overwhelmed anything and everything else at that moment, to the point that they were oblivious to their surroundings. With the clattering of hundreds of horse hooves to signal their approach, the elves raced across the open grasslands of the Great Plains. Almahil was beside them, her eyes seeing an incomprehensible, wanton aftermath of a slaughter before them. Wairan Fail nor his Janyo was anywhere to be found, but still, some of the humans who were not with them somehow lived. However, at this point, it was not much compared to the field of the dead.
Drive these foul beasts back!
Almahil cried out over the sounds of their horses' charge.
For the light!
The elven soldiers responded in unison. The Vaikanai turned to the west in fear at their approach, knowing what was to come. Like a tidal wave, the elven charge crashed upon the Vaikanai's ranks, their magic cancelling each other out in an embittered turmoil, but the horses' brute power crushing the adversary's minions all the same. With the intermingling of blades and horses racing by, the Vaikanai perished under such ferocity. After Wairan Fail's exploits, the near 150 strong had abruptly dwindled to 20 left, and they too were in the elven army's sight.
We will end their blight now,
Almahil promised to herself as she raced alongside the cavalry beside her, a few at their front. The remaining few Vaikanai huddled in a group with weapons raised defiantly. Closing the distance, Almahil and her kin knew their lackluster defense wouldn't matter. Things as they were would only lead to one decisive end for them, but it wasn't so. A sudden roar erupted from their side, the black lion leaping in with terrifying speed and raw power, biting down upon one elf's face as it clawed the face of another rider's horse before landing at the charging cavalry's front. The horses whinnied and panicked at the display, while the lion sunk its fangs in with one last bite to end the life of the elf within its fangs. The line of horsemen before it had suddenly stopped. It growled low like the rumbling of the quaking earth and paced the ground.
You've arrived with so few,
Zeraz proclaimed with a twisted grin, manifesting from his black magic between the two forces.
How many must you have lost to save these wretches? And yet most will turn before the end.
He taunted, his gaze now on what remaining human refugees near the cliffs that hadn't escaped earlier with the Janyu.
Deceiver!
Al-Mahil yelled out.
The end is written. Your plans will wither into dust and you will finally be made to pay for your crimes.
Crimes?
Zeraz asked back with a knowing and mocking expression, his gaze turning once again to the east.
His one task was to hold my forces at bay, and yet he was the first to die. Pathetic.
The elves and Vaikanai saw it well. A cavalry of Alans rode their way on horseback, and Aijin alike, thousands in total, and led by a man of the Order.
The humans, they would put their trust in a man such as he.
Zeraz began again, his eyes fixed on Al-Mahil.
Only I can gloat a great account of the dead, and he would be their leader.
Enough!
Al-Mahil declared with a swiping hand.
You will atone for your actions, for the life of my father, and for all the damage you have wrought across Eya and beyond. You have made your choice, time and time again, and as such you will have no quick end.
She looked at him fiercely, her eyes penetrating to his very soul and beholding the monster within, the endless crimes he had yet to account for. Al-Mahil was almost sullen at the prospect of the damage he had done when she spoke further.
Your fate is amongst the never-ending black fire,
Al-Mahil proclaimed. The fierceness of Zeraz's anger was evident in the blistering chill in the air, the grass even beginning to ice over, though he did well to hide it upon his expression otherwise. The Alan horns and charging forces were too close to be ignored at this point, and the Vaikanai began pulling back into the black magic they conjured upon the plains. Zeraz, doing likewise, spoke his parting words.
And where was he when I killed your father, butchered those he professed to love, laid waste to all he had said was good?
Al-Mahil bit her lip as the villain continued further, his body half gone through the black shadow.
Will he be there for you, child, before the end? You will all die just the same as your champion.
Zeraz said with a fierce glare before him. The Black Lion and the Vaikanai disappeared from their sight. His words immediately made Al-Mahil panic.
Why are Rand failing?
Al-Mahil uttered before quickly looking to the others.
Has anyone seen him? Does anybody know where he is?
She asked frantically, none of her soldiers seeming to know. It was then she noticed the large gash into the earth, the loose dirt making its direction obvious upon the plains, before her eyes naturally followed its path over the cliffs. Still in worry, she looked beyond at the ground to the south, her eyes piercing a mountain's worth of rock. Then she smiled and laughed in relief.
Do not worry,
Al-Mahil said to the others.
Wyran Fail still lives yet.
She added with a smile, finding at least one thing to be appreciative of today. The others in her company cheered at her words, knowing by now not to ask their princess for verification on such things. Such trust over the years since before the Eya's existence was well earned by now, but such celebration was immediately eclipsed by their situation, and greatly tempered at the loss of the ones they left behind, and the field of the innumerable dead humans under their charge around them. And even those matters had to wait, as Kazim and the others came upon them. The Aijin jaws snapped and hissed in eager anticipation, of which Kazim felt the need to remind the beast near the front, to keep its place with his outstretched spear, as he encouraged his horse closer to the elves, leaving his men behind.
By the light,
Kazim said, his eyes more so focused on the bodies on the field around them than it was Al-Mahil.
I've arrived too late. I am sorry.
Al-Mahil studied Kazim carefully.
No, you arrived precisely when you were meant to.
She began to say with the usual confidence she had spoken with before her gaze turned curious.
Tell me, how is it you came by this way?
Kazim raised an eyebrow at that question as if surprised the elf was ever curious.
We came by way of the others who had fled the battle, led by a Janur, those poor souls. I take it this was not your doing?
Al-Mahil shook her head somberly, compelling Kazim to speak further.
Then by the light's grace, I should be grateful we came across those we had.
He began to say with a forced smile about him, his expression turning solemn when he spoke further.
And what of the others? Where are they?
Mostly ignored until now, the mumblings and complaints of the crowds had continued until one woman began to walk up to voice her grievances directly to the elven princess. Aware she was there without even turning her gaze, Al-Mahil quickly answered Kazim's question.
What is left of the followers of the light had held the enemy at bay still for our sakes, for us to arrive here when we did. Their sacrifice is the only reason we are here now, and I fear our enemies will act soon. It will not be long until the fighting's over and the Valinorians turn their forces here.
Grimacing, Kazim knew the full extent of what that meant. To end the elves, even though so few in number, would require a profoundly powerful army. What cavalry and Aijin riders he had brought to their aid would not suffice in holding back this threat. He immediately began to act, turning back to his men to proclaim his orders.
"Form ranks!"
He cried out, twirling his hands in the air to relay the specific means of his instructions. The Elan horsemen and Aijin riders began moving their forces, their destination at the back of the refugees on foot. But before they had gotten far, the woman from the crowds walked up to Almahil to speak.
"We trusted you,"
she yelled out in pain-ridden frustration.
"Look at what happened. If you only allowed us to defend ourselves."
Others behind the woman roared out in agreed resentment, cheering her efforts on. Almahil, in response, spun her horse to the woman and the humans, her eyes shimmering like stars.
Did you not bear witness to what had transpired before your eyes?
Almahil challenged, her strong words encouraging them to remember as she proclaimed further.
Spears, swords, and any weapon you should so desire would do nothing within your hands against the Vaikanai. Or should I remind you of how well your brethren fared that had earned their gaze? Perhaps you should ask why the men and women who were allowed such tools were given the privilege, and what makes them stand apart. Or have you asked yourselves why the Vaikanai's powers could not reach them?
"We saw them die, so many of them,"
the woman yelled back in rebuke, dismissing Almahil's words as she spoke further.
"What harm could it have been to give us the means to defend ourselves?"
Almahil's piercing gaze shifted and turned low to the woman who spoke out against her. The elven princess leaned down to speak her answer.
They would not avail you.
Almahil began to explain softly, her eyes now turning to the mass of human refugees as she encouraged her horse forward to their front and spoke out.
For you see, this threat you face is not of this world. The Vaikanai, as we elves, do not come from the Eya.
Almahil began to say, extending her hand and observing her perfect skin.
This flesh we suffer is but a weakness we endure for the sake of residing on this plane. Yet I see it on your hearts and in your eyes that many of you would ask yourselves why you cannot fight against these enemies. And your curiosity is understandable, for the answer is held beyond the knowledge of this world. For you see, we do not wrestle against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against supernatural powers, against the rulers of the darkness of this age, against spiritual hosts of pure evil in the realm beyond Eya.
Almahil said with a conviction behind her words, her mood solemn as she observed the many whose hearts shifted like trees in harsh winds.
A blade within your hands would never reach them,
the elven princess said simply, putting an end to that conversation then, ignoring the outcries from the others to bring up a new concern.
Here and now, you all must make a choice, to follow us or to go astray and follow the whims of your hearts. Choose.
That sudden decree brought a murmured silence and worry to the crowd. They began discussing the matter amongst themselves, while Almahil offered a few more words to consider.
Go whatever way you will. We will not stop you. But be prepared to face the consequences of your actions should the time come.
A man from the crowd yelled out in protest.
With how well we're protected here, it would be better if we turned back and surrendered to the Valinorians.
Then do so,
Almahil proclaimed back with no deference in her words or expression.
Though I would advise against it. I swear you will not be harmed by us.
There was chatter and murmurs from the masses, and one by one, the people made their choices. Driven by fear, they walked westward to the Valinorians. Most had gone. Piotr and Nairi went with the others to the east with Kazim and his army guiding the way. Riding alongside her, Kazim did not question the elven princess's decision. He saw the taint of the darkness upon the refugees. It was a real and tangible threat in the days to come, and still, many of those who walked with them now were no exception. Looking out solemnly to the host of even more people under his care, Kazim spoke mostly to himself.
Light, preserve us.
Chapter 14. Receptions may vary. Back in the Dwarven realm, Zev and Drazdan were just making their way through the kingdom's massive doors.
Stop right there.
One of the dwarves inside threatened along with his company of riflemen, cannons, and other interesting dwarven contraptions that pointed their way.
Take another step and I'll be relieving ye of your manlyhood.
Now threats like that were to be taken seriously, no matter who they came from, let alone an angry dwarf with an arsenal at his back that could puncture a hole into Old Nawan's walls within minutes. Needless to say, Zev and Drazdan stopped.
Ugh.
Zev muttered, chuckling.
Looks like we're bound to have another great time meeting new people. The locals are always so charming.
Interrupting his thoughts, Drazdan immediately put up a warning finger right next to Zev's nose.
No, laddie, not in your life.
Drazdan seemed to be warning without context before speaking further.
Ye better not be thinking of saying age before beauty or some odd nonsense like that. Let's not forget that ye are the one who convinced me into this.
Across the Great Divide and back again. Me.
Zev asked back in faked shock.
I would never.
He said innocently enough, but in truth he was amazed at how well Drazdan knew him.
And not to mention that mayhem tends to follow you wherever ye go. It's about time you take some responsibility.
That is patently unfair, my good living fossil of a companion.
Zev began, not really taking offense.
Why, I'd bet someone or something is causing some mischief and mayhem right now, and I have nothing to do with it. At least for the moment.
He said dismissively, while daring to take a few steps forward, eyeing the amazing weapons while ignoring the dwarves' cries in protest.
This will be fun.
Sighing in delight, Zev thought of a perfect way to deal with the situation. Walking forward, he gestured to their impressive arsenal.
It's true what they say. Dwarven ingenuity is truly the finest across all Ehya.
He began saying, his approach and words abruptly halted by the loud bang of a shot and chipping of stone by Zev's feet.
What part of stop right there don't you understand, Stubby?
The dwarf yelled out. Stopping, Zev chuckled at that, as if he were having a good time with friends.
No need for all that, Sir Dwarf.
Come off it!
The dwarf quickly interjected. Zev just grinned at that, but never stopped for a moment.
In fact, I think you'll agree soon enough that meeting us is the best thing that's happened to you all day.
Sod off, Stubby McWalks-a-funny. If you hadn't grasped it by now, I'll reword it for you, nice and slow. We ain't a-buying what you'd be selling.
Still, Zev persisted, taking another step further.
You are without your king, I'd assume.
He asked the congregation as a whole, their wary expressions practically confessing to his suspicions.
Well, the story's much the same around the Ehya. The necromancer was but a pawn in our true enemy's plans. The one who sits upon the Valinorian throne is one of them. Elves. Who would have thought it?
He added, shrugging, doing his best to conceal his grin, knowing how bad the blood between elves and dwarves was somewhat legendary.
I'm sure you can all see where I'm going with this.
Zev made a suggestion, and in response the dwarf grunted derisively and countered with a vulgar slur that even Zev was unfamiliar with. Meanwhile, the dwarf continued reloading his musket. Engaging their reactions, Zev noticed that the opinions were certainly not his alone. In fact, a large part of the dwarven folk there weren't having it.
Well now, this is going less desirable than I would have imagined. Perhaps I should have lied and promised this vertically challenged lot some riches instead.
Zev considered as he took another step forward, still grinning, of course.
Myself and these fine companions of mine have come to make you an offer of a lifetime.
Zev said with a glint in his eye and a wry smile, taking one step more to bow like a showman.
The gift I offer is a little payback. With interest.
Bang! Another shot rang out within the mountain, and Zev felt it immediately. He clenched his leg, a wound suspiciously close to his manhood.
He shot me. He bloody shot me.
Zev realized, aghast as he clenched onto his leg, the pain pulsating as he looked up to the dwarves. Unsurprisingly, the one who shot him was the dwarf who had been speaking.
Warned you, didn't I, Stubby?
The same dwarf taunted, handing his musket to another dwarf to reload, and gesturing for theirs in its place before pointing the new weapon at Zev.
Now why don't you start over a good 10 paces back, eh?
He suggested with a wry grin, aiming down the sights of his musket. Smiling, Zev tried chuckling through the situation, though his laughter quickly erupted into an outright loud, pain-ridden frustration. He shot a quick glance at the dwarf, remembering to take in exactly what the dwarf looked like, before turning around.
Nice to see the dwarves living up to their reputations of hospitality.
Zev suggested with a friendly disposition, though his frustration filtered through like a water pot with a hole in it. Zev gave a friendly, albeit conflicted wave to the others before grabbing onto his leg and hobbling back to Drazden.
Ha!
The dwarf began to taunt back.
Would have been worse if I hadn't had a speck in me eyes.
He shouted out from the distance, making sure Zev heard. Pretending not to hear, when walking back to Drazden, Zev shot him a glance.
I do believe it's your turn now,
Zev suggested in frustration. Drazden looked at Zev's wound with bulging eyes. It certainly didn't seem to inspire any confidence before the ancient dwarf began walking forward for his turn.
Hey, what part of stop don't you lot understand?
The dwarf proclaimed to Drazden, and in return the old dwarf spoke back.
Has it really been so long that you don't recognize me, Gwarfin?
The dwarf and many others of his kin began murmuring to one another in amazement, with a lot of slurs added in. Zev only cared about one key detail of what was revealed in that moment, though, as his eyes narrowed as he looked upon the dwarf that shot him.
Gwarfin, eh?
He considered with a grin before Gwarfin yelled out,
Stonekin, by my forefathers, ye finally came back to us, have ye?
Gwarfin asked knowingly, with an ill-conceived grin that Zev knew was trouble before he continued speaking.
You were banished for a reason, you know.
Drazden let out a long sigh at that.
Oh, I'm well aware of the trouble I caused. Out of curiosity, I had pursued forbidden texts according to our laws, and the worst part is that I didn't even believe them at the time. It was just archaeologists' fancies, you could say.
He began to say, pausing after having gained their full undivided attention as he spoke further.
Now, if only my fellow kin or myself had listened to what I was discovering, then perhaps we wouldn't be finding ourselves in this mess. But as fate would have it, here we are, shooting guests while banished kin return,
he said with a wry smile.
Ah!
Gwarfin abruptly laughed, lowering his musket and chuckling at the sound of that.
I take it ye have a reason for coming here, don't you? If ye be looking to win me over a sob story, then ye can just turn your bum around and head right out into the snow again,
he suggested, twirling his fingers around to emphasize the point. For his part, Drazden just smiled.
How about we talk about it over an ale? My treat.
As if insulted, Gwarfin gave the musket to another dwarf nearby and started walking towards Drazden to meet him in person, not even having made it halfway before responding.
Make it 5,
Gwarfin said with a wide grin, raising his arms to his side as if ready to embrace Drazden.
You really should have started with that. Might have not shot your silly friend there, if ye had.
He explained as he and Drazden shook hands like good old friends. Zev and the others behind him saw it all. He couldn't help but mutter in frustration,
Bloody dwarves!
The rest of the introductions were of little excitement, if one were to ask Zev. There was plenty of blustering, gun-pointing and colourful language before the rest of their company was finally allowed inside the city. Gwarfin, let alone Drazden, were obviously two important figures of note throughout the dwarven realm. Though that being the case, Zev couldn't help but wonder how much more difficult the situation would have been if not for their relationship with one another. But at least for the meanwhile, Zev didn't particularly care about that fact. Walking away with a limp that had only been aggravated by a gunshot, another fond reminder of dwarven hospitality, Zev considered as he eyed Gwarfin from behind. Much more excitable at the prospect of free booze and a companion to chat with, Gwarfin and a select few stubborn dwarves began escorting their guests through the kingdom. Marvelous architectural talents and a heap of destruction everywhere he went.
Comforting to know we're not the only race dealing with this mess,
Zev considered to himself as he looked ahead to the dwarves up front. His gaze turned to the side where he saw an unusual wagon with covered materials and plenty of warning labels on the side of it. Strange as it was, the wagon itself was far less strange than the dwarves guarding it. They were wearing armor associated with Gwarfin's subordinates, but they did not carry muskets or any of the dwarves' fancy weapons, instead settling for shields and maces in an almost completely dark part of these mountain tunnels. It seemed absolutely deliberate that no candle was near the wagon, an interesting little fact that got Zev quite curious.
So are those two dwarves over there being punished, or is there a reason you left them in the perpetual dark?
Gwarfin looked back with an expression solely meant to pick fights.
That's what I don't like about you humans. Always asking questions about things you have no business knowing about.
Zev grinned tauntingly right back.
No matter. I can surmise by your defensiveness that they're stockpiling something dangerous. Oh, say boom powder. And you're taking extra precautions that no one dares come within 100 feet of the thing with even a candle.
Gworfin looked rather perturbed by his deduction, and Zev loved every bit of it.
Of course, out in the open it seems like a silly place to have your stockpile, don't you think?
It was quite clear Gworfin held no amusement in the conversation, and he was quick to put the human in his place.
Look, I'll have you know that we have more of the stuff around our kingdom, and no dwarf or even some crazy human would be willing to put that to the test. If those things light up and go pop, wham, there goes an entire sector, including the brain-dead fool that went and put it to the test. Would take months to clear out the rubble.
He explained before giving the matter some thought.
But since you asked, I'll have you know you're strictly forbidden from getting near the stuff.
That got a good chuckle out of Zev as he looked back to the stockpile one last time.
Oh, I don't think you'll need to be worrying about that,
he said with a wry smile. Gworfin gave a grunting sound, but Drazden looked back. Clearly, even if it seemed he said it to provoke a response, the whole subject seemed to bother Drazden. And with that matter aside, it wasn't long after that before Gworfin and Drazden at the lead of their group would be walking precariously close to one of the lava pits. A sad excuse of a guardrail was all that prevented someone from meeting a quite unfortunate fate, and accidents could easily tend to happen in such questionable parts of the world. Looking upon Gworfin's back now, Zev couldn't help but grin wryly. He slightly picked up his pace, then suddenly Zev found himself gently tugged back.
Best to remove any temptations,
Elix said with a half-hearted smile when hers and Zev's eyes met.
Play nice,
she reminded with a conflicted expression.
Drat.
Zev shrugged nonchalantly.
I haven't the slightest idea what you could be talking about. Besides, need I remind you that I'm the one who got shot here?
Aye,
Gworfin responded aloud, looking back at them.
Sorry about that. I can get a wee bit excited sometimes. Not often do we get visitors Earth in the mountain. And with all this mess, what dwarf, human or otherwise, can blame me?
Well now, I don't suppose you'd be offering something to make up for it, are you?
Zev suggested with a grin.
Ha!
Gworfin loudly responded with a laugh.
Suppose I do at that.
That's good,
Zev said with a grin.
Now hold still.
He instructed while reaching for his crossbow, Elix grabbing it just in time.
No, we won't be having any of that,
she said firmly, the whole group now looking at them in either puzzlement from the dwarves or nervousness from the others. Exhaling, Zev smiled widely.
It was a joke,
he explained lightheartedly, the dwarves finding the performance to their liking with laughs all around. Gworfin elbowed Drazden's arm.
Stubby Air is the only fun human I've met. Wonder what he'll say next after a few bottles of rum and ale.
Drazden looked back to Zev, his eyebrow raised. Zev could practically read his thoughts at that moment, considering that such a situation would lead to a lot more threats and problems. So with that possibility coming to pass, Drazden threw his arm around Gworfin.
Gworfin, my lad, best not to give the human any alcohol. Has a weak constitution, this one. Can't much stomach the stuff.
Zev clenched his teeth, now finding himself in the prospect of being in the Dwarven Kingdom with no possibility of ale to pass the time among this lot. In any case, Gworfin looked back to Zev awestruck.
Me condolences. Life without ale be a life not worth living, I always say.
He seemed to say genuinely.
Think that's bad, eh?
Zev began to ask with a wry grin.
How about living a life with...
His words were cut off by Elix interjecting herself with a forced, awkward laughter.
Don't mind him,
she abruptly stated as if the situation were funny.
So, how about you tell us what's been happening here in the Dwarven realm? Things have gotten out of hand outside, but we're mounting a resistance.
The heavy comment pack filled with unexplained information certainly got the Dwarven folks' attention that were with them. Zev admittedly didn't mind Elix interrupting him earlier, at least not after seeing their reactions, and besides, she was right that his comment wasn't going to win them any friends.
It was so much easier trying to manipulate the Elan. Even if I did intend on killing him, one way or the other, that was distinctly after I tried to use him. But this dwarf, would anyone fault me if I were to accidentally put an arrow through his head?
Zev winced at his own thoughts.
On second thought, that likely wouldn't be helping anything. So bothersome. Can't manipulate someone you've already killed. Suppose I'll have to be a little more patient.
Elix put a hand on Zev, surprising him. He wasn't showing his emotions outwardly. He was positive about that. But after all the time they had been together, perhaps she had known his subtle tells, Zev considered. He actually found himself grinning at that.
Fine, I'll play nice.
Zev conceded only in his mind, before Gworfin responded to Elix's comment.
Don't know much goings-on with human folk, and being honest, I don't right care. Can't be worse than what happened here in me kingdom. Human black magic came in and wrecked everything. Friends, younglings, family, and all sorts of kin all up and attacked each other. Even our king and his heirs are dead. The line be broken, and who do you think we have left in charge? Myself, of course, and a few sodding scholarly folk. Bah, I be needing that ale just thinking about it.
Gworfin explained in frustration, before turning forward again.
Let's have off then. Not much further now.
You all go on ahead,
Zev suggested, surprising those in his company in all the wrong ways before they spoke further.
If anyone's forgotten, let me remind you that I've been shot. If you wouldn't mind, I'd appreciate it if you could point me to your closest doctor.
It ain't that bad,
Gworfin responded, surprised at Zev's request.
All you be needin' is a little spit and a rag and you'd be firm as stone in no time. But being human and all, if you must, it's a that-a-way.
He gestured with a pointed thumb to a section they once passed. Smiling through the frustration, Zev waved back.
Delightful. You fine dwarves all get yourselves nice and drunk now.
They all lifted their hands up and cheered at that idea before continuing their walk further into the city. Most were beginning to walk on by, including Elix, but in a similar fashion, Zev had put an arm on her shoulder.
I don't think so,
Zev said with a smile when he saw Elix's surprised reaction, whispering his next words.
If you want me to keep out of trouble, then you really should tag along.
She groaned at that, and with a second's consideration, Elix brushed Zev's hand off her and looked to the others.
I'll be going with him. After all, we still have so many other important things to do while we're here instead of rallying an alliance to save the entire Aya.
No one knew quite how to respond to that besides Drazden, who chuckled earnestly at the thought of it.
I expect you to fill us in later, Drazden.
Aye, lass. Go have fun now and don't let the laddie burn anything he ain't supposed to.
Keeping up their pace, Gworfin turned to Drazden, muttering not as silently as he'd hoped.
Should I be worried?
He asked, but Drazden just waved off the concern as if it were a joke. And now alone, Zev smiled and began his walk to the doctor, infirmary, or whatever it is the dwarves would settle for when injured. Elix kept right by his side, laughing at a thought on her mind.
It's nice to know you can't do anything here like you did in Valinor. Can't burn stone after all.
He chuckled at that.
Well now, that's only because you're lacking imagination,
Zev claimed with a wry grin.
Best keep an eye on me.
He added in amusement, waving his hand as if it were child's play. Elix let out a long sigh before muttering something that she too likely thought was too silent to hear.
The light preserve me. Confound this man.
Though he didn't see her face, this was exactly the type of entertainment Zev was looking for. So, naturally, he smiled the entire way to the infirmary, doctor, or whatever the blazes the dwarf would call this sad excuse of a shop. Zev looked at it in both astonishment, amusement, and disgust. An intriguing combination, to say the least. But regardless of any fun he could have with that chain of thought, Zev couldn't find himself looking forward to getting treatment at a place built of twigs and sticks. In fact, parts of the walls were see-through. It hardly lived up to the magnificent dwarven architecture spoken of. Zev put his hand on his waist and inspected the place.
We're in the middle of a mountain. Every other home and building is crafted from the rock walls. I don't know if I should be impressed or mortified by what I'm looking at here.
Elix laughed uncomfortably.
Impressed is not the word I'd be looking for.
Then suddenly a voice came from inside the sad excuse of a building.
I like to see you get wood in the Northern Heights. This is premium material.
A female dwarf said without a hint of an accent. Only after revealing herself from the front doors of the shoddy establishment did Zev even know that she was one of their kind. Clean-shaven, this she-dwarf clearly didn't live by the traditions of her kin. At first glance, Zev was genuinely surprised she hadn't been kicked out of the city and made an outcast like Drazden, which admittedly only made him that much more curious as to Drazden's past. But that was neither here nor there. At least in the moment, Zev just looked back and was admittedly indecisive if he should be tended to by a dwarf like this. The she-dwarf seemed to catch that look in his eyes.
What's the matter? Gonna bleed all over my front porch? Or are you going to come in?
Her abrasiveness got a smirk out of Zev.
Well now, suppose I will,
he conceded as he began walking to the door.
After all, the reception I've received can't be much worse. That is, of course, unless you intend to shoot me.
The dwarf was too eager at the prospect of a guest to much care about his words, waving him encouragingly to come inside.
By all means, come inside. And I'll have you know, I've yet to shoot a single patient of mine. Even if I had a gun, I'd think it's considered poor etiquette just about anywhere.
Entering first, Zev looked around at what he had expected to be a dump. Turns out the stout woman just had awkward tastes, it seemed. Cleanly assembled furniture and many keepsakes from around the Ehya scattered the room. Though, admittedly, the walls were a sad excuse to the rest of the place, as Zev could still look and have a vague idea of what took place outside. Elix came from behind, opening the door the dwarf had absent-mindedly shut in her face.
I'm glad to hear it.
Elix admitted with an amused smile on her face.
Because recently it seems that trouble's been following us wherever we go.
After encouraging Zev to lie down on her operating table, the she-dwarf looked at Elix with a conflicted expression. Zev, for one, has seen such a look many times before, and not a single one of them has ever led to a desirable outcome. Though whatever it was, Zev was interested to find out.
Do you know anything, miss?
He asked the dwarf with all the charm he could muster. She took turns looking at both Elix and Zev, making up her mind in an assortment of odd visual tells, before grumbling to herself and turning about to gather some supplies.
I'm sorry to tell you two, but you couldn't have picked a worse time to visit the Dwarven realm if you tried.
She said with a somber expression as she started to return with some scissors, pliers, cloth, bandaging and ointments.
And to think, I left the human territories because things were getting out of hand. Seems like trouble didn't just follow your lot.
She added almost knowingly with a conflicted smirk.
So I suppose we have an explanation for her peculiar tastes at least.
Zev surmised as he looked on at the dwarf. Then without much of a word, she began her procedure, cutting up the linen near a rather delicate place. Elix volunteered to ask the next questions.
Why now, of all times, should we be worried to be here? Would you mind telling us why that is?
The dwarf began dabbing the blood off with the cloth, appearing satisfied that there was no lingering shrapnel in the leg while answering.
Please, you two, I don't want any trouble. Hadn't been much liked since I arrived 60 years ago, and since then I've been doing my best to keep out of notice so far. At first I was worried about being kicked out, but now...
She didn't want to finish, but the dwarf was as easy to read as a book. So Zev came right out and said it.
Why do you fear for your life? It's not something you've done, is it?
The dwarf's eyes having recently been on the wound, her gaze shot up to Zev in an obvious fear.
Please, no more. I don't want to speak of it.
She reiterated as she began applying the ointment to the wound, Zev restraining himself from wincing in pain.
Come now.
Zev began with a smile.
Surely you can...
His thought was interrupted by Elix placing an arm on his shoulder, her eyes first on Zev and then on the dwarf whose downcast expression showed great distress in her task. Elix then said nothing besides a simple shake of her head.
How bothersome.
Zev considered to himself, his eyes turning to the dwarf. Then he noticed her starting to lean near his wound.
Spit on it and you die,
he said with a wide smile and an inflection that made it seem like it was a joke between close friends. The she-dwarf looked up confused at the two.
He's not serious,
Elix explained with an awkward laugh.
Though he really doesn't like the idea of spit.
The dwarf raised an eye at that.
But it's antibacterial.
Zev could only laugh in response.
Funny thing, it turns out that I don't particularly care.
Having her professional advice questioned noticeably annoyed the dwarf.
Suit yourself. But you topsiders should really stop living in the past. Wouldn't know what's good for you if it was to bite you in the rear.
She complained while beginning to wrap Zev's leg, muttering something silently.
Once you pay, I want you both out of my shop and away from me. I don't want any trouble. Not here.
As if there was a fire lit under her feet, the dwarf hastened the pace of all her following actions to get the two of them out of there as quickly as possible. There was downright open panic in the way she went about her business.
Done,
the dwarf abruptly stated after finishing her wrappings.
Now please pay me and get out.
How curious.
Zev considered as he looked the dwarf down, his eyes shifting to their surroundings. That's when he noticed something particularly odd. However, he only smiled at that revelation. Digging his hands into his pocket, he brought out a fair sum of gold chipped from one of his coins. His finances were to the point he had to be more prudent with his expenditures to ever literally break apart some of his currency. The dwarf eagerly accepted the token.
Thank you kindly. Now, if you don't mind, I have other business to take care of.
She said while almost sweating. Zev waved back, jumped off the operating table and said his farewells.
Lovely doing business with you.
Her eyes recently fixed on the dwarf. Elix also found herself eagerly wanting to leave. The dwarf's nervousness appeared to have rubbed off on the young woman. As they began walking outside, Zev turned abruptly in a new direction, grabbing Elix's clothes to not so gently convince her to tag along with him some more.
Wait.
Elix requested, though Zev didn't release his grip just yet.
Where are we going? And don't you want to talk about what just happened in there?
He laughed out loud, drowning out anything else she might have said. She got the hint. Then, in a sudden motion, Zev reached his arm around Elix and pulled her close.
We're going to go sightseeing.
He elaborated with a loud enthusiasm and a wave of his hand before speaking in an eerie silence.
And don't even think of turning around. After all, we have company.
He explained, examining Elix's expression. She was afraid, and naturally he should have expected that. But Elix also seemed to have already had the inclination that something like this would have happened. Her revitalized, emboldened expression surprised Zev even more.
Well, now, I didn't expect that.
He considered with a grin, admittedly proud of Elix for coming to terms with their new world.
Onto the smithy,
he said with a grin, not even bothering to deny his intended destination.
After all, I have a few things in mind that I think they can help me with.
And there were a bit more words he would have liked to say, but not so out in the open in any case. The smithy would very likely be next to where they have boiling molten iron. A nice place, if any, to get rid of the bodies of a few uninvited guests. Taking a leisurely stroll through the dwarven realm with many Gorkas and wary sorts, observing the humans as they went by, Zev easily fit into the role of a tourist seeing the sights. More magnificent works of craftsmanship from buildings and statues built along the wide halls, and of course more destruction from relatively recent events, though admittedly, Zev's looks, his limp and the small detail of a missing arm did make him stand out a little more from the dwarven folk than he would have liked at the moment. And Elix's attempt at acting calm wasn't helping.
If they're anything like those in the harbor of Aknuri, then they'll come around, right?
She asked Zev mainly as a distraction.
At least now that they got rid of the traitors.
Zev rolled his tongue around his mouth.
Silly girl's going to reveal everything at this rate. Why not tell those fine assassins, spies, or whoever they are tailing us everything? I'm sure they mean well.
He grimaced at his own thoughts, considering the abundance of onlookers around them. By now he was just nodding and smiling at what Elix was saying, but wasn't paying any attention.
This is a less than ideal time to be rid of this sort. Could bring the whole dwarven kingdom atop our heads. No hope in my weapons helping us much now. Though I should really change the topic before she says anything that I'd regret. That book of yours.
Zev interjected her mid-sentence.
I have some questions. Nothing private that should be kept to ourselves, mind you, but it's simply based on my general curiosity.
Elix understood the hidden meaning behind those words, blushing slightly before responding.
Is this a real question, or are you just trying to prove a point?
She asked with a smile. Zev returned before continuing.
But I guess I'm okay to answer either way.
Zev smiled wryly, happily putting Elix to the test on this.
Well, the thing is, I just can't get my head around this simple concept I keep hearing. You lot say the light is magnanimous, benevolent, and loads of other fancy words saying it's good and just...
Zev began to say, drawing a pause for Elix to consider that pretense as he added further.
But all my life I've seen corruption, death, decay, and an indescribable amount of evil perpetrated on those evil and good alike. Now, if the light cared, why would this happen? Seems to me it can't be bothered to even lift a finger for those in need.
She laughed uncomfortably at that.
Starting on an easy one, aren't you?
Elix asked, genuinely nervous and uneasy at such a heavy question. Though he didn't realize it at first, Zev's eyes, his return look, held no amusement. In a word, it displayed contempt. Zev was surprised in himself for having discovered that reaction of his. He hardly ever found himself so open about his feelings, let alone to the point of showing it so easily. But nevertheless, through the silence, the message was received loud and clear. Elix cleared her throat and emboldened herself to respond.
We were given the gift of free will.
She began, her distant eyes now looking away from Zev as if recalling a memory.
People can choose to do right from wrong, and too often some commit terrible things to others who never deserved it.
And for everything else,
Zev quickly replied.
The fool that steps too close to a cliff. The animals of a field that maul a child. The death of an innocent baby's life by sickness. What do you say to those?
She was noticeably uncomfortable now, but she did her best to answer.
I know you've read enough to know that ever since the first choice on Ehya to do something evil, the world had never again been the same. There was lasting consequences to that act. And if you ask me why something terrible had happened, I honestly can't give you a specific answer. And do you want to know why? Because I'm not the light, but I do know that he promised that everything would work out for good who believed in him. And I've seen enough to believe it with every fiber of my being.
Zev leaned in with a fierce expression, whispering his next words.
I was born from monsters who early in my life decided I wasn't worth having around. They tried to kill me on several occasions, ultimately failing, as you could tell. If they had known what would come of it, I'm sure they would have given it a bit more effort. I killed them.
He added dryly with a hint of amusement in his expression, before asking further.
Now what did I do as an infant to have deserved that? What good came from that?
Zev nearly yelled the last question but controlled himself and pulled back as they continued their walk. Only after a moment's consideration, Elix was surprisingly quick to answer.
You don't see it, do you?
She asked in surprise, her face revealing a genuine shock at his words.
What?
He asked firmly.
If not for what happened to you, would you be where you are now? Would you really have gotten the chance to go to the Elan Empire? How many people are still alive because of what you've done?
Zev's mind raced at the prospect. He found the implications almost hilarious, yet incredibly aggravating.
So you're saying I was born to monsters so I could slay greater ones?
He couldn't help but smile at the absurdity of it all as Elix persisted.
And what about Kazim? Would his position even have happened?
Yes, quite convenient,
he said, annoyed.
But surely there are other instances you can't so easily explain away. Senseless pain and suffering without meaning. If the light cared, then what good is there in that? What tragedies could befall an innocent child that you're willing to explain away?
Though he wasn't exactly gentle about it, Zev saw it in Elix's eyes. His questions seemed to hit a wound somehow. She began tearing up and did her best not to look at Zev when she responded.
My mother was raped.
The words came so suddenly without a follow-up that Zev didn't know what to make of it. But Drazdan being away, Zev's own conscience was unsettled by the confession. He thought it best not to interrupt until she had finished her thoughts.
It's all bits and pieces, my father was told. But my mother had no one to turn to. No family, no friends. Merchant's Pass is like that to outsiders. You get kicked down, and people like to keep you like that so they can forget about their own troubles. And her story was no different. One day, she finally decided she couldn't take it anymore. So she just left me out in the middle of the square. Only a year old, I was left there for almost 2 days, while folks went about their business pretending I didn't exist. Then my father found me. He said when he found me wrapped up in blankets that I had been left with one last keepsake from my mother, this necklace.
She said with a warm smile on her face, feeling the ruby pendant in his fingers as joyful tears came down her face, perplexing Zev.
If not for that terrible man's actions, I would have never existed. My father would have never taken me in, and I would have never gotten the chance to see this world for what it is, and discover the promise and hope of what comes after. And I would have never have had the chance to make a friend with a gloomy troublemaker like you.
Elix said with a smile, wiping away her tears before jogging on ahead to hide her embarrassment. Zev kept his pace, eyeing Elix the entire time as she ran ahead, considering all the words she had spoken, and finding himself still conflicted about it all. But as he thought further, his opinion on the matter was finalized. He wouldn't allow Elix's emotional backstory to persuade him, no matter how traumatic it appeared on her face. But such thoughts were for another time, and Zev certainly wouldn't start chasing after her lest their tag-alongs pick up their pace as well and reveal themselves. No, he thought, best to let them follow at a casual step, so as to think themselves still unnoticed. Whoever they were, whatever their purpose, they would be far more easier to deal with if they were still under that false impression. After all, Zev had experience with such encounters before. He smiled eagerly at the thought of it.
Now then, let's see how this all plays out.
Zev considered as he walked down the dwarven halls, paying keen attention to the sound of faint trailing footsteps at his back. He grinned after finally having a count of his pursuers, 3 in total, before turning the corner to where Elix went off to. A more secluded place, a more dangerous area of the Dwarven realm. Elix should have paid more in mind before traversing with suspicious characters at their back. However, Zev was enjoying himself too much to care before he looked down the passageway she had gone off to. His grin disappeared instantly, replaced with a sudden rage. Before him, leaning up against the wall between Zev and Elix ahead, was a familiar face, albeit cruel and taunting. It was Aziel, or rather Zeraz, using his cousin's likeness.
Still haven't given up, have you? When will you learn?
The villain taunted with a twisted grin before speaking in his true voice.
You'll never be rid of me.
Chapter 15. Never Enough. Less than half a day earlier in Olnauen, Cyrus and his army had just returned and entered through the gates. Citizens lined the streets and cheered in triumph at their champion's conquest over the elven forces, Valenor's greatest opposition to their power left on Eya. Applause, instruments, and illicit displays of celebration were done in Cyrus and his army's honor. He loved the admiration and praise he received, waving to his adoring fans and all the women and men who wanted to be with him. Cyrus smiled widely the entire way, enjoying the festivities to his heart's content. Though it wasn't enough. It was clear now to even the most adamant skeptic that Cyrus was both loved and cherished, an icon to his people. Everyone wanted to be him or cling to him to share in his accolades. He had beauty, wealth, fame, and glory. Upon his return, there was evidence of a boon he had long sought that was freely given to him. His family's title and position had been raised to new heights they never before would have dreamed of. They too walked with him and reveled in his glory. Later that day, Cyrus had returned to the front steps of Olnauen's palace and presented himself outside before Adolin. The cheers of the crowd almost drowned out his thoughts as Adolin stepped forward with a smile on his face before he scanned the crowd. Adolin reached his hands out to the masses.
Look here, and observe only what undivided faithfulness can achieve, what rewards lie in wait for those who serve,
he said before displaying Cyrus.
Love, power, everything his heart has ever desired will be given to him, and it is well earned.
The crowds cheered at the words as the Vikanai's eyes turned to Cyrus to speak, his words mostly drowned out by the masses.
Come and enjoy the fruits of your labor, of the new world promised to you,
Adolin said before turning to walk away. In his place, another Vikanai approached and gestured for Cyrus to follow. Not seeing the harm in such a request, he did so. In time, the Vikanai led Cyrus Valorum to his new home, a luxurious estate on the footstep of the palace before stopping short of entering a room. The Vikanai turned to Cyrus with a wicked grin.
Your prize lies within,
he said before parting, leaving Cyrus to discover the truth of the matter for himself, though he did so, opening the large doors to reveal what was within. Inside was everything he longed for and more, but it wasn't without an abominable addition to it. There, before him, was a pile of gold and wealth unimaginable to make all other kings besides those from Valinor look upon with envy. And besides such treasures was a glistening and beautiful set of armor to proclaim Cyrus's newfound ascension and position in the world he had obtained. However, all of it, even every last coin, was stained by an insult to make the occasion. The gold, the armor, and the floor were all drenched in blood. The symbolic taunt the Vikanai provided was obvious, but Cyrus could not discern why they'd do such a thing. He gritted his teeth and closed the doors behind him. It was clear to him now this so-called prize from those inhuman beings would not be enough to sate him. Meanwhile, Adolin had other business to attend to. Returning to the palace throne room, he came before Zeraz and stood in attention for his master's instructions.
The time is nearly upon us,
Zeraz said with certainty to his subordinate.
See to it that the repairs to the temple are completed. There we will announce ourselves to the world for what we are.
Adolin grinned in anticipation of the order.
More lambs to the slaughter. We will make the light suffer for what he's done.
Zeraz looked at Adolin with a chilling expression.
We will end him.
Almost laughing, Adolin caught himself before he replied.
It's one thing to strip him of his children. It's another to try and supplant him. You of all...
Abruptly, Adolin's words failed him as he heard a growl to his side. He spun to see it, and just as quickly the black lion pounced atop of him, gnawing, biting, thrashing, and swinging the screaming Vaikanai about like a helpless ragdoll against walls and the floor on the creature's whim. The screams of pain continued with the lion's growls and roars until a change of heart.
Mercy!
Adolin cried out before being bitten on again and thrown against the wall, cracking the foundation.
Mercy!
He requested again in panic, shielding himself from the black lion from the next attack that wouldn't come. An eerie silence filled the room as Zeraz started approaching closer to his unfaithful subordinate, his expression fierce.
Let this experience be a lesson to you.
He instructed before vanishing into the shadows to carry out his plans. Left bloodied and wounded, Adolin picked himself up with a nervous sweat, swearing to himself never to forget his master's wrath. Chapter 16. The Lingering Fiend. Back in the Dwarven realm, in an empty hall of stone with Elix further, Zev had come across that same taunting apparition of Zeraz's, wearing Aziel's appearance. Elix still having run off ahead, Zev's hand twitched in an uncertain eagerness, his mind racing.
This monster. Can I kill him? Or would my blade pass through this trick of his?
Zev clenched his fist, reining his emotions under his control.
No, not now anyway. Not while I have company. He'll die another time, but for now, it's clear the villain's here for a reason.
Zev continued his walk at the casual pace he had before, so as to not give himself away from the pursuers. He smiled widely at the impersonating villain, whose eyes stayed on him with every step.
Bored, are we?
Zev taunted as he walked on by, ignoring Zeraz's presence. Aziel spun and followed after at the same casual pace.
The dwarves, is it? Some Elayan fishermen, brigands, and pirates from the southern coasts, and some refugees from the west. And now your pathetic alliance is now seeking their aid. How desperate you must be,
he said with hardly any expression, though Zev gave no telling signs as he listened in keenly but kept his pace.
They serve me, and I will not part with them. This mountain will be your tomb.
Zev chuckled at that.
Well, in case you hadn't noticed, I have a tendency to surprise people.
The villain didn't immediately respond, but observed Zev's missing arm and limping leg, the mockery unneeded to be said in his expression.
A forced display of bravery will not avail you, human. But there is a way out,
he said with a knowing look.
I give you a choice. You can serve me and have all your heart has ever desired. Or you can choose the path the others have chosen and perish like so many who have come before you.
Zev's eyes turned to his front, considering the options for himself. In truth, he didn't much like either of them, or the fact that he was presented with only two.
Before this is over,
Zev said slowly, his eyes turning to the villain.
I'm going to ram a blade straight through your heart,
he explained with a grin. That got a controlled, cruel laughter from Aziel.
Go on, keep on underestimating me. It'll just make it that much easier.
Having his fill of laughter, the villain finally spoke again.
You cannot even touch me,
he said with a taunting grin from experience.
My army is unparalleled, their loyalty unbreakable, and my will stronger. I have eyes and ears everywhere, you being among thousands. Struggle in vain if you must. It'll make little difference. Can't you see? I've already won.
The villain stated before vanishing into thin air, his face contorted in rage at Zeraz using Aziel's voice and appearance again. Zev quickly found himself enjoying that little chat of theirs.
Well now, that was rather telling. The villain can and has been keeping tabs on us, through me.
He considered that last part with noticeably less excitement.
But why keep an account of what we're doing if you've already won, monster? Seems there is more bluster to your claims than your words said. Not to mention after that fool so arrogantly claimed he controls the Dwarven realm. I can now comfortably dispose of these half-sized tagalongs of ours, without so much as blinking an eye.
Zev considered with a wry grin. He always preferred the simple and exciting method whenever it was available.
However, I can't do this alone.
He considered, grimacing. The eagerness in one arm was sorely lacking in the other. That is, unless it was still somewhere twitching underneath the Elan red sands. But ignoring that unhelpful thought, Zev sighed.
Looks like I need the girl's help after all. It's a shame that both hers and the dwarf's weaponry is, to say, less than subtle. So it appears, I'm left with no other option than to delegate her to the task of being my assistant for the evening. Hey!
Zev yelled out from across the corridor, certainly loud enough for the pursuers to hear while finally getting Elix to stop.
You intend on visiting the rest of the Dwarven realm without me?
He asked with a grin as he started to pick up the pace to close the distance. Naturally, footsteps followed at a similar pace behind. A troublesome sign, yet it had its benefits, Zev thought. Professionals, most likely, keenly aware of the layout of the kingdom. They had no qualms with revealing themselves here, it appeared. This, for one, meant that his earlier suspicions of this area were true, so this location was likely to be empty during most times. And two, that they were well versed enough in the profession to have waited till now to act. In other words, it wouldn't be easy for Zev or Elix to get out of this situation unscathed. But this was an otherwise fantastic place to kill someone. And by this point, there was no use feigning ignorance anymore. Zev ran as fast as he could, his crippled legs slowing him massively as he brought out his crossbow. Already loaded, he spun while running and said a single word.
1.
He said with a wry grin as he let loose his first bolt, the arrow sailing through the air before landing on the first of 3 dagger-wielding dwarf pursuers. Whoever they were, Zev was quite honestly impressed by their callousness in dismissing the deaths of their comrade as they continued their pursuit without missing a beat. However, Zev's actions had inspired a new type of response from them. Subtlety appeared to have been forfeited on all sides at this point, when both remaining pursuers sheathed their blades and pulled out their preloaded pistols. Good for 1 shot each before reloading. Still, the unfair advantage of the dwarves' boom powder hardly made the situation fair, Zev considered.
Of course they have guns,
Zev said in frustrated amusement as he glanced back to the dwarves and then Elix. She hadn't noticed it appeared. Her eyes were locked straight to their front as she continued her mad dash. The corridor with the occasional pillars offered protection only for those who deliberately hid behind them.
Oh, lucky me. If I take cover to reload, they'll only have 1 target to aim at.
He considered as he looked back again, seeing the dwarves stop to take aim. Zev gritted his teeth.
Take cover!
He declared through the hallway, his voice reverberating across the halls, inspiring Elix to take him at his word and hasten to the side of the corridor. 2 shots rang out, likely alerting everyone across 1/10 of the vast mountain halls, while they scrambled for cover. One nicking Elix's side, while Zev's shoulder got shot at the last moment. They both screamed in their own right, Elix primarily from fear, and Zev from frustration.
Curse my bleeding heart,
he vented to himself as he tried to take his mind off the pain. What mattered more was the present, Zev thought. His shooting arm still moved, and that meant it was well good enough to see him through this, if he ever had a chance. So naturally, he painstakingly began reloading his crossbow with a single arm.
Don't suppose you have anything for me?
Zev yelled out through the hall in Elix's direction.
Just the usual?
She yelled back through her fear.
That a girl?
Zev considered with a grin before finishing up his reloading. When finished, he snuck a peek over the side of the column. Although it felt like they had alerted the whole kingdom, the assailants had the presence of mind to take cover to reload their weapons. That left Zev in an unusual predicament. To wait them out and trust his abilities at dealing with them lethally before the same could be done in return, all while hoping the Dwarven Guard never arrived, or the second option of taking his chances at running here and now. Zev sighed, finding both those first possibilities to be lacking in foresight significantly. Let alone Elix was too far ahead to be of any real assistance to him.
Option 3 it is,
he considered before breaking cover and running out into the hallway, his next destination being a place to take cover more closely beside Elix.
2,
he said, spinning to release another bolt to the assassins who popped out to aim their weapons. The arrow flung in the air and missed entirely. The typical flair and difficulty associated with his aim, accompanied by his injured arm, appeared to have been quite a bothersome combination. And that lapse in judgment was certainly exploited by the assassins. 2 more shots rang out from the hallway, hitting both Zev's crippled leg and arm. He yelled in renewed frustration and pain as he collapsed behind cover again.
Blast you all to the scorched dunes. Isn't it about time somebody else loses a limb already?
He said before chuckling at the situation.
Must admit, it's starting to feel personal.
Ready!
Elix yelled from further down the hallway. He grinned at that.
You know just how to cheer me up, don't you?
He said with a smile that didn't even last for a second. Elix threw the bomb down the hallway, closer to him than their inhospitable hosts.
Throw it the rest of the way.
She urged immediately after throwing the now bouncing ball of death beside him. Her words gave truth to the fact that it was on purpose, a fact that he could be mad about later. He promised himself that. But with a live bomb sizzling at your feet, one does tend to take the immediate situation into the forefront of your mind. So, without hesitation, Zev grabbed the little item of the impending soon-to-be certain destruction and thrust it behind him. Wounds and all, his throw too fell short of where it should have landed as the assassins scurried off where they came from. And with a loud boom, rock and pebbles scattered the halls, some smaller bits brushing up against Zev. With the issue settled, albeit temporarily, he had very mixed feelings on the matter. Fighting the pain, he forced himself to stand up right before walking down the hallway to meet up with Elix. Elix grimaced after getting a good look at him.
Your luck could certainly use some improvement,
she mentioned awkwardly. He shot her a glance but kept up his relatively fast-paced walk, ignoring the pain.
Yes, well, in case you hadn't noticed, things have gotten particularly more complicated here than what I'd call desirable. So keep up, and keep your eyes peeled. We're in enemy territory, don't you know?
Elix didn't disagree by any margin with those words as she walked beside him, offering to help him walk. But for what it's worth, Zev had too much pride to accept any such aid.
They'll be back,
she said in dread.
There's no way that'll be the end of it.
He chuckled at that, finding himself in complete and utter agreement over the disheartening take.
Naturally, which is why we have to be prepared to do what's needed.
Like taking a helping hand, for instance.
She retorted, and he briefly sneered at that before smiling. With an inviting arm raised, which did no good for his pain considering the recent shot in his shoulder, Zev spoke.
By all means, though folks may think we're a couple of some sort.
She grunted in annoyance at that remark, genuinely surprising Zev as she obliged herself to help him. He eyed her curiously longer than he had anticipated while they walked, before speaking his concerns when he faced forward.
You do realize the situation that we're in, don't you?
She seemed unamused by the mysteriousness of the ambiguous question, particularly considering the emerging shouts of guards coming ever closer down the tunnels.
Why don't you enlighten me?
Elix suggested, her mind clearly elsewhere.
The scales,
he said slowly.
Huh?
The scales. They're far too imbalanced,
Zev said with a discerning glare as he looked ahead.
We'll have to remedy that.
Chapter 17. A begrudging partner. Begrudgingly, with Elix's assistance, the two had escaped to what seemed to be relative safety. Distant guards barking commands and alarms down the mountain halls had all but assured that they were far from giving up on the matter, though. However, the threat of the local law enforcement coming down upon them paled in comparison to the danger of the assassins and their master's lingering presence in this realm. Zev didn't need to ask Elix for a second opinion on that. She seemed to be adapting markedly quickly to the situation.
Oh, the fun we get up to together,
Zev said in amusement, as they still walked through the halls in their escape.
I think it's safe to say that a few years ago neither of us expected to be blowing up sectors of the Dwarven realm. We'll have to check it off my bucket list later.
How can you find this funny?
She asked back, genuinely shocked, and with her mind more on their present situation.
Why, that's easy. What part about assassinating assassins isn't to laugh about? Besides, I always love making bold impressions. Just didn't think it'd be quite literally carved into a mountain this time around. Suppose I have you to thank for that on this occasion.
Oh, haha, I'm not taking that bait.
She responded knowingly.
Shame.
But enough of that. Where should we go next?
Elix asked when getting close to a diverging path ahead, one leading further deeper into the mountain, and the other a possible way back to the others. To Zev, the choice was obvious.
Keep going down, of course. We didn't have you blow up an entire sector just for sightseeing, you know. Well, that is unless you're starting to see the appeal.
Oh no, not in your life. You get to keep the title of our group's unhinged pyromaniac, thank you very much.
She asserted firmly while helping turn the path to the lower leading tunnel.
So, what is it you intend on doing down here anyway?
Zev laughed a bit before answering.
Well, I figured with things as they are, that we need an extra helping hand. Weapons, in case you were wondering. The Dwarven blacksmiths probably have one or two lying around, I'd wager.
Before that,
Elix started to say slowly as she caught something in the corner of her eye.
We should really get you looked at again.
Ha! I say we go back to the she-dwarf again. Would love to see her expression after seeing us a second time.
Elix groaned.
First of all, no. Second of all, no again. I would go into more details of why that's a bad idea, but it's also reprehensible and you should feel bad for suggesting it.
Once again, another worthwhile response he elicited from her made the absurd suggestion that he really never intended on following through with worth mentioning entirely. Still, he had been shot twice on the same day. A terrible first impression of the place, really, he considered. Though given his particular fortune, Zev thought it might as well have been anywhere else at this point. So he supposed it was nothing personal. However, the pain would become a hindrance in no time.
All right, fine.
He begrudgingly conceded.
Let's find a nice dark corner to bandage ourselves up. After all, we should look presentable and all. Can't have people looking at some touristing humans with blood all over them and not be expecting any questions.
Elix didn't find any disagreement with the idea, helping Zev get to a shaded area where they both bandaged themselves up to the best of their abilities. Naturally, it wouldn't much help with the pain, but it could at least conceal the suspicious blood dripping all over them. Zev looked at Elix as she started to look like she was just about to begin to take off her shirt to perform some first aid. Even in the dark, she caught Zev's eye.
This situation is already uncomfortable enough as it is. The least you could do is turn around for a bit.
She requested, clearly embarrassed and frustrated at the same time. Laughing, he found her misunderstanding amusing.
Any shrapnel?
Zev asked, his eyes where her wound likely would be.
No, I don't think so anyway.
She responded, curious about the intent of his question.
That's good,
Zev began to say with a grin.
The shots that hit me also went clean through. Lucky us. We couldn't have asked to have been shot in a more convenient way, I always say. Or rather, no one's ever said until just right now. But who's really keeping tabs anyway? Still, regarding our present situation, that means we won't need to reveal ourselves for several days at least. After all, as I'm sure you're aware, the situation won't die down immediately.
Wait, what are you suggesting?
Elix asked, practically dreading the answer before it was ever spoken.
We're going into hiding for a few days, and we'll re-emerge in the public to take care of our tasks. In the meantime, I suppose you get comfortable with the idea.
What about food, water, or anything else?
He ignored her flustered state while answering calmly.
The first two we can steal, and the other, well, I suppose you get comfortable with the uncomfortable. After all, if you wanted a life of luxury and tranquility, you'd be on the other side, wouldn't you?
Elix held her face in astonishment at the words.
By the light. The other thing is terrible to think of.
She grimaced at the thought of it.
But stealing, I can't do that.
While tying some bandaging down, Zev momentarily stopped to give her a proper response. In this case, it required him to first wave his hand dismissively at the absurdity of her objections.
You can always leave equal money to its value if it bothers you so much. Though I can't say doing such suspicious acts is worth it. There's a good chance they'll undoubtedly find us if that's your plan.
Zev said, smiling at the silly idea. Hating the suggestion, Elix turned back to him.
Just a few days, right?
He looked back curiously.
Yes.
All right then.
She said adamantly.
Then I'll go without eating for a bit.
Momentarily shocked by her suggestion, Zev let out a burst of laughter.
Well then, have it your way. I suppose we've gambled with worse so far. And besides, I hardly think our luck could get much worse than it already has. But you're free to give it a try if you must.
He began to say after finishing his first bandaging. Noticing she hadn't even started on herself yet, Zev twirled his finger around to indicate his next action of looking away from her. After all, Elix, along with many others, appeared to have delicate sensibilities about such things. Besides, he still had a few areas left to bandage himself. When he spun around, Zev then heard Elix beginning to perform some first aid on herself as well. And to have fun with the awkward situation, Zev wanted to make it that much more awkward.
So do you think there would ever be a chance the two of us could have ever become something more?
Her answer wasn't immediate, leaving Zev in a silent, uncomfortable wait for a few seconds.
If this world wasn't what it was, maybe?
Zev couldn't help but chuckle at that. It was a brilliant yet simple answer. He was defined by this world, and was naturally a response to its injustice. So in his eyes, she had effectively denied everything there was about him.
Could have just said no.
He said, laughing. There were no hard feelings. That's what Zev told himself anyway. After all, he was fairly convinced he was just curious anyway.
About earlier,
Zev began to say, amazed he was concerned at dealing with a rather sensitive topic.
That story you told me regarding your hometown, about your mother leaving you.
Yes?
She asked slowly, warily, her response giving evidence to Zev's suspicions earlier.
Your mother never left you, did she?
Elix let out a long and loud sigh at that.
You know what? Sometimes you're too clever for your own good.
Oh, compliments, is it?
Zev asked with a grin.
I can get used to this.
She sighed again at that casual response.
Is the reason you want to know because you're concerned, or are you just looking to entertain yourself?
She asked flatly. It was a rather scathing question, and Zev thought on it for a moment before giving a reply that even surprised him.
The way you mentioned her seemed too personal, especially for someone who had abandoned you, I'd say. In either case, I wouldn't have asked if I didn't care now, would I?
He admitted begrudgingly, leaving a momentary silence between them for a second or two.
Oh.
Elix began uncomfortably, preparing herself mentally before speaking further.
Fine. I guess we've known each other long enough by now. After what had happened to my mother, she was seen as unclean, disposable. Hardly anyone wanted anything to do with her. So when a caring new mother who's left all alone to take care of a new child can't find work through the usual ways, they're often left with other methods of providing. My father only told me years after I became an adult, but my mother's corpse was found in some alleyway, medical drugs scattered all around her as if she had been overdosed.
She was killed, was she?
Zev asked, discerning the hidden truth behind her story. Emotional, Elix nodded back.
Yes. And the worst part is everyone knew who did it. There just wasn't any proof. I had promised to myself that when I saw that whenever I found that man, I would have justice for my mother.
She began saying with a notable pause and uncertainty in her eyes. Zev studied her expression, offering comfort the best way he knew how.
I could kill that man for you,
he suggested with an unflinching expression. Elix almost smiled at that, but withheld it enough to respond to the rather serious declaration Zev had offered.
I don't remember asking,
she said almost thankfully, turning her face away from him. After that rather unpleasant conversation, Zev decided to act out exactly what was discussed. The two spent several unpleasant days down in the deeper recesses of the Dwarven Kingdom, and Zev felt it was a good time to emerge into the less dark and less dank and less deep of the mountain. Hardly an improvement, but at least there were some added benefits for society in the latter situation. And while Elix saw to getting herself some food, Zev made the effort of going and leaving another Dwarven doctor's facility. Of course, not before threatening the dwarf with death if they should execute on their idea of spitting on the injury. In any case, the two later intended to make their way down to the blacksmiths. But in the meanwhile, interesting events were unfolding in the south. Chapter 18. Preparations to be made. Still upon the red sands, Kazim was in the middle of re-entering the Elan capital. Atop his horse, he looked out to the vastness of the people they had brought with them, thousands of men, women, and children. And if he were being honest with himself, more than not, the people were more than just burdens. Al-Mahil saw through the hidden concern upon his stoic expression, covering the distance between them with her Janyu.
You see it clearly, don't you, follower of the light?
She asked with a knowing look. Kazim, for his part, had seen too much to be surprised anymore. Though his words were soft-spoken and silent, they spoke of a grave concern.
They are a threat to us,
he said somberly before he gestured to the masses. In his eyes, and undoubtedly the elves, the refugees they had brought almost unanimously were vessels of the darkness's taint, some more than others, but the foul essences scoured all across Kazim's sight, almost as much as the people themselves.
A part of me wishes to leave them to their fate, to let the light sort it out by itself.
Kazim further explained with gritted teeth.
But yet I know that I was far worse not too long ago. Who am I to pass judgment on these poor lost souls? But my charge? They could undo everything we've so desperately fought for till this moment.
Al-Mahil nodded solemnly in response.
You speak well, human, for you are right in your suspicions. Most will certainly betray you before the end.
Those words unsettled Kazim more than she had ever seen till this point.
However, as is always the case, as some choose to serve the fleeting desires of their hearts, others will stay the course and choose what is right. Will you lose heart and abandon all hope of rescuing the few who still have a chance?
Al-Mahil questioned with a piercing gaze, her eyes shimmering like stars as she saw through Kazim's actions and words, directly to his heart. Kazim breathed in slowly and exhaled, controlling his fear.
So much more was done on my part, one of which that I could never hope to repay such a debt. So there is no option for me to forsake these people. After all, I'm here before you, aren't I? I could never forgive myself for such an act.
Though having fully expected it, Al-Mahil smiled at that decision.
You have chosen wisely, Maltir Falajad. The light has assigned you in this day and age for a reason. Hold fast to the promises, knowing that before the end, that whatever is to come, that we will meet again upon the fields of the White Plains.
Such gentle words carried with them so much of a burden that Kazim had a hard time keeping his composure. With a solemn nod and a bow in appreciation, he replied,
Where will you go, my friend?
To the Dwarven realm,
she said with a slight grin.
They will not be expecting nor wanting my company, but they will need my aid all the same.
Kazim couldn't contain his feelings on the matter.
They are not the only ones who will need your aid.
She smiled at that needless concern, full of confidence in her reply.
Fear not, son of man, for I leave you another follower of the light in my stead. Brash as he is, his heart is pure and just. You will not need more.
Kazim silently doubted such claims in his mind as he heard murmuring from the refugees and elves behind Al-Mahil. The people for their part seemed stunned, while the elves stood in silence, saluting in admiration to whoever approached. Before he even saw him, Kazim had a suspicion this was the man the elven princess had spoken of, though how she knew his arrival would come here and now was beyond him. And soon later, parting the crowds with his mere presence, Wyron Fail began walking to Al-Mahil with a solemn expression of regret. He said not a word before stepping only feet away from her Janu and bowing.
I have failed you, Your Highness. I could not protect them as you had asked.
Though he hadn't a clue who the elf was, given the amazed murmuring in the crowds, Kazim had an inclination he was far too hard on himself, though Al-Mahil was the one to respond.
Rise, Wyron Fail. I know with certainty you tried, and it is not our place to know all things that are to come. We must simply trust in the future that is in hand. Your time will come, though you already know this,
she said with a mischievous-looking grin. Wyron Fail looked much more relaxed in return and stood upright.
Thank you, Your Highness. You are too kind, though I would ask for the opportunity to make amends for my rash actions.
The arrangements have already been made,
Al-Mahil said with a grin, pleased by Wyron Fail's accepting reaction. Wyron Fail turned to Kazim with a curious look.
I'm to serve you then?
Feeling out of place with taking on such an amazing figure under his command, Kazim bowed back in respect before answering.
We would be most grateful,
Kazim began to say, his confidence and determination returning when he eyed Wyron Fail down.
We'll need you before the end. I could not have asked for a greater ally.
Surprised at first, Wyron Fail stifled a chuckle and grinned widely. Summoning a spear of light in hand, he saluted.
I will break their armies, sunder the earth, and destroy the one behind all this. By the light, even if I should die, I will see this be done. The deceiver will fall by my hands.
Upon those words, Wyron Fail answered all the questions that lingered in the crowd's minds. Blades and shields of light erupted from his back, forming an unmistakable form. Massive wings of brimming light formed of shields, swords and spears were behind him, attached merely upon his will. Kazim and the crowds gasped in amazement at the presence of the elf, and Al-Mahil just smiled all the wider.
I see you learned a new trick while I was gone, and by what I heard, it appears it had come to you not a moment too soon.
Al-Mahil said playfully, receiving a smile and nod in return from her subordinate before she spoke further.
I have faith we will see each other before this is over, my friend. The prophecy is with you, so I beseech you, do what you've always done. Stand fast against the darkness and fear no evil.
The weapons and shields dispersed in an instant, for Wyron failed to give a proper saluted response.
I will see it done,
he confidently stated with conviction. She knew the words spoken were true, and that there was nothing to fear regarding his fate. So, with nothing more than one last simple nod to Kazim, Al-Mahir left with her men to the north. Chapter 19, Mending Ties. After spending several days underground to evade detection, Zev and Elix finally emerged to resume their tasks beyond gathering food and attending to their renewed need for first aid. Though Zev promised himself that this would be the last time he'd ever see a dwarf doctor again. After that bit of a nuisance, Zev left yet another doctor's business and was surprised to see Elix waiting for him outside. She wasted no time making use of her time, eating while standing there. She was eating some sort of meat, of which Zev could honestly say he didn't have a clue of the origins. Yet, there was a surprising amount of life inside the mountains outside of the pint-sized people here that he determined it could be nearly anything. Whatever the case, she waved a piece of the meat on a bone towards him, the leg, arm or something. He hadn't expected to be faced with this soon-to-be situation. Clear to him by this simple gesture, Elix was beginning to know him and the machinations of his mind quite personally.
Eat,
Elix said firmly.
Contrary to what you said earlier, I know you haven't been...
Zev smiled at her innocence and her surprising amount of understanding.
What? Do you not think I'm capable?
He asked, feigning shock as he accepted the unscrupulous piece of food.
Contrary to how it appears, I've been living like a king in the dark, miserable tunnels.
She sighed, if nothing else for his expectations, but he detected Elix found his comments amusing.
Maybe if I wasn't there with you nearly the entire time, yes, I might have thought you had.
Note to self, don't ever assign the girl to watch over someone or something.
Zev thought with a grin, finding her assessment of the situation to be highly in question.
Well now, I am flattered you think so highly of me,
he said with a playful bow, albeit slightly taunting. Elix wasn't bothered by it. She was becoming far too accustomed to his antics to be. Far less fun, he would have said. In either case, she did have something to say.
Even with how dark it was, I couldn't help but notice what you were doing.
He chuckled at that.
Look, if you wanted to see me unclothed, I'm afraid you missed your chance earlier. Far too busy a man, have places to be, people to meet, things to blow up. Too busy, far too busy.
Oh, for the love of...
She abruptly started saying back in frustration, reining in her emotions.
I'm talking about what you've been reading, Zev. Has any of it been speaking to you?
She said, pointing to his hidden book between his heart and leather jacket.
I was curious when she would bring it up again.
Zev considered, his eyes on his chest, then Elix.
I finished it,
he said with a grin, finding amusement in her surprise at the confession.
It appears you have it all worked out, don't you? The beginning, the end, and everything in between. And admittedly, there's been some disturbing similarities to what was written and what we've been seeing, hasn't there?
That seemed to give Elix hope, and he quickly snuffed it out.
But what does it matter? Where's the so-called light in all of this?
He asked in annoyance, gesturing to everything around them.
Where's this warrior of legend, Wyron Fail? If you hadn't noticed, nothing that's happened has come about by some divine hand except from the enemy. Who had gotten us out of Olnoan? It was Brother and I. Who united those filthy Elaines and elves to stand against that decrepit corpse? Me. And who's working to gain the power of the Dwarven arms?
He demanded, his eyes looking to heights beyond the mountain's hall ceiling.
Well, where is he then? If there was a time to show up, then I'd think it'd be by now, wouldn't you?
There was no need to say it. Elix's expression displayed a clear disappointment at the words.
He's been there the entire time.
That stopped the conversation, albeit momentarily, as Zev looked back and gave a stifled scoff.
Is that right?
He said slowly.
Well, if you can ask him, tell him we need a bit more funds as we're running out and there's plenty of weapons to buy yet.
He said with no intent to hide his irritation, as he began walking out to the open passages. This section of the Dwarven realm, like many others, was a marvel of ingenuity. Crafted stone columns held up the mountain while supporting the homes underneath, all with a still active volcano beneath it all. It was quite impressive work by anyone's standards, really.
You coming?
Zev asked back to Elix, seeing she hadn't moved.
I don't think we can trust you,
she admitted with a playful smile, though the boldness of the statement surprised Zev.
So she's learned something after all.
He smiled back.
You know what I am, Zealot. Who I am. Yet, I'm still here. So, what does that say about our relationship?
He asked back mockingly, a proud wry grin on his face.
And regarding what you said, to a sense may be fair and all, but at this point, does it look like you really have any other option?
With a moment's consideration, her actions were Elix's answer. She began to walk behind Zev's lead as he started heading further down the road. After eating the questionable slab of meat while they went, their destination ahead was the blacksmith. The rest of the journey to the blacksmith was particularly boring for Zev. Rubble from the recent turmoil, beautifully crafted halls, pathways, and anything else the dwarves could carve, really. Not to mention the irritating, leering eyes of every vertically challenged resident of this entire kingdom who caught glimpses at them. Apparently, it seemed, dwarves didn't have many visitors from the outside world, and Zev and Elix were enduring the brunt of it. Hard to work in the shadows and go unnoticed when everyone immediately notices you and points you out. Annoying in most situations, and possibly deadly when you know of at least 2 possible assassins that still have it out for you. In time, they came to what appeared to be the great forges of the blacksmiths. Iconic as it was, Zev couldn't help but notice that the hairy little people used the very lava to do most of the smelting of their ironwork and more. Like the outskirts of the scorched dunes, it made the place irritatingly hot, but at least there was no dampness. But this wasn't the first time he was here. After all, he had traversed these same halls in the night while Elix was keeping a close eye on him, as she had implied earlier. Still, he had to admit to himself, she was right about the food if nothing else.
That one,
Zev suddenly said as he pointed out a single dwarf who appeared ostracized from the other blacksmiths.
Why him?
Elix asked, though immediately seemed like she would take the question back if she could.
Trying to discuss something unsavory that the others can't hear, aren't you?
It would appear so, wouldn't it?
He thought before smiling at Elix as he kept his pace all the same.
Even if you may be right, I'll have you know that was highly offensive. I think we ought to have a few rounds to celebrate after this. Your treat, of course.
Zev said with a wry grin.
After all, it's what these people are known for, isn't it?
Zev finished saying as he closed the distance between him and a particularly perturbed dwarven blacksmith. Plopping his arm beside one of the massive and currently unused metal cauldrons, Zev just smiled with his usual charm. With the dwarf giving him an incredulous look, Zev determined it was safe to say that it had less than the desirable effect he was hoping for.
Ah, I see,
Zev said understandingly, pointing to his missing limb.
It's the arm, isn't it?
The dwarf still looked wary when he answered.
Among other things, but yes.
Zev smiled all the wider at that.
Well, that's good,
he said while beginning to lean closer to the dwarf.
'Cause you see, that's precisely why I'm here. I pay you, and in return you offer a helping hand for your services.
Now that got a chuckle out of the dwarf.
Well, I'll admit, that'd be a first for me.
He admitted with a notably more enthusiastic attitude about the situation as he looked upon his human guests.
I'll need to take a few measurements for good measure and get a few specifications you'd be wanting to implement, I'd think. But was there anything else you two might be in the business of shopping for, besides replacements for missing limbs?
As a matter of fact...
Zev began to answer while pulling out his crossbow and setting it down on a bench near the dwarf.
Any possibility you can upgrade this a bit? As you might imagine, only having one posable hand makes the reloading quite troublesome.
The dwarf looked at the weapon in awe.
By the stone,
he said in amazement, giving Zev that incredulous look of his again.
This here is top-of-the-line weaponry, and you're asking me to improve upon it?
Zev still smiled when he answered that.
Is that a no?
Holding and inspecting the finely tuned instrument, the dwarf answered.
Yes, that'd be a no. As I said, this here is a top-of-the-line crossbow. I didn't much make it, and I wouldn't know much about how to make an improvement on it without some months of research at least. And I don't think I'll be putting that kind of effort behind it on a chance, you understand? Especially if it's for situations for folk with only one arm and our kin's fondness for boom powder nowadays.
He explained while handing the weapon back to Zev. Zev naturally accepted it back before holstering it.
A pity,
he confessed before dismissing that matter.
Now, onto the measurements and specifications you mentioned. Here's the rest of my savings. I expect it done as quickly as you can manage.
Zev said quite bluntly, as he pulled out his entire pouch of gold coins and threw it on the table before the dwarf. There was no hint of being discreet about it either. The other blacksmiths who had kept their distance until now were suddenly aware and looking on in awe.
You're normally much more subtle,
Elix suggested, genuinely surprised, the tone of her words basically indicating her frustration with his change of heart now of all times. The blacksmith, for his part, knew that any attempt at secrecy on the matter was all but ruined by the leering eyes of the others on him and his treasure. Still, he wanted to get a good look at the quantity of wealth that spilled out from the pouch, before quickly shoveling it back in and hiding it beneath his bench. A grin firmly planted on his face when he finally answered Zev.
Who am I to say no to such generous customers?
He said with a customary flair that was noticeably missing earlier, encouraging Zev around the bench to his side with a waving hand.
Come, sit down and we can get started.
As instructed, Zev came around the bench and sat on the opposing side of a table, the stump of what remained of his arm past the elbow extended. The dwarf came back with a belt with written measurements on it and began to do his work, comparing the length of Zev's other arm as a reference point. Meanwhile, during all this, he struck up a conversation that Zev had been eagerly anticipating.
So, what brings you strangers all the way to the Dwarven realm, especially during all this mess?
Zev.
Zev quickly replied with a grin, puzzling the dwarf as he continued.
Now you know my name. I'm no longer a stranger. As for this one here, you can call her Elix or my assistant, whichever strikes your fancy.
A little annoyed with the situation as a whole, Elix waved off that comment.
Just ignore him.
That comment garnered a laugh from Zev before he turned to the dwarf.
And your name, Sir Dwarf?
Finding amusement in the conversation with a raised eyebrow, the dwarf answered.
Bolden's the name.
Elix immediately recognized it.
That's quite an interesting name you have there,
she noted, trying to contain a chuckle. Bolden didn't seem to mind, partly finding it funny himself, it seemed.
Yes. The name does carry a ton of baggage with it, I'll admit. That fella I was named after was known for quite a bit, after all.
And with a bit of showmanship, Bolden began giving visual displays to his next words.
An amazing warrior of legend, brave and fierce. And, as it turned out, that prince of old was effectively a natural disaster in and of himself, causing political strife, supposedly collapsing a section of the Dwarven kingdom, I hear, and of course, trying to court every she-dwarf who would have him. A hero and a walking calamity he was. Very interesting fella who'd probably be best not used as an inspiration to name your children, I'd say.
He explained with a chuckle at the thought of it. With a smile plastered on his face, Bolden explained to them further.
Well, against my dear old pa's wishes, I never did become a warrior to match his talent. But, and I take this as a win, I never did cause an uproar ever within my name's predecessor's talents. No, I'm afraid I live a stable, good life with a loving family. I don't even drink!
He finished explaining, having had his amusement with the tale before waving off his unprofessionalism.
Bah, but that's enough about me. Let's hear what you two have to say.
Odd,
Zev considered, smiling after the dwarf finished his story.
By this side of the Great Divide, Bolden, I believe you may well be one of the finest examples of what a true dwarf with quality looks like that I've ever seen.
That strange comment seemed to confuse the dwarf, but Zev wouldn't leave him in suspense.
Which begs the question, why are the others actively avoiding you?
That question got a notable uncomfortable reaction.
You mean outside the whole drinking bit?
He asked with a chuckle, but Zev's stare indicated that he wouldn't so easily drop the subject. Scratching his forehead momentarily in consideration after briefly glancing at the other dwarves, Bolden confessed his thoughts, albeit much more silently.
Things have gotten complicated here in the mountain the last few months. Untold death. And folk here aren't so much busying themselves with picking up the pieces as they are who owns them. Unsavory folk on both sides. One worse than the other, though. One side led by the self-important captain of the guards, Gorfin, and the other far more dangerous group is a collection of nobles who tried to assume power after the king's death.
He explained, pointing a thumb discreetly to the other dwarves at his back.
The council, they call themselves. You better watch yourself and doubly make sure you don't get on their bad side.
Zev looked to Elix with a wry grin.
Things continue to get more interesting.
he said mysteriously, hiding his true thoughts on the matter.
So this council group is the ones who aligned themselves with the villains. And, of course, others are listening into our conversation. Perfect. Continue to listen, my friends. You're doing me a favor.
He smiled at the clever workings of his mind before pointing to where his replacement arm should be, to instruct Boldin further.
A slight request, my friend,
Zev began to say.
I would like for the arm to be hollow.
Boldin nodded understandingly.
I figured as much, to reduce the weight and all that. Don't need to worry, I'm a professional. The last thing you'll have to worry about is this attachment being a burden to you.
Among other things, yes.
Zev replied mysteriously, waving the dwarf to come in closer and providing a few more discreet adjustments to his request that even Elix didn't hear. Boldin went wide-eyed.
By the stone! Makes me curious what you've been up to till this point, I'll admit.
He said somewhat nervously, eyeing a stern-faced Zev before continuing.
If anyone asks, I had nothing to do with it.
Boldin added uncomfortably before finishing his measurements. It finally looked complete, and Elix was getting antsy with all the eyes on them.
Good. We're done here then, right?
Zev couldn't help but chuckle at her insistence, holding a hand for Elix to have patience.
No, not quite yet,
he said while eyeing the dwarf.
How long?
The dwarf rolled the question around in his head for a few seconds before feeling comfortable enough to respond, albeit silently.
12 days?
12?
Zev asked back, shrugging, not really bothering to reduce the volume of his voice much.
I suppose it'll have to do.
12 days for things never done before,
Boldin replied, chuckling at the ridiculous response to his estimate. In truth, Zev knew that, and bowed a grandiose bow in return.
Farewell, Sir Dwarf. Until next time. There's still so much left to do,
he said with a grin, before obliging himself to begin leaving. Walking alongside Zev as they began their exit, Elix couldn't help but have questions.
Mind explaining what just happened?
Away from the others, he didn't feel the need to lie.
Quite simple, really. I got the attention I wanted,
he explained with a grin.
The trap has been set.
Though Elix didn't like it, she found that bold answer typical.
I'll have you know that you're coming back for this alone.
He didn't answer that remark, and held back an expression that'd reveal his thoughts.
All the better,
Zev considered with a grin. Chapter 20. Their reach stretches everywhere. Making his way through the Olnauen Palace halls, Cyrus stepped forward and knelt down before Adolin on his throne.
You summoned me, my lord?
Yes.
The Vaikanai answered while taking a stand, pointing to Cyrus to issue his orders.
The time is nearly upon us now. There's a resistance mounting against us in the east that threatens to destabilize everything we've fought so hard to achieve, including the followers of the light who previously escaped your grasp.
He seethed.
Were there not others of your kind there?
Cyrus challenged, keeping his tone in check. Cyrus soon regretted such a rash action in his words, as the very air began to become suffocating with a great deal of pressure surrounding him. His armor was bending, and his body felt like it was beginning to be crushed under its own immense weight, as Adolin casually continued his instructions.
You will atone for your failures, human. The bulk of our armies will be sent with you to the east, where I expect you to deal the death blow to this pitiful resistance that stands against us.
Adolin said before offering a few words of encouragement, while his guest still writhed in agony.
My kind will go before you, creating chaos and reaping the harvest of all those who have succumbed to our will.
And turning his face to Cyrus, Adolin issued his final words on the matter.
It's either them or you, human,
he said in a cold fury, the ground quaking and cracking beneath their feet as the overwhelming magic grip had finally relented from Cyrus. Bloodshot eyes, gasping for breath and sweating profusely, Cyrus struggled to stand and bow.
I will see it done,
he finally answered, his anger dripping through his teeth like venom. Though Adolin didn't much care, he had made his point. The difference between their powers was the striking example that indicated all that was to be needed before Cyrus turned and left.
Was that wise?
A Vaikanai asked Adolin, revealing himself from the shadows. Annoyed his actions were ever in question, Adolin returned a glare.
His hunger is insatiable. If not for the reminder the master's pet might forget his place.
The Vaikanai grinned at that, offering another question in return.
And is it time? Will the master finally make his move?
It is.
Adolin answered with a smile of his own.
Instruct the armies to move. As for the remainder of all those within our dominion, demand they come to witness the momentous occasion. Until they've arrived, instruct the others that I will be waiting in the Temple of the Light.
At last!
The Vaikanai muttered.
The final battle will soon be upon us.
He stated with a wicked expression before vanishing into the dark. Adolin offered no words in return before turning back to his throne, his gaze briefly glancing over to a dark corner where the lion lay nearby, practically invisible. Sitting upon his throne in contemplation, Adolin considered his next whispered words carefully.
Which of us will burn, I wonder?
He silently considered before grinning at a new prospect.
Or will we all suffer the black flame together?
Adolin asked further, finding a sense of amusement in the second outcome. In the capital city of Elia, Piotir and Nairi were together, in a vast landscape of mostly unoccupied buildings and structures. After receiving their handheld food distributed from the Elans there, the two of them proceeded to keep their distance from the other refugees. Even after the prolonged time with the others, neither Piotir nor his younger sister-like friend could ever find themselves trusting this lot. But that was the lesser of the two reasons Piotir wanted to keep his distance. The others had spoken openly about their reservations about the chances of anyone standing against the power of the Valinorians, particularly the monsters who were in control. Piotir could hardly stand to hear of any of it, let alone have Nairi in her shaken state, hear anything to further increase her growing paranoia. The two eventually found a home with an open door, which was assumably unoccupied like many others in the city. Taking his first steps inside, Piotir looked at Nairi with a smile.
Looks clear,
he mentioned with arms beckoning her inside with him.
Come on, sit. I'll go see if I can get a fire going.
Piotir mentioned further after seeing an open area within the middle of the home with a skylight above for just such occasions. Nairi sat down reluctantly to eat and looked at Piotir worriedly.
Don't go too far.
I won't,
he reassured, making a ruckus through the other room in his attempts to find the wood he sought after. Wasn't long after before Nairi couldn't hear him anymore.
They're right, you know,
a voice said beside Nairi as she spun her head forward. There, a man in a robe had suddenly appeared out of nowhere, sporting a devilish grin on his face, leaning over where the would-be fire would be as he spoke tauntingly further.
There is no hope, not for those who oppose us,
he said further, the air growing as cold as if a winter's breeze from the northern heights had suddenly swept in.
But however, there is a way out,
the unsettling stranger suggested with an offered hand. Nairi didn't take it. How could she? This man had absolutely terrified her to silence, and he simply grinned at her reaction.
I will return. Perhaps you will have wisened up by then,
he suggested with a villainous delight, releasing several logs of wood from beneath his robe onto the fire pit before the pyre mysteriously set aflame. And just like that, the Vaikanai vanished into thin air. All that remained of where he stood was a black talon-like dagger in his stead. Her fears and anxiety up until this point seemed to have reached a limit until the unnerving stranger had left. But once having calmed herself down a little, she reached out and grabbed the blade, inspecting it more closely, curious as to what purpose it may hold. Nairi was so wrapped up in the moment that she hadn't even noticed the approaching footsteps entering the room.
I couldn't find anything,
Piotir began to say, leaving his thought unfinished when he caught a look at the fire.
You already got it going? Should have said something,
he said with a smile that showed a mixture of emotions. He obliged himself to sit near her before beginning to eat. It didn't take too long before he noticed the dagger.
Where'd you get that?
He suggested with only a look at the weapon to clarify his thoughts. As if immediately ashamed of holding onto it, Nairi abruptly drew it closer to her chest, her words filled with an equal amount of anxiety when she spoke.
I found it.
Piotir sighed, but smiled understandingly.
All right, if you want to, keep it, okay? If it makes you feel better anyway. Just remember that we're now in good company. That man leading the Elans isn't like the others.
They're all out to get us,
she mumbled in retort.
We're not safe anywhere.
He looked at her with an evident concern in his expression.
Actually, maybe you should give that to me,
Piotir suggested, his palm outstretched to Nairi. She recoiled at his offer, holding the blade dearly. It was the only safety she could rely on now. The elves couldn't help her, and the Elans under the kind man's orders certainly weren't much of saviors either. They arrived too late, and lastly, there was the matter of Faicha, how he succumbed to the Vaikanai before the end. His fate was certain, she had convinced herself, an ever-reminding terror in her memories. Nairi had at least hoped he would see to their safety, but the nightmarish scene of the Black Lion and the Vaikanai's assault instilled fear within her again and again. It kept bringing her down to the point of endless anxiety and worry. But at least, if the worst had come to pass, with this blade she could at least choose how things would end. Nairi almost sobbed at the thought of it, but she was done with crying.
No, I need it.
The young girl silently claimed as she clung to the instrument of death. Pyotir didn't know what to make of it, but he determined nothing good was happening as he let out an exasperated sigh and leaned back.
We're going to make it through this, Nairi. You probably saw it too, how those evil elves' magic didn't seem to reach Wireran Fail, or how they fled after the arrival of the Elan's army. There's something special about them.
He silently muttered in consideration. It wasn't all too convincing through her eyes, how people were flung off an insurmountable height into the lower gorge of the southern third of Eya, or how those who were lucky enough to avoid such detection instead got picked up by a cruel black beast, a thing of nightmares that played with its screaming victims till their ends. How most of those under the elves' so-called protection were slaughtered like animals. That is what she remembered clearly, though she didn't want to voice her opinions aloud. What would it matter anyway? Voicing their hopelessness wouldn't help anything, she considered. There wasn't much talking afterward, as the two began to silently eat with each other. The liveliness of their small company had all but died with the death of their eldest friend in their trio, and though momentarily considering it couldn't get worse, Nairi heard a sound emerging from outside the home they resided in.
Do you hear that?
Pyotir asked, a grave concern in his tone.
Something bad is happening,
he said openly after coming to the discovery of what Nairi assumed herself. A commotion was underway outside, emerging from the direction of where the refugees were. It was now well beyond the recent and usual loud grievances and arguing that they'd been hearing the past week. There were screams, cries of torment, and the unmistakable sound that Nairi would never again forget, roars from the Black Lion. No more words were shared, and they were simply not needed when Pyotir jumped to his feet and lent a hand out for Nairi to grab. His actions had spoken everything that was needed to convey his thoughts. Nairi knew they needed to escape again. Chapter 21. Scales. Back in the Dwarven realm, Zev and Elix were finally returning to where they left Drazdan, Gorfin, his army, and of course the Elan Tagalongs. The way back was fraught with boring conversation and an undeniable lack of assassination attempts. Zev only appreciated the latter. However, the two of them both undeniably appreciated the change of pace. But that aside, Drazdan and the others were not where Zev and Elix would have first guessed.
What has this world come to?
Zev asked Elix after their return to the outside of the Dwarven bar.
Unbelievable. If we can't find a fat, slow and ancient dwarf, then who can we find? Must be losing my touch.
He jested, but admittedly was a little irritated with the prospect of further walking after having just traversed the underbelly of the mountain. Elix smiled but shook her head.
Oh, don't be so dramatic.
Elix chastised before walking up to the first dwarf she saw and asking directions. Zev didn't want to bother getting closer to hear, but it sounded like Elix was quickly becoming excited and thanking the stout little person for their troubles. That, of course, happened before her triumphant return with a large smug grin plastered on Elix's face. Whatever it was she was going to say, Zev didn't want to hear it.
You can stop right there,
he abruptly pointed out with a raised palm.
If you want to take directions from a dwarf, then you go ahead, lead the way. We'll see how that works out for you.
Minutes later, it worked out quite well. Now standing before the military complex constructed into the walls of the mountain, much like the other buildings, Elix turned to Zev with a proud expression just oozing with an unspoken, "I told you so." Zev dismissed her moment of achievement with a wave.
Did anyone ever tell you that bragging is an appealing attribute?
He awkwardly said while walking ahead.
Well, let me set the record straight, they lied.
His posturing and complaining only made Elix feel that much more accomplished while she ran to his side.
You know, eventually you're going to have to give me credit for what I've done. We've been through the wildlands and back again, literally. Even with your checkered past, I've admitted when you've done a good job. The least you could do is pay me a compliment every now and then.
Zev shot a glance back at her.
A compliment, is it?
He considered thoughtfully before speaking his thoughts.
Well, I do think you have a nice butt. Oh, and yes, your personality is tolerable, I suppose.
Elix nearly stopped walking at that remark, holding her head in frustration while likely muttering some curses under her breath. And with that kind of reaction, Zev was having a great deal of fun with the situation, but contained himself when he elaborated further.
Should have been more specific, my dear.
He noted with a grandiose shrug, keeping his pace as he walked towards the compound. Before he walked to the guards at the front of the building, he had a few telling thoughts on the matter he kept hidden.
Besides, girl, you failed to realize that you exposed our location to possible spies. Humans in the Dwarven realm. A woman and a man with a limp and missing arm. As if they couldn't draw any conclusions to who we are. And though I'm fine with revealing myself to them later, now is too soon. I can't allow myself to be ensnared before I begin my grand act.
Zev silently considered as he approached the guards in front of the complex with a wide grin.
I'm looking for the Stonekin and Gwarfin, if you don't mind pointing the way.
One of the two guards looked Zev over and chuckled.
Well, by my beard. I was told to look out for you two humans for days now, for when ye possibly would arrive. And normally I'd be more scrutinizing in, well, who I let in and all.
The dwarf said, while grinning widely at Zev's obvious physical characteristics.
But the way I see it, we don't have much humans coming to the Dwarven realm. And we have even less with missing arms that are moving about like a wounded rockhound.
He added with an ill-begotten snicker. Admittedly, Zev found the odd situation humorous as well.
Oh, goody. You see that, Elix? Who says that losing an arm and being permanently crippled is without its advantages?
He suggested while looking back to Elix and then the dwarves.
Well then, you've all been wonderful. I shall make sure to share this news with all my other crippled friends about this place.
Zev added, while obliging himself past the guards, who admittedly felt conflicted at his parting words. Stepping inside, Zev looked around and saw exactly what he would have expected. Stone columns supported a massive structure with several further buildings within, and dwarven guards, now soldiers, trained on their sights while shooting at targets upon the mountain's inner wall. The greatest building in particular is what caught Zev's eyes. Elix arrived moments later by his side.
For the life of me, I don't know how you can go about saying and doing whatever you please without consequences.
That garnered an unbelieving, taunting look back from Zev, but he felt a more practical response was in order. No words were spoken, just an exaggerated limp to his walk as he walked by a stone column and placed his stub of an arm on it for support. Terrible acting on his part, but it was really the point behind it that mattered.
Okay.
Elix began to say.
Maybe that wasn't fair.
He only increased the exaggeration of his performance on those words until Elix laughed. With his message well conveyed, Zev set himself up straight and brushed his jacket. He caught the eye of several dwarf soldiers suddenly stopping their shooting practice and looking back at him with puzzled expressions.
What?
Zev asked, feigning ignorance.
Never seen a human on the other side of the Great Divide before?
He inquired further, not even bothering to hear their responses as he continued his walk in normal stride to the largest building. Outside of swatting away the few pests of servants, attendants, and smooth-talking some other troublesome guards, Zev and Elix finally made it to their destination. A grand room where not only Drazden Rockweaver was, but Gwarfin and undoubtedly a few dwarves of notable importance that Zev momentarily hardly cared about. Still, if they did matter, then it would have been tragic to have made enemies with them, so naturally he played nice.
Sorry to keep you fine dwarves waiting,
Zev said with a grandiose bow. He said it with such flair that he immediately stole the attention of the room, and for her part, Elix hurriedly made her way past Zev to where Drazden was when Gwarfin spoke up.
Stonekins guide us,
he loudly stated, his eyes turning to Drazden to scoff a bit before glancing back to Zev.
What in the mountain could have taken you so long? It's been days. Didn't get lost, did you?
Zev kept things pleasant as he walked closer. A seat in his sights besides the most important guests had his name on it.
Something trivial, really. Just had to deal with an assassination attempt. I'm sure it's nothing out of the ordinary down here, though.
Oh, I see,
Gworfin said, almost chuckling.
You must have met our pampered noble friends. Very shady bunch, them folk. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if my shooting you may have been the lesser of the two greetings you got when arriving here. Ha ha ha!
He noted with a laugh. Feeling it right, Zev laughed as well and kept up his pleasantries.
Seriously considering poisoning his drink right about now.
Zev considered, withholding his internal feelings from showing.
Which is why I'm back.
Zev explained enthusiastically.
Now what have I missed?
He asked with a wide grin, leaning forward.
Oh, nothing new, lad.
Drazdan began to explain.
Just been discussing this precarious situation of life and death for my home kingdom, as well as the multitude of troubles outside these mountain walls. Oh, and I think Gworfin's finally starting to pay some attention to all this business of the words I've been explaining to him.
He seemed to say rather hopefully, bringing out and tapping a copy of the words of truth that Elix must have sometime lent him. Gworfin let out an annoyed grunt at that.
Oh, I think not. In fact, I reckon it's about time I told you you're a bloody shame to the dwarven race, especially Stonekins.
Keeping it cordial, I see.
Zev thought as Drazdan sighed loudly.
Oh, come now, Gworfin. You asked for evidence, I gave you some. You even asked for proof, I showed mountain loads.
He said, exasperated.
So what's it gonna take to convince you?
With a pointed finger back, Gworfin ignored the comments and gave Drazdan a piece of his mind.
Stonekins are supposed to be the best of us, Drazdan Rockweaver. Not some prissy old dwarf roaming the Aya for answers to the meanings of life outside of our ancient ways. You had broken every tradition and chosen the beliefs of some silly humans over our ancestors. Outside the discovery of boom powder, what have you done but brought confusion to our kin? Now you're trying to get us mixed up in some war with the humans? Bah! I'm ashamed to know you.
He said with a flippant hand gesture to drive home his point. Aside from the insults, that was quite some telling information, Zev surmised. It was the first connection he'd ever heard of Drazdan being connected with that amazing invention that all but led to the eradication and nuisance of ogres in the Northern Heights. A truly telling statement indeed, though Elix seemed to be at more of a loss on the subject than Zev himself.
That's a little harsh, don't you think?
Elix questioned, earning a grunt in frustration from Gworfin before she spoke further.
Anyway, what's this about Stonekins?
Drazdan raised a hand to her.
I'll tell you all about it later.
He reassured, but that comment seemed to inspire Gworfin to answer instead.
Oh no. I'll tell this human what they're all about, Stonekin.
Gworfin said with a taunting expression towards Drazdan.
Stonekins ain't like the rest of us dwarves. Since our long history began, Stoneskins have been there. They are born from the very mountain itself, from the rock walls this one came, full grown at that, living about 100 years or so longer than regular folk. And normally they've been a beacon of hope to our people in these dark halls, guiding us through the centuries, creating masterful works of ingenuity, or leading our kin to glory. But not so this one.
He added with a pointed finger at Drazdan.
This one heir is set on destroying our ways. Everything that we and our kin believed in since the mountain was forged by the ancestors themselves.
Ah, enough!
Drazdan yelled back.
By the stone, Gworfin, the stubbornness of our kin is both our greatest asset and weakness. What can we turn to in our ancestors' past to explain the state of the world we're in now? The dead rise and attack their own families, and that's not even beginning to mention the threat from the west. If there was ever a sodden reason I was chosen to be a Stonekin, it was here and now, Gworfin. Here and now. If you won't listen to what I say, then by the time it's too late, you won't have anyone to blame but yourself.
Even if there were grumblings around the room, Drazdan was so passionate in his words that it even gave pause to Gworfin. Zev was genuinely amazed that the hot-headed captain of the guards actually seemed to be thinking the matter over.
Bah!
Gworfin finally responded with a dismissive wave.
Ain't no point in talking about it anymore. You clearly believe, but by the life of me, I don't know why. But one thing's for sure. You can forget about dwarven aid until this mess is settled here in our realm.
He said defiantly, as he took to his feet and began leaving the room. Many of the other important-looking dwarves left with him, giving Zev the opportunity to relax a bit. Leaning back on one of the cushions, Zev spoke.
I see negotiations are going well.
Drazdan pointed a finger right back at Zev.
I'd like to see you do any better. Last I hear, you're up to old shenanigans. Going around and killing folk and blowing up sectors, I hear. Worse yet, you got the lass here involved.
Zev smiled as his gaze turned to Elix, compelling her to speak up.
I may have been the one who blew up the tunnel.
Drazdan's eyes turned to her, then her belt of bombs he'd helped her create.
Oh,
he said with a tinge of guilt before returning his gaze to Zev.
Well, anyway, you're a terrible influence on her. No point denying it, laddie.
Fair enough.
Zev simply stated with a shrug.
Now then, where have the tagalongs run off to?
The old dwarf shook his head at that line of questioning.
The Alans that traveled with us were summoned to an assembly for questioning. Word is that it was the opposing faction in the Dwarven realm, the Council, if you heard of their name before, had ordered the others' presence after a few of them began sharing with some regular folk what was happening outside the mountain. And, well, Gwarfen didn't think it much of his business to get into a fight with them over the sake of some stinking Iolans, as he called them.
Drazdan painfully admitted, the whole situation clearly bothering him.
Don't much know when or if we'll be seeing them again.
They let them go.
Elix asked back in amazement.
Just like that? To an opposing faction?
Drazdan answered regretfully, the weight of what happened to the others apparently still lingering on his mind. Zev hummed thoughtfully.
Thrown to the wolves, were they?
He said slowly, methodically considering the situation.
It appears we have found ourselves quite an unreliable ally in your kind, dwarf. Even the Elans wouldn't deliberately act against their better interest for stubbornness' sake.
Drazdan was hardly offended. Rather, he was becoming solemn at the idea of it all.
No need repeating what I already know, lad. I'm already aware of what my kin are like. After all, I was banished, wasn't I?
He said with a slight chuckle.
No, even as the Aya was unraveling before me very eyes, it still took years for me to come to terms with it all. Who's to say they aren't the same?
Seeing the state he was in, Elix put a hand on Drazdan's shoulder. Normally he'd brush it off, but not today, and certainly not now. And Zev had about all he could take of the nauseating conversation. Practically jumping to his feet, he answered the dwarf with a pointed finger. With clenched teeth, Zev stated his thoughts on the matter before beginning to leave.
If you hadn't noticed, we don't have the luxury of time.
Wait!
Drazdan proclaimed aloud with an outstretched hand, stopping Zev just short of opening the doors.
I worry about you, lad. He thinks you're giving up too soon and will end up doing something you will regret. It's not too late. Whatever you plan on doing, you can still stop and make the right choice.
Zev clenched his fist and looked back with a piercing gaze.
The scales are tipped,
Zev said slowly, considering the repercussions of his statement very thoughtfully before he smiled.
And I don't play with the odds stacked against me.
He added with a grin, leaving the others to their thoughts. Chapter 22. Fear. Back in the Elan refugee encampment, Nairi and Piotir hastily escaped the confines of the abandoned house, only to return to the paved redstone road. They both heard the commotion all too clearly, the cries, screams of terror and death. They are all too familiar with it by now. What was happening was beyond them, but they had no intentions of staying.
Something's happening to the others,
Piotir said, dumbfounded and clearly unsettled at whatever was out of sight.
We should get out of here,
he quickly urged as he tugged onto Nairi's arm to follow his lead down the road. Then she heard it, a roar that would send those with the bravest of hearts trembling. The Black Lion's roar. It was in front of them, and as if completely oblivious to its presence, Piotir didn't even stop in his jogging. Nairi tried recoiling back, earning his attention when she spoke.
What are you doing? Don't you hear it?
She asked, utterly terrified, all too aware of what would happen if they got any closer. Piotir turned back to the road ahead to, what it appeared, discern the meaning behind her words. The fate of Faisha still lingering in her mind, she heard and saw refugees that had somehow gotten in front of her, screaming in terror and running for their lives across the street. Expressions of abject terror were upon them before they escaped to the other side of the road. And then the lion appeared, soaring clear across the street in one single leap. The immediate death cries where the fearsome beast had come spoke enough truth of the situation, more than any words that could be shared. Without warning, Nairi turned back and ran, ignoring Piotir's protests in return as she did anything, everything in her power to escape. She ran past buildings, crossing swathes of dead refugees lying on the ground before crossing homes, and coming across Elan soldiers lying in pools of their own blood. Fear held onto her like a vice and wouldn't let go. With frenzied eyes, the young girl wailed and screamed until finally settling for a building to hide inside for safety. She quickly opened the door to an unlit building and quickly slammed it shut. In a complete state of panic, Nairi turned to inspect the inside of the building. When she did, she was amazed that she hadn't noticed it before until now. But lying on the ground in the middle of the room before her was none other than Kazim and the elf the others had put so much trust in. Still shaking, Nairi walked closer to inspect the scene for herself. Like the others, they were dead, and far from helping anybody at this point.
What were you expecting?
A twisted and vile monster had taunted from behind her. Nairi spun around and saw it was the same cloaked figure from before, a Vaikanai who spoke further.
What hope is there against the likes of us? What chance does someone like you really have?
He questioned with a malevolent grin.
But there is a way out.
How?
Nairi asked back, whimpering. It was clear to see that the villain took pleasure from her fear.
A proof of loyalty, a life for a life.
The Vaikanai explained, pulling back a portion of his robe to reveal a dark, shapeless mass of black inside before he pushed an old man forward. She recognized the person immediately, the doctor and caretaker of the refugees in Merchant's Pass. It was Belfast. Strangely, he didn't object, only settling to grimace in the terrible situation. And with a slow, outstretched hand towards Nairi, the Vaikanai instructed further.
There's only one way to be spared. You know what it is you have to do.
The words were simple, but carried so much heart-wrenching meaning behind them as Nairi brought her trembling hands up together, the dagger in her hands, and tears clouding her vision. Still, Belfast said nothing as she began walking closer and closer. Her slowness irritated the Vaikanai to cry out in rage.
Do it now!
He roared, compelling Nairi to scream in a tempest of emotion as she plunged the dagger forward into Belfast's chest. Although regaining a sense of herself only a moment later, she discovered the room was far more lit than what it once appeared earlier. The scene before her was entirely different, and Piotr was in front of her with an Elan dagger planted firmly in his chest. His expression was the picture of utter shock at the sudden betrayal.
Why?
He managed to get out, falling backward onto the floor. Distraught, Nairi jumped down to his side, profusely apologizing. Throughout, Piotr had only asked the single word and question again and again until his final breath. He was dead, and it was clear to Nairi by now that all the other bodies she had seen up until this point were all illusions, lies. They weren't real. Besides the screaming within the refugee encampment, she could still faintly hear. And of course, there was the sound of approaching footsteps behind her.
What other choice do you have, young one? After all, your friends stood against us, and look what happened to them.
The villain taunted with a malicious grin. With tear-filled eyes, she turned around to see the Vaikanai, who had outstretched a palm towards her.
It's time you showed your loyalty,
he suggested, and she knew well what he implied. Fear driving her on, Nairi leaned forward and reached out, the Vaikanai grabbing her hand instantly upon the gesture. Without any further words, he began casting his spell, imprinting her with the black mark. Fear above all inspired her to the choice. Kazim was scrambling to react to the sudden attack, racing through the city streets with soldiers on his every side.
Did anyone see how they'd gotten here? Does anyone know how this could happen?
He asked his subordinates while in full sprint. Keeping pace, one hastily replied.
Reports are still coming in. They seemed to have suddenly come out of nowhere.
Vaikanai, here of all places.
Kazim asked himself in frustration.
What does it matter?
Wyron Fail said after jumping from a stunning distance to be by his side.
They're here now, and we must act soon or the situation will quickly get out of hand.
Another scout appeared, closing the distance rapidly with a horse.
My lord,
he abruptly stated, demanding his attention above all others as he closed the distance, having his horse stop just in front of Kazim's path.
They're here. The Valinorian armies are advancing upon the city's borders. They'll be here within half a day's time.
Half a day?
Kazim responded, utterly shocked.
What of the other scouts? Why am I just hearing of this?
The scout grimaced at the recollection of what he bore witness to.
The Black Lion killed them mercilessly. I alone have somehow survived to tell you this.
Kazim's eyes went wide at the news.
Dark are the days in which we live, when our fellow men would willingly serve these monsters. But there can be no denying that their might and reach are both far greater than that of our own. We all must master our fears before we face what is to come,
he said with a stoic expression, his gaze turning to the elf.
Wire and Fail, I'm afraid I must ask of you the impossible.
The elf smirked at that before summoning a blade of light in his hand.
My specialty,
he boldly stated.
Hold them for as long as you can, and I promise I will return.
Wire and Fail promised, before turning and racing forward to the refugee encampment. Upon that action, Kazim turned back and instructed his men.
Our friend can handle the matter here. As for everyone else, gather the armies. We will meet these devils on the field. We march.
He had decided with a fierce expression, raising his spear to inspire the others to roar at his proclamation. With the matter settled, Kazim and the Elan soldiers with him turned and left the matter to be handled by the sole elven warrior. Their newfound task was clear, to begin mustering the full might of their army. While still within the immense city of the Elan capital, Wire and Fail arrived at the scene of a massacre. The Vaikanai present were few, far too few to have made any such real impact of this scale. Wire and Fail immediately knew the implications as he looked upon the scene. The malicious presence surrounding him of a different nature than the Vaikanai, and the taint emerging from the human hearts in the vicinity, was the evidence behind his suspicions. The men, women and children lay dead before him, and were all killed by their family, friends or neighbors. All that was needed was a little push, one in which the Vaikanai were all more than willing to offer. They saw the horror in Wire and Fail's eyes, the righteous anger he could and would not hide. Yet there they were, all grinning malevolently upon the elf before vanishing into the black magic they each summoned, leaving the humans to their fates. Those who stood before Wire and Fail were all marked, hands or arms. There was no exception alive among them. Yet the elf had enough of an understanding in his keen sense of hearing to still be aware of the screams of others still in need of his aid. That was all the motivation he needed to act. Wings of light, crafted from weapons and shields, burst from his back in a sudden flash before Wire and Fail rushed forward. Weapons summoned upon his rim, Wire and Fail did not spare those who had turned. There was little to nothing the marked ones could do against his fury besides flee. And that is precisely what they did. This way some would live to see tomorrow, but that mattered to each and every one of them little. All that mattered was self-preservation. The rest were simply on their own. In time, while still carrying out his righteous vengeance, Wire and Fail came upon the center of a street where a young girl was, Nairi, though he did not know her name. She looked at him with a tear-stained terror in her eyes. Though he had known what she'd done, pity held him back from seeing the young one pay for her crimes. Clenching his fist in frustration, he stayed his hand and withdrew his weapon of light.
What have you done, child?
He said in a solemn conviction to the girl.
There's nothing more that I can do for you.
Wire and Fail warned one last time, before turning and pursuing the others. Spared for the moment, Nairi was left behind unharmed, having been left to dwell on what she'd done. Chapter 23. A Villain at Play. It took days before the order was finally ready for Zev to pick up, and uncaring of whoever's eyes were on him, he went back into the blacksmith to meet the only charming dwarf in all of the dwarven realm.
Hello there.
Zev began to say with a wide smile and arm outstretched wide.
How's my second favorite dwarf?
The dwarf chuckled at that.
Oh, can't complain. The family's doing well and I'm happy to take this off my hands,
Boldin said, bringing out a crafted yet hollow metallic arm meant to be placed at the end of what was left of Zev's own arm. There were quite a lot of leather straps to keep the new limb secure, and Zev particularly appreciated that considering he only really intended to use it for high-stress situations. With his hand to his lips, Zev looked at the marvelous instrument with a keen inspecting eye. Pointing at the dwarf while revealing a grin, Zev spoke.
I knew there was a reason why I like you so much, dwarf.
That got another chuckle out of Boldin as he gestured to his invention.
Well, go on now, test it out. Let me know how it fits,
he said eagerly, surprised by Zev's first actions after his suggestion. Zev saw where the metallic hand was screwed on, and temporarily using his stub of an arm, held the item down while he unscrewed the metallic arm from its point of origin. He separated them slightly, peering inside the dimly lit crack with a wry grin. His gaze turned up to the dwarf.
And I see. You follow instructions perfectly. That'll come in handy later.
For whatever reason, Boldin didn't seem too thrilled about the prospect, compelling Zev to speak further.
They're watching you, aren't they?
He whispered. Perhaps from experience, Boldin knew how to respond.
Aye, you can come back for repairs if you be needing them, but I doubt you will. That's fine dwarven craftsmanship, that is.
Zev screwed the metallic arm back on, and in turn placed his crossbow on the blacksmith's bench.
And your family, are they all right?
Zev asked further, keenly aware of how fondly the dwarf held his family. With a raised eyebrow, Boldin didn't seem to appreciate the change in topic too much, but answered it all the same.
Of course, I can get you some new bolts for your crossbow, but you should have told me sooner. I'm fresh out right now. Will you be placing an order?
The dwarf asked, hiding his nervousness. Zev smiled at that.
No, I think not. I'm quite happy with how things turned out, Sir Dwarf. I came here for the business I needed, and after all, I am a man of my word.
He said that last part mysteriously after pulling back, holstering his crossbow, and beginning to place it on his new limb. It took Zev longer than he cared to admit to strap it on, but that little nuisance mattered little compared to the appreciation he had for his newfound toy's sheer quality. He moved it up and down, left and right, reveling in the renewal of his arm, the posable fingers and feeling in his arm notwithstanding, of course. But then there was the real test that mattered. Zev slung his crossbow to his front again and looked at the dwarf.
You don't mind, do you?
Mind what?
Boldin asked warily, surprised shortly after that Zev had the nerve to shoot his crossbow's bolt into one of his wooden posts.
That,
Zev explained after the fact as he began trying to reload as quickly as possible. Naturally, Boldin was a bit upset with the whole ordeal, but Zev temporarily ignored him to test the speed of his reloading. The false hand was made perfectly to specifications, cupping the crossbow from below so Zev could crank in the next bolt. He had done so nearly as fast as he would with a real hand.
I'll pay you for your troubles,
Zev muttered, as he shot another bolt into the same beam, earning a quick, frustrated complaint from Boldin. But, once again, Zev was busy testing out his capabilities, and couldn't be bothered to pay the dwarf's complaints of much mind right now when he began running back. He admittedly struggled to have the same control as before when reloading the bolt with his cranking action, his aggravating limp occasionally bumping the crossbow out of his false hand's grip before he completed his task. And once finished, Zev looked at his crossbow and arm curiously.
Interesting,
he muttered to himself.
So I nearly have the same speed to reload when I'm standing still, and when I'm forced to move in the thick of combat, it's at least double that. Well, now I suppose given my new lifestyle, that means that I'm still half the speed I was before losing my second favorite arm. Still, it's a vast improvement from before.
He considered with a thorough inspection of his newfound limb, grinning at the stark improvement, before making his way back to Boldin. Low on funds, he loudly placed a few coins on the dwarf's counter.
For your troubles,
he said with a wry grin before plucking out the arrows he'd shot into the wood. Even with the payment, Boldin didn't much appreciate the gesture.
A little warning would be nice next time.
Zev gave a smile before he turned to leave.
Oh, next time I won't forget. You can be sure of that,
Zev said with a noticeably less enthusiastic tone in his words. His back turned, Zev waved a parting farewell with his prosthetic arm. It wasn't until an entire day later had Zev returned to Gworfin's compound. He had entered the same room as the others were before, and to Zev's honest surprise, they were just as surprised to see him as he was to see them. Gworfin wasn't present, but that paled in comparison to what Zev saw. Drazdan and Elix were in the middle of undoubtedly sharing stories of the words of truth with dwarves, and they were eating it up until just seconds ago upon Zev's entry. And for their part, Drazdan and Elix were stunned to not see Zev with a prosthetic, but something else. Zev was holding within his hands the sheathed black fangs of Ishida.
How in the blazes did you get that?
Drazdan asked, wide-eyed in astonishment. Zev grinned at that.
Need you ask, old-timer? The way you expect, I imagine.
Zev began explaining as he stepped a few feet forward and plopped the weapons onto the table at the center of the room before jumping back onto a cushion to relax.
And I know what you're thinking. No, our Elan companions are all dead. And yes, I did just make our relationship here with the opposing faction a little bit more tenuous, you might say. Still, it wasn't without its benefits.
Elix looked at him in shock, her eyes glancing at his back.
What did you do?
She asked in apprehension to the possibilities. Zev grunted derisively but waved his hand away as if brushing aside the abrasive tone in her question.
I needed a hand, and well, it turns out a certain blacksmith dwarf had it. Now, after the first visit, I knew by now to expect a little bit of confrontation upon my return, and what would you know? I came across a few more assassins. How fortuitous, I thought to myself. Seems everywhere I go, people are out to kill me.
Zev, please.
Elix said, urging him to get on with it. Naturally, he smiled at that, and conceded he'd get on with it with lifted hands.
Ah yes, the good part. I killed most, besides one unfortunate little fool who decided to cling on to life before I caught up with him. Stuck with several arrows across his limbs, you'd think he would have gotten the picture of what I was intending.
Zev said, nearly laughing at the recollection, but seeing the reception in his audience and dialing his retelling back a little.
Anyway, before I ended his miserable little life, I did get a few tidbits of information of importance. Our Elan tagalongs were sadly killed off, though I didn't bother asking why. Not like I could have done anything for them now anyway, right? Though since I know how important morale can be, I did ask the silly little assassin where his friends were hiding these blades. And trust me, that certainly did lead to a few more incidents of dwarves with bolts in their skulls. But alas, it couldn't be helped.
Now, leaning forward to share his most important information yet, Zev spoke with a proud grin.
Which leads me to the last bit of information I obtained from one of their higher-ups themselves. Short, fat little fella couldn't have been in a worse place at a worse time.
Zev explained with a wide smile.
Well now, thinking back on it, it took a little bit more to drag the information out of that one. As you might imagine, I had to get quite creative with the skills of my knife. Learned an awful lot of new ways to use it. All very unpleasant, I assure you.
Drazden rubbed his brow solemnly.
Laddie, you telling us that the men that traveled with us are dead, and that things have somehow gotten worse, are you?
The dwarf muttered, before turning his gaze to Zev.
You can share all the stories of your glorious escapades around a campfire later, of which I don't want you to spare any details. But if you really did what ye be implying, me thinks we need to know what ye found out now, and quick.
That got a good chuckle out of Zev.
Naturally, my ancient friend. I'll tell all you fantastic dwarves and the girl later.
Strangely, his comment got a few grumblings from the crowd, and Drazden was quick to try to calm down the others.
Don't mind him. Though it might seem like it, he's not like this on purpose. At least I don't think he is.
An interesting comment, to say the least. In any case, lifting up his hands, Zev didn't even bother to respond to that remark.
Anyway, I'm not sharing anything more until that guard captain comes back.
Zev explained as he put his feet up onto the table in front of him.
After all that?
Elix asked incredulously.
You're just going to leave us wondering after you came barging in here, interrupting everyone to fill us in on you going on a killing rampage?
He chuckled at that, feeling his prosthetic arm when he answered.
I'm quite proud of myself, I'll admit.
Oh, come on,
she urged. With a sigh, Zev's eyes shot up towards her.
I'm not saying another word until that dwarf gets back here.
Gorfin?
Drazden asked. Zev's unspoken reaction was a subtle hint to the answer before his words, as he leaned back on the cushions to make himself comfortable.
Ah, yes, that's right. The loud, obnoxious one. You'll see what I have to share is an urgent matter concerning the Dwarven realm's security.
Zev explained, trying to rest his eyes for as long as he could manage. Elix let out an exasperated sigh before standing.
You're unbelievable, you know that?
Eyes still shut, he answered with a dismissive wave.
I've been called worse.
One of the dwarves spoke up.
I think it's best if I be stepping out for a moment and informing the boss.
They explained before excusing themselves to leave. Took roughly 10 minutes, astounding time really considering the size of the Dwarven realm, before Gorfin made it known throughout the compound of his return. It was easy to tell, really. The yelling and foul language reverberated around the halls until the door slammed open. Any chance of Zev having a beauty rest was abruptly ended with Gorfin pointing a finger and exclaiming his next words.
You! I'll throttle you!
Zev casually sat up straight, forcing a smile.
Why, it's good to see you too.
That did the trick of inspiring the already infuriated dwarf into acting out his anger.
That's it,
he began saying, beginning to draw his pistol from his waist. Now, inversely, that ill-conceived act got an equally bold response, as Zev quickly flung his crossbow to his front and pointed it at Gworfin. The dwarf stopped his actions at that sudden act, while his guards began drawing their own weapons.
Stop!
Zev quickly warned, earning their reluctant compliance after realizing the truth of the precarious situation.
I see no need to go any further. You have a big gun, but my weapon's bigger. So, with that already established, I think we can stop with this farce and discuss things like gentlemen and gentle dwarves.
There wasn't a single person there who wasn't astonished by what was happening, most taking enough consideration in the situation to back away from Zev. And Gworfin, for his part, grumbled indignantly at the frustrating situation before being surprised to see Zev holstering his crossbow again. Without needing to think on the matter, Gworfin finished pulling out his pistol and brought his other hands briskly across its top, igniting the protruding match cord needed before he could ever intend to shoot.
Ha ha ha! Didn't expect that, did you?
Gworfin gloated.
You slimy bugger. I heard you caused quite an uproar. From what my men hear, them silly nobles are searching all over the city for you. And now you have the stones to come back here and point a weapon at me. What are you trying to pull anyway?
Narrowing his eyes, Zev responded.
You assume much, dwarf.
Zev quickly corrected.
I'm an ally, can't you tell? Otherwise you would have had an arrow through your skull just a moment ago.
Gworfin scoffed at that comment, gesturing to Zev's new prosthetic.
That metal arm of yours says to me you take stupid risks. Why should I be giving any credence to what you have to say, human?
That got a grin out of Zev.
Oh, I'll have you know I won that bet.
The dwarf sneered at that comment.
Well, out with it. I'll only listen to you for as long as this fire holds up. Any longer and I'm shooting you.
Zev's jaw dropped at that comment as he began looking at the room to the others.
And I'm the unreasonable one here?
He asked in amazement before looking back at Gworfin.
Fine then, dwarf. But first I'll catch you up with the rest of everyone here.
Zev explained, following through on his words before the point of the sudden and abrupt end of his earlier conversation. Now, genuinely curious, Gworfin looked on at Zev with a discerning gaze.
All right then. Guards, keep your aim on this one while we finish our little chat.
He explained, extinguishing the flame on his pistol before sitting across from Zev. His single pistol was replaced by multiple muskets aimed at Zev.
Oh, lovely. It's so much more inviting talking to you now that you're no longer pointing a loaded weapon at me.
He mocked. After that comment, Gworfin's gaze turned to Drazden and Elix.
It's a wonder that your friend here hasn't been killed by someone already.
Elix couldn't help but smile at that comment.
Not for a lack of him trying,
she admitted, finding the recollection of it to be quite impressive.
It's quite a list.
Gworfin nodded back.
Aye, I can imagine.
Although finding some fun in the conversation, Zev abruptly brought it back on topic.
Anyway, back to the story. I was getting some wonderful information from that one dwarf. You see, while you've been acting the noble, short-tempered captain, the word is that the council is beginning to make their move. Every dwarf in this kingless kingdom has realized it by now, that there's either you or the council as their leaders, and that position is only reserved for any one group.
Stop repeating what I already know,
Gworfin muttered with a grunt. Zev smiled at that.
No appreciation for a bit of showmanship. Alas, have it your way then,
he said with a flippant hand gesture, becoming deadly serious in an instant.
They mean to kill you, dwarf, but before that they intend to secure the only escape from the others who might think of fleeing this kingdom. They've already made their move. Once those grand doors are secure, they will end you, and bring a terror upon your stunted people, the likes they've never seen before. Before it's over, your people will be wishing for the return of the simpler days during the necromancer's work.
That line of talk brought fear to everyone in the room, their faces growing pale at the sudden revelation, and Gworfin was certainly no exception. Gworfin barely breathed out.
You positive of this?
With a continued unsettling gaze, Zev leaned forward.
Where would you all be without me? Though I'm sick of all the doubts. See for yourselves for once. Do your job, Captain. Your life and everyone else you care about are on the line.
Amidst the unsettling murmurs of the others, with an unsettled expression, Gworfin considered some options around in his mind. Suddenly angry, the dwarf slapped his knees in frustration before nearly jumping to his feet.
If I had believed in such things, I'd say you humans are bad luck. Things were tense before, but ever since I let you all into my company, those bloody fools try and destroy our kingdom.
He exclaimed in frustration, pointing a finger at Zev warningly.
But I don't trust you. Not yet. I'm verifying what you had to say. Blast it.
How predictable.
Zev considered with a smile, hiding his true thoughts when he stood up himself.
Fine then, Sir Dwarf, you do that. Meanwhile, I have someplace I have to be.
You can't be serious.
Elix said in amazement, practically on behalf of everyone there. Acting as if there was nothing strange about it, Zev looked at her incredulously.
By all means, everyone knows by now that I'm a wanted man. Even if we had been utterly blind to those poorly trained assassins, we've seen how those thugs under the Council's orders harass anyone just for speaking to us. With their control over the blacksmiths, it's safe to say they know of everything I did. Who's to say we shouldn't expect more persuasive actions on those folks now that I've left quite a body count in my wake?
All the more reason for you to sit tight,
Gorfin demanded. With an annoyed look back, Zev responded,
Oh, no can do, I'm afraid. I would be leaving one of the only other dwarves I actually like to die, and I can't have that,
he said, quickly explaining himself.
You see, this dwarf in question was the one who made the very weapons I used on my not-so-secret-anymore stealthy mission.
Lad,
Drazden suddenly said in concern.
ye are going to save someone?
He asked, but Zev had a distinct feeling the dwarf didn't believe him.
What's with that look?
Zev considered in the silent security of his mind, but did well to hide any such apprehensions from showing outwardly.
Naturally,
Zev answered with a shrug.
I've done it plenty times before that I've lost count.
He explained with a smile, but Elix's unbelieving and questioning look in return said so much without a word being spoken. However, Zev hadn't time to consider her reaction before Gorfin spoke up.
No way,
Gorfin stated before quickly making up his mind.
You're not going anywhere without a proper detail.
Genuinely surprised, Zev returned a wide smile.
With half of the city aiming to claim me for some bounty, who am I to say no to a little extra protection?
He suggested with a grandiose bow.
Until next time.
And on those words, Zev began to leave with 5 of the dwarven musketmen following his every step. A few minutes later, after the insistence of the dwarven guard's encouragement that he use a secret exit, Zev made his way back to the greater interior of the Dwarven Realms mountain. He turned back to the 5 and asked them a question.
Oh, I just remembered something. There's another person who might be in utter peril because they met me. You wouldn't happen to know where I could find a carrier around, would you?
With an extended pause, they didn't answer.
Look, it's going to become a rather extended adventure of ours if I'm left to track them both down. So you can either keep silent and accept that, or can one of you fine dwarves just tell me what I need to know and we can be on our way and back again before you know it.
With a grunt, one of them pointed a direction.
They're not far that way.
Zev smiled at that, giving a half-hearted salute back.
Out of all the guards in the city, you're now my favorite.
That comment got a slight chuckle from the dwarf before they made their way further into the undergrounds. There, Zev came across a courier's office. Against his wishes, with every dwarf eyeing him both inside the building and out, Zev was followed the entire way in by the guards.
I was told I could deliver a message from here.
After getting a look at Zev's company, the dwarf behind the counter nodded nervously at that.
Good,
Zev exclaimed, bringing out a prepared letter and gold coins from his jacket. One of the guards had to comment on that.
Could you be any more of a shady character if you tried?
Pulling out his now relatively empty pouch of coins, Zev looked back to the dwarf in a fake defense.
Flattery will get you nowhere with me, dwarf. And besides, I think you need to put a bit more practice into it before you try that again.
Zev playfully mocked before turning his attention back to the dwarf behind the counter.
As I was saying, I'd like for one of your people to deliver this message as fast as possible. I'll have you know this is the last of my money, and I sorely don't want it to have been wasted.
Zev explained while handing the parchment and loose pouch over. Gold coins, even in a small fraction, seemingly were plenty enough to make the courier happy at the transaction.
Of course, I'll have one of my subordinates on this immediately.
He explained before even looking at the written destination on the parchment. Happy with how things turned out, Zev turned back and grinned.
Well now, I think it's time we be off then. Places to be and still so many things to do,
he said to the 5, making his way towards the exit. Chapter 24. A Surrender. The immense city of the E.C.E.N capital behind him and an army of 144,000 strong, with a stoic expression atop his horse, Kazim stared out to the west. The Valinorians were coming in a force he didn't think possible for them to muster. First, having thought it odd, Kazim noticed an unnatural black cloud hovering overhead, blanketing the ground in a darkness where the Valinorian soldiers tread. It mirrored their movements perfectly, until their fighting force, nearly triple that of the Elans, had fully revealed themselves. A living nightmare was amongst them, one in which Kazim and his men saw all too clearly what was the nature of the presence they had brought with them. Though, strange as it was, the Valinorians themselves appeared oblivious to that fact. A spectre of a true material form, an immense being cloaked in shadow, walked amongst their armies. Its limbs and legs were immaterial, stopping upon and being walked through by the Western soldiers harmlessly, as if it was simply mist. A staggering 100 feet tall, it was faint, and only a silhouette of what the being had willed itself to become again, and Kazim knew all too well what it was.
The darkness, it's finally returned?
He muttered at the sight of the unnatural creature before putting his fear in check.
No, it has not yet taken its full form,
Kazim added thoughtfully. As he looked out to his army, he saw the terror in their eyes, the shock and surprise at the possibility of fighting against this ancient threat. That fear could not be allowed. Without a word, Kazim kicked his horse into a gallop as he raced across his army's front line.
My friends, my brothers, look at what the enemy has wrought,
he proclaimed, gesturing to the beast of legend.
See now how they live in darkness, and so too they will die in darkness. This is the path they've chosen, and they intend to do the same to all who are left upon the face of the Ahia. But will we allow it?
And with a resounding cry, his men defiantly proclaimed, "No!" Kazim smiled at that, keeping his pace as he spoke to more of those under his command.
By the light, this evil they bring has already been defeated. So I say to you that if our enemies chose this as their place to fight, then I couldn't think of a better place. After all, these red sands of ours won't exactly be stained with their blood.
His men laughed at that remark, compelling Kazim to become serious once more.
Servants of the light!
Warriors of the light! They roared in return with added vigor.
I beseech you, stand with me against the darkness, against this evil, for I tell you, we have already won!
Kazim roared, raising his spear high as he raced by his men, renewing their hearts before the battle began. His piercing gaze once again turned to the west. Kazim prepared himself for whatever evils that might come. However, he knew in his heart that without the light's aid, there would be no hope for victory. Sitting atop his horse, Cyrus Vanorum was amongst his vast approaching army, snickering at the Elean leader's attempts to instill morale among his men. Though he looked up in annoyance at the sky, the insufferable black cloud having hounded his army for days. But that mattered little to Cyrus right now, when he turned to his officers.
I do not see their riders. Where are they?
One of his men answered.
The usual tactics, sir. The Aegean are the Elan's greatest asset, and are always used to their full potential.
He began explaining with certainty.
They will only arrive once the battle has begun, and our flanks have become weakened.
Cyrus laughed at that.
Let them try it,
he dared with a grin.
Spears and weapons in the hands of soldiers hardly ever stand a chance against those beasts. But this is a new age. Our magic wielders know what to expect. Send them to our flanks.
Cyrus ordered with a wave. With resounding agreement from his men, they left to carry out the orders. Cyrus couldn't help but grin. The power of magic to aid him, the Vaikanai on his side, superior armor and weaponry, all combined, led him to one conclusion. He couldn't see an outcome where this wouldn't be a resounding victory. However, something odd caught his eye before it had ever even been reported.
My lord!
One of Cyrus's men proclaimed.
There's men and women, even children approaching our forces. They appear to have been the Olnoan refugees we were ordered to dispatch.
The soldier said in uncertainty, quickly following up his next words before his leader could come to any other conclusion on the situation.
Sir, they all appear to also bear the mark.
The man added in amazement. Finding it hilarious, Cyrus laughed aloud at the words.
Who am I to deny them a place in our empire? Bring them to me.
It had taken a few minutes, but only 1,000 of the refugees who had turned and escaped Wairan Fail's fury came before Cyrus Vanorum, one of which caught Cyrus's eye. A young girl who had strangely managed to live in such harsh times.
You,
Cyrus said, pointing to Nairi.
Come closer.
He instructed, and she obeyed, walking through the refugees and soldiers to stand by the mounted Valorian's side. Seeing the mark on her, he spoke further.
After coming all this way, why do you now seek to join us now?
There was an undeniable fear in her voice when Nairi spoke.
I don't want to die.
She honestly requested, inspiring the men around her and Cyrus to chuckle.
Then you made a wise decision,
Cyrus replied, reaching down and feeling her cheek with the back of his hand with an ill-begotten smile.
Even for one so young as you, I think we can find a place where you'll fit in,
he said casually before pulling back to look at one of his subordinates.
See to it they're taken to Lord Adolin.
With a nod, the general immediately acted upon Cyrus's demands, instructing the refugees and a few men to fall back to Olnawan. With regret in her eyes, Nairi only turned back once before complying with the orders. Chapter 25. Prophecies Fulfilled. However, with the battle about to begin on the outskirts of the E.C.E.N capital, recent events in the Dwarven realm had also quickly begun to spin out of control, of which Zev had become all too acquainted of recently when he raced to one of the homes of the dwarves and beat on the door so resoundingly hard that it sounded like a drum in the deep of the mountain. A female dwarf timidly opened, looking up and down Zev in worry. She was shaven, once again breaking with tradition as her husband did, Zev surmised.
What do you want?
She asked, clearly distressed at Zev's appearance. It was a fair question, he had to admit. Covered in blood, sweating and looking in a panic could have those kinds of reactions, though he wouldn't leave her without an answer for long.
Boldin's wife, I presume,
he suggested, struggling to get the words out.
I'm afraid the council has made its move,
Zev said, a stern look in his eyes when he did.
Forefathers protect us.
She replied almost on inflex at the fear Zev's words posed to her. He held out a hand to her.
I'm sorry to say this, miss, but your husband is dead. I couldn't stop them in time,
Zev explained with sadness in his eyes.
Come with me. You and your family. This place is no longer safe for you.
She hesitated, recoiling back.
Why should I?
She poised, covered in blood, and likely having a huge amount of unwanted attention coming his way soon. Zev was in no mood to debate the entire scale of the situation.
Woman, do I look like I'm some friend of the council to you? Surely you've heard enough by now from your husband to know my affiliations. Can't imagine there are many other one-armed limping humans running around the Dwarven realm to deserve this level of scrutiny,
Zev reminded, taking advantage of his overwhelming disadvantages of late.
He didn't trust you,
she admitted, on the verge of slamming the door shut at this moment in time.
Why would I?
Zev gritted his teeth in annoyance at that, responding in frustration.
Because you'll die,
Zev yelled back, and his patience was nearly exhausted with her.
You think I'm lying? Go back, ask his friends in the forges what had happened. After all, surely they didn't have a thing to do with his untimely passing.
Suddenly, erratic, panicked voices reverberated from further down the enormous halls. It was certainly guards, barking orders in an attempt to find a perpetrator of some crime. Zev spun in their direction, seeing nothing just yet.
What is that?
The dwarf asked him in an ever-increasing nervousness. He shot a piercing eye right back at her.
That, dwarf, is your last warning. Come with me or you can stay and die. Simple options, if you'd ask me,
Zev suggested, hearing the voices come alarmingly close as he briefly looked at her again.
Look, it'd be really easy for me to leave you if you'd like, but otherwise keep delaying. After all, can't you tell we have all the time in the world?
He sarcastically stated in frustration, now pulling on his crossbow while looking down the hall where the yells were coming from.
I understand.
She finally conceded, momentarily accepting her situation before racing back further into her home to gather her children. Seeing her leave in haste brought a conflicted grin to Zev's face for a multitude of reasons. Several hours later, accompanied by Boldin's wife and her children, Zev began entering the large open space of the Dwarven Realm's grand entrance. Genuinely surprising Zev, things had escalated even faster than he ever would have thought possible. Gorfin and a sizable portion of his forces were out in force, securing the entrance of the mountain. Muskets, siege weapons and the like were out in an intimidating display. Likewise, late on reacting, an ever-growing force from the council was starting to surround the perimeter, while Zev slipped through the available openings to come out and meet with Gorfin's men. Seeing that Drazdan and Elix were with them, each holding a black fang, Zev's eyes turned to Gorfin upon his arrival.
Well now, I see you went ahead and took my advice.
Zev said, quickly inferring that the dwarven captain of the guards did in fact see a presence of the council's soldiers here earlier. However, Gworfin was more concerned about Zev's present state and company.
I hope you have an explanation while you're covered in blood, and here without my kin?
Unsurprised at the question, Zev turned to Boldin's wife, feeling the need to explain her in on the situation as well.
I might have left out that bit when I said that husband of yours and I were ambushed.
Zev explained, his eyes narrowing as he turned back to Gworfin.
Those villains have gotten quite bold, I'd say. Likely didn't expect any witnesses to say anything on the matter one way or the other.
Gworfin snarled at that news, his temperament livid as he turned his attention to his subordinates and waved for their attention.
Form up,
he yelled out demandingly.
These rock-brain fools are gonna regret picking a fight with the likes of us.
Seeing as Gworfin was busy, Zev casually saluted with a smile before he began making his way further down the line.
I see you have everything under control,
he briefly stated while gesturing for Boldin's wife and her children to follow his lead towards Drazdan and Elix.
Lad,
Drazdan said in amazement towards Zev.
Ever since Gworfin and E.C.E.N came checking up on what ye said, things have been spiraling out of control. There ain't been nowhere I can take you to without things turning into one big mess,
he added, looking to Elix and then Zev. Elix quickly tried hushing him.
Don't say stuff like that. People would get the wrong idea that we're somehow responsible, you know.
She warned, her gaze turning to the she-dwarf beside Zev. Zev felt inclined to gesture to his newfound companions and explain their company.
Well now, I do believe a little bit of explaining is in order. It would appear our favourite dwarven blacksmith didn't make it. So, without further ado, Elix, Father Time, Boldin's wife and family. Boldin's wife and family, Elix and Father Time. There, now you're all filled in.
That explanation was satisfactory to no one, but at the sound of tensions rising behind them, Zev hardly cared. A show of force was in effect from two sides that were on edge, and this was certainly no place to be. The situation required immediate action, and Drazdan was the one who suggested it.
By the stone, what times we live in. I've seen enough fights in my life to know this is shaping up to be one. We all need to get to a safer location, maybe even outside the mountain.
With citizens scattering, only to be replaced by musket-wielding forces of the council in their place that surrounded the area, it seemed a sound suggestion to all of them besides one, while the others began getting closer to Drazdan. Elix looked back to Zev, her eyes piercing when she gazed into his eyes.
I'm staying right beside you,
she stubbornly explained.
Oh, someone's finally been paying attention.
Zev considered, not finding the sudden revelation as amusing as he usually would have on any normal occasion, but he hid his thoughts well when he gestured to the others.
Fine by me, but if you think I'm staying, you're sorely mistaken.
He suggested right back with a shrug, desperately holding his frustration when he turned back to the inner kingdom. Then Zev saw it, exactly what he was looking for. Amidst the continuing ruckus and growing mayhem, Zev had seen something of particular note that made him grin. He brought out his crossbow for just this occasion, tapping it anxiously with an ill-begotten smile as he walked closer to the others.
Well, well, well. Suppose this was bound to happen.
He muttered aloud for anyone who might have been watching.
They're all here in force.
As Zev had said, the forces from the council surrounding the perimeter were nearly equal to that of Gworfin's force at the front of the gates. Tensions were high, and both sides were now openly pointing their weapons at one another. Shouts were barked back and forth between Gworfin and a dwarf of some significance on the opposing side that Zev couldn't bother to care about knowing anything about. However, that dwarf in particular seemed to mention Zev. It was just another situation where his signature appearance didn't seem to do him any favors.
You're with him!
The high-ranking dwarf on the council's side proclaimed in amazement. Naturally, being put in the spotlight like this, Zev had to step forward and make the most of it. With a taunting grin, he gestured to the masses, mocking the dwarf right back.
And just where else would I be?
He asked in a casual stroll forward.
Don't tell me you're honestly surprised. I faced off against dragons, necromancers, and the Vaikanai. So it's safe to say it's going to take so much more to kill me than that pathetic lot you sent earlier.
What? You filthy human! Don't think you'll get away with this!
With their muskets trained on him, and so many eyes, Zev couldn't help but make the most of the moment.
Ha! Don't get mad at me, dwarf. If there's anyone to blame for you being outmaneuvered, it's your sad excuse of subordinates. Admit it. Lacking any foresight and cunning, it appears this contest was over before it even began. You made the first moves and now you suddenly found yourself surprised to be outplayed.
Zev suggested while gesturing to Gworfin and his forces.
Suddenly the scales don't look so slanted anymore, do they?
Zev taunted with a vicious grin, his eyes now on a sight only he could see. Aziel, or rather Zeraz, glaring back at him through his cousin's image from further within the mountain.
Kill him!
The dwarf cried out, gesturing for his men to shoot. Suddenly, an enormous explosion shook the mountain, emerging from just down one of the corridors near the entrance. The ceiling from the location immediately collapsed in, and it was spreading fast. All within the mountain began to panic as Zev yelled out at the top of his lungs.
They're trying to bring down the mountain!
He proclaimed in a panic, positioning his crossbow ahead and releasing a bolt. The arrow aimed true, piercing into the heart of a high-ranking dwarf of the council. His soldiers, who weren't gripped by fear, immediately retaliated. Their shots rang out across the mountain halls in a cascade of bullets, hitting several of those nearby Zev and piercing him twice, his hip and his heart. Falling back in pain, Zev couldn't help but laugh at everything after seeing those who would have aimed at him scatter like cockroaches. The unfolding scene of the dwarves scrambling from the vicinity, either running out of the mountain's opening or seeking further shelter within. And lastly, to the one amazing stroke of luck he had just received. He, once again, found himself in a position where he cheated death.
And here I was thinking I would be meeting my glorious end today. Not too bad, if I do say so myself. Still, a single boom powder cache could do all this?
He considered while struggling to stand, amazed that the mountain was still shaking incessantly before looking towards the exit, where the others had already begun racing off to. Pausing only for a moment, Elix looked back at him in astonishment.
How are you still alive?
She yelled out, seeing a small trail of smoke over his heart that emitted from somewhere behind his jacket. With the enormous shakes of the mountain, Zev was struggling to jog straight, especially with an even more evident pain-ridden limp than usual. Still, feeling the thrill of the moment, Zev forced himself to pull out a small book behind his leather jacket to explain his survival to Elix. It was Drazdan's copy of the Words of Truth, with a bullet lodged halfway through it. Zev smiled at the ridiculousness of it all.
How cliché,
he suggested, finding the entire situation amazingly fortunate, studying the Words of Truth curiously for only a moment before placing it right back where it was.
It might happen again,
Zev thought, trying to convince himself that was all there was to it. With their section of the mountain collapsing in, Elix didn't have many opinions to offer on the matter right now, as she gestured for Zev to hurry up. He did, albeit as fast as he could. The great mountain hall collapsed and spread further and wider than anticipated, rapidly closing in on Zev just before he crossed the security of the Kingdom Door's exit. Drazdan, Elix, Boldin's family and Gworfin with his soldiers had almost all entirely escaped the surprising attack. A fortunate turn of events, Zev surmised, even though they sadly had to abandon all the amazing dwarven siege weapons behind in the panic. Though oddly, that wasn't what preoccupied Zev or a number of those around him at the moment. To his amazement, it appeared that shaking inside the dwarven realm wasn't an isolated event. Some of the mountains in the northern heights were cracked, with much of the snow being shaken to the point of piling up to their bases. It was almost as if the greatest groundquakes had happened all across these lands at precisely the same time the just recent chaos inside the dwarven realm was occurring. However, some of the group still kept their minds on other matters. Gworfin, for one, was absolutely livid with how things played out. Stepping back to the mountain doors, he kicked the newfound rubble and cursed incessantly at the frustrating turn of events.
Those two-timing sons of ogres, they sealed us out. It'll take months to get back in there,
Gworfin exclaimed, yelling some more before proclaiming his other worries.
They ain't nothing we can do. The backstabbing nobles have control of the dwarven realm. If they were willing to bring down an entire sector just to get rid of me, what else are they planning to do with our kin inside?
Nobody answered, as Zev would have suspected. They all knew what the council was capable of, so openly expressing such thoughts, now of all times, would do nothing but bring even more misery to the situation. Yet there was more to consider, of which Zev was all but assured the others would discover soon enough. As Gworfin had mentioned, clearing such a pile of rubble would take months. and they were out in the frozen heights. Death by lack of food was a very real possibility if they stayed. They had to move, and where else would such a well-armed and suddenly ill-supplied force go than the nearest settlement for provisions, which pointed to one location in particular, the harbour of Akhnuri. And naturally, after all that had happened in that city, it was safe to say the dwarves would soon be one step closer to facing the real enemy of the age. The instigators behind the council to begin with. Zev couldn't help but grin through the pain he felt at his hip. Things were finally starting to look up.
By the light, what's that?
Elix proclaimed in a panic, pointing towards the sky. Zev's and the others' eyes turned to the sky, and he saw it all too clearly. His reaction was the same as the others, who murmured to themselves in panic.
What on earth is going on?
Zev muttered to himself in fear. Chapter 26, Twilight. The battle before the Elan capital was about to unfold when Cyrus and his men noticed a strange event unfolding at his army's feet. An unnaturally black fog had rolled in, seeping across the ground as it headed eastward. Its appearance had unnerved Cyrus and much of his men, but he thought little of it. This was a new age, after all. Magic, the return of elves, and near unexplainable events were happening all too often, and he perceived that there was no need to fear.
The Vaikanai aid us!
Cyrus yelled out to his soldiers, explaining the supernatural fog that rolled in towards the Elan army.
Let us see what happens firsthand to our enemies,
he declared, pointing forward with his halberd to the Elan army, awaiting to see the effects for himself. On the opposing side of the soon-to-be battle, Kazim looked out to the fog and knew exactly what it was, yet only a fraction of his men did.
Men, friends, behold, for this is the power of the darkness, but do not fear, for this alone will not kill you.
Kazim reassured his men, eyeing them down to explain further.
Any of those who have ever been at fault for any offense will fall prey to its influence. So I pray that you all keep vigilant for your fellow men, defending them as you would your own. For those who perish today and fall into this accursed fog will rise again as a minion of the darkness.
But sir,
one of his men proclaimed back,
the Valinorians! It's doing nothing to them!
Kazim gestured to the opposing forces.
They have already given all that they have to the darkness. They will all succumb to a second death.
He explained before the fog edged ever closer and began to act. As it had done 3,000 years ago in the Battle of Legend, the fog reached and clawed out to all the soldiers in the Elan army. Every one of them choked and clung for air while the effects were settling in, and the Valinorians stood by and watched it all in delight, surprised that was all that appeared to have happened before the Elans stood tall and repositioned themselves for the fight to come. Yet the fog remained waist-high upon the inevitable battleground. And once more, with the groundwork laid, the darkness had seen that its time had come. The Valinorian forces began marching across the battlefield. Kazim issued demands for his forces in preparation for the coming fight, and they did as much, remaining steadfast as the approaching army closed in the distance. The minutes dragged on until upon the sound of the Elan horns, a resounding cry from the multitude of both forces gave rise to the impending bloodshed. Hammers, halberds, swords, spears and shields flung about in opposition to the opposing army's assaults as blood sprinkled the air. The armies became interlocked in a brutal battle where an insurmountable, rapidly increased loss of life stretched out across the Elan sands. But it was not the end of them. Like the stories of old, whether bearing the colors of the Eleans or Valinorians, all who fell into the fog rose anew, fighting together as one under the darkness's will. Every one of them spoke aloud about the gravest atrocities and misdeeds committed in their former lives, laying it all bare to see for the world. The sights at first terrified the Valinorians, who did not know what to make of such events. They gave the unnatural forces ample distance to fight against the Elans by themselves. Atop his horse, Cyrus Vanorim cried out to his soldiers,
"Fight! Can't you tell what this is? This is our Lord Adelin's power aiding us. If our enemies will not join us in life, then they will serve our masters in death, so kill them already!"
Reigniting their courage, the Valinorians cheered upon their leader's words. Cyrus reveled in his sure-to-be victory, looking to his men with an accomplished grin, before turning his face forward. He wasn't a second too late when he did either. Eyes suddenly opened wide. Cyrus leapt off the side of his horse as an axe flew by, killing one of his men before he ever hit the ground. Now livid, Cyrus jumped to his feet and looked out to the opposing force, trying to discover who dared make such an attempt.
A pity, for it appears I was a moment too late.
Kazim discussed with those around him.
However, the enemy commander is bold indeed to traverse so close to the front. Summon the E.C.E.N riders.
Kazim ordered his nearby soldiers, who waved elongated flags into the air, while more elan horns rang out. However, Cyrus would not allow Kazim's earlier act to go unanswered. Placing his halberd into the sands, the Valinorian raised his hands upward as the surrounding sands ascended around him. With a twisted grin, the crimson grains formed into crudely shaped spear shafts, totaling 6 in all. Kazim saw it all, and knew what to expect next as he leaped off his horse.
Stand back, men!
He ordered with a wave before positioning himself for what was to come. The Elayans cleared a path at their leader's request that stretched from the front all the way to the back of their lines, revealing a secret in the distance Cyrus had not yet noticed when he began his attack. With a wave of his hand, the spears flew forward at a blistering speed, cutting against some of his own men as they honed in on Kazim. And with focused eyes, the man of the Order defiantly accepted the challenge. With masterful and swift movements, Kazim deflected the magic-laden attacks while evading what he could. However, even his skills and technique were not enough. Only partly evading the last 2 attacks, his leg and shoulder were pierced deep by the spears of sand as Kazim yelled out in pain. Elan soldiers are first panicked at the sight of their leader, while the Valinorians who witnessed such an event cheered. But, as he reached out his hand to end the Elan captain with more of his awesome power, Cyrus determined that such celebration from his men seemed premature. He saw it all too clearly, E.C.E.N riders coming forth in a glorious charge at Kazim's back through the canal of men he had seemed to earlier request under the pretense of this duel. And before his men quickly came to aid him out of the E.C.E.N's charge, Kazim looked back and grinned at the fear the Valinorian leader displayed.
Stop them!
Cyrus proclaimed in a panic, ordering his men to engage the E.C.E.N riders.
Stop their advance now!
He nervously added as he began running in terror through his ranks of men. Hardly any Valinorian men dared follow through on the command, as most scattered upon what was coming. The sounds of the fearsome animals and the cheers from the Elans were most of the Valinorians' first and only warnings of what was to come. Then they had come, breaking down and trampling over the front lines of the Valinorians. The E.C.E.N were relentless in their attacks. Whatever the awesome beasts failed to kill beside them in their charge, the riders made short work of with their curved blades. Cyrus knew it would only be a matter of time before the E.C.E.N were set upon him.
Call the magic wielders here now!
He demanded in a panic to his men, the Valinorian signals helping to relay his orders only moments later. But such actions were too late to be of any real significance, as the E.C.E.N raced through, biting, killing and trampling over any obstacle in their path, until Cyrus himself stood in opposition to 3. With a panicked yell, he called upon his powers and pierced the underbelly of the first charging E.C.E.N, killing it as the rider was flung toward the ground. And knowing he couldn't act quickly enough against the rest, Cyrus dodged to the side to have just narrowly avoided the E.C.E.N, but was too slow to avoid the rider's blade that sliced a large scar into the Valinorian's face. He screamed in panic as he stumbled to the ground, looking up in terror at the E.C.E.N and their riders. But oddly enough, the animals relented, driven on by a fear and shoveling of their claws he couldn't understand. But his lack of understanding lasted only a moment. Then something unnatural began to happen, leaving none upon the desert sands oblivious to it. An enormous, low, grim cackle, the sound of which was like the multitude of mankind's voices speaking as one, was heard across the battlefield. Those not currently engaged in the fighting in the Elan's ranks looked in awe and terror at the darkness, an awesome presence that outstretched its hands in a victorious display as he laughed towards the sky. Now, finally, none in the Valinorian ranks were unaware of the creature of legend, too acquainted with the dark to have ever even realized the repercussions of such an act. Now, in this late hour, the Valinorians could no longer deny its presence, its existence. They had all seen and heard it clearly. They all shuddered in fear, most beginning to flee at the sight of the towering, unnatural creature.
It's finally come.
The darkness proclaimed out in delight.
By the light, what has happened?
Kazim managed to exclaim to his men, seeking answers. No answer came, as almost in an instant, the light in the sky darkened to a portion of its full potency, and its unnatural change was immediately pursued by enormous shaking quakes of the Ehia underfoot. The sands shifted and cracked, leaving large gouges that spread out like a spider's web across as far as the eye could see, from the furthest reaches of the west to the furthest lands of the east. The monster's gaze turned to the Elan forces.
Once more, the world has given itself unto its desires, have given itself wholly unto me, and now...
The darkness roared out with a twisted grin, speaking its next words with malevolent delight.
I have returned.
The words were not without action. The darkness stepped forward, its clawed-like foot crushing both Elan and Valinorian alike underfoot. In an instant, it was clear that there was no ethereal presence anymore to the beast of legend. Kazim looked in awe at what was unfolding, as the darkness made it all too evident that its material body was now there. It gave little heed to friend or foe in its assault, when it lashed out at the Elan forces with swipes from its massive hands before its gaze turned to the Aijin riders. Kazim and all others who bore witness to the monster's fearsome power understood that even if all the forces on Ehia banded together, they still could do little if nothing to stop this awesome enemy that had returned to the world. Then and there, all upon the Elan sands knew that the darkness was unstoppable by any weapons, schemes or machinations they ever assembled against it. Cyrus was there, looking back in abject fear at the creature staring at Elans beside him, with a swipe of its claws. Cyrus had barely managed to escape from the darkness's attacks, as several Aijin and their riders were thrust hundreds of feet into the air to their demise.
Retreat!
Kazim yelled out to his forces.
Retreat to the harbor of Aknuri!
He cried out again with increased desperation. Any lingering courage the Elans had once shown was gone. As did the Valinorians, they retreated in an unorganized mess, some heading to the Elan capital city, while others traveled north at their leader's beckoning. Meanwhile, as the darkness effortlessly destroyed all in its path, some of Kazim's men helped their injured leader to mount a horse to aid in his escape.
The light preserve us.
Kazim uttered in grief at the unfolding scene, stifling his pain as he ushered his panicking horse to move. Realizing the unfolding events were in his favor, Cyrus would have stayed where he was and seen to it that every last Elan would have been cut down today. However, at this point he was nearly alone. The others had all but abandoned the field, fleeing in the direction of Old Nauen that still remained far out of sight. He gritted his teeth in frustration.
No matter. With that monster on our side, who can stand against us? Whether today or later, those filthy Elans will die.
Cyrus considered as he looked at the darkness wreaking havoc.
This world is falling at the seams. Soon there will be little time left for the select to claim their rightful place in this world.
Cyrus said with a grin, turning back to head west. During the Elan's retreat, Kazim noticed something peculiar about the darkness. The awesome potency in its attacks had seemed diminished, its power webbing at an equivalent rate to the Valinorians quitting the field. In fact, on a second look, there could be no denying another fact altogether about the beast. It was shrinking at the rate the Valinorians gave flight from it. Given the stories, Kazim realized that such events rang true to the monster's nature. It was and is the evil in the hearts of mankind. In theory, for evil men to scatter or be diminished in number, so too would the darkness's power fade in such a place. It was now to the point of becoming like a wispy dark cloud, slowly becoming smaller and ethereal once more, leaving a haunting reminder of its presence and power, with taunting laughter that stretched out across the desert sands before it disappeared into the nothingness it once was. Even if there was a way to avoid fighting the monster at its full power, Kazim knew in his heart that facing such an awesome foe amongst the Valinorian ranks seemed altogether impossible by anyone's means. Then and there, as he raced northward, Kazim knew every able-bodied fighter would need to unite as one to see this evil purged. Chapter 27. The Great Abomination. Just hours ago, in Old Nauen, the great summons had finally been fulfilled to the fruition of the demands Adolin decreed. All under the reign of Valinor had congregated in the city to witness a spectacular occasion at their emperor's, Adolin Azar's request. Even the newfound slaves and refugees who had been brought in, who had been fleeing to the east or elsewhere, were present. He was not where one might have expected. It was not in the seat of power of Valinor, nor in the palace of Olnauen, the near center of the entire Ehya, though it was found to be someplace near. An assembly of servants and slaves bearing the mark across the entire western expanse had congregated into the packed walls of the ancient city of Olnauen for just this occasion. Buildings were cleared and paved down to an enormous tiled floor to hold as many of the people as possible to relay the words spoken today before Adolin. Inside Olnauen's walls, and surrounded by Vaikanai on every front, Adolin Azar stood atop the flight of stairs before the holiest place upon the surface of Ehya, the Cathedral of the Light.
This kingdom of ours is the pinnacle of all achievements ever before seen on the face of the Ehya,
he declared, igniting a tempest of cheers from the crowds.
Have I not promised all of you love, peace, and prosperity, the likes of which you have never seen? This I promised and more, and it has been delivered to those who have faithfully followed my decrees. For all those who obey, your heart's desires will be met in full and more.
Adolin outstretched his hands to the people, silencing them to continue speaking more.
But even still, there is more to come. A paradise on Ehya. Together we will live as we have always wished, without restraint or barriers to our dreams. There is no limit to what I can provide those who faithfully follow me without question.
Once again, applause and praise rang out from the declaration of his words on behalf of all the greatness his empire had achieved, the power that had already been displayed, and the future promises made even still. However, Adolin posed a question for all who were there in Olnauen.
Some of you may wonder how this could be. How could I achieve such feats? The answer is simple.
Adolin yelled out before turning to enter the Cathedral of the Light. The pause in his speech seemed odd, but anticipation drove the people on in wonder to silence themselves in preparation for Adolin's next acts. And though only few could see it now, he had walked deeper into the cathedral with his destination already in mind. At the center was the Valinorian throne, placed in the middle of the Cathedral of the Light. The Black Lion stepped out from the shadows and stood near the front of the throne. Walking by the beast, Adolin stopped before his seat and turned back to the masses, his voice reverberating to an unnaturally loud volume when he spoke his next words.
There is none before me and none after me. I alone am the judge, the creator, and benefactor of all you hold dear. Only those who bow down to me and the beast will live to see the glories of my wonder. For I alone am the one and only God of this world.
He boldly declared to the Ehya, and the world accepted him with cheers and praise of a deafening proportion. Within seconds of the proclamation, the entire Ehya shook in a violent uproar, and the sky immediately darkened like a fading of a candle's light amidst a room leading to a loss of a third of its light. People were thrown from their feet and into the air, crashing back down upon the Ehya that killed thousands in the city within seconds of the words. Fear and terror grasped all who witnessed it, and there was not a single exception of those within Valinor who had not seen or experienced the powerful response to the words spoken. Yet Adolin calmly took his seat, smiling at the reaction of the people before him. His actions did not escape the sight of the people, who attributed the power to Adolin himself. They cheered and bowed down to their rulers. However, none were close enough to see a nervous sweat the Vaikanai had coming down his brow. Adolin turned slightly to the Black Lion, whispering his words.
Let us see if you are right.
In response, the lion growled fiercely, inspiring all who had witnessed to bow and worship the two. Those, too slow to bow, faced immediate reprisal for their actions. The Black Lion raced across the temple's halls and leaped into the crowds, systematically killing each and every human that did not immediately bend a knee. Although at this point, it was a few who dared not obey the words of Adolin Azar. However, he knew that it mattered little. The example shown now would certainly have the intended effect he would desire, instilling such a great fear that his words would never go without a moment's consideration of obedience. With that in mind, Adolin couldn't help but make himself comfortable upon his throne, grinning in delight at the unfolding events. Chapter 28. preparing for the end. In the Dwarven realm, Zev, Elix, Drazdan, Gorfin, and the dwarves' small army were coming to terms with their newfound situation. The great doors into the Dwarven realm were sealed shut behind an enormous amount of stone and rubble, with little to no chance of digging their way back in before their meager reserves on hand ran out. After all, none of them had expected to run for their lives and flee the security of the mountain just minutes earlier. But with that matter aside, they all marveled at the newfound scenery of the northern heights, how the mountains had shaken to the point that much of the snow had somehow been cast down to the base of the mountain ranges, or the newfound broken land across the Ehia's surface that sometimes even reached the summits of some of the mountain peaks. This, of course, was accompanied by the stark reduction of light the sun now provided, precisely 2/3 of its original presence from any other clear day as today in these lands.
Well now,
Zev began to say with his hand covering his eyes as he surveyed the dimmed sun.
Not that it wasn't without its thrills, but I'd say we'd missed something rather spectacular while inside the mountain.
Drazdan was close enough to voice his opinion on that.
Aye, it'd be something spectacular indeed. By the stone, it might even make someone like ye blush.
Drazdan suggested with a raised eyebrow, eyeing Zev down before continuing.
Or perhaps not, but I know what this is and what happened.
Gorfin overheard, stomping his feet towards Drazdan as he loudly spoke back.
Stonekin or not, you can't possibly be telling me you know what could have done all this mess.
He mocked, displaying the landscape before them with his hands. Realizing all eyes were on him, Drazdan looked to face the crowd.
The great abomination has happened. The Vaikanai is to blame, but this...
He pointed to the sky before displaying his surroundings.
This was not done by their sort. Rather, it was in retaliation to the Vaikanai's despicable act.
Zev chuckled at that, wincing in pain from his efforts.
You mean to tell us this was done by the light?
The old dwarf gave a resolute look back.
No one else could, lad.
Ha!
Zev suddenly let out a loud burst of laughter.
Well, if you're right, he certainly knows how to make an entrance. I personally would have sunk Valinor and Olnawan into the sea. But to each his own, I suppose.
Enough of the games,
Gorfin demanded.
Me and my soldiers are stuck out here while those nobles are running amok inside our mountain. All I want to know is one thing, who's responsible?
That would be Valinor, my fine dwarf.
Zev suggested, his charm on full display.
In more ways than one, if our ancient friend's theories are correct, I'd say. However, in case anyone should have forgotten, it should be mentioned that we had already discovered many under the so-called Council's rule, who bore the mark of loyalty to the Vaikanai the Valinorians serve. Nasty bunch. It appears they sacrificed some of their own subordinates to remove you from the picture. Quite brilliant, I'll admit.
Gorfin glared back.
Keep complimenting them. We'll see what happens.
Grinning and shrugging, Zev found it amusing that the dwarf took it that way.
Well now, that certainly was not my intention. After all, they're witless slaves that serve a corrupted elf whose machinations have led to untold death and destruction. Let's see how long they'll end up living before regretting it.
Zev suggested before walking aside to a stone and sitting on it to begin bandaging yet another bullet wound.
How convenient,
Gorfin grunted in response. The conversation almost died at that point, allowing the others to dwell on what was spoken. And while mending his wounds, Zev paid keen attention to the others.
Come on now. Take the bait. You all must want some revenge for what happened to you, don't you?
None of that matters right now.
Elix began saying, amazing Zev.
By all the... stupid girl.
Zev seethed in his mind, refusing to show any outward reaction as Elix spoke to Gorfin.
Look, you all know where we stand on this matter, and I won't bother convincing you. Not now, anyway. After all, I can tell just by looking at everyone we don't have enough rations to stay out here and point fingers. The closest settlement that could support our numbers is the Alan harbor city of Akhnuri. That's still several days' journey from here, and with the landscape as it is, traveling is going to be significantly more difficult in the days ahead.
Zev breathed in relief.
Nice recovery, Missy.
Typical.
Gorfin grunted again.
Can't help but notice this exactly aligns with your interests.
Elix sighed loudly.
Oh, come now. We almost died too, you know. Isn't it about time you put your suspicions of us to rest? And I'm sorry you still feel that way about us, but do you have any other suggestions?
There was a notable pause as Gorfin surveyed his surroundings, taking stock of his fighting dwarves before beginning his walk south.
I hate you all,
he muttered in frustration. Snickering a bit at that, Drazden spoke up.
That's old dwarf talk for ye be right.
He explained with a chuckle. Seeing the others begin to head out, Zev couldn't help but smile.
Finally, some real progress.
He considered before finishing up wrapping the wound and following after the others. The travel south was far more difficult than ever could have been anticipated just hours earlier. From the enormous misplaced valleys of snow covering the usual routes to the newfound treacherous gorges stretching across the ground. After hours later of journeying, Zev surmised it was everywhere, that perhaps the entire Ehya was now scarred from whatever events had unfolded Drazden spoke of. Still, with it now nearing the night, the nuisance of the lack of light was getting on Zev's nerves. He pointed a thumb at Elix before speaking up.
Perhaps this one's overenthusiasm's beginning to rub off on me. But by chance, do any of you have a torch to light our way?
Like he suggested, it was hopeful considering how abruptly they all were forced to abandon their home. But still, Elix offered a teasing reply.
Or we can use your hair for it instead, since it's so perfectly shaped for the job. Just think about it. Everyone from the front to the back of our group could see where they're going.
Drazden let out a short burst of laughter at that suggestion.
Aye, methinks that it works swell. But the laddie needs it more than the rest of us, you know. After all, walking around with a cripple, losing a limb by the stone, this one needs a break by now, I'd say.
Zev grinned at that.
Well, if the Stonekin's on my side, then I suppose that about settles it, I'd imagine. So, naturally, we're left with no other option than to burn someone's clothes and use it as a torch.
He suggested, his eyes turning to Elix.
Oh, haha. I don't think so.
She said with a twinge of amusement herself. Zev shrugged and faced forward.
There's always next time.
One of the dwarves quickly passed their group to catch up with Gorfin at the company's front. To everyone's pleasant surprise, the dwarf actually had a torch on hand, which he preemptively lit before intending to give it to their leader. But after seeing the flame spread, he, along with everyone else who saw the fire, stood dumbfounded.
What is this?
Gorfin asked in wonder, a question shared by all who looked on at the flame, the holder of it being of no exception to their curiosity. It was no longer a matter of the setting sun, but the torch's light from the healthy flame was also clearly diminished. Drazden spoke up on the matter.
It would appear the prophecy referred to more than just the light of the day. Perhaps everything that gave light to the world has been diminished.
The others were awestruck at the claim, but the evidence of their eyes spoke true to what was happening. And surprising even himself, Zev spoke up.
I didn't want to mention it at first, but shouldn't we have seen the stars by now? And looking at the moons themselves, the greater one has never looked so dim before.
He admitted, grimacing at the prospects when his eyes turned to Elix, then Drazden.
No one hates to admit it more than I, but it's getting increasingly more difficult to deny the evidence of the claims you two have made. Or if you're all feeling dramatic, this world is already neck-deep into the supernatural realm. Nothing surprises me anymore.
Bullocks,
Gorfin yelled back.
It's just a faulty torch is all. Hardly proves anything.
Ha!
Zev abruptly laughed in return.
Fine then, dwarf. Ignore the evidence of your eyes. After all, if the entire Ehya breaking apart with the celestial bodies deciding to dim isn't enough to convince you, then you're living up to the name and expectations of the dwarves everywhere quite nicely, I'd say. Stubborn as the stone, as they say.
Gorfin glared back.
You have a death wish, Stumpy? Because you are pushing your luck.
That was a sobering reminder, as Zev looked back at the dwarf calmly.
Look at me, getting all emotional. And for what exactly? Burning bridges that literally took a mountain to collapse in on itself to construct. How idiotic.
Zev considered in his mind, smiling at the dwarf.
Well, what does it matter to me anyway? You keep on going exactly as you like, dwarf. After all, it's the most entertaining way to live.
He suggested with raised hands in defeat, smiling as he walked on past the front of the group. Till near the end, the remainder of their journey to the harbour of Aknori was relatively uneventful. That is, except for the rather unpleasant huddling together for warmth in these accursed freezing lands, as Zev had put it. However, having to resort to such undesirable means of life had made sense, as no one was properly prepared for such a journey. Still, everyone unanimously felt that they had gotten a little more acquainted with others than they would have ever liked. And of course, there was the matter of Drazden and Elix spreading the words of truth to the others during almost the entire trip south. Zev found it amazing how they could focus on such things with the world in its present state. But with their minds on the present, Zev and Elix, being the tallest amongst them, were the first to catch sight of the Elan city over the rolling hills just north.
Well now,
Zev began to say with a smirk.
Life's just full of surprises, isn't it?
The others would find out soon what he alluded to. An army of elves, around 3,000 in total, which was much smaller in scale than Zev would have expected them to be, was outside of the Elan city training the warriors of the city how to fight. Once he was sure the rest of them saw it, Zev pointed at the spectacle and spoke up again.
Would you all just look at that? Haven't any of them read their history books before? They're supposed to be killing one another,
he said with a wide smile.
If we were to ignore the recent events as of late, I think this should suffice in providing evidence to the idea that miracles do happen after all.
That line of thinking surprised Drazdan.
If it hadn't, I don't know what'd be the criteria that'd fit your standards.
Almost laughing at the thought of it, Zev shrugged.
Well, my fine dwarf, I'll tell you. No undead or black magic in sight. This is the first miracle, as you call it, that hasn't left me with a sour taste in my mouth.
Drazdan hummed thoughtfully at that remark.
Aye, but it'd only be the morning, lad. Give it some time. Someone's bound to ruin your mood before the day's up.
The old dwarf said rather confidently, bothering Zev slightly.
Lovely. Appreciate your words of encouragement and all, but I'll try to be on my best behavior. Though, if that one elf is here, then it's safe to assume that won't much matter, will it?
I'm sure you're responsible somehow.
Elix interjected with a wry grin. He flippantly waved his hand back.
That may be all well and true, but I would at least like to know what is it I did that set her off.
Oh, what could it be?
Elix said slowly with a knowing smile, her eyes on Zev's back, a plethora of ideas likely crossing her mind.
It may have something to do with you being the most untrustworthy person in our entire alliance.
Thinking back on the past, Zev scoffed at that.
What a shame. It's the crippled walk and false arm, isn't it? Though now that Voal Kamir suffered a sudden case of death before he could backstab us, there may be some truth to what you say, girl.
He noted with an edge to his tone.
Well, there's that.
She began saying slowly.
Oh, and so many other reasons it's getting hard to keep track. But who's counting?
Elix added with a wide, mischievous smile, trying to get a rise out of Zev for a little payback for all the times he'd done it to her.
We can't all be perfect little know-it-alls, can we?
Drazdan hummed.
I don't think this is a good time or place for a lover's spat.
Giving credence to the words, if only a bit, Elix and then Zev looked about to observe the group at large. The others kept their distance from Zev, nothing new, while also eyeing him down, which was also nothing new. Always making a point to keep a note of his surroundings, he had noticed that much earlier. Realizing Drazdan's words were more of playful mockery than anything else, Zev turned his eyes back to his front. Before him, amongst the crowd, was Aziel with a devilish grin, walking amongst the others and eyeing Zev down, judging him.
If you have something to say it.
Zev considered only in his mind, loosening the grip in his fists after reining in his emotions. Trying to pay the image of his cousin of little mind, with an unamused look, Zev's gaze turned back to Drazdan and Elix. He drew out the words of truth from his jacket, the bullet still lodged into the side of it and all, and spoke.
I read this,
he suggested, waving the book around before them.
Why is it there's no guide to destroying pesky Vaikanai and the like in this book?
Elix was rather blunt in her response.
Not that I agree with you, like at all, but I think you may be reading it for the wrong reasons.
She considered aloud, aggravating Zev before Drazdan waved her down to speak himself.
Look, laddie, if you read it, then ye already know what's required. You know what it asks, and I reckon it ain't much even for you. But it all comes down to one thing, just one thing. It all comes down to a choice. Ye alone have to choose it. Soon you're going to find you no longer have the luxury of time to consider the matter much further.
First appearing irritated, Zev smirked at the suggestion.
Is that right? Coming from an ancient dwarf as you, it's somewhat ironic, don't you think?
Drazdan hummed again.
No one knows when their time on Aya will end. Ye, of all people, should know that.
Having been surrounded by such large scales of untold death, many of which were by his own hands, Zev didn't bother arguing whether the dwarf was right or not. Still, preventing it from showing, the words infuriated him nonetheless. So, with an exaggerated bow to the two of them, Zev turned and picked up the pace to be rid of the company he found himself in. Chapter 29. The Elven Princess. Having excused himself to be well in front of the others, Zev was the first to engage with the small elven army training the Elan fighters.
What a sight,
he thought, almost disbelieving his own eyes before he saw the elven princess head his way. The princess was accompanied by 2 of her guards when she approached. As he'd seen before, the piercing glare in Almahil's starlight eyes toward him was enough to remove any doubt on whether this was real or not. He could tell by her look that she meant for him to feel shame for a multitude of reasons, but he would have none of that.
What a pleasure it is to be reacquainted,
Zev began saying with a grandiose smile and arms apart.
Travel across half the Aya to scold little old significant me. Or as you did in your realm, do you mean to kick me out of this place too?
Zebabethelus!
She proclaimed, her words piercing his mind like iron scraping against iron. Everything was laid bare before her gaze, the crimes he committed, and the true intentions of his heart. Sweating profusely, the discomfort he felt was anything and everything but physical on the surface, and he aimed to endure it.
Do you think the atrocities you've committed would go unnoticed? That it would go unanswered? It is known!
She proclaimed, making Zev seethe in anger as he glared back at her.
And in this life or the next, you will be made to account!
Almahil decreed in his mind, making Zev grow furious. He reached for his crossbow and brought it out, the elven guards equally ready to respond.
Who are you to lay down judgment upon me, elf?
Zev declared through his gritted teeth.
If my actions were so objectionable, then where were you? Why didn't you stop me? I'll tell you why, because like the rest, you need someone like me. Your kind, and all you hypocrites are nothing but the same who are waiting to die. When you become food for the worms, I wonder what good spouting out your virtues will be by then.
Almahil was patently unamused by his words, instead opting to point to an area on his chest as the answer to his question. Zev didn't need to feel where she gestured to, or what she alluded to. Behind his jacket, invisible to the naked eye by there being no indents in the leather in its rectangular shape, was Drazdan's copy of the words of truth.
How lovely,
Zev said, smiling, scoffing at the notion while pulling back his crossbow.
That really clears things up, doesn't it?
The expression in her gaze in return all but affirmed it did. But before things could escalate any further, Drazdan came huffing and puffing to close in the distance between Zev and the others.
Now hold up here,
the old dwarf proclaimed, catching his breath as he made it on the scene.
Okay now, if dwarves and elves are like oil and water, then the lad here and elves are like oil and fire. Ain't a good combination unless ye be meaning to blow up a place is all, and I ain't suggesting it. So I reckon it'd be best if you all give yourselves some ample space, you hear me? Play nice by avoiding each other.
Surprised, Almahil looked at the dwarf.
Even while only knowing a portion of what he's done, I am surprised you still have faith in him,
she suggested, but Drazdan said nothing in return.
Then I will trust your judgment. I will leave to attend to my responsibilities, and I expect not to see this one in our company. He harbors the darkness, and I will not turn a blind eye to his presence.
Huh.
Zev scoffed aloud.
Charming as ever. So glad to see we're finally becoming friends.
He mocked before holstering his crossbow once more. Almahil restrained herself from speaking the words she so desperately wished to voice when she replied.
That all depends on what is to come,
she stated before departing with her guards. Zev couldn't have been happier to see her go.
Well, I suppose that was a predictable outcome. Alans, dwarves, elves.
Zev chuckled at the ridiculousness of it all.
Just a few years ago, anyone would have thought the idea of these kinds mending their relationships and joining forces would have been utter madness. Well, by the looks of it, ascended into madness we have indeed. Though I wonder what'll become of our merry alliance of misfits in the days to come.
Drazdan let out a guttural laugh.
Well, laddie, as long as ye are not the peacemaker between this unlikely get-together we have here, I think with the prospect of the world ending, we can manage.
Zev scoffed.
Fine then. If that's the case, then I elect you Sir Dwarf Stonekin. Oh, Ancient One. I say it's about time you start pulling your weight.
That bold criticism got a prolonged chuckling from Drazdan in return, one that didn't seem to have an end until Zev was forced to speak.
Oh yes, whatever you're thinking of is certainly hilarious, but I don't suppose that you wouldn't mind feeling me in.
With a wide smile, Drazdan answered,
Couldn't help but find the whole concept a bit funny coming from ye and all. Well, since earlier you once carried me around like a backpack in the south, but in the north, I done saved your skin, lad. Gwarfin, being the sensible fella that he is, intended to kill you on multiple occasions, if not for me dissuading the fella. And well, he may have been in his right to do so at times, but you did come through for us when the time counted. That bit of information you provided about the Council's moves was important and all, but the results are a bit questionable, I'd say. To be fair, I wouldn't have bet on the outcome, one way or the other.
He confessed with a shrug.
It did go far too smoothly than I thought it might. I should have known.
A little humbled and frankly embarrassed, Zev looked away and gave a half-hearted shrug in return.
Life's just full of surprises, though I suppose some thanks are in order.
By the stone,
Drazden said in faked excitement.
This wouldn't be an apology, would it?
This bloody...
Zev thought, turning to the dwarf with a playful grin of his own.
Oh, fine then. Have it your way, you insufferable little man. What you offer the team is greater than measure to that of your own height, even if that isn't saying that much.
He said with a chuckle.
Oh, yeah?
Drazden said in rebuke.
Well, once you get past your psychopathic tendencies, egomaniac personality, and pyromanic hobbies, you are honestly not that terrible of a person yourself.
That got a good laugh out of Zev, prompting Drazden to add to his earlier comments.
Haha, I win this round.
Laughing a bit more, Zev responded.
I hate you, dwarf.
He conceded with a grin.
I'll win the next one.
Chuckling with a proud smile, Drazden replied.
Sure, lad, it's always good to dream.
Several days were spent waiting at the harbour of Aknuri. New friends and alliances were made by just about everyone but Zev, though he hardly cared for it, which included Boldin's family, whom he had entirely lost track of. And as was the case ever since Aya's inception, the dwarves and elves kept their distance from one another throughout the entire time. The elves trained the human army of the city in preparation for the days ahead, while the dwarves made merry in the Elean city, which since the times of the darkness had always broken the taboo of alcohol in the otherwise very religiously strict nature of their empire. The wait was not without its intended purpose. Al-Mahil had claimed to know that Kazim's armies were shortly to arrive in the city, but upon sunrise, before their arrival had even occurred, she had withheld a key piece of information when she summoned a group of representatives of all the forces gathered there to speak. Against her request, Zev somehow managed to find himself in the conference at the request of others. Inside Tal Chanet's gathering hall was where they gathered. Al-Mahil, some of her generals, Tal Chanet, Gwarfin, Drazden, Elix, Zev, and some notable tagalongs of importance attended the meeting. As soon as the last arrived, Al-Mahil immediately shared her plans.
The final battle is drawing near.
She claimed with piercing, glowing eyes.
The dawn is coming, and we must act immediately to strike our fearsome enemy while they remain off guard. I intend for my forces to head out immediately.
Tal Chanet was amazed by the claim, feeling a need for some clarification.
Really, I had believed much of what has been said in the recent days.
The man admitted with an unsettled expression.
And I must admit the claims spoken had largely proven to be true. But why the need for such haste now? I do not even know the state of the remainder of the Alaean armies. What of the battle they had engaged in?
Her piercing gaze turned back to him.
Maltier Falajad's armies had suffered a defeat.
She admitted to the stunned looks in return.
However, it is not the end of them. They will come here and resupply. Together, the Elans must unite as one for the coming battle to end all battles. You must strike at the heart of this beast. Together, your forces must march out to the eastern outskirts of Olnauen itself.
And what is there to gain from this?
Tal Chanet asked with a discerning eye. Al-Mahil appeared to have already known to expect that question before it had ever crossed his lips.
Because, son of man, you have changed and now know what is to be expected of you. To turn a blind eye to the plight of those still left trapped behind Olnauen's walls, while there still remains hope for their souls, is not a decision for any of us to make.
Tal Chanet knew well of what she spoke of, the reports of many, or perhaps tens of thousands still left unclaimed by the marks they devoted to the Valinorian cause had borne. Whatever reason the Vaikanai had tolerated such a lot to live was beyond any human or dwarf's guess there.
The time of Ehya is near at hand.
The elf reminded those nearby.
In what life here remains, do you not wish to spend it well?
she asked with her piercing eyes on the Elan, who took but a moment to solemnly nod in return to her request. She then turned to Gorfin.
But as for the dwarves, you are too few in number for such a request. Where the refugees of Valinorian have escaped must be the launching point of your assault, the ruins of King's Height. There, you will find the forces needed before you head south to the city. Although you will not face the darkness or Zeras themselves, the evil before you will be no less foul.
Gorfin couldn't help but scoff at the ridiculous request.
Oh yeah, well what exactly are you intending to do, Dainty Ears? Enjoy a nice picnic while the rest of me kin are facing off against the entire western armies of Ehya?
She withheld a sigh at that remark.
We will have infiltrated the Olnoan walls and will come out to meet you all in your hour of most peril. I swear it. You will not have been abandoned.
She instructed, her gaze turning to Tal Charnet once more.
You know what comes your way. Your fears are not ill-founded, Tal Charnet. But this is the lesser of the dangers ahead. Hold true to the promises of the light, human. Even the darkness can be overcome through him.
Almahil said mysteriously, her gaze looking distant to the west.
I must go. Our time draws near. Farewell, my friends, and remember that the dawn will come.
She instructed, looking to all who were there with a resolute determination before leaving with the other elves in her company. Zev, like everyone else he would have suspected, surmised that Almahil was leaving to do exactly what she claimed, sneaking deep within Valinorian territory with a small army.
Good luck with that.
He considered with a grin, wanting to see if the elves' boldness was based on fact or foolhardy pride, but time would later tell the truth to such claims. Elix spoke to all of them who were left.
Did she just say refugees from Merchant's Pass and other regions of the West have gathered at King's Height?
That's what bothered you the most?
Zev asked, genuinely surprised but intrigued.
Those lot must have made quite a lasting impression on you if that's what first comes to your mind. Nothing along the lines of how she lays down battle plans for every remaining soldier in our entire coalition to act on, while simultaneously expecting our stout little friends here will be ambushed by some supernatural presence.
That's right,
Gorfin quickly asserted, reminding others of his outrage at the situation. But Zev didn't even pause in his speech.
And let's not forget, the knife ears seem to imply the darkness will be attacking the Elan forces. But of course, typical of her kind, she didn't bother with the specifics.
True, she is insufferable.
Tal Charnet agreed, clearly annoyed with the situation himself.
But I've seen enough to know her intentions for us are for good, which is so much more than I can expect from some in our company.
He claimed, eyeing the room, one in particular taking offense.
Speak plainly, human,
Gorfin proclaimed.
If you got a problem with me, you better come out and say it.
Before anything could get out of control, Drazden waved his fellow dwarf down.
Now settle down, old friend. I think our Aelan host here was mostly referring to the lad here.
Charmed,
Zev said, completely expecting such reactions by now. And ignoring him with an amused smile, Drazden continued with honest surprise.
Still, can't help but find it amusing how it appears no one, neither man nor dwarf, gets along with the elven folk.
I do.
Elix timidly suggested. Zev chuckled at that.
Well, that makes one. Quite a stark improvement, I'd say.
Enough of the nonsense,
Gorfin loudly interrupted, waving his arms in frustration before pointing a finger at Tal Charnet.
Tell me, human, what was that other threat the pointy ears told you?
Tal Charnet looked back at the dwarven leader before studying the room with a knowing eye.
It was miracle enough that the elves came when they did, and shared what they knew with the people of my city. Let alone the others in Kazim's command would also turn from our people's old ways. But I must ask, none of you seriously expected that all the Alans would turn to the teachings of the words of truth, did you?
Silence being the resounding response, Tal Charnet spoke further.
There are still many left in the south who see our newfound beliefs as abominable. They will leave us to face this threat alone.
The words were a sobering reminder of the precarious situation they found themselves in, and Zev couldn't help but laugh.
Vaikanai, the Black Beast, the darkness, Elans, and overwhelming forces of the Valinorians are all that stand between us and victory. I must say the days ahead are going to be quite interesting, ladies and gentlemen. And though it all sounds like good fun, I think I'll be tagging along with these fine dwarves. After all, they'll be traveling through King's Height. And if the talking is left to me, I figure I might be able to bolster our numbers a bit further.
Elix grimaced at that prospect.
I think it's best I go with him, in case he says something that does quite the opposite.
Drazdan laughed at the absurdity of it all.
And I'll be coming along to make sure you two don't fight.
Zev shrugged at that suggestion, and Elix seemed quite pleased with the idea. Gorfin, however, was rather annoyed.
I'm glad you all asked for me opinion on the matter, since you all would be traveling in the company of me army.
Drazdan looked back to Gorfin and put his big stubby-fingered hand on the other dwarf's shoulder.
Thank you for being understanding, old friend.
Gorfin scoffed at that, swatting away Drazdan's hand.
Fine, but only because you asked, Stonekin.
Gorfin reminded them before leaving to attend to his duties. With that out of the way, Tal Charnet spoke again.
I will wait for the southern armies to arrive and inform Kazim of our plans when he's here.
Judging by Elix's expression, the wording of the Elan's comment deserved a response.
We're not leaving just yet,
she suggested, revealing her portion of the Black Fangs.
Both Drazdan and I still need to deliver this to Kazim.
Rubbing his head in bewilderment at the plan, Tal Charnet found himself smiling in return.
With the Aya on the verge of its end after all these years after leaving it buried, to be forgotten, that I would now find myself caring about the meaning behind this simple gesture here and now. How far have we come?
He said somberly, concurring with the idea without saying it directly.
Perhaps that elf had foreseen this too. We will leave when Kazim's forces are ready to head out,
the Elan leader said, confident in his newfound approach. Then began a debate and planning of all sorts to ensure the necessary details in the days ahead, from provisions to the exact intentions of places to encamp before the actual discussions of the battles ahead, hypothetical situations and the means of how to respond. The discussions often revolved around until everyone was satisfied with what the elven princess called them to.
Well, it's settled then,
Zev said with a smile.
Dramatic as it is, it appears we'll largely be marching as one to face our destinies. Let us hope things go as smoothly as our little talk just now,
he added, a small hint of trepidation in his voice behind his smile when he turned to leave. Making his way outside, Zev realized he had spent so much time in the Elan leader's compound that it was already night, or it had appeared to be with how dark the days were now. And with this perpetual decreased darkness of the world as of late, it was difficult for him to get around or see much of anything, even with the diminished torchlit streetlights. However, he had seen something quite clearly throughout the darkness in the night sky.
It's getting bigger, closer.
Zev considered in curious wonder, his mind riddled with the possibilities of what the meaning behind his sight entailed. There was a single star in the sky, vastly brighter than the others, one in which he had seen earlier.
Just you wait. After all, I still have so much unfinished business to take care of. Can't be rushing things now.
Yes, can't have your judgment be rushed now, can we?
Ziraz had taunted from his back. Zev turned around with a fierce expression but saw nothing.
And apparently neither can we have yours.
He had thought further with a grin, deciding to find a place to rest before the day ahead. Chapter 30. The Oddity of the Legend. After several days of marching north, Kazim had his injuries attended to while his army headed to the harbour of Akh-Nuri. Not all of his straggling men from the battle who had scattered earlier had reunited just yet with the main force before Wire and Fail came racing to his side atop his Janyu.
Apologies for my late arrival.
Wire and Fail began with a nod.
It had taken longer than anticipated to dwindle the numbers of those who had fled the darkness.
Not knowing what to make of the statement, Kazim stared back dumbfounded.
Speak plainly, friend. What do you mean by this?
The elf smiled proudly before answering.
It was not just your men, but many from the Valinorians' ranks who retreated at the sight with their darkness made flesh. As you might have deduced, they weren't very organized when they were preoccupied while running about in their distress. I ended my fair share of those servants of the Vaikanai before they could reassemble into a single force.
Wire and Fail shrugged at the recalling of the memory.
Let's just say I don't want to steal all the credit in defeating the entirety of the Valinorian army by myself. Which leads me to why I decided to return a few days late,
he said with a smile, helping to lift the downcast mood of all those nearby. Kazim let out an earnest laugh.
By all means, please feel free to claim as much glory as you like next time. I promise to not hold it against you.
Suddenly, a soldier nearby spoke up in amazement.
You really did all that after what I saw you accomplish on the battle?
He asked of Wyrenfale. Recognizing the man, the elf nodded back in confirmation.
Sir.
The soldier quickly stated to Kazim after remembering himself, still astonished by what he had witnessed.
This elf we have in our company slayed hundreds of our enemies at the southern flank. Magic wielders at that. I saw it for myself. It was amazing.
Kazim's gaze turned to Wyrenfale.
Perhaps you can demonstrate some of your techniques. Maybe even my soldiers, such as this young man here, can someday match your talents.
It was said playfully enough that no one took it seriously.
You hear that?
Wyrenfale asked the soldier.
We'll be expecting great things from you, man. You'll be able to march on the walls of Olnawan yourself and bring them down without need of the army. Only if you agree, though.
The man chuckled awkwardly.
If it's all the same, I'd prefer to do it with an army.
Kazim smiled at that.
I'll have you know that you're in luck then, for you shall have your chance. This enemy of ours will face the wrath of those who follow the light. Once we gather our forces in the north, we will strike at the heart of their empire and uproot those in command. Before this world ends, we will set things right.
There was nothing further to discuss on the matter, as the Elan forces traveled on until they made it to the city. From a distance, Kazim saw remnants of the dwarven encampment and Elan fighters of the city, but something amiss disturbed him when he turned to Wyrenfale.
Tell me, friend, where has your princess gone?
I do not know, but my lady isn't one to leave such matters to chance. She will have had a plan, and I suspect has already begun to act upon it.
He said seriously before smiling at his following suggestion.
But why take my word for it? We have an entire city that can enlighten us to her intentions.
To the west, Faicher was enduring the consequences of his decision. He knew why he was here, and why the Vaikanai had spared him, but he knew well enough there was no pity in such an act. Faicher suspected that the villain had aimed to break him, like so many others. Still, even now, while being led to Olnawan, Faicher's mind drifted to the others. The Black Lion made sport of him in front of Pyotir's and Nairi's eyes. With how he was thrown about as a ragdoll, mercilessly made into a horrifying display to the others before leaving his limb body to rest on the ground, he would be more surprised if the others had thought he was alive than dead. Still, Faicher considered, to have died then would have seemed a pity than to live with whatever the monsters still schemed before him. He was far from alone when he and thousands of others were directed into the walls of Olnawan with all the dignity of livestock. Now, even for his young age, Faicher would have imagined he or the others would have resisted such treatment, if not for the lingering threat surrounding them constantly. And the Vaikanai were more than willing to put anyone who didn't fall into line in place, making quite a spectacle of them as they did. No one need to voice it, Faicher considered. The sight of one of the others being cast into the air before being torn apart by several ill-tempered Vaikanai, as an example, was all the persuasion anyone needed to keep their head down and obey. Escorted deeper into the city, Faicher and the others were subjugated to even more ridicule. Valinorian citizens cheered their downtrodden parade, spitting and celebrating a defeat against their enemies. And as terrible the experiences had been so far, it all paled to what came next. Faicher and the other refugees were huddled in an open prison within the city, and day in and out, the Valinorians tortured their newfound prisoners for amusement more than anything else. The refugees' numbers disappeared every day, but not as one might suspect. They gave in, displaying the true intentions of their captors. Surrender to the Vaikanai and receive a mark of your loyalty, and you will be spared a life of unending torment. For a young soul like Faicher, before they had ever set their sights on him, he began questioning the worth of denying the Vaikanai their demands of him. One such day that those thoughts crossed his mind, he heard the footsteps of a stranger approaching him.
My young man, have you given up already?
An old woman asked him. Faicher was more confused than anything about his opinion of her arrival. Everyone else inside the refugee camp was covered in filth, and this old woman was obviously not, and it was safe to say she didn't exactly fit the requirements of a Vaikanai or a Valinorian soldier.
Who are you?
He eventually asked in return. She smiled back and leaned closer.
Just someone who wants to help, my dear. And make no mistake, help will arrive in due time. If you can just hold out, you'll see.
Faicher resisted the urge to laugh directly in her face at the ludicrous suggestion. surrounded by filth, enslaved in the heart of Ehia's strongest empire ever to reside in the world, but he just needed to hold out.
Beg your pardon, ma'am, but why should I believe you? In case you hadn't noticed, we've lost. The elves were defeated. Everyone I know is either dead or fleeing from the Valinorian armies.
A playful smile crossed the old woman's face.
Oh, and you would know, would you? Quite knowledgeable for someone trapped inside a prison, I must say. That's certainly not what I've seen or heard. Last I checked, Naeri is alive and well.
She said quite assuredly, knowing the impossible in Faicha's eyes. Seeing the reaction he'd shown, the conflict in his eyes, the old woman forced herself to speak further on the matter.
Though I worry for that girl. I fear that you too are considering making the same mistake she had.
Now, giving the woman his undivided attention, holding back his tears, Faicha quickly asked back,
"And what's that?"
He requested anxiously, just dying to know. She looked back at him with a slight surprise at his question.
Why, denying the light, of course.
She said quite simply before elaborating.
You see, everyone in life has their own struggles, their own hardships, some far greater than others, I'm saddened to say.
The old woman said, her eyes focusing on Faicha when she did.
However, the gift of what's to come is not determined by how one lives, and it comes down to one simple choice. Like all who've come before you, my young man, there are only 2 destinations ahead of you, and you alone must choose whether to accept the gift or not.
Faicha was speechless. He heard of what she spoke of before, but had certainly not expected to hear it now of all times. Still, she had a few more words to offer. Placing a hand on his shoulder, she spoke her parting words.
Whatever you do, make sure to keep that in mind, won't you? No matter how hard it gets, don't lose heart. I promise you this, child, you've not been forgotten.
She said with a somber smile. Faicha's eyes were on her the entire time as she walked away. Her presence was not acknowledged by anyone else there, from the refugees to the Valinorians, and even the Vaikanai. Not a soul. Even the Valinorians she walked beside that now had set their sights on Faicha, intending to share their pleasure with the young man, as they did with many others who had turned. But still, they did not notice her. Swallowing nervously, Faicha knew their intentions, and readied himself mentally for what was shortly to come. Their arrival was noticed by all within the city, the soldiers under Tal Charnet escorting Kazim, Wair and Fail, and some personal guards to the city's heart. There inside the compound, Kazim began discussions regarding the events of the battle, and news of what was discussed was shared in waves by couriers to all other figures of importance within the city. And likewise, the plans instructed by Al-Mahil were shared with Kazim. Though much of it was suspected, Kazim didn't know what to make of the enemy's movements.
Al-Mahil intends for us to attack the city from the east, while our dwarven allies attack from the north. I've seen the darkness myself. It is not omnipotent, but it is a foe unlike any other on Ihya. Our weapons could not touch it. To face it alone is a daunting prospect, but against the Valinorian armies to add to them,
he said in dread, reining back his fear.
None of you have seen it like I have. You do not know what you ask, but if this be my calling, I will accept it.
Drazdan then spoke up.
Aye, stories of the darkness are the things of nightmares,
he began saying, walking closer with items wrapped in cloth before Kazim.
But there be such a weapon on the Aya that cannon has already wounded that fearsome foe,
the dwarf said, unveiling the black fangs of Ishida before Kazim. With such a simple gesture, seeing the blades of legend before him, hope had been reinvigorated within Kazim. His proficiency in the dual-bladed style was always perceived as less than ideal with other weaponry available, but yet such techniques and means of fighting always had suited him, though he never knew quite why. But here, in this moment, it all made sense. The only weapons on Aya that were capable of inflicting harm upon the beast of legend. And yet these weapons had earlier come from one who had been tainted by the darkness, wielding these black fangs to commit such atrocities, only for these weapons to later be given to Kazim himself, a man with an equally questionable past. With a somber expression, the man of the Order accepted the blades in hand.
Never again,
he began saying with the black fangs in his hands.
I promise you all here and now, never again will I doubt.
Kazim explained as he looked on at the weapons of legends, something peculiar catching his eyes. The unsheathed edges of the blades that had remained sharp throughout the nearly unimaginable amount of years buried. Kazim saw elements and fragments altogether different from the typical black metal of the weapon itself. He looked at the others before speaking.
Talcanet, if you would do me the honors of holding out your sword, I should think it's only appropriate I determine the quality of the newfound items I hold within my hands.
Curiosity driving him on, Talcanet agreed to the gesture, holding his blade sideways with the sharp end upright before Kazim's inevitable strike. With a swift motion, Kazim brought down one of his black fangs onto the blade, shattering it in two, amazing all who witnessed the act. Murmurs of fascination were spoken amongst the others as Talcanet responded.
That blade was well made to think it could be destroyed so easily. Observe the bite it left in the metal,
he said in wonder, inspecting what remained of his broken sword in front of him, half cut through before snapping under the pressure. Strangely enough, Kazim's focus was elsewhere, as he looked upon the black fang's blade once more to see it in close detail. He found what he was looking for. Faint as it was, Kazim saw a different shimmer of metal upon the bladed edge of the black fang, where it had struck the other weapon.
This weapon is unlike any other on Aya. It devours what it tears and makes it its own. I am left to believe that no chip or tear is left unrepaired or replaced. I, here and now, believe all that was said of them were and remain true, that they never dull or break, and that these weapons have actually injured the darkness.
Kazim explained in wonder, his eyes filled with fascination.
Before I even see battle with it, these blades already live up to the legends,
he said while displaying the unsheathed blades to the others. Another odd feature caught Kazim's eyes. One of the blades appeared slightly darker than its counterpart, though for the moment, he was too preoccupied with the ramifications of what he learned to concern himself with that matter. He looked upon it in awe.
With this, I will fight the darkness.
Chapter 31. A Monster's Boredom. Days later, Zeraz was sitting atop the Cathedral of the Light, entertaining himself with an old hobby of his made more prevalent in recent days. He looked on and watched as his black lion massacred several people in the city square, deliberately missing some and choosing others at random. It amused him as much as the speculation of such actions. Even without the Vikanai's words in clarification, the people had spoken out that the killed must have offended either Idolin or the Black Lion, and that this was, in turn, righteous judgment from their newfound gods. So Zeraz continued his little game as a daily routine to stave off boredom. But at the sight of an approaching army in the distance beyond the city walls, he knew he would soon find entertainment elsewhere to amuse him. Cyrus Vanorum returned to the city of Olnoan with his army and the newfound slaves in their ranks. Many were lost in the battle and the aftermath of the single elf's attacks on the scattered forces, whose prowess on the battlefield boggled the mind. However, in Cyrus's mind, with such numbers still at their disposal, there remained little doubt on the outcome of future battles with those who opposed the Valinorian Empire. There was a noticeable lack of fanfare or excitement upon Cyrus's return this time. No celebrations in the streets, no liveliness in the overly congested city, of which the people were never given permission to return from where they came after Adolin's summons. Aside from the cracked earth stretching all the way from the far reaches of the east to even here, Cyrus couldn't begin to understand why the life appeared to have been ripped out of the people's hearts. Where there was once celebration, excitement and feasts, now there was misery, calmness, and an overwhelming fear.
What has happened here?
Cyrus asked one of the people on the side of the road. They shuddered at the question before it was answered by another.
Do not delay, human.
A Vikanai standing atop a building said almost threateningly on Cyrus's opposing side,
You have much to explain.
Cyrus resisted the urge to say anything in return, settling for an uncomfortable gritting of his teeth instead. He knew the consequences could be fierce, and he desperately withheld the urge to say anything in return. Cyrus was fully aware of the newfound precariousness of the situation he found himself in. He didn't offer another word as he continued leading his small army down the streets of Olnoan, before arriving at the Cathedral of the Light. The scattered bloodstains and dead bodies before Cyrus unnerved him as much as it did any other of his soldiers who bore witness to it. Dismounting, he passed the corpses and made his way to the Cathedral of the Light, unopposed by the Vikanai, who trailed his movements with their gazes as he walked inside. Before him now was Adolin Azar, sitting atop his throne. Taking a few steps further, Adelin's voice echoed throughout the building.
You dare return to me in failure!
Adelin challenged, his piercing eyes fixed on Cyrus.
It would have been better that you died than show your face to me again. You will suffer for this transgression. I will make such an example upon you that no one within my empire will ever forget it,
he declared, standing up and outstretching his arm towards Cyrus. Immediately, Cyrus screamed while he suddenly was lifted and held in the air, limbs stretched wide in agonizing pain.
Enough!
Zeraz had spoken, emerging from the shadows, revealing himself fully through the dark magic he had cast.
This one is still useful to me yet, for now.
He further explained with a grin as he approached closer.
He failed,
Adelin sneered.
He failed and he dared to return. After all I gave him, the human should be killed 100 times over.
Zeraz spoke slowly and menacingly in return.
I said, enough!
He threatened, Adelin not daring to test his patience, releasing the spell he had cast on Cyrus. Stumbling to the ground, Cyrus gasped for air as he looked on to see Zeraz speak further.
Now leave us!
He warned his subordinate further. Gritting his teeth in frustration, Adelin did as was requested, walking to leave the Cathedral of the Light as he passed by Cyrus with a vicious glare before Zeraz spoke again.
All of you!
He coldly instructed, his black lion manifesting within a second before leaping past Adelin and chasing off the Vaikanai at the openings of the doorway. Without another word spoken, the black lion turned back and looked upon Adelin's every step until he too had left the cathedral and been significant enough distance for Zeraz's liking. Now alone, Zeraz turned to Cyrus with an expression he would have never believed he'd see from the Vaikanai. It was a smile, albeit twisted, yet it was not menacing. It was clear to Cyrus that Zeraz was enjoying himself.
Your defeat was to be expected,
he said slowly, enjoying Cyrus's conflicted expression.
In fact, I would expect you'll all die soon enough, foolishly risking your life over dreams and goals you can never achieve. You're on the losing side, and everything you fought for is lost.
Aghast, Cyrus looked at Zeraz in utter shock.
We were serving at your request, towards your ends. If defeat is inevitable, what are you even hoping to achieve?
He yelled out in frustration.
What indeed?
Zeraz taunted with a sinister grin, revealing his true ambitions to the human.
All of these spectacles and efforts that have led up to this moment have been but for one purpose, and only ever one since I was dragged down from my rightful place. I will make it hurt as much as possible.
Right then and there, fingers twitching, Cyrus wanted to call upon his powers to avenge himself upon this monster before him, but the presence of the black lion at his back reminded him of the futility of such an action.
If they knew,
Cyrus began saying, seething, Zeraz taking delight in his agony.
If only the others knew! Would they still serve you?
Zeraz held back a laugh.
Of course they wouldn't. Humans and Vaikanai alike. Their welfare has never concerned me. They are nothing but mere pawns, moving about as I will, hopelessly seeking the promises I had given amidst the struggles of their miserable little lives.
Zeraz explained with a twisted expression.
Not unlike you yourself.
Cyrus could no longer restrain himself. Calling upon the sand within his gourd that began bursting forth, he yelled out,
You bastard!
Before his words had finished, Cyrus and his grains of sand were slammed against the cathedral's floor, helplessly held in place upon the whims of Zeraz's will.
What will you do, I wonder?
Zeraz began taunting once more.
Will you tell the others who and what I really am as if they'd believe you? It'd lead to nothing more than your death, and I will only be bothered to have chosen a new toy to play with in your stead.
Under such immense pressure, Cyrus could hardly breathe, let alone speak, but he held back the urge to say anything, considering what little good it'd do him. So, Zeraz decided to have a bit more fun with the situation, kneeling down to speak with the human further.
How does it feel? The world looked upon your face and desired you. They saw your wealth, your place of power, and your accomplishments, and wanted to be you. And here and now, you have been cast down from your pedestal to lie at my feet, squirming like a worm.
He suggested, leaning in to whisper his next words in a personal hatred.
Infuriating, isn't it?
Zeraz asked before thrusting his hand forward, sending Cyrus flying across the halls toward the exit of the cathedral, where he slammed against the ground before the steps leading inside.
Go!
Zeraz demanded of Cyrus with an outstretched arm.
Prepare the armies for the assault. The forces of the light will come here.
He ordered aloud, smiling at the thought of his next words. Cyrus leaped to his feet, looking back in a barely controlled rage.
So much death and destruction still yet awaits.
Zeraz explained, closing the doors to the cathedral with his power, leaving Cyrus to attend to the tasks given to him. During this time, Nairi and the rest of those who surrendered were escorted to the open prison where other refugees were. She got a good look at her surroundings, walls on every side, Valinorian guards looking down with crossbows. No one needed to say it as they walked further within. There was no hope of escape.
Nairi!
A voice cried out from deeper inside the prison. A glimmer of hope had finally materialized within the young girl as she looked up and saw Faisha coming towards her. A quick jolt of shame came to her as she hurriedly concealed her palm. Her smile partly faded as she saw him running toward her. It was more of a hobble, really, an indication to Nairi that he had been injured recently. But still, that didn't seem to matter to Nairi right now as she ran out to meet him halfway, embracing him with a longing hug.
You're alive! You're alive! I was so worried.
She said, nearly sobbing at their reunion. Faisha winced in pain. Nairi recoiled back in concern, but Faisha was more than willing to explain himself.
Don't worry about me, Nairi. I'm all right. This is nothing special here.
He explained, turning around to show her still fresh whippings on his back that ripped through his clothes and left blood streaks underneath, but they paled in comparison to the lingering enormous scars the Black Lion had left him.
Others here have had it much worse, and there isn't much of us left. There were once thousands of us.
Faisha suggested, displaying his arms to the surroundings, that only a few hundred remained. With an unsettled expression, Nairi dreaded the answer to the question she was about to ask.
What happened to them?
He looked back somberly.
They gave in, Nairi. They've been branded and marked for their newfound loyalty to those things.
He said warily, trying to see if there was any Vaikanai present before another concern crossed his mind.
Where's Pyotir? Wasn't he with you?
She dreaded that question more than any other.
He didn't make it,
Nairi said, pained to talk of it.
What happened to him?
Faisha forced himself to ask, but Nairi just turned her face away at the thought of it, saying nothing. With a bitter sigh and knowing the situation she now found herself in, Faisha resisted the urge to question her more on the matter.
I'm sorry. I wish I was there for you too. But you can't dwell on what happened to him.
She saw the seriousness in Faisha's eyes as he explained further.
This place isn't like anywhere we've been before. We can't ever give in, Nairi. We can't. We can never become like the others. They're slaves. They willingly abandoned everything left we have to hope on, and they don't even know it.
But why?
She asked back, dumbfounded.
They're going to kill you at this rate, aren't they? I can tell. Why are you trying so hard to fight them? You saw what happened to the others. It's hopeless. Why fight them?
Faisha looked back at her with new understanding, piecing together why she and a few thousand had now recently come. She needn't say it, it was by choice. He placed a consoling hand on her shoulder.
I don't believe that. And even if it is true, there are more important things than our lives. You just have to have faith.
In what?
He smiled at that question.
In the light.
He said sincerely, an unmistakable confidence and calmness behind his words, but still unable to accept that after everything that had happened, Nairi shook her head defiantly at that.
What good has that done?
Nairi nearly yelled in return. However, Faisha would not answer her now. His gaze was on the entrance of the place where Valinorian soldiers were entering within. By now, the situation was a pattern, rehearsed to the point of no mistaking it when once saw it. The torturing sessions were about to begin again.
Get behind me,
Faisha suggested, ushering Nairi to his back. It was then Nairi saw it too, the Valinorians with malevolent expressions. Her new situation was becoming all too clear to her, and she still wondered why Faisha would resist. Chapter 32, The Last March. If Zev was so inclined to feel dramatic, he would describe the movement of the armies he was currently engaged in as the last march before the end of all things. However, this hodgepodge group of tag-alongs was hardly the stuff of legend in his eyes, save but a single Elan elf and the dwarves. but even that was only because of the weaponry the stout short folk had carried. And naturally, Zev would include himself to be one of the more impressive ones within the alliance of these unlikely forces. It had been days since they began their venture toward the final battle, and they were still within the old territories of the forgotten Tauride clan, when Kazim began to speak up aloud to be heard amongst the front of the forces. Atop his horse, he now wore the Black Fangs proudly, accepting all that their very presence entailed in the days ahead.
It is here we must part ways,
Kazim suggested to Zev, Drazdan, Elix, and the small army of dwarves.
And though we may never again see each other in this life, may we see each other once more on the White Plains.
Gworfin scoffed at the suggestion.
White Plain,
he mocked.
Don't know about that, human, but don't be dragging your feet on your arrival. Else I'd be forced to sack the city and claim all the glory myself.
Zev shrugged at the suggestion.
You're most certainly welcome to try, dwarf. In the meantime, if you try any such heroic feat, I'll be sure to keep as much distance between us as possible.
Zev suggested with a grin.
After all, I'm sure you'd find the enemies we have ahead to be a bit more problematic than you're used to facing. If you want any details, you can ask one of the ELENs with us for the specifics. I'm sure it'd brighten your outlook.
Gworfin gritted his teeth and pointed a thumb at Zev when he looked at Kazim.
Any chance you can take this one with you?
Before Kazim could reply, Zev quickly inserted his thoughts.
Afraid not. After all, the Elan and his men are a perfect distraction as it is. With all eyes on them, if I was a part of their forces, then there's hardly any chance I could avoid any unwanted attention to carry out my plans. After all, the Vikanai's leaders aren't going to kill themselves.
Wyron Fail smirked at the claim.
From my princess's earlier words, I believe you might just find your chance. And if you do, we'll likely cross paths.
In truth, Zev didn't know what to make of the elf's intentions.
The more the merrier, as they say. Just as long as you don't end up getting in my way, that is.
The elf couldn't help but smile at that, though Zev didn't have a clue as to why. Apparently, judging by their laughter, whatever it was, every one of the Elans was in on the joke.
I'll try not to be a burden.
Wyron Fail replied with a smile.
What a surprise. One of their kind actually intends on being helpful. Perhaps this elf will be the first one who doesn't disappoint.
Zev considered before Kazim gestured to his armies.
We part ways here until we meet again,
Kazim said with a solemn nod to the others before his army began veering south. There was much discussed in the days ahead on their travels. In Zev's eyes, some topics were interesting, yet a majority of those on hand were mundane or boring compared to that of a slow torture. Partly over-dramatized in his eyes, perhaps, but much of what was conversed had little to do with their present state of events. That is, until some young woman brought to attention the imminent impending sign in the sky.
It's getting closer, isn't it?
Elix said of the piercing light in the sky, like a vibrant star just as visible by day aside from the sun.
It can't be a good sign.
She grimaced openly at the prospects of what it entailed. With the overall light of the world and everything in it, that single far-off speck of a star in the sky was an oddity. Aside from it never before appearing in any constellation, or the fact that it was still clearly visible in the day, it was as bright as any other body in the heavens before the sudden dimness in the days of late. Zev looked around at the others and saw it in their expressions, that everyone agreed to Elix's opinions on the matter and was anxious at the implications of it all. Zev too, of course, was no exception to this. He'd seen enough to know that the mysterious new astrological light was altogether different than the normal rules of their Ehya not too long ago. Whether by the Vikanai or the light, Zev knew it was supernatural in its origins. Zev tried laughing off any of his anxiety on the matter.
Whatever the case may be, I'm quite confident when I say that it appears our fight against these monsters is going to end quite spectacularly.
He suggested with arms outstretched to his sides, reveling at the thoughts of the unfolding scenes to come.
Dwarves, humans, light and dark elves, some supernatural forces here and there, and the fate of the world on the line. I suppose I should consider myself fortunate to have lived to such a day. What a marvelous story and sight it'll be, and I for one intend to have a front row seat.
Drazdan chuckled at that.
A bit chipper about going off to battle, ain't you?
He asked with a grin.
Well, by the look of things, ye will be having your chance. That's for sure. Though seeing the crazy buggard you are, I don't suppose you might have seen things any different if your hometown wasn't attacked earlier.
Now that got Zev thinking, as he curiously stroked his chin.
That is quite a question, Sir Dwarf. And who can say, really? After all, I am still my parents' child. But assuming I hadn't been raised by those two despicable wastes of space, I could see myself expanding my fortune, living a life of luxury, bribing some corrupt officials before backstabbing them for said corruption, and probably having myself a harem or two.
Gross.
Elix quickly interjected. Not particularly surprised, Zev shrugged.
You wound me, woman. Is it really so bad to have such lofty dreams of that sort of company?
She grimaced at that mental image before answering.
Well, yes.
She answered, partly confused he needed to ask.
But that's not what bothered me the most. This whole idea of you casually getting rid of corruption by intermingling with it. I can't help but notice it's been a common trend with you since the start. All that matters to you is the end result. You don't care about rules of common good, just as long as you're able to do things your way.
Huh.
He abruptly laughed in response.
Well put. I suppose that's true, but why should I care? After all, this way of living is so much more fun. I'd have it no other way.
Elix looked at him with genuine worry, unnerving Zev, if only a little.
How long do you think you'll be able to get away with living like that?
He knew what she implied after reading that book of Drazden's. Still, he just smiled back.
I suppose when the time comes to it, we will find out, won't we?
Zev added with a dismissive wave at her concern. Drazden cleared his throat quite loudly, almost demanding the attention of everyone nearby.
Here I be, old as time, as the laddie quite frequently reminds me, and it would seem I'm the only one who's noticed it, aren't I?
That provoked a response from Zev, who immediately pointed out the other ominous sight in the distance past the Great Divide.
Oh, you wouldn't by chance be speaking of the dark cloud of unsavory origins, emanating from Olnauen, would you?
That got several more eyes looking at where Zev was gesturing.
'Cause my fine ancient companion, I don't exactly see how we can do anything about it one way or the other. On the bright side, at least we'll be fighting in the shade.
That's part of the legend, isn't it?
Elix asked, Zev only turning to her to find out she was speaking to Drazden.
Aye, that it be. A part of the darkness's powers, it is anything but a simple rain cloud. Those cast under its gaze lose their nerves, their will to fight, but more importantly is the fog that travels below it, turning friend against friend, brother against brother. A terrible power it is, and at the heart of it all will be the darkness itself. From what the others said, it can take physical form, that Elan from the Order is going to have his work cut out for him. They'd be lucky if any of them comes out of it alive.
One problem at a time, Sir Dwarf,
Zev reminded.
Besides, even if the Elan's army draws out the Valinorian armies, we still have a few monsters to handle ourselves. It's only a matter of time before we get the chance to even the score.
Zev said with a grin as he looked ahead, Azil standing in their path.
Soon. All too soon. You monsters will regret making an enemy out of me.
After crossing the mountain range of the Great Divide and seeing the dark cloud emerging from the south the entire way, it was only a matter of hours before Zev and the others in their small army saw the outer limits of the ancient city of King's Height. Now only ruins, there was no hope of any section of the place having any building left standing. Still, this is where the remaining refugees who had escaped the Valinorians' grasp were claimed to have resided.
Wonderful,
Zev began to say to the others.
We should consider ourselves lucky to find a few strays here, let alone only pick up a few tagalongs in the process.
Ha!
Gorfin grunted at that.
It's bad enough that I got stuck with you already. If anybody else be coming in, then you're going out.
Charming as usual, I see.
Zev replied with a wide smile, irritating the dwarf before becoming much more serious as he continued.
But don't flatter yourself, dwarf. You lack vision and miss what's right in front of you. If you couldn't tell already, I have no reason to keep in your company. After all, you are, and always have been, but a means to an end.
Almost speechless, Gorfin looked around to ask a question.
Any one of you take issue with me shooting this human here?
Daring as it was, Zev just laughed off Gorfin's threats before continuing his walk to King's Height. The dwarf didn't act on his threat, not that Zev expected him to after proving how quick he was at winning any contest of speed in pulling out their weapons earlier. But it mattered little regarding what still lay ahead. The stage had been set, and this was the last day before they intended to enter the storm. So many sacrifices were made along the way, and tomorrow, in his own eyes, Zev would find out if it was all worth it. He grinned at the thought of it all.
Let's go interrogate some locals.
he casually suggested to the others, leading their small army forward. Zev was the first to walk to the ancient outer walls of the city on the Great Plains. In shambles for thousands of years, it took Zev little effort to scale them without even needing to use his arm to aid him. The inside of King's Height was hardly different, with some standing rubbles of the buildings, but little more than that. There was a lot of rubble to hide behind in the otherwise enormous ancient city, but surprisingly the locals appeared to have come out to meet them. There were a few of them, but one old gaunt man stood out to Zev.
You have me quite surprised, old friend. If I had placed wagers on it, I would have taken you dead from either age or the Valinorians by now, Belfast. It seems your wits haven't left you yet,
he said with a wide smile, struggling to put on an act now than ever once before.
If the girl wasn't here, old man, I would have already killed you twice over by now.
Elix and Drazden were equally shocked at the encounter before Belfast replied.
Friend am I? Last I recall, I didn't think our parting was so amicable.
Zev chuckled at that, some of the tone of his anger leaking out.
That's because you're a grumpy, irritable old man. But not to worry, you're in good company with the dwarves I brought along,
Zev suggested, gesturing to Drazden and then the rest of the dwarves climbing the wall. Drazden took issue with that comment.
Before I met ye, laddie, I'll have you know our lives were significantly less complicated. If we're irritable, then I think it'd be fair to suggest we point to the one common factor.
Zev sighed at that.
Oh, all right then,
he began saying, his gaze turning to Elix.
Looks like you got a lot of apologizing ahead of you.
She smiled at that, turning to Drazden in her reply.
You're right. Drazden, I'm sorry for insisting we travel along with those two. They've gotten into nothing but troubles since we met them.
There was a profound earnestness in the nods in agreement from Drazden that Zev almost laughed at. Admittedly, he did feel a little bit guilty after hearing it all said. But there still was the matter at hand. With a grandiose bow to the few amount of people in the rubble of this ancient city, Zev spoke anew.
Where are my manners? My name is Zev, and our merry little army is looking to settle here for the night before heading south to fight against the occupiers in Olnoan. We're hoping any of you could share as much information as possible before our assault tomorrow.
You're going to fight them with this?
Belfast asked, gesturing to the relatively small number of forces they brought with them. That got a laugh out of Zev.
As dramatic as it would be to fight against impossible odds and go down in a blaze of glory, we do have others assisting us in the coming assault. We're what you might call a distraction.
Ha!
Gorfin interrupted, walking through the group as he continued.
Distraction or no, whatever leads to me and Meekin teaching those pointy ears a lesson for attacking our home is all I'd be needing.
Belfast looked particularly perturbed.
Seeing you all dismiss them so casually, I'm left to believe that none of you are aware of what you're fighting against. If you had seen what had happened to the others in Merchant's Pass, you would not so willingly face those monsters.
Zev looked up and down Belfast with a casual smile.
I suppose I'll humour the old-timer. What could it hurt? Enlighten us then,
Zev suggested.
What exactly did you see that made you and the others flee to some ancient rubble as a refuge?
The memory of it all clearly pained the old man with a lingering fear when he shared.
After rounding us up, they made a spectacle of it all. Of those who resisted, those twisted elves forced my friends and acquaintances I knew to pledge their fealty in the town square. Those who didn't were made into playthings. Those fiends made a competition amongst themselves to see how high they could send people in the sky. Using their twisted magic, they had cast people into the air before crashing them down onto the paved stones. More blood, and the more their victims screamed, were apparently worth extra points.
Belfast recalled in terror at the memory.
Some things are best left where they lie.
Drazden was the first to reply to that comment.
Great deal of motivation before the impending battle that was...
The ancient dwarf began to say, excusing himself to begin leaving. He didn't make it too far before Zev pressured Belfast for more.
How intriguing. Such fearsome enemies. Leaves one to wonder how one, such as a frail and terrified man as yourself, somehow managed to escape.
Belfast gritted his teeth at that.
Did you think I waltzed here all alone? Don't be a fool. There were others, many others, not much of us are left. I'm still amazed that I managed to escape,
he said solemnly, cupping his hands together. Zev studied the subtle telling signs the old man displayed. and resisted the urge to show his own revelations on the matter.
He's not sure.
He considered while looking around at the faces of those who had resided here in King's Height.
Does the old fool suspect some of those here with him are working for the enemy? Or did those monsters simply allow this pathetic lot to escape?
While these thoughts rattled around in Zev's mind, he heard a distinct chuckle within his subconscious. Zev instantly knew it for what it was. Laughter from an enemy who had penetrated his mind and mocked the futility of his efforts. They felt no need to hide their presence, suggesting where the laughter was emerging from within Zev's mind so he could discern the foul entity's presence. Zev turned to where he was guided, his eyes fixed on a dilapidated structure further within King's Height, a Vicani staring back in the distance. Their eyes a piercing and glowing crimson red, their presence obscured in the darkness. But somehow still Zev knew the Vicani was laughing and smiling in delight, before walking behind some rubble and vanishing near instantly like a fleeting memory. Both amused and unnerved, Zev quickly thought of his options.
They're quite confident in themselves, aren't they? But considering my company and my newfound reputation among them, I don't so readily believe they'd take me at my word if I said our enemy was here. So I think it's about time I added a little bit of doubt into play.
Before Gwarfin could make it outside of hearing distance, Zev loudly spoke up.
Captain, I think it would be wise to have your little army be on alert.
That sudden proclamation earned Gwarfin's attention, and Belfast offered nothing in his or the others' defense, compelling Zev to speak further.
I can't be the only one who finds the fact that this whole settlement exists, to begin with, let alone that this decrepit old-timer managed to escape the Vicani.
Amidst the annoyed protests of those who resided in this place, Gwarfin chuckled at Zev's theory.
Out with it already. You're saying this is a trap?
The dwarf began to ask, his gaze turning to Belfast.
And what of you, Bones? Got anything to say for yourself?
Belfast answered.
After seeing what happened to the others, I cannot deny it's a possibility.
He confessed, surprising everyone besides Zev.
You'd be wise to turn back and go to wherever it is you all came from. This is a hopeless endeavor. Mortals aren't meant to fight against such things. I don't know why I lived to see such days.
Without a word, Elix timidly came closer and placed a palm on Belfast's shoulder.
Maybe I can help you with that.
She offered with a smile. Hiding some lingering emotion she desperately tried to keep within as she gestured for the old man to walk with her. In an unspoken reply, he accepted. It wasn't until now that Zev had noticed Elix had hidden her gold and ruby necklace once more, and as heavy as a mood as Belfast's words had cast upon those who heard, Zev smiled and shrugged proudly at the dwarven captain. Right here and now, Elix's actions had amazed Zev to no end.
I don't understand that woman.
With a grunt, Gwarfin spoke up.
Keep your weapons ready, lads. Be a bit silly to come all the way out here to end up dying because we were caught off guard by some pointy ears.
Zev couldn't help but smile at the end result.
Well, that worked out quite nicely, if I do say so myself.
He suggested, looking towards Drazden, who hadn't left quite yet.
I'm glad you think that way, lad. But with how close we are to seeing this all done, whether we make it or not, I think it'd be best to think about what'll happen after it's all said and done.
Zev knew it for what it was, Drazden's concerns over his beliefs. But as far as Zev was concerned, that could wait until later. And besides, at this point, he was fully aware of what the words of truth had taught. But it was such an inconvenience to what he wanted to do in the here and now. So Zev smiled and dismissively waved the old dwarf's concerns away.
Perhaps later, dwarf. After all, I still have to consider all obstacles to my plans for the following days.
He said before excusing himself. A few feet behind, Zev heard Drazden's reply.
All right, but you can't push this off forever, you know. In any case, I'll make sure to come by and see ye later then.
In Olnauen, atop another rooftop, seemingly chosen at random, Zeraz was continuing one of his favorite games as of late. He watched, spectating the results of his Black Lion ending the lives of those who walked in the streets. Besides those who had fled, the others who died were seemingly chosen at random, leading to the people under his dominion, excusing the actions as simply the unfaithful, giving an offense to their leaders as they'd done before. Zeraz found amusement in it all, and it helped stave off the boredom until an unexpected guest, emerging from the black magic, appeared to him on the rooftop. The Vicani who appeared knelt down immediately before Zeraz.
Speak.
Zeraz said in an annoyed tone.
Our enemies move against us on two fronts.
The Vaikanai began saying, hardly surprising Zeraz as he continued.
There's a small coalition of dwarves stationed in King's Heights, and with them is a familiar human you've used in the east.
The Vaikanai said with a wide grin. Zeraz didn't need any more information than that. With a fiendish grin, he knew of whom his subordinate spoke.
Is that so?
Zeraz asked with a small hint of amusement.
I will pay them a visit. Bring whoever you desire. We should make our guests feel welcome.
Zeraz suggested, grinning before disappearing at the call of his magic alongside his black lion. The Vaikanai who remained looked to others who were nearby. Only 6 in total, they too vanished into the blackness of their magic, following after their leader's example. Chapter 33. The Enemy Moves. Zev was alone, relatively speaking, as he traversed the old ruins of the ancient city. He stumbled across people of this place, living in their sad little tents, each desperately hoping to ignore the reality of their equally sad predicaments they found themselves in. Zev found it a wonder that there was even enough wildlife across the Great Plains, stumbling too close to King's Height, to have even been able to sustain them this long. Though, admittedly, Zev cared little for them and their plight. They were all almost certain to die in the days ahead, through starvation or worse, and none of them cared to even the score with those who had put them in this place.
Pathetic. Led by that old fool, the lot of them have already settled to live as rats. Besides a slow death, what else is there to wait for here?
Zev considered as he came across a gathering of the locals, huddling around someone. Zev was surprised to see it was Elix who had been standing atop some rubble to be heard by the others, pointing and spreading what she learned from a copy of the Words of Truth in her hand. Alongside her was Drazdan, offering whatever corrections and directions he could from the vast knowledge he had accumulated on the subject matter. Zev would have laughed in earnest at their display.
Stubborn to the end, these two. At least the prospect of an assured death in the next few days hasn't dimmed their spirits.
He considered with a grin, catching eye contact with Drazdan, who nodded back knowingly. It was an unspoken confirmation that the old dwarf intended to accompany him shortly, but Zev didn't much care for it at the moment. Giving a half-hearted wave in return, Zev was determined to find respite in solitude. Several minutes of walking and climbing over some stone rubble did the trick for Zev to find a suitable place for what he was looking for, a view of a dilapidated tower of the ancient castle, a somewhat pleasing sight to help settle his mind as he laid against some ancient carved stones. Alone, curiosity got the better of him as he pulled his own Words of Truth from his jacket, displaying it before himself. Having read it once, and generally knowing the contents from beginning to end, he felt nothing. He'd seen the prophecies happen in real time, and seen the evidence that what was written was real. But to Zev, it was such a bother to care. There were so many actions that he had done that these very pages would actively warn against. But it was his way. Zev settled the injustices he saw as he saw fit. And he thought, didn't it prove to be working just fine? If so, why would he even need this piece of parchment?
What guidance did you offer my brother before the end? Why did you let him die?
Zev thought with a deflated expression, holding the Words of Truth before tossing it aside to the ground. Immediately, Zev heard Zeraz's taunting laughter.
You!
He began to say, laughing as he started manifesting in front of Zev.
You're even more amusing than I thought. What wonders! Oh, the actions have you justified in that twisted little mind of yours have even me impressed.
Zeraz said, grinning in delight after peering into the mortal's mind.
He's here.
Zev quickly realized as he jumped to his feet, grabbing onto his crossbow.
Come to die, have we?
Zev taunted as he flung his weapon forward and aimed.
If you insist,
he said with a wry grin, releasing a bolt from his crossbow that flew straight through Zeraz's form. With a mixture of relief and frustration, Zev realized it was one of the monster's tricks again, another illusion.
Come now,
Zeraz began saying.
Haven't I already proved it to you before? Whether I was before you or not, you must know it's futile.
The fiend reminded as Zev's thoughts raced.
Any chance of our attack being undiscovered is lost. But this monster has proved before to have an unparalleled arrogance. Perhaps I can make use of this situation.
Zeraz grinned.
Yes, why not? Let's see how you can make use of this situation. After all, it's not like you can do anything about my presence.
Zev was honestly astonished. while simultaneously frustrated beyond what words could tell.
You can read minds.
You've already had such suspicions.
Zeraz answered with a knowing grin, reading Zev's thoughts once more.
How infuriating.
Zev muttered before asking a question of his proud foe.
If you knew of our army and you're not here to kill me, then why come?
Zeraz found that line of questioning amusing, humoring the request.
I thought I'd find some amusement in tormenting you. And as for me not intending to kill anyone...
Zeraz began saying, lifting a hand to his side.
Whoever said that?
He taunted with a vile expression, snapping his fingers, and instantly the sound of the Black Lion, followed by the Vaikanai wreaking havoc upon the others, ensued. Screams, death and gunshots blared out in the distance beyond Zev's sight. He knew Drazdan and Elix were still there.
Is that concern I see?
Zeraz maliciously taunted, Zev just realizing the expression of dread on his face as the villain's mouth suddenly became shut as the Vaikanai continued speaking directly into Zev's mind.
What gives you the right to pretend to care? Something as abominable as you killed your own parents. Do their lives matter more than the trail of bodies in your wake?
Zev clicked his teeth in frustration.
This is some kind of game to you, isn't it? Monster, I'll kill you.
Zeraz found more amusement in the accusations than any other point in the conversation before, as he began walking towards Zev, speaking as his appearance and voice were slowly changing to Azil's.
Who are you to judge, Zev? Do you have any idea of the scope of damage you caused? Just how many people burned in the fires in Valinor, or the others you left to their fates? Can you even wager a guess? Who are you to judge?
Azil suggested, walking to Zev's side with his arms outstretched towards the sky and the sheer magnitude of the damage done.
Again, you dare. This is the last time you use his face.
Zev seethed, his glaring eyes piercing the reflection of his lost cousin. Still with unmoving lips, the fiend smiled through Aziel's appearance and again spoke directly into his mind.
Why are you angry with me? You're the one who left this pathetic fool to die.
Shut up.
You left him to die in his hour of most need.
I'll rip out your tongue,
Zev roared, earning a crooked smile from Aziel's form in return.
And now you honor his memory by becoming exactly what he fought against.
The fiend taunted, laughing into Zev's mind.
You will always be that sad little monster of Bethelus.
Enough!
Zev proclaimed in rage, pulling out a dagger before stabbing it forward into the villain's gut. He hit. To his amazement, he had jabbed through. He'd felt this sensation enough to know what it meant. A small hint of an amazed smile emerged upon Zev's face before he realized the devilish delight written on the apparition.
And a monster you shall remain.
Zeraz taunted one last time behind the illusion of Aziel, before disappearing to reveal the true soul who had been standing there in its place. It was Drazdan. With an expression of shock, he looked upon the dagger in his chest and back at Zev in confusion. Zev looked back in abject horror, and in return, to Zev's amazement, Drazdan managed to try and not look bothered by it all.
I knew you were upset, lad, but I hadn't expected this.
The dwarf managed to jest with a wide smile, with Zev still in fierce regret over the ordeal. Suddenly, Drazdan started toppling backward to the ground with Zev too slow to catch him in his fall.
No!
Zev said in agony, racing by Drazdan's side before reaching around the dwarf to help him up slightly.
I didn't mean to. I don't know what to do.
He stuttered partly in disbelief, the blade in Drazdan's chest looking to be a fatal blow dealt by his own hand. In a state of flustered panic, Zev began quickly stating ideas on how to resolve the situation.
Lad,
Drazdan began saying, his words ignored by Zev.
Lad!
Again they were ignored.
Lad!
He said once more, finally pulling Zev from his self-induced trance.
We both know there ain't nothing that can be done. I lived long enough as it is, saw many things, met many strange and ludicrous people along the way.
Drazdan explained, laughing, before choking on some of his own blood.
Blast you, you old fool. Don't talk. It's not too late. Sunder it all, I can still help you out of this.
Drazdan put a hand on Zev's shoulder.
You know that's not true.
You senile old fool, don't give up so easily.
Genuinely surprised, Drazdan laughed at that reaction. Zev's emotions got the better of him.
How are you laughing, old man? This is serious.
I'm the one who got stabbed and you're the one yelling? Wonder how you'd act if our roles were reversed.
He suggested, laughing some more through the pain. Zev looked on somberly, restraining any part of him that wanted to respond to those words as he looked onto the old dwarf who seemed to all but accept his fate.
Now don't look at me like that, lad,
Drazdan stated.
I'm old, and I lived long enough to find out what really matters. And if someone as stubborn as me can do it, then so can ye.
Gritting his teeth, Zev replied.
How can you be so sure, old man? What if you're wrong?
Drazdan looked back with discerning eyes that were starting to close.
And what if you're wrong instead?
He suggested, Zev giving no reply as Drazdan spoke further.
Listen to me, lad. It doesn't matter who ye are or what you done. What matters is whose side you find yourself on before this journey we each have called life comes to an end. That's what matters. That's what this is all about. You still have time. Don't waste it.
The dwarf said with a solemn expression. Before Zev could respond, he suddenly heard Elix calling out to them from a distance.
Drazdan, you out there?
It wasn't until now did Zev even notice the sounds of battle had completely gone.
Go, lad.
Drazdan urged through struggled breaths, tapping Zev's shoulder.
Go and remember what I told you.
Zev was adamant in his reply.
You seriously think I'm leaving you, after all we've been through?
Drazdan let out a weak chuckle in reply to that, smiling when he answered.
Is that right?
He answered barely above a whisper, chuckling to himself before he spoke further.
Yeah, there's still hope for ye yet.
He said with a smile before taking a deep breath, his limbs falling slowly to his sides. Having witnessed it enough to know by now when he saw it, Zev knew that it was beyond a shadow of a doubt that Drazdan was dead. Zev was speechless, holding Drazdan up in his arm as he looked on in horror.
This can't be happening. Why him? Why bloody him? The bloody old fool did nothing to deserve this. And it was by my own hand.
Zev considered bitterly, biting his lip in frustration as his emotions boiled to the surface.
What happened?
Elix asked in dread. Zev's gaze spun upward to where she was, standing above a higher patch of rubble between him and the rest of the others he'd left behind. Before he could muster a response, her eyes turned to the dagger, Zev's dagger, stuck in Drazdan's chest.
It was an accident.
He tried to explain, a new kind of fear coming over his voice when he did.
I didn't mean to, I would never.
She stood there, silent, dumbfounded, on the verge of tears while she tried to make sense of the situation, before anxious yells came from behind her from the others, looking to make an account of the survivors of the attack. Elix spun back momentarily before her misty eyes turned to Zev.
They won't believe you.
Elix said with a pained expression, utterly confusing the already perturbed Zev, not voicing her true opinion on the situation he had discerned.
But you will?
Zev considered in wonder.
Why?
He questioned in his mind. It seemed incomprehensible to him. After all they'd been through, after all that she'd say about his character, she'd believe him now, of all times. Sniffling, Elix mustered the nerve to speak up again.
Tell me what happened. I'll help explain it to them.
She requested, the yells from the others coming closer from the distance beyond her back.
Just what do you see in me?
Zev asked within his mind again, before laying Drazdan down to rest, his eyes firmly set on Elix.
I'm not my brother.
Amidst the emotions, Elix let out a sound somewhere between a chuckle and a cry at the absurdity of his statement, unable to hold back her smile when she replied.
You don't have to be.
As simple as the words were, Zev had a hard time believing them, but in his eyes the situation demanded immediate action. He stood up, eyes still fixed on Elix.
I'm sorry.
Zev apologized in only 2 words for this act and all the failings he'd done to meet her lofty expectations of him, or rather, the fact that Elix saw in him the chance that he wasn't beyond hope. Turning and racing off before the others could discover what he'd done, Zev knew in his heart he was not the man she thought he was, and he never claimed to be. Chapter 34. The Path to Armageddon. Carrying whatever provisions he could before leaving King's Height, Zev was already several days in his march southward to the city of Olnauen. Aside from the usual unnatural darkness of late, these lands were nearly as dim as the night even though it was the middle of the day. The forecast of rain clouds precariously centering around the city of Olnauen at his front and the surrounding regions was enough to unsettle most, and Zev was no exception. The last light of any real significance was towards the east. It was the new mysterious star in the sky, brighter than any of the other occasions Zev had seen it before, It too was covered by the perpetual blanket of clouds of these lands. And there was something else to Zev's front. Still a far ways off, a thick streak of blackness permeated the sky in a vertical slant, swaying on occasions as if the very air itself moved like the mysterious lights at night in the lands of the northern heights. Odd as that was, it seemed to pale to what came next. With a sudden jolt to put him on his nerves, Zev heard a familiar squawking sound to his side as he brought out his dagger. Nothing there. Then a similar sound to his other side. Still nothing. With frenzied eyes, Zev scanned the area around him, hearing scampering of feet and the familiar sounds of the sharp-billed cluax that was and was not there. Figments of shadows raced by Zev, eluding him just at the corners of his eyes. And then just as suddenly as it all had come to him at the start, nothing. The predator's cries, the rustling of the grass beneath its feet, the faint shadows of the silhouettes behind the creature's wake were all simply gone. It was clear to Zev what had happened.
I'm losing my nerve.
Zev considered in frustration at his own stupidity, dismissing all of these unnatural sights as nothing more than tricks of the eye. He had been missing sleep after all, and his mind was preoccupied with many troubling things. The fact that he now found himself alone in this world to the plans of his next actions, and lastly, one thought kept rattling around in his mind above all the others.
Why was he there? What purpose did that monster visit? He sent a small force for no other reason than to antagonize us? Had he committed a force to dispatch them, what chance would the dwarves have against such overwhelming odds? Against those monsters, muskets alone could not account for this. Is he even aiming to win?
As that thought crossed his mind, Zev gritted his teeth in anger.
Setting the world in upheaval, killing an untold amount of people, ruling over most of the air here as if it were his plaything. Is it all really that simple? Is it all just the works of a twisted mindset on some perverted search for entertainment?
Zev seriously considered, reining in his emotions as he tried unraveling the clues of the villain's actions.
No. That would be too convenient and would simply ignore all the careful planning that went into all this. Even if the monster is clearly getting some pleasure from all this, it's hard to believe it's all just some game to him. It's clear to me now there's some other depraved reason behind his actions.
As those thoughts crossed his mind, from the far distance and even in the darkness of these lands, Zev had barely detected that the enormous gates from the northern exit of the city were wide open and unattended. The personal strife and pleasure in tormenting Zeraz had engaged in, apparently came with its advantages, it appeared. No doubt Zeraz's doing, he was invited in freely. With all the other wild plans that scurried around Zev's mind on when he'd find such an opportunity to enter within, he was amazed it would come to him so easily. Still, as unbelievable as the situation was, it gave evidence of the twisted machinations of Zeraz's twisted mind. A grin crept across Zev's face.
Inviting me in, are we? So freely. Let's see how well this works out for you before the end, demon.
He stated boldly, accepting the invitation as he walked directly to the open gates unimpeded, with his crossbow on full display. Only half a day behind Zev, Elix found herself being the odd one out in the army of spirited and riled-up dwarves that marched the Great Plains. That, and the small number of humans from King's Height who decided to join them. The experience of the Vikanai's attack was on everybody's mind, whether they'd admit it or not. Elix herself had a mixture of emotions regarding the situation. In the middle of King's Height, she shared what she had learned regarding the lessons and stories in the words of truth, Drazdan only having left part way to see to Zev. The crowd who listened on was getting emotional for a multitude of reasons, with some spiteful and resentful at the actions or lack thereof from the light, while others saw something more.
Tell me,
Belfast had said with pleading eyes to Elix, crawling through the gaps in the crowd in an attempt to come closer to her.
I'm old, and my years of usefulness are well behind me. I can offer little. Is it possible that I too can see the white plains you speak of? Is there any hope for me?
She turned to Belfast and saw the earnestness in his expression, along with the wanting eyes in the crowds of the other refugees, most from Merchant's Pass who sought out the same salvation. The same people who had brought her much younger self such misery in the past were now asking her for guidance on seeking out a better life beyond that of Ehia's expanse. And no one on Ehia had brought her more heartache than this man before her.
No matter what we've done, who we've been...
Elix began saying, her eyes tearing up as she brought out her gold ruby necklace before the old man.
Forgiveness is never too far away.
She explained with a smile while tears came down her face. Belfast knew the necklace instantly, and now understood who it was before him, how much he wronged her. The shame on his face had almost brought him to complete speechlessness.
I'm sorry,
the old man painfully said, struggling to get the words out. Elix blinked away her tears and knelt down to Belfast's level, smiling wholeheartedly at him in return. Seeing him now, she found herself finally able to forgive him for what he'd done, and knowing that this gift was never hers to give, she spoke on the earlier question he asked.
There's still hope. If you believe what the light has done for you and proclaim it, then it is yours.
She confessed, her eyes turning to the crowd so they too could know it applied to every single one of them there.
It's that easy?
Belfast asked shakily in near disbelief. With no hesitation, Elix answered him with a wide smile.
Yes, it's that easy.
She reaffirmed, her expression all the warmer upon seeing the realization of the fact fall on his face.
I believe,
he muttered silently, struggling to stand.
I believe,
he proclaimed a third time in celebratory glee as others began joining in, confessing their newfound faith. After the third proclamation was the monster's response. Unable to stomach any more of what they saw, the Vicani revealed themselves as a blade flew through the air before stabbing through Belfast's back and out his chest. Time seemed to have slowed in the midst of it all, while Elix looked on in shock, but horror eluded her upon the expression she witnessed on the old man's face. He smiled. Run through by a blade and certainly fatal strike, he smiled with a thankful expression towards Elix, while he stumbled to the ground, dead. Though he was the first, the Vicani used their powers and ferocity to attack the rest. Their efforts largely seem to have been frustrated, as they resorted to mostly using their powers to control inanimate objects to use as weapons, and projectiles to aid in their attack. For what it was worth, from Elix's eyes, only a select few of those were at the mercy of the Vicani's powers directly. Recognizing the terrifying sound of what she had heard, somewhere beyond Elix's sight was the Black Lion. There was no question in her mind that the beast was wreaking havoc somewhere, but she had no opportunity to find out now, while most beside her scrambled for cover, while others drew their weapons in defense. Elix herself sought out cover only long enough to ready some bombs to aid in the fight. The change in fortune forced upon the Vicani had stalled their efforts enough for aid to come with the resounding sounds of shots ringing across the ruins.
It's time we even the score,
Gorfin said, as he and a small regiment of his forces came upon the scene, their muskets ready as he signaled them to aim upon a few Vicani.
Fire!
Shots rang out, surprising the Vicani, who raised their arms in their defense. Bullets ricocheted from their original paths, missing their intended targets in the immortal enemies or biting into their arms, legs or waists, simply from the sheer multitude that had been shot. Gorfin gritted his teeth at the lack of success.
Y'all blind?
He proclaimed in frustration, pulling out his pistol.
Reload and fire again.
He instructed while igniting the fire on his pistol, his sights set on the closest Vicani who glared back. The Vicani charged, almost flying across the ground, as Gorfin set his sights on his foe with a proud grin. And in an instant, upon the swipe of the Vicani's hands, an object flew in between Gorfin and the villain when the gun had been shot. To his horror, Gorfin realized it was one of his own men who had suffered the fatal blow. Once the corpse had flown on by, Gorfin saw the Vicani bring out a dagger with his other free hand. Amazed by his own speed, Gorfin managed to stop the dagger strike as he was forced to the ground, the Vicani pressing his weight down upon the dwarf to see to his end. And nearly just as quickly as it had all begun, the Black Lion let out another roar that drew the Vicani's attention.
What? Now?
He asked aloud to himself in a seething frustration. Such a small distraction, no matter how little, gave some of the dwarves beside Gorfin time to aim their muskets at the Vicani. He hissed and leapt back, barely avoiding the shots through quick action alone. Seeing the Vicani's intentions, Gorfin spitefully spoke when he stood.
What's the matter, pointy ears? Planning to run away like a pup, eh?
The Vicani hissed.
Death will come for you just the same, wretch!
He proclaimed, realizing something was wrong at the sound of a thud at his side. Having just revealed herself from the ancient rubble, Elix saw the Vicani turn and see the dwarven bomb she'd thrown rolling closer towards him. Too slow to fully react, the villain crouched down and held out his magic, repelling the blast to the best of his abilities, as scattered shrapnel and flame spewed forth, a projectile piercing through his shoulder after the attempt. The Vaikanai roared out.
The Gaul! Who are you to challenge us?
He yelled, his eyes darting to Elix and Gwarfin. Gwarfin was almost finished reloading his pistol.
Keep standing right there and we'll see if I have the nerve to do it a second time.
By the fierce expression the Vaikanai displayed, it appeared he was more than willing to meet that challenge before the Black Lion roared out across the landscape once more. With no subtle hint of frustration, the Vaikanai surveyed the area, finding out he was alone before accepting the orders given. Vanishing into the black magic he summoned, he offered some parting, spiteful words.
Futile. You have all come to meet your end.
The Vaikanai said with vitriol, before vanishing before their eyes.
That was it, wasn't it?
Elix asked, amazed to see their attack end so suddenly. Gwarfin, for his part, was not so optimistic about the end result. A handful of his men were dead, and many more of the refugees of King's Height as well, and there was not a single dead Vaikanai to show for their efforts.
Aye, would appear so. The bloody cowards ran off before we can give them what they deserved,
he said in frustration, eyeing his kin.
Go check on the others. I want a full report in 5 minutes.
Some of the dwarves immediately went to see that the orders were done. Meanwhile, Elix had gone to check on where Drazdan and Zev had left off to. Shortly after the attack in King's Height in Olnawen, the last of the Vaikanai materialized atop the rooftop he and the others were when he stood before their leader, Zeraz. He couldn't hide his frustration from his leader if he tried.
Why'd you send us back? We had them.
Zeraz looked back with an air of superiority.
You dare to question me?
He said slowly, methodically. His subordinate did not show such calmness.
They were easy prey.
Zeraz began walking closer to his subordinate on the rooftop with a wave of cold anger, placing his hand upon the other Vaikanai's shoulder before digging his thumb slowly into the new wound the dwarven bomb had inflicted earlier.
Is that right?
Zeraz asked with gritted teeth, his finger piercing the metal shard deeper in. Upon the screams of his subordinate, Zeraz determined the message was heard loud and clear before he spoke further.
You will have another chance, but by then you won't be alone. My subjects will give life and limb to aid you,
he said with assurance, the others grinning wickedly, all knowing exactly what their leader implied. Chapter 35. The Pride of Man. Kazim and his army were the first of the two forces of the Alliance to arrive on the grasslands before Olnawen's outskirts. The dark cloud overhead had expanded even further, blocking out any trace of light outside the oil-drenched torches both forces held in their lines. A deluge of rainpour fell upon the lands with scattered lightning and thunder, helping to sporadically illuminate and bring a suitable mood to this battle to end all battles. Amidst the lightning streaks, Kazim saw an anomaly on the land and sky before his forces and the fortified city. The others' reactions gave proof to the evidence that what they beheld was not Kazim's alone. Before them stood a blackness, almost invisible given the present dimness of the surroundings, but it cascaded well and above the armies and even the walls of Olnawen itself, only ever becoming visible when the lightning strikes occurred. The darkness stood before them, greater in height than they had ever seen before. Its faint white eyes and mouth were the only proof of its presence there. Likewise, atop his own steed, Tal Charnet shared the terror the others had openly expressed as he leaned in toward Kazim and Wyron Fail.
This is madness. What hope does man have against the likes of a monster such as this? Through tactics and guile, I could have believed we could face down a superior army of size, training, and equipment before us. But what force could hope to stand against the face of death itself? That is what you've requested of me, though I did not know it at the time. This fight will do nothing but see to our end.
Wyron Fail turned to him.
And do you fear death?
Amazed it would even be asked, Tal Charnet was momentarily dumbfounded.
And do you not? It is only natural that all men should fear such things. And if this is our fate to fight this evil, then I could see no quicker way to experience it.
The elf wasn't surprised when he turned to Kazim.
You, servant of the light, do you also share this fear?
With a heavy sigh, Kazim answered,
Death. For years it's eluded me as I carved a path through the innocent, killing without mercy, all while believing myself righteous. I, above all others, have deserved death 1,000 times over. So, I would not begrudge such a fate to befall me today. In truth, even now, I would welcome it if it could offer some penance for the atrocities I've done.
He said solemnly, clenching his fist at the thought of it.
But no, whether pain or death, I will not fear whatever lies ahead. As long as there is still one life left to be saved beyond those walls, I have reason to fight this evil.
Ranfail smiled approvingly as Kazim accepted a torch from one of his subordinates and brought his horse ahead of the others, his eyes first on Talchanet.
Hold strong, my friend, for our enemy has been bested once before. However, do not engage it at all costs, for it is folly to fight the monster as it is now. Remember what I told you before. The darkness's power will wane as we cut down their numbers.
He explained, seeing the trepidation in Talchanet's eyes.
A daunting task, I know. But fear not, for no matter what happens today, have faith in the coming dawn. But until then, my friend, fight. Fight like you have never fought before.
Taking but a moment to reflect, Talchanet grunted in frustration.
Strange that we should have someone like you leading us this day, Maltier Falazad.
He noted with a grin.
But rest easy, for I too will see this evil purged. Keep my men safe and I will come for you when the time is right. Ironic. I foresee this darkness will suit my coming.
Talchanet expressed hopefully, his eyes surveying the landscape before turning his horse around and beginning to clear a way through the forces. Few knew of his destination or intent, but Kazim would not let their hearts get discouraged much further as he raced before his lines.
Soldiers, comrades, friends, brothers,
the man of the order proclaimed, gaining the attention of his men as his horse galloped before them.
Today we will likely meet our ends, but do not fear, for we will have life once more upon the White Plains. Our enemies are not so fortunate. They have rejected the light called good evil and evil good, and will aim to snuff out all that's worth fighting for in this world. Their crimes will not go unanswered. This day, we will fight against the face of death and show no fear for the light.
Kazim roared out across the plains, igniting war cries from his vast army as they began their march, slowly ascending in speed as they moved on. At the very front, with a torch in hand to embolden his forces, Kazim intended to be the first to engage in the coming battle, but he was not alone. Atop his Janyu, Ranfail rode by his side, blazing like a fierce lone star radiating white light. His brilliance shone in defiance amidst the blackness of night across the land.
Well-spoken, human.
Ranfail complimented, blades of light summoning into his hands when he spoke.
Now, it is the time my princess spoke of. I will go first and pave the way.
He explained with a firm nod. Kazim would have questioned the words if not for the elf immediately acting upon them. Ranfail encouraged his Janyu to race forward, the entirety of the Valinorian army and the darkness before him, and he showed no fear. Spirits were high on the opposing front of the soon-to-be battlefield. The Valinorian forces laughed at the bravery the Elan leader and the elf had shown in the face of their overwhelming might. As far as any of them knew, the darkness was absent from this coming fight. None were aware of the all-too-present nature of where the beast of legend resided, just yards behind their lines, though none there could see it with their eyes. In the face of victory, there remained only one soul on the Valinorian side who remained discontent, their leader, Cyrus Venorum. He sneered at the approach of the coming army from the east, before looking to his subordinates.
Has there been any word of the Vaikanai?
None, my lord.
One of his men responded, uncertain of his leader's concerns.
May I inquire why you ask?
With the outcome of the battle seemingly already decided, the question wasn't without its merit. Cyrus knew this all too well, and what such implications of this battle had meant for the world's, or rather his future. Throughout all his struggle, the Vaikanai would claim the rewards. Throughout all his strife, Zeraz would own every prize he'd fought for. Cyrus gritted his teeth at the thought of it all.
They would sit back and watch while we risk our lives for nothing other than their amusement?
He asked in near disbelief.
Sir?
His subordinate asked once more, all the more curious this time around. Cyrus ignored the question and surveyed the surroundings. Even with the darkness from the overcast skies, there was no room for any surprises on the Great Plains. The full might of both armies was on full display, and in the Valinorians' eyes, there was simply no reason for concern about the battle's outcome. Cyrus whispered the following words to himself.
We fought and bled for this world. It is only right that mankind should reap the reward.
He muttered, considering his next actions.
I killed one before. Who's to say I couldn't achieve the same with the others? Who would dare oppose me if they're gone?
Cyrus questioned, a grin coming across his face upon the realization that there would be none. He looked to his men and gestured outward.
Go! Signal the armies to march. End this by whatever means necessary. Remove any chance of their kind ever returning. Your orders are simple. Slay them all. The fate of Echia will be decided today.
As his men began following his orders, blowing their trumpets to signal the commands, Cyrus began turning his horse around.
My lord Cyrus, where are you going?
His subordinate yelled out to him in a panic. Cyrus smiled back at him.
To see to the welfare of our rulers, of course.
He suggested before kicking the sides of his horse to hasten its pace to a gallop in the direction of old Noan's rules. While making his way back, Cyrus saw the remnants of the all-too-familiar unnatural black fog emerging from the ground at his army's back. He knew the ramifications and the dangers that lay ahead for all those who resided on the plains. But what difference would that matter to him and his plans? He considered. People die every day, and he was no stranger to such things after his slaughter of those who resisted his empire's expansion in the Western lands. Their sacrifices would be served for a better purpose, his ideal world, a paradise worth fighting for. With a newfound determination, Cyrus rode alone toward the gates in pursuit of his goals, while passing beneath the legs of the darkness he was utterly oblivious to.
This world will belong to mankind, to those who truly deserve it, like me.
Chapter 36, Invitation. Instilling courage for his men behind, Kazim rode across the plains with Wire and Fail at his side. Holding the pair of katanas, no matter how amazing they were, could do little to the Valinorian lines of soldiers outstretching their halberds for the approaching charge. Even without their leader's presence, the Valinorians displayed no fear, having no reason to do so with such overwhelming power over their foolish enemies, having the audacity of having ever dared engage in this battle. And here and now, before his horse plunged into certain death, Kazim could understand why. Their forces were vastly superior by any foreseeable margin, and none more so than the demon at their back, that the Valinorians seemed to have all but forgotten. Kazim roared at the top of his lungs as he drew near, accepting his fate, before suddenly a flash of light blinded the Valinorian soldiers at the front. After releasing his magic, Wire and Fail charged alongside Kazim into the enemy forces. Miracles were realized at that moment, as not a single halberd from the blinded Valinorians connected with the charging duo. In an amazing show of skill, determination and power, the man of the Order and the Elf of Legend cleared a path through the opposing forces. Similar to what Wire and Fail did in pure talent and powers, the Black Fangs proved their caliber in never-ending sharpness and performance, cutting through Kazim's enemy's metal armor as if it were rotten wood. With Wire and Fail unleashing his full arsenal of weapons in his swings and attacks, men were cut down like a scythe shearing wheat. It was only a matter of time before the most potent of the Valinorians' forces finally made their appearance, and the first indication of their presence was a wall of fire moving forth like a rogue wave heading toward Kazim and his horse. With a worried cry, Kazim sheathed one of his swords and leaned on the opposing side of his steed. The wall of fire passed by, igniting all that was in its wake, including Kazim's horse, which whinnied in fear and panic. Kicking and leaping, the horse threw Kazim to the ground. Stumbling and rolling to safety in a panic, Kazim lost sight of his horse altogether. Before Kazim could even look up, he saw the mage wielders responsible, who walked ever closer, preparing their next attacks. And at their backs were thousands of soldiers more awaiting their turn.
I'm coming!
Wire and Fail yelled out, leaping from his Janyu to Kazim's front.
Stand and fight. This is far from over.
The elf instructed.
Yes.
Kazim responded, standing and preparing both his blades once more.
I will not stop, my friend. Unless death takes me, I will never stop.
Well said.
Wire and Fail responded, conjuring a massive shield of light to block the next volley of magical attacks headed their way. The Valinorians were astonished at the feat, as Wire and Fail took only a moment to look to their back.
My time is almost come,
he whispered to himself with a solemn knowledge. Upon the sounds of new emerging war cries, Kazim looked back and saw his charging armies. With a sword raised high, he cried out to them,
Fight, fight for all that is still good in this world, and do not fear the darkness.
Kazim proclaimed aloud as his men charged into the Valinorian lines, doing everything possible to reside within their enemies' formations. It was all preemptively planned, for the darkness's interventions would be severely hindered should it ever attack. All hope in the coming battle rested upon the plan, accepting the dangers that came with it. But still, the beast of nightmare and legend was not so easily defeated. It reminded all on the plains of its presence with a cackling laughter that stretched across the landscape. Kazim saw it in their expressions, the rekindling memory of the supernatural terror that they were astonished could ever be forgotten. But such regret mattered little now. It was here, and once the forces of the East committed to the point of no return, it was now ready to act. The beast spoke out like thunder.
You all cling to a fruitless hope. Again and again, the light has abandoned you. There can be no future for the likes of you. Yet here you are, fighting this pointless battle. Against me, there is only one path.
The monster spoke out across the plains, cackling as a lightning strike finally revealed its true form for all there to see, its white eyes and monstrous mouth being the only discernible features as it roared out its next words.
You look upon the face of death.
The enormous darkness's words echoed across the plains as every last man shuddered back in fear. Instantly, the black fog burst forth from out of the Valinorian line and past the furthest ranks of the forces of the East. Kazim and every last man began choking violently in response, and Wairan Fail was the only one left unaffected in its wake. The armies incapacitated, the darkness moved. With a loud growl, it swept its claw across the ground, turning up an insurmountable amount of rock, earth, and men. Reacting instantly, Wairan Fail called upon his wings of blades and shields of light, before bursting forth to Kazim and yanking him out of the monster's clutches as it continued its swiping gesture. In an instant, hundreds of men on both sides were flung between hundreds to thousands of feet to their deaths.
All of you have hardened your hearts, thinking that you would never suffer the consequences of your actions.
The monstrous creature explained in wicked delight.
And now, you shall die.
The darkness roared out once more, cleaving its hand through the Valinorians and Elans alike, sparing no one, fearing no one. He and others barely getting over their violent coughing fit. Kazim looked at the creature of legend in terror.
The light preserve us.
Only minutes earlier in Olnauen, Nairi and Faicha were inside the open prison. More wounded than ever before, Faicha and many of the others still had not given in to the Vikanai's wishes, though, oddly enough, some of the newly marked were still kept within. There had been an unusual commotion within the city as of recently, and Faicha hadn't any clue as to why.
Something's happening.
Faicha said to Nairi, their bodies tense.
Is it just me, or are they worried about something?
After the question crossed Faicha's lips, a guard turned to him. Whether he heard what the young man said or not was anyone's guess, but there was no denying the man's wicked intentions. He gestured for a few other Valinorians to come with him as they began approaching the two.
The girl's with you, ain't she?
The guard said with a wicked grin.
Well, it looks like both of you can undergo the reconditioning today. The more the merrier, ain't it?
Although injured, Faicha leapt between Nairi and the others.
Don't you touch her.
His resistance was easily dealt with by a powerful swipe of one of the Valinorians' hands. They laughed at the pitifulness of it all before one of them grabbed the pleading Nairi and brought her closer. Turning her hand, the Valinorian's grin faded.
What are you fussing about?
He openly complained to the young girl before displaying her marked hand to the others.
She's already made the pledge.
Faicha looked up to her in amazement.
Nairi, when did you...
He questioned in bitter disappointment. She didn't answer, and she didn't have much time to before some higher-ranking Valinorian officers started spouting off some orders to the others. There was a plethora of demands made of their subordinates conveyed. But Fighter noticed a few of note in particular, even if he missed the destination of where they were headed. It was very clear the slaves were to be taken to the Vaikanai, and that the newly chosen will be taken too, so that they can prove their loyalty. None of the misgivings or complaints from those within mattered, and it was apparent none of the guards even knew why there was such an odd request. However, the Valinorians couldn't have cared less, and were all too fearful of their dreaded ruler's response should they not act on their wishes. With the pointed ends of their halberds, they began forcing the prisoners and slaves to move.
It's not fair.
Nairi muttered in frustration, her silent words echoing the discontent shared with all the others in the prison who accepted the mark. Fighter didn't answer. He couldn't. In his eyes, he had already failed her, and he just now realized it. In a separate location within the city, Zev had just recently invited himself inside the open gates. The overcast skies of lightning and thunder had led to an equally potent deluge falling upon the lands. With the decreased light available since the recent supernatural event, it was hard to see anything of much significance in these conditions. Zev's messy hair almost dropped to the sides, obstructing his vision at times if he did not push it away. For minutes on end, there was no opposition or greeting at all upon his entry, but the timing was clear enough of the intentions of the ruler of the place.
Inviting me in just to pretend I'm not even here. How undignified.
Zev muttered to himself with a grin.
What schemes is the villain planning, I wonder? Is he truly as clever as he thinks?
Zev considered before getting a good look at his surroundings. The city remarkably seemed unoccupied in this section.
Perhaps those who resided within the place were relegated to other sections. Or perhaps they aren't even here. Does it even matter? As long as those I have my sights on don't leave the stage, then I still intend to finish this grand act we've begun.
He thought with a glint of eagerness in his eyes, unnerved at the lack of response within the city.
Still, to stay out in the open is a foolhardy approach. Best to stick to the shadows.
With that in mind, Zev made his way off the road and walked between narrow passages between houses and buildings. His destination in mind was that of the Olnoan Palace, a suitable place for a Vaikanai who sought himself as the new world leader would be.
Hey, you!
A voice yelled out from afar behind Zev.
Stay where you are!
It was one of the Valinorian soldiers, who was accompanied by another. Whatever instinctive fear Zev showed was quickly erased by a grin that graced his face. A new performance had begun.
So, they're being left in the dark, are they? And this would benefit him how?
Zev considered momentarily before waving back with a wide smile at the others.
Well, well, well. What is that villain intending to do?
Brushing aside those thoughts, Zev spoke to the soldiers as they approached closer.
It's about time someone came out to greet me.
Zev began to say casually, feigning surprise at their curious reactions.
Wait, don't tell me you weren't sent to find me.
He continued, clicking his teeth and cursing under his breath. There was an undeniable skepticism from the guards.
Anyone of note wouldn't be skulking about the city like you are. You're not supposed to be here.
The guard said with a discerning gaze.
Give me one good reason why we shouldn't have you flogged.
Letting out an exasperated sigh, Zev gave the man as much dignity as one might expect.
Oh, come now. Did it not strike you as odd that the northern gate would be open for anyone to pass through?
None so readily answered his question, so Zev displayed both sides of his hands in annoyance.
I'm a spy. I was personally sent by Adolin Azar to keep track of those filthy Elan's plans and report back my findings. Why do you think our armies are just outside the gate instead of finishing the job? How did you think we knew they were coming? By chance?
Zev mocked in the typical flair and showmanship he adored. A little uncertain at this point, the other Valinorian spoke up.
Then why are you dressed like that?
The man questioned, scoffing.
Who would hire a cripple in your sorry state?
Zev looked back incredulously.
I'm a spy,
he said slowly, mockingly.
People see me and they don't even bother giving me a second glance. I'm almost invisible. You would be amazed at how easy it is to go undetected if your opponent thinks they have every advantage over you. They fail to realize the threat I could pose. But I suppose I can't expect some grunts like you to understand.
Enough!
The man yelled.
You've shown enough disrespect. I ought to kill you where you stand.
The Valinorian soldier threatened, his grip tightening on his halberd, and his counterpart doing the same. Looking down, Zev rubbed his eyebrows in frustration.
You blithering idiots are going to stop me, aren't you? Tell me, just how do you intend to answer Lord Adolin when he discovers I was further delayed by you two simpletons? Being a cripple with one arm is bad enough. let alone without my horse dying halfway in getting here.
The guards looked at one another, deciding their next course of action. Zev could tell already. A little bit of convincing with a handful of veiled threats was all that was needed to get the intended result he was looking for.
We'll escort you to the palace.
Zev chuckled at that with a wide smile.
I knew once we gotten past our differences, we'd get along just marvelously.
Looking quite unpleased with the situation, one of the soldiers responded and stepped to the front.
Very well then, sir. We'll see you to it.
With a nod, Zev followed behind the man's lead, the other Valinorian at his back. All of a sudden, he felt an urge to exaggerate the stagger in his walk, keeping the approach as slow as required and appearing of little threat.
Well now, not exactly the ideal situation I found myself in, I'll admit. Still, these two will become quite a hindrance if I don't act fast.
The guard up front looked back to Zev, annoyed at his pace.
Can't you hurry it up?
Laughing at the question, Zev lightheartedly touched his crossbow and answered,
If you're curious as to what it's like, my good man, feel free to stick out your leg for one moment. You'd be quick to understand where I'm coming from, I'm sure.
The guard in the back laughed at the suggestion, while the one up front turned his attention ahead once more. With a smile, Zev looked back to the other guard to laugh about the situation some more, observing every detail of the surroundings he could when he turned. A relatively secluded spot, relative being the key word, but with the heart of the city ahead, there wasn't much time to act at all. In fact, at the thought of it, Zev determined he was heading in the direction of the Cathedral of the Light, and not Olnawen's palace.
What's this?
Zev questioned, surprising the others.
I asked you to take me to the palace. This can't be the quickest route.
In an equal amount of frustration, the soldier up front answered.
You said you were reporting back to Adel and Ajar, weren't you?
Naturally.
Zev answered. Too quick, he suddenly realized.
Oh, blast it all to the scorched dunes and back again.
Their reactions were telling enough. There was something missing from his answer that he should have known, and the man's distrusting eye spoke volumes to the perilous situation he now found himself in. Zev's bad leg gave out, one knee collapsing into the muddied waters as he groaned in pain. He grunted in performance.
Perfect. Help me up, will you?
Zev requested the man at his back, extending his false arm to him. The man up front warily prepared his halberd, while the other didn't immediately act on Zev's plea.
Really?
Zev asked in frustration to the man at his back, who didn't move an inch, and by the looks of it never intended to.
Fine then.
Leaning into his act, Zev brought his prosthetic arm to the ground, and with a great exaggerated strain started to pull himself upright. He wobbled at first while coming to a stand, before leaping backward in an uncannily spriteful display, catching the others completely off guard. And in his sudden movements, Zev turned and brought a hidden dagger upward, straight into the lower part of the man's jaw. The other soldier cursed in protest, preparing to react to Zev's sudden attack. Bringing out his crossbow, Zev now had a fair distance when he responded.
I warned you to, didn't I?
He taunted with a sinister grin as the soldier's counterpart hit the ground. Filled with rage, the man charged Zev with his halberd ready. One well-aimed shot from the crossbow between the slits of the soldier's helmet was all that was required to see to it that he too was dispatched. The most recently killed man fell face first into the mud before him.
Couldn't have had the decency to die on your back or side, could you? Well, no matter, I suppose. You two have been a great help in directing me to my destination as it is.
Zev said before cranking in a bolt for his crossbow and holstering it.
Well, time to get rid of the evidence and, of course, have a newfound change in wardrobe.
Zev considered as he began dragging the leaner of the two soldiers. One of the men had a stature and build that weren't too different from his own. Aside from the newfound mud on it, the man's armor would fit Zev quite nicely. Chapter 37. An Unfortunate Reunion. It took longer to dispose of the bodies into a corner and place them on the metal armor of the Valinorian soldier than Zev would have liked. It was only a passable disguise altogether, considering Zev could not bring the undergarments of the Valinorians, while still carrying the jar he had brought with him, all the way from the Elan southern coasts. This, unfortunately, had meant that the hidden daggers he had so adored would need to be abandoned with the remainder of his vest. And naturally, he told himself, those daggers were of far more significance than the words of truth Drazdan gave him. Sentimentality had no place here, only death, and he wasn't about to saddle himself with an unnecessary burden. But at least he no longer had to be concerned about the contents of the green vial, Emptied and discarded like the two corpses of the men he left in the corner of some alley, Zev's past events were all leading to this moment, this day. He would right the wrongs of the world as he saw fit. These villains that had defined him would also answer to him. Zev grinned at the prospect of it all, how he loved it, and how he would revel in what was soon to come. He resisted the urge to display the newfound skip in his step as he walked the side streets of Old Noan with the Cathedral of the Light at the center of his sights. It was bad enough that his uniform wasn't exactly up to code, let alone him having a false arm, a crippled leg, and of course an added crossbow holstered to his back. But at least he held the halberd with him, and most probably couldn't tell the difference in the dark atmosphere of this torrential rains from the distance he intended to keep. But alas, interesting happenings were taking place just near where he walked.
Well, looky here. Things did seem suspiciously quiet for too long, but I hadn't expected whatever this is.
Down the main street nearby, Zev saw unmarked prisoners pleading with their Valinorian captors as they were paraded down the empty road where he'd just come.
What are you intending to do with us?
One of the prisoners beseeched of the soldiers nearby her.
You'll do whatever the Vaikanai wishes. If you're so curious, and if you dare, you can ask them when you get there.
The Valinorian vented back.
Ah, anger, is it? Deflection, I'd wager. They haven't a clue what their masters have in store for these people. Still a few thousand of them, unarmed at that. How useless to bring them along. Unless...
Zev shook his head in near disbelief at the realization.
Is there no new low you monsters will not go?
He muttered silently while taking one last look at the prisoners. There was nothing he could do for them, and he knew it. Assassination was one thing, but taking on a small army of Valinorians in his crippled state was another. Then he saw something interesting and quite unnerving, he had to admit to himself. On the opposing side of the road, Zev had seen Faisha shielding his younger counterpart, the girl named Nairi. Zev was all too familiar with that anxious look Faisha displayed. The young man was intending to act on something, and given his present condition, Zev concluded Faisha was actively intending on finding an opportunity to escape. He had the will, but so terribly lacked the means.
Perhaps I should rectify that little problem for them. But should I really? I'd be putting myself at quite some risk over a chance they don't mess this up. Not to mention, who else is equipped to end those vermin if I should be cut down here?
Zev considered to himself, eyeing the two down, seeing Faisha do whatever he could to prevent Nairi from being spotted by the soldiers.
Ah, I see now. What a little hero we have here. Reminds me of you, brother.
Zev thought with a smile.
I suppose I can take a chance at it. What the blazes do you all think you're doing?
Zev began to ask the Valinorians loud enough that those up front could hear him, earning their attention.
It's been some time, hasn't it?
Zev continued, seeing the amazed reactions of Faisha and Nairi, but tried to pay it of little mind as he continued his act.
Look, I know it's been a while since our last parade, but on the eve of our last and greatest battle with those filthy Alans just outside our gates is not what I'd consider an ideal moment for it.
He chastised before yelling out to them.
On whose orders are you doing this?
One of them answered with a temper.
The Vaikanai themselves relayed this order to us from the Emperor.
That genuinely surprised Zev.
Lord Adolin himself?
Yes.
The same soldier answered, observing enough of Zev's attire to surmise his rank.
I now order you to come with us to see to it this task is done.
It was then that Faisha finally started to make his move, slowly separating his way from Nairi to sneak up on one of the soldiers from behind. It would never work, but getting away with any such act wasn't exactly the intended point of his actions either.
Brave little man. Time to buy him some time. I would, sir.
Zev began to explain begrudgingly.
But I was tasked with finding two of our men. They haven't reported back from their patrol, and there's been rumors of an enemy finding themselves behind these walls.
Rumors!
The Valinorian barked back, interrupting Zev.
Leave that for later, soldier. We have bigger things to worry about.
Zev saw that Faisha was nearly on his target. He just needed a little bit more time.
Sir, I found blood and signs of a struggle.
Zev said quite loudly, earning some of the other soldiers' attention as he continued.
Judging by the footprints left behind in the mud, I believe it's only one man who's responsible. I couldn't find the killer, but I was heading back to report my findings to begin a manhunt for this likely assassin. I have to report back on this. Hey!
Zev interrupted himself, pointing out Faisha mid-speech. Just then, Faisha leaped at the back of one of the Valinorian soldiers, aiming to grab the halberd from his hand. Wounded and young as he was, he stood no chance against the trained professional. Yelling back in anger, the soldier struck Faicha to the ground with the back of his weapon. While on the ground, Faicha managed to look back to Zev, who let out a small nod in affirmation for his efforts. Having made use of the opportunity given to her, Nairi was nowhere to be seen. With a few orders and complaints to his men, Zev felt inclined to offer his farewells to the man he was speaking to.
My apologies, sir. I'll leave you and your men to your duties,
Zev said, saluting his farewell to the superior officer. The Valinorian looked back and clicked his teeth in annoyance before turning to continue on his earlier orders. Once all eyes were off of him, Zev felt inclined to back away into the side streets once more, before continuing on his way, with the added detour of seeing to Nairi. It wasn't too much of a hassle after all, and Zev surmised that a little guidance for someone as naive as her would go a long way. Diverting from his course for only a few minutes after the fact, at the crack of the sound of thunder, Zev saw the young girl further ahead.
We meet again, little one.
Nairi shuddered back instinctively, Zev not really paying the reaction of much concern as he walked closer.
Just where do you intend on heading, I wonder? You must have a terrible sense of direction, you know. It's not like heading further into this accursed city won't be doing you any favors.
Her nerves settled after seeing it was Zev. Nairi responded with a bit of embarrassment.
Was I...
She asked back, not all too convincingly.
I can't tell. It's so dark out, and I'm not used to this city.
Zev studied her.
She's awfully guarded. Can't say I'm surprised, though. It's probably nothing else than her nerves being a wreck. You're in a bad place right now. Though I suppose you don't need me to say it to understand that.
Zev stated before getting a look at his surroundings.
The battle for the fate of Echia will be taking place all too soon just outside these walls. I'll do you the favor of being blunt, young woman. If our armies lose that battle outside, then there's nowhere else to hide, and nothing left to look forward to. But as Faicha was no doubt hoping for, if by some miracle they win, then you can escape this city and live the rest of your life as you see fit. But I think it's quite safe to say you'll never make it that far by standing out here waiting to be discovered. And you'd fare even less chance of sneaking past the guards and escaping the city, I'd wager. Which leaves us with one last option.
What are you doing?
Nairi almost exclaimed to Zev in a panic, seeing him lift his weapon high. With his explanation out of the way, Zev had resorted to action. The newfound halberd in his hand would do quite nicely at breaking off the surrounding wood of the doorknob from its hinges, though it did take a few good whacks for this to happen, and it wasn't exactly a silent process either, let alone the chance at any soldier or citizen later discovering the forced entry. But it mattered little in Zev's eyes. The city was on lockdown, the civilians clearly holed up somewhere else, and the remaining soldiers not involved in the battle were few and far between in the relatively empty sections of the city. Opening the door fully and gesturing for her to go inside like one of his butlers in his childhood, Zev finally responded.
Ladies first.
She seemed reluctant, holding her hands anxiously.
Do you need a more formal invitation? In case you were wondering, your best chance at making it through this is sitting tight.
Why do you care? After you lied to us, making us think we could help, but you were just using us all along. You never helped us before. You left us and everything's been falling apart ever since we met you.
And your choices are my fault, are they?
Zev asked with an ominous look about him.
If you stayed in Merchant's Pass, you'd likely be dead by now. Or worse, you could be spending the rest of your days in King's Height like that feckless, feeble old man who's waiting to starve to death. Not exactly an ideal alternative if you ask me, so I insist.
He suggested, gesturing for her to enter inside the building once again, albeit more forceful this time. Nairi paused uncomfortably, trying to shield one of her hands from Zev as she began walking inside the building. At first, thinking Nairi held something of value to herself she wanted to keep hidden, Zev thought nothing of it when he followed her inside. It was dark, but suitable enough for an interior of a home of Olnoan. Not that its quality would matter much if events outside were left unresolved past today.
Make yourself comfortable,
Zev suggested, looking around the home and inspecting the other rooms to see if there were any unexpected surprises inside. Judging by some small sounds of rustling out of his sight, Nairi had done something similar.
Why are you even here?
Nairi asked begrudgingly, partly unwilling to sit down just yet. Stopping his search of the house, Zev now found the young woman's resistance beyond suspicious.
To cut the head off the snake,
he answered with no hint of amusement in his tone.
But you? Why were you heading further into the city, and why? I wonder. Are you without wounds like the others?
She didn't readily answer, instead opting to race towards the door. Suspecting such an action, Zev immediately acted, jumping closer to the door and blocking her path with his extended halberd.
You didn't?
Zev said in a restrained rage, looking at the terror in the young woman, forcing her back against the wall with his halberd. Holding his weapon in one hand, he grabbed Nairi's hand she tried to conceal and displayed her palm to himself. Dim as the lighting was, the black mark was evident to see.
Do you realize what they've done?
He seethed. Once more she didn't answer, choosing to pull out a kitchen knife and try stabbing Zev with it. If not for his newfound armor, Nairi's knife would have been a few inches in his chest.
Stay away from me!
She demanded in terror. Zev clenched his teeth in rage.
You swore your allegiance to them, so that was your plan. Intending to find the other gutless cowards who bent a knee to those monsters so you could wait this out? After all the damage they'd done? This is who you choose to align yourself with.
What choice did I have? The others are just waiting to die. You think I wanted this? I didn't ask for it. It's just that I'm the only one smart enough to make this decision.
She cried out in passionate anger and frustration. But the earnestness of it all gave proof to Zev regarding one simple fact of the situation he had now found himself in. She was now a liability.
And what of the boy, Feature? He risked an awful lot to get you here.
She was shamed at the mention of his name.
I didn't ask him to, but now it looks like they're going to kill him. Even when I left him, he still stupidly believed the light was going to save him. What good did that do him? He's waiting on a miracle that'll never happen.
Nairi explained bitterly with resentment in her eyes.
Every one of them died because we were too stupid to give up and join them when we could. Now look at them. They're going to die, and I have no intention of joining them.
Not suspecting to have heard the light's name mentioned here, Zev sighed.
Miracles or not, it's clear to me now that mark of yours suits you quite well. It wasn't by mere force you got it, was it?
He asked with cold, piercing eyes. Nairi immediately raised her knife defensively in response.
Stay away from me!
She demanded, but that reaction just emboldened Zev further. He threw his halberd to the ground and began approaching the young woman. The expression on his face made his intentions clear as Nairi frantically tried to strike out to him with her weapon. He caught her arm mid-thrust and forced her against the wall, directing Nairi's own blade at her throat.
You have no one else to blame for this but yourself,
Zev said with a deadly seriousness to his words, as Nairi whimpered in fear before he spoke further.
You made your choice.
Chapter 38. The End Nears. Elix and the small army of dwarves with a handful of ill-equipped human fighters from King's Height were nearing the outer perimeter of Olnauen. The magnificent walls would have astounded those who saw it, if not for the clear and ominous threat they saw in the distance, on the city's eastern side. The roars and laughter of the terrifying figure in the distance rung out across the land as easily heard as any thunder crack above. The darkness had begun its rampage, swiping, kicking and stomping upon any living soul within its reach, cackling in wicked delight as it did. All eyes were on the beast of legend when Gworfin spoke.
And here I've been thinking we got the difficult part.
The dwarf admitted with a grimace at the sight of it all. Those words unsettled everyone to silence, but only for a moment, as Elix emboldened herself to speak up.
We can't worry about that now. We still have a job to do here. They're doing their part.
I know that,
Gworfin barked back.
But me and E.C.E.N came here to settle the score with those pointy ears, not to face something like that.
Shuddering at the sight of the darkness breaking down a portion of the Olnauen wall, before flinging its fragments upon the battlegrounds, Elix solemnly replied,
Look, I know you all are scared. I am too. Who wouldn't be? But the others are counting on us to see this through. There's still so many people in there that need to know that there's still hope.
Ah, we didn't come for them humans.
Maybe not. But what does that matter?
Elix reaffirmed just as passionately.
But you all are here now. Is getting back at them really so important to you that it's the only reason you're here? Knowing that there are still thousands still trapped in there? And knowing that the others are holding back the darkness to give us a chance? Do you really intend to just turn around and leave?
The ill-tempered dwarf grumbled at the challenge Elix presented. rolling the idea around in his mind as he swayed his head in an uneasy mixture of emotions before looking out to the beast of legend in the distance, and then to the closed northern gate of Ol Nauen. With a prolonged wheezing sigh, Gwofin chuckled a bit before answering.
All right then, playing dirty by tugging at me heart like that. But you be right, I ain't turning back now. Besides, it ain't often we can blow up an ancient wall like this every day and been seen as the heroes, you know.
Gwofin suggested, while gesturing to a keg of boom powder they'd tugged along with them.
Hadn't been for thousands of years those walls been breached by force. I reckon we dwarves ought to be the ones to break that record.
That comment earned the laughter of all who could hear the dwarf, helping to ease the mood in the face of such an enemy, before he excitedly continued with a wave.
Well, come on, lads. Can't let the others take all the glory.
Gwofin continued in high spirits before continuing their march forward towards the gates. After seeing the darkness in its full ferocity and power, Elix was pleasantly surprised to see their moods turn so suddenly. She couldn't hope for better. And with the knowledge that the dwarves already had a way to clear their way through the gates, Elix actually found herself smiling. However, that was before what they saw next.
They're opening the gates?
Elix asked in wonder at the sight of it all, alerting the dwarves and the rest to take notice. The gates slowly began rising to reveal what lay behind them. A few thousand humans walking through. All of them were unarmed, terrified, with nearly the entirety of the Vaikanai numbers at their back. Their purpose there wasn't explained in words, but actions, as Elix and the remainder of their small army looked on in astonishment. The human prisoners who fell behind or who displeased their Vaikanai masters were cast aloft into the air, made into public spectacles of tormenting death, to inspire the others to fall in line and march forward.
What are they doing?
Elix muttered, confused and in fear-instilled awe at the sight of it all. Gwofin, through a tempered anger, had surprisingly been calm when he responded.
They're using them, human.
By the light. Those fiends.
She stated in shock.
By the stone. They intend to use that sorry lot as living shields to close the distance on us.
Gwofin stated in unsettled confidence, Elix just barely grasping the situation as the dwarf raised his arm up.
Kin, ready your rifles to shoot on my command.
Wait, but you just said...
I know what I said.
Gwofin yelled back, interrupting Elix mid-thought.
You think I'm gonna let them waltz up to me and me kin using them humans as shields, do ya? No! I will not let those damned pointy ears get to us so easily without losing some of their own in the process. I'm sorry it had to be this way, but I wasn't the one who made this choice for them.
Spurred on by the Vaikanai killing all who didn't follow their orders exactly, the human prisoners raced across the wet grasslands. They were all terrified, potential death ahead, and certain death at their backs. A cruel choice for anyone to have to make. Elix could not begrudge the dwarf in his actions, or what he had to do next. His command was loud, yet almost muffled by a thunder's roar above, as the rain poured down upon the scene. Still, no thunder could conceal the rapid succession of shots fired from their chambers at the dwarven captain's command. Nor could Elix deny the fact she heard screams of torment accompanying the firing across the battlefield. In all her time on Ehya, she was certain this was the closest she'd ever come to experiencing hell. Chaos and death, the two central themes of the battlefield outside of Ol Nauen's walls to the east. The darkness was nigh unstoppable, killing all who caught its gaze. Elan or Valinorian alike, the beast of legend ripped and tore at the foundations of the earth and crushed all within its grasp. Most of the Valinorians fled, or attempted to, but were subsequently killed by the darkness seeking them out first. It would spare none, and would end all whoever harbored the being within them. Any forces that managed to gain any distance of significance would soon find sections of the Ol Nauen walls cast out towards them for their efforts. Kazim looked with a new understanding, now knowing that the Vaikanai who had organized the events leading up to this battle had never intended to seek a victory. His goal was simply this: death. Death on a scale unimaginable. The true intent behind Zeraz's goals was now made clear to him. Seeing some brave few try to damage the heels of the darkness, Kazim noticed their weapons did absolutely nothing to hinder the beast.
Do not lose heart.
Wire and Fail reminded Kazim after seeing his downcast expression.
They're still watching.
The elf said. Kazim looked to his surroundings to see his soldiers looking to him for guidance and direction in these perilous times. Still, the elf had more to say.
I will try to bring down this monster,
Wyranfail said proudly, channeling his magical light into a magnificent spear.
If I should fail, we will look to you, servant of the light. After all, haven't those weapons damaged the beast before?
He asked with a grin, positioning himself to throw the weapon of light with as much power and ferocity as he could muster.
Yeah!
Taking a few steps forward with a loud cry, Wyranfail thrust the spear towards the darkness's body. The spear aimed true, flying at amazing speeds before making an impact, breaking off against the beast of legend's body like an arrow upon armor. It did no damage, none at all. The darkness, too preoccupied with ending as many lives as possible, hadn't even realized the attempt. All who saw despaired, for even the mighty Wyranfail could not injure this foe. Kazim almost gave in to the same feeling of helplessness when the elf turned to him with confidence.
It's your turn now, Maltia Falajad. Those blades had come to you for this reason.
Wyranfail instructed with a solemn nod.
You were chosen for such a time as this. Find comfort in that.
With a nod of even greater respect in return, Kazim answered,
On my life and even in death I will serve. I, Maltia Falazad, will make amends for all my crimes here today.
Without a word in reply, Wyranfail gestured for his Janyu to come near. The animal did as much, kneeling unprompted before Kazim to mount it, and showing no hesitation, Kazim stood atop the saddle and rode off towards the darkness. The hulking beast loomed over the battlefield, crushing and killing when it pleased, where it pleased. The eastern gates of Olnauen started to open, giving the fleeing Valinorians a glimmer of hope to escape. Many ran towards the city, hoping to find refuge within.
You cannot hide.
The darkness thundered.
You cannot flee.
It taunted further as it reached towards the walls of Olnauen and grasped a hold of boulders of the structure before casting it down upon those attempting to escape inside the walls. Nearly all of the Valinorians who attempted to flee to the city were killed in an instant as the rocks crashed down upon the wet grasslands.
You will all die.
The darkness roared out in villainous delight, its movement suddenly pausing in wonder at what caught its sight. That was when Kazim found his moment to act. Riding atop the Janyu, he dared, closing in the distance between him and the darkness. Dangerously close, with one sweeping motion, Kazim swung the black fangs of Ishida towards the monster's calf. An arm shot back on impact, even denying the ferocity of a black fang to pierce through the beast of legend's flesh. But the second did no such thing. The other blade cut clean through the darkness nearly as effortlessly as it did any of the Valinorian's armor before. Amazed that his efforts were not in vain, Kazim rode the Janyo past the darkness that yelled out in a sharp, astonished pain at the attack. Taking only a moment in mid-gallop, Kazim looked back down at the black fang that managed to pierce the monster. It was the black fang from earlier which showed a darker complexion. Kazim now knew the truth of the situation. The story of the legend was true, but not precise enough to know a fact that he had just now put to the test. Only one of the weapons had ever damaged the unnatural monster before, and save but the light itself, only this sole weapon could damage the beast now. As the Black Fangs had done with every other material they'd cut down beforehand, the weapon that had cleaved into the darkness's flesh had also absorbed within it the essence and fabric of what it had damaged. One of the blackened katanas had within it the very own raw strength of the darkness itself. But still, it was not enough. Making such insignificant cuts against such an enormous and terrifying foe was beyond pointless. Kazim knew he would surely die before his task had been completed.
Enemies! Enemies from within the gates!
A Valinorian yelled out in distress, catching Kazim's notice. A beacon of light in this dark hour, Almahil and her small army came at a slow pace from within the walls of Olnauen, atop their Janius, bracing themselves for the terrifying fight before them. Obsessed with only themselves, their desires and their wants, to the point they had all now belonged to the darkness, and were as much of puppets willing to lay down their lives for its sake as those the supernatural being had raised. Almahil's piercing gaze saw into their hearts, and was emboldened to raise her sword on high.
Heralds and servants of the light, hear me now! Today we stand at a crossroads between the fate of this world and damnation. My brethren, my people, my companions and friends, This will be our one and final chance to fulfill our oaths. So I beg you all, stay with me now in our darkest hour. To face an evil we cannot hope to defeat by strength alone. For though we know we go out to ride to our deaths, we will fight as we've always done, pushing back the darkness of this age as our sacred duty decrees. For together, we will purge this blight from the world.
Their hearts were ignited by the fire in her words, and the elves roared out as they began charging to their destiny and their deaths, racing across the field, closing in the distance until the inevitable conflict ahead of them. Vastly outnumbered, the Valinorians feared their presence little. Already they had begun to ignore the presence of the darkness once more, accepting the beast of legend wholeheartedly. Their pride brimming to the fullest, they boldly marched out to meet the elves' charge. Moments before their lines crossed, the Valinorians who dared make such a choice had immediately regretted such an act. With a resounding battle cry, Almahil spurred her steed into a full gallop, leading a wave of elven warriors that moved with a grace and precision unmatched by any mortal force as they roared out as one before colliding with the Valinorian ranks. The clash of horses, blades, and subsequent deaths echoed through the battlefield. Elven warriors, shone with the power of the light within them, cut through the army of the darkness. The corrupted soldiers, caught off guard by the sheer ferocity and skill of the elven onslaught, faltered beneath the small army's astonishing resolve and courage. Kazim saw it all, a hope rekindled in his, as well as all his soldiers' eyes. Elves, radiating light and led by Almahil herself, were atop Janius in an organized charge that had poured out of the city walls of Olnawan. It was clear their sights were not on the darkness. They came with other purposes in mind. The reason why victory over the darkness could be achieved this day. A being born from the evil of mankind was also strangely linked to their fates, its power influenced by their presence. It led to only one solution to defeating the monster now. In a glorious charge, the elves cried as one as they raced across the plains, the light of their magic blinding both the darkness and Valinorians alike as they blazed forward. They began cutting down and trampling underfoot any and all Valinorians in their path. Seeing the darkness was temporarily blinded, Kazim motioned the Janyo to escape the area as he yelled out to his men.
Cut them down!
Kazim beckoned to his men.
The darkness will not fall as it is now. Do not relent. Bring justice upon their heads.
The Elans cried out in agreement, inspiring them to reignite the battle.
Kill the island scum!
A Valinorian yelled out, mirroring the attitudes of the others.
For the new world, slay them all!
For whatever reason, through fear or anger, the Valinorians stood their ground and fought back in defiance. Though leaderless, their numbers, training, and magic still far outmatched the Elayans. Meanwhile, still blinded in a red-hot fury, the darkness yelled and thrashed about, swiping and destroying anything and everything it could reach in its rage. Stumbling through the walls of Olnoan, the darkness threw debris of any and every building it could in any direction to inflict as much damage and death as it could manage in its crippled state. Near the heart of Olnoan, Zev was making his way to the back of the Cathedral of the Light. The presence of soldiers, Vaikanai, or even the humans of the city, unnerved him. Such lack of protection or care for a defense or offense was baffling Zev to no end. It was as unnatural as the sounds of the thundercracks emerging from the east of him. They were so frequent and consistent that Zev occasionally found himself looking back, though the thunder was unlike anything he'd ever heard before in his life. And stranger yet, Zev had seen no sparks of the lightning or hints of what could be making the noise, besides the occasional grumbling roars of the tempest as building or section of wall broke apart under their own weight of perhaps siege weapons. He must have somehow missed the Elans bringing in earlier. Though that explanation didn't seem to satisfy his curiosity either. How could it, he thought? Seeing buildings several stories high be raised up to the sky in an upward crescent arc before gaining in momentum as the structures were cast down in debris like a focused rock slide, had cast doubt on everything Zev knew about the possibilities of the weather. Then suddenly a large section of the walls of Olnoan were cast into the sky, flying overhead before striking off the top of the Cathedral of the Light, utterly destroying its roof and collapsing what was left within. It was an otherworldly sight that stopped Zev momentarily as he looked back to see that apparently nothing visible to the east had caused it. Still, Zev reminded himself. He had seen stranger things as of late.
Focus, Zev. Focus. The demons still need to end. Remember why you're here. This is not time for blasted sightseeing.
He reminded himself, refocusing his attention to his front. Zev was so surprised by what he saw, he nearly dropped his halberd. An old woman stood between him and his destination.
Who are you?
The old woman actually had the gall to smile in the middle of a downpour, with the city besieged.
Oh my. Don't you mean to ask why I'm not with the others?
Blast it all.
Zev thought, wanting to kick himself for letting his emotions get the better of him.
No. I meant who are you to think you're somehow not obligated to follow direct orders?
Zev said with more boldness and anger behind his claim. The old woman once again showed an uncanny light-heartedness in the situation, laughing at the ridiculousness in Zev's words.
My boy, there's no need for that. You're more out of place than I am, wearing another man's uniform. Is this where you saw yourself being when you first left Bethelus?
Now that got Zev's undivided attention.
No one alive besides the girl would know that. What are you?
He asked warily. Any pretense of him being a guard was over, as he threw aside the halberd and placed a hand on his crossbow. The old woman was unfazed.
I watch over the lost. As long as there's still one soul left who needs my help, I try to point them in the right direction.
Useless.
Zev resisted the urge to outright chuckle in response to those words.
Well then, my fine lady, if you do me the favor of pointing me to the best place to sneak into the building, it'd be much obliged.
Is that really what you should be concerned about?
Ha!
He scoffed at the question.
Breaching the walls of Olnauen and coming all the way here. I should hope the mission I'd been committed to seeing done would be on my mind. Escape, you see, was never really going to be an option.
It still could be,
the woman said mysteriously, offering insight behind her words.
They are here. I let them in, though I'll admit it wouldn't have been so easy unless I was allowed to do it.
That was an eye-opening comment.
That villain let the elves inside the city. What is he hoping to achieve? What goal could be accomplished through this madness? It's beyond asinine. There's something I'm missing.
Zev furiously thought within his mind. The old woman let him consider his thoughts for a moment before sighing.
That was Cyrus's doing. After all, the hubris of mankind is not unique to you alone.
She explained, surprising Zev, and leaving him with even more questions before she mysteriously added further.
Though like him, there's still time for you.
What?
He asked irritably.
There's still time. You. Yes, even you who have much to account for, Zev of Bethelus, can still turn back.
Now that got a laughing response from Zev.
Me? Really, how generous.
He mocked. She found no amusement in the situation.
Your brother once thought the same?
Zev's fingers twitched. He no longer found the conversation funny.
You keep his name out of your mouth,
he threatened.
You'd always been jealous of him.
Shut up!
He yelled, but was ignored.
Second-born son to a poor blacksmith family, but Aziel had a family that truly loved him, even as imperfect as they were. But that was something you never quite had except for him. You'd seen him from afar and were convinced that he should have had everything he needed to be happy, that he should have accepted the beliefs of his parents and enjoyed his blessed life. He had it so easy, but he squandered it, didn't he? And the dirty little secret you kept in your heart all these years was that you almost enjoyed it when it happened. When the young Zev saw Tal's mangled face and Aziel in shock, he almost smiled.
Zev whipped out his crossbow and pointed it at the old woman.
That's enough,
he threatened with a cold hatred in his eyes.
That's in the past, as was Aziel's life on the Ahia. His love for you was as real as any other brother. You'd know what he'd want for you.
Do you not fear death, you old crone?
Zev questioned, but his words were ignored once more.
It doesn't matter what's happened to you in your life. How hard or easy it's been. What matters is how you choose before the end.
The old woman claimed with a compassionate gaze in her eyes, surprising Zev to silence as she said her last words on the matter.
Think on it, because there's not much time left.
Somewhat dumbfounded, Zev responded with a smirk.
You want an answer?
He said with a wide grin.
I'll give you one.
He added before walking on by, never turning back as he ignored the old woman as he continued his walk to the Cathedral of the Light.
Oh, there you are,
Zev heard the old woman say.
I was curious when you'd show up, child.
he turned back and saw the old woman speaking to Nairi. Seeing her now, Zev was surprised in himself for letting the little liability live. He clenched his teeth and looked forward, continuing his pace.
I'm getting soft.
Chapter 39. The Greatest Puppet. Zev continued his approach upon the Cathedral of the Light. Even now, upon the building's sides, there was no interference, no guards. Simply nothing stood in Zev's way besides the rubble from the recent boulders of the walls that had crashed upon the structure. The situation put Zev's nerves on edge. From the unnatural weather beyond that of any rainstorm he'd ever seen to the deliberate lack of defenses leading to his approach to this point. Zev knew that there was more to this battle than meets the eye. Still, he had no intention of testing his luck by entering through the newfound palace's front. However, Zev would do things his own way, as he'd always done, clinging to the shadows and climbing high to have as much of an ideal advantage upon the moment as possible. The climb was strenuous, made more difficult by the loss of an arm and the waters from the rain on the marble building. Still, detailed as it was with indentations and designs all over, the Cathedral of the Light was always more easily scaled than your typical structure. And Zev was quite used to such things by now. It proved to be little more than a nuisance to him when he climbed to a point to look within the remnants of the corrupted holy place. Adolin Ajar was within, sitting upon his throne in a stillness of tempered anger, his feet submerged in a puddle of rainwater converging on the center of the building. The collapsed upper structure of the building was scattered all around the Vaikanai, never having managed to get close enough to the Emperor of Valinor to have ever endangered his life. Too perfect for coincidence, it was clearly a sign of his powers in action, Zev considered. However, Zev surmised the villain would not be so fortunate to escape harm against him.
So he managed to stop a building of this magnitude, did he? It would appear the cracking of this place's foundation was enough of an alarm for him to react. Well, that's just fine.
Zev grinned at the chance of putting the demon down.
I'll just loose an arrow at the sound of thunder. Let's see how well he fares when his hearing fails him.
Seemingly without provocation, Idolin laughed aloud.
So you live. Quite the stubborn one, aren't you?
The Vaikanai mocked, his head unturned, though Zev immediately hid behind cover.
It would appear my lord was always of a similar mind.
Adolin realized, chuckling to himself, as he had a newfound understanding of the situation.
Similar mind. Just what exactly is the villain blathering on about?
Zev considered as he made his way to a new vantage point.
Still skulking about? Just what'll that gain you? What chance does a mere human have against the likes of me?
With a thundercrack came the lightning, revealing all that was hidden below as Zev turned to the opening and shot his crossbow. With the power of his unseen magic, Idolin swatted the arrow away with a wave of a hand before Zev hurried back behind cover.
It is useless, but by your actions I can tell you must already know this, don't you?
The Vaikanai taunted in wicked glee.
How does it feel knowing that even after all you've sacrificed, your efforts will have been in vain? Just after your arrival, the dwarven army that came with you will soon face down the full might of the Vaikanai. They, like the rest of their stunted race, will be run down by my kind. Those made slaves from your failures will be the shields for our army against your precious weapons. If only they'd known what truly happened, how much bloodshed you're willing to spill to achieve your own ends. I'm impressed. Even I almost find myself blushing at the betrayal.
Zev clenched his fist, unable to refute the claims but hating the Vaikanai all the more for reminding him of the memory. Months ago in the Dwarven realm, Zev had just completed his business of having his crossbow repaired with the Dwarven blacksmith Boldin. However, the words shared between him, Elix and Boldin were of little consequence to the machinations of what conspired in Zev's mind. The Vaikanai's influence had spread all the way to the Dwarven realm. The marks of loyalty had proved as much. Gworfin was showing little to no signs of wanting to get involved with the problems of the outside world. The scales were imbalanced. The powers that be were slanted far too much to one side. Zev knew, as things were, that the Vaikanai and Valinorians would surely win in the end. It would only be a matter of time, he assured himself. The others lacked the stomach and the resolve to do what was necessary to turn the odds in their favor, or at a bare minimum try to balance the scales. The Vaikanai would prevail, and everything that Zev and the others fought for would be lost. Zev was almost sure of it, but he wouldn't allow that fate to just happen. He would do anything necessary to prevent the villains from having their way, from getting away with the wanton murder and evil Zev intended to judge. He would make them answer for their crimes, and if no one was going to help him willingly, he'd find a way to do it. So, even if by a fraction, Zev set out to balance those scales as much as he required. Monsters beget monsters, he always told himself. After all, he may have been the only one who had the will to do what was necessary. Lies, threats, and sabotage were his instruments. An entire race left to fend for themselves was the result. Forsaking the Alans who had been captured but left alive for the Black Fangs for information, the dwarves in the council heeded Zev's warnings of Gorfin's plans to seal the exits after seeing the evidence for themselves. A tragic but necessary betrayal in Zev's eyes. Surely their lives would have been put to better use at his plans, he considered. And likewise, with what little trust he had from the other supposed allies of his, was enough for Gorfin's men to look into the actions of the council doing the same. Both actions corroborated the brilliant lie, but still, that was sorely lacking for anything worthwhile. What was needed was a little bit more murder on both sides within the tunnels of the mountain. Naturally, by Zev himself. As tensions rose, both forces would naturally be inclined to have a show of force to the other's increased acts of aggression. But still, that was not enough for anything worthwhile. Zev knew it needed more. A dwarven blacksmith, an odd one for his kind that did not submit to the will of the council. Also, a loving father to a caring family. And after his care on Zev's weapons and prosthetic arm, Boldin had proven himself to have been good at taking directions. So naturally, Zev thought he was a perfect fit for the job he had in mind. After killing his entourage of dwarves Gorfin had assigned to guard him, Zev's letter to Boldin would likely come to the blacksmith not much later than he'd arrive at the dwarf's home. Precarious as his situation was, Zev took the chance of the plan and bet it all on Boldin seeing to the safety of his family. In Zev's eyes, Boldin came through with flying colors. He just needed a little bit of motivation. In the middle of a standoff between the two dwarven forces, an occasional display of his weapons, and the proximity he maintained with Boldin's family was enough to convince the dwarf to play his part. In the middle of his grand performance, Zev saw Boldin in the crowd looking back at him. Zev regarded the dwarf with cold eyes in return. Boldin knew what Zev's letter asked of him, and what was the only chance his family would live. And he did exactly that. However, Zev did not account for the power the stockpile of boom powder truly held when Boldin had done his part. Amidst the collapsing section of the mountain, Zev had lost far too many dwarves and machinery in the plan, too many pawns to be used against the Vaikanai later. But it was enough for this chance here and now. If not for Zev's actions, the dwarves would have likely never aided in their mission to attack the Valinorians. It was his brilliant plan that made this all possible. The chance, however slim, that the Vaikanai and their empire would crumble into dust as it so richly deserved. The rest of the dwarves being sacrificed to the whims of the council and their new overlords was simply regrettable, an entire race abandoned to their fate. But in Zev's eyes, all of his actions needed to be done. Zev did it his way, telling himself it was the only way. After all, he said in his mind, the others lacked the necessary resolve. They never would have had a chance if not for what he'd done, he continually explained to himself over and over these last few days. It was an excuse to explain away and justify his dark deeds. Back in the present, the two monsters were fighting each other. One human, the other Vaikanai. Amidst the downpour, Zev was still perched atop the ruins of the Cathedral of the Light, as Adolin Ajar taunted him from down below and within the structure itself.
I think you're finally starting to understand.
Adolin taunted, Zev imagining the grin the Vaikanai wore before he spoke further.
You're not so different from us.
Zev chuckled at that.
That all depends, villain, on which one of us lives after today's over.
Adolin laughed at the human's defiance.
If you accomplish the impossible and somehow defeat me, do you really think yourself justified? And as for that young woman you so cherish, she will die with them. But not before I drag you to her and display that woman's execution before your very eyes. Then, and only then, when you're left to face the failures of all you tried to accomplish, will I allow you the satisfaction of the dark fire.
Zev considered those words for a moment, amazed and unnerved that the Vaikanai seemed to know so much about what he'd done, but still finding humor in the situation at large. In the downpouring rain, Zev cranked another bolt and laughed to his heart's delight. It was hilarious.
Life's just full of surprises, isn't it?
At the sight of the newfound company, it appeared all the plans and schemes that had come to this moment seemed to have been suddenly uprooted on everyone's side.
Well, now,
Zev replied with a grin.
We'll just have to see about that, won't we? People have died by both our plans and schemes, yes, but there's a fundamental difference between the two of us in the situation we find ourselves in now. You started this, but I intend to finish it. And as for those you thought loyal to you, how many of them have betrayed you for me to be here?
Zev suggested, after noticing a few Valinorian soldiers entering the front door of the Cathedral of the Light. Against all odds, Adolin also found their presence hilarious, laughing at the absurdity of it all, though his following words held such anger and scorn.
You don't get it, do you? There's no tomorrow. This is only the end. There's no future for any of you.
Adolin roared out in defiance as the Valinorians charged inside. Their actions proved to Zev his suspicions on the matter were true. They were Cyrus's men, traitors through and through. Promised power, glory, or riches, it didn't matter. What did matter was how convenient they were at being a distraction for him, and, with none of the halberd-carrying soldiers able to wield magic themselves, they served as little more than diversions, living pawns to greater players in this game, where lives were used and discarded on a whim. Marble boulders, furniture, and even some of the soldiers themselves were cast forth as flying projectiles upon the others, at times in such force to kill them upon impact. This is when Zev saw his opportunity. Pulling out of cover, he aimed, shot, and fell back to repeat the process. Time and time again, Adolin somehow found the foresight and reaction speed to meet the attacks while fending off the small assault force. The Valinorian soldiers' numbers were dwindling rapidly, and Zev found himself getting nervous at the situation.
Blast it all! Why won't you just die?
He yelled out in frustration after cranking another bolt before shifting behind cover.
Not until I make you squirm.
Adolin answered calmly in the middle of the fray. Clicking his teeth in frustration, Zev felt the jar hanging at his waist.
I didn't want to use this so soon, but it doesn't look like I have much of a choice. I'll wait it out. Can't risk the others attacking me once this is finished. So if you all can't kill him, then why don't you all just do me a favor and die for me?
Zev considered in his mind, unfastening the jar a safe distance from himself as he snuck a few more peeks behind the corner. Underestimating the fierceness in their opponent, the others were getting slaughtered. Meanwhile, a new visitor remained just outside the doors of the Cathedral of the Light, doing his best to keep his presence undetected, and his powers were easy to miss. Sand swayed above the dampened tiles, sliding to the ground and submerging beneath the flooding waters as it edged ever closer in on the scene of the skirmish. Paying attention to the screams, Zev determined only 2 soldiers remained. It was now his time to act. Thrusting the jar above the cover he hid behind, Zev sprung back into sight and aimed his crossbow. He didn't care Adolin saw his every action. It didn't matter now. All that was required was precise timing and a proficient aim. Zev hardly even noticed the remaining 2 soldiers being killed when Adolin turned his fierce glare to him. But by then it was too late. The jar was nearly in place. Zev let loose the trigger and released the bolt. The arrow flew true, hitting the jar and breaking apart the seal as it continued its path to the Vaikanai below. As he'd done before, Adolin brushed the arrow aside as nothing more than a mere nuisance, before refocusing his magical grasp on Zev himself. Upon Adolin's simple gesture, Zev's body seized up. Every muscle and fiber of his being acted against his will as Zev was raised into the air, his footing lost entirely while helplessly in Adolin's grasp.
This farce is over, and you will suffer before the end,
Adolin proclaimed in a rage, his expression turning uncertain at Zev's eyes focusing on the jar that had fallen before the Vaikanai's feet. The water covering the ground began rapidly freezing and turning into solid ice at as much speed as the sun ignited anything upon the face of the scorched dunes. Below the water's surface was the ice pearl, brought from the far reaches of the Ehya to even the odds. Still, Adolin found such attempts humorous. With a smile, he simply intended to jump out of the way. But in a sudden realization of fear, that confidence quickly disappeared. His feet were stuck, something gripping them below the water's surface. Adolin knew who and what was responsible. Sands controlled by Cyrus Vanorin. the instigator of the coup. But knowing such things did little for him now. He was trapped, as the freezing ice rapidly closed in upon him, and all that was drenched by the rainwaters within the Cathedral of the Light, which was everything. In a fury, Adolin spun to the door, failing to see the assailant, as he looked back up to Zev and raised him even higher to end him as the ice began shooting up his leg, attempting to lift Zev to a height where he'd certainly perish if he were to fall. Adolin was losing control and concentration.
This doesn't matter! You will all die!
The Vaikanai roared out in protest, the extremities of his body frozen over. Adolin Aja had perished, frozen in place like a statue, before just as suddenly dropping Zev from his height. Reacting quickly, Zev reached back and clung onto the wall before falling into the cathedral to suffer the same fate. With a grunt of pain, he pulled himself up before looking at the ruin he left behind. He smiled in delight at the sight of it all, giving a mocking, grandiose bow to Adolin Aja.
Long live the Emperor.
Zev proclaimed in an eccentric flair before laughing out in delight. His sights were now set on bigger prey. Chapter 40. Moments of Despair. The battle to end all battles resided on two fronts outside of the ancient city of Olnoan. While the darkness laid waste to all in its path, destroying any and every resistance with ease, the small dwarven force and the humans from King's Height were preparing to engage in melee combat with the approaching Vaikanai and their frontline force of slaves and prisoners. At Gwrfin's command, bursts of bullets rained down on the water-soaked landscape, killing the hapless humans forced into a charge of death. More so than the others with her, Elix could barely stomach the sight of it. The situation felt hopeless. There they found themselves in the midst of the last battle with the goal of saving whoever they could before the end of all things. And tragically, they were forced to kill these same people in waves of gunfire shots. She looked out at the situation with a mixture of righteous anger and sadness.
The Vaikanai are pure evil. We can't allow them to get away with this.
Elix said to herself, having an unlit bomb in her hands, finding herself unable to use it with all the innocents who'd be caught up in the explosion.
They're coming too close.
She yelled out in a panic, earning Gwrfin's reluctant agreement on the matter. With a grunt, he proclaimed aloud to his soldiers,
"Hold your fire. Only shoot when they're close enough you could spit at them."
The linemen of marksmen did just that, warily reloading their muskets before aiming down the plains. Elix saw a familiar face in the chaos staring back at her, a young man she'd met in Merchant's Pass, Faicha. She could do nothing for him now, but amidst the humans forced to race forward, she lost track of him in the heat of the battle. The humans still forced into charging them to the very last moment, stopping only to weigh the risk of the muskets pointed at them, only feet away being greater when compared to the threat of the Vaikanai at the back. But by that point, it no longer mattered, as did their lives no longer matter to the Vaikanai. The human prisoners were thrown forth towards the dwarves by magic, colliding with the allied forces as shots rang out in the panic.
What are you doing?
Elix cried out to the others.
Hold your fire. The Vaikanai are your real enemies.
Fools! One of the Vaikanai proclaimed in their minds.
What have your weapons gained you other than a false confidence? Your fate will be the same as the humans who came with you. Submit or die.
Elix actually heard Gwrfin laughing boisterously amid the madness.
Submit, eh? What a laugh. Didn't do these folk who you had charge at us any good, did it?
The challenge Gwrfin posed was met solely with force in return. The front lines of the human prisoners were thrown forth like a wave of bodies that crashed down upon the allied forces. And instantly afterward, the Vaikanai revealed themselves fully in the battle. Leaping over the humans between them and the dwarves, the Vaikanai began slaughtering all who resisted. Superior weaponry meant nothing to the supernatural powers the Vaikanai had within their grasp in such close quarters. All seemed hopeless. But then with the sound of Elan horns, Elix and many of the others looked to the east. Aijin riders led by Talchanet came charging down the Great Plains. Their Aijin-stomping feet were like the roaring thunder above, unending and nigh unstoppable. The bloodthirsty creatures' roars instilled fear into the hearts of the supernatural adversaries their riders set their eyes on. Talchanet raised his sword on high and yelled out to his fellow men,
For Akhnuri, for vengeance, for the light.
His soldiers yelled along with the sounds of the shrieking Aijin roars.
Put down this mongrel scum.
Elix and all those who bore witness scrambled out of the way as much as they could. But not all were so fortunate against the power and ferocity of the Aijin. None could tame the beast so perfectly to avoid collateral damage in the coming moments with the enemy, an ally so close at hand. And so, it is how things played out. Swords were crossed, and claws were swiped as hundreds were trampled underfoot. Like an eye, humans and dwarves were killed in equal measure. The bloodthirsty beasts made mounts all but made sure of that. The Aijin riders were saviors, but also death-bringers. Tal Charnet examined the damage to his surroundings in shock and horror.
Go,
he beseeched.
Go to the city, we'll handle the scourge here.
The Elan leader proclaimed, alerting both enemy and ally to his presence. Gorfin grunted in anger.
Fine then.
He begrudgingly conceded.
Lads, move it. Head to the gates.
A Vaikanai seethed at the turning of events, his eyes fixed on the Elan who squandered their plans.
Your fate will be the same as this one,
he decreed in their minds, manipulating a sword on the grass to lift up and fly towards Tal Charnet. Before anyone could understand what had happened, Tal Charnet was pierced on his side, the momentum still forcing him to the ground beside his charging Aijin. And there, the true purpose of the Vaikanai's actions was on display. The bloodthirsty Aijin turned to Tal Charnet, and with a roar pounced upon the Elan's neck, ending his life then and there. The sight of it was a chilling reminder of the true nature of the creatures the Elans dared use as tools in warfare. The Vaikanai above all else were keener on this fact than the rest.
Dismount the riders. They'll become prey to their own beasts, then fall back to the city.
The same Vaikanai proclaimed once more in their minds, revealing his intentions to cut them off. Besides the Aijin riders and the Vaikanai themselves, that terrifying notion of Aijin let loose had inspired all within earshot to flee.
Move, lads, moves!
Gorfin cried out as he and the humans began fleeing towards the city. Meanwhile, the Vaikanai had acted on their intentions. Tested by actions, it was certainly not as successful as they first intended. Many Vaikanai were dying at a similar rate to the Aijin riders being removed by death, or other means from their bloodthirsty creatures. And scattered as they were, Aijin riders were still at Elix's front, when one rider was thrust off by an unseen Vaikanai's magic, hurling a lifeless corpse as a makeshift weapon. Unmounted, the Aijin adhered to no one. Stopping, its eyes turned to Elix. Elix brought out her bomb and tried igniting the fuse. It didn't work. Frantically, she gave it several other attempts. Still nothing. The rain had dampened the bomb's igniter to an utterly useless state. Meanwhile, the Aijin growled as it slowly closed in on her as she tried backing away.
Help!
Elix cried out as she began rifling through her bag in search of a replacement bomb, unable to grip anything in her flustered state. A shot rang out, a spark shooting forth from the Aijin's armored side. The creature roared in protest, it seemingly wounded, but the damage appeared to be anything but fatal as it turned its fierce eyes toward the one responsible.
Oh, buggered. Should have stayed home.
Gorfin lamented. The dwarf appeared both equally shocked and fearful at the resolve of the still-living monster before him. And while doing his best to reload his pistol, another bullet rang out nearby, letting out another spark from the shrieking Aijin. Yet the shot didn't do anything but leave a mark in the armor. The Aijin reeled back in fear before once more turning its gaze to the one responsible. As unlikely as it was, Elix saw it was Faicha, who had picked up one of the muskets of one of the many dead dwarves scattering the plains.
Please, help Nairi.
He beseeched the two his last request before screaming out in terror as the Aijin closed the distance between them. Elix resisted the urge to turn away from the soon-to-be gruesome scene. Then, against all odds and reason, an Aijin leapt between the two, facing off against a similar creature in a seemingly provoked squabble over a right to its prey. Clawing and biting, the two fearsome beasts fought one another, consumed with the other to the point that Faicha had found a chance to run his own way to the city. An astonishing sight, nothing to be short of a miracle, Elix silently considered as she and Gorfin raced to the city. The other dwarves with them were already hauling enough boom powder to blow their way into the gates. Shortly afterward, once leaving a suitable amount of damage in their wake, the Vaikanai soon after began disappearing into the black magic they summoned. During this same time, untold numbers of soldiers were falling on the eastern outskirts of Olnauen. Having earlier stumbled into the city limits in its blindness, the darkness found a new tool in its arsenal. The buildings and structure themselves, when kicked and thrown, had made for an effective means of killing many when cast upon the battlefield, and the darkness had no intention to spare a single soul. However, as ghastly the prospect was, the loss of life from the Valinorian side was not without its benefits. The darkness had lost much in power and height, but was still towering above any of the structures within Olnowen, and its overwhelming might was still unmatched by all within the world. But even still, such actions did not reduce the number of enemies anyone had faced. All who had perished and fallen into the black fog had risen once more to serve the darkness in death. The situation quickly spiraled out of control. Almahiel's unnatural eyes aided her in seeing Kazim from afar amidst the dark battlefield. Riding up to him with a handful of elven soldiers, she offered her plans.
Human, the light will aid you, but you alone must see to the end of this beast.
Kazim willingly accepted the mission, but he had his reservations.
How do I reach it? I can only cut at its heels.
The darkness itself has provided you a means, and we will aid you in any way that we can.
Almahiel suggested, the broken walls of Olnowen near the darkness reaching up to the supernatural being's chest.
I will gladly see it done.
Wyron Fail inserted himself into the conversation as he raced to their side.
No!
Almahiel passionately refuted.
Your path is another. Go now, and have faith in the light.
Momentarily surprised, Wyron Fail tightened his fists, and with a firm determination, he turned to Kazim.
Die well, human. And may we meet once more on the White Plains.
The elf said with a smile. Kazim managed to smile back at that.
May it be so, my friend.
With a nod, Wyron Fail accepted the role given to him and left, running towards the cracked foundation of the wall leading into the city. Enraged, the darkness spoke out above the battlefield.
There is only one weapon on Ea that can harm me.
It said with malice while continuing its rampage, searching for the one responsible.
Do not know who last wielded those blades. Maldia Faladad.
The beast of legend proclaimed, knowing Kazim's true name.
Do you think yourself any better than he when you've slayed hundreds more innocent? Salvation is for the likes of better. 1,000 deaths upon you would still not suffice for justice. You aim to make right a lifetime of wrongs in a single moment.
The creature mocked, cackling out loud.
Oh, true redemption will only be found in your death.
The darkness proclaimed with a malevolent grin, its gaze still not locking onto Kazim amongst the enormous battlefield. The words had echoed Kazim's greatest fears. He stayed still atop the Janyu, looking out to the darkness in disbelief, until a hand touched his shoulder.
He lies.
Almahiel said with an understanding gaze, her eyes piercing into the very soul of him.
Maltier Falajad, servant of the light. You have already found what you've been so desperately looking for when you turned back to him. Forgiveness has always been his to give.
The elven princess said with an unyielding confidence in her words. Kazim held back his emotions, almost forgetting the truth in her words until she had spoken them.
Thank you.
He offered with a solemn nod, his determination renewed as he leaned in towards his Janyu's head.
Ride, and do not fear the darkness.
Kazim instructed before he started galloping across the battlefield, his destination, the darkness. In the city of Olnowen, Zev had traveled further westward. There was no resistance to speak of, and no telling sign to where the others within the city or even Zeraz were, until one defining sight stuck out to Zev that couldn't be noticed until now. A third of the entire city had been reduced to rubble deliberately. The entire populace of the city, of the entire western expanse, congregated in these small corridors, utterly trapped as they were, boxed in by the massive walls of Olnowen, surrounded by Valinorian soldiers and kept together under the guise of protection. The people had willingly or otherwise ensnared themselves into becoming prey for whatever purposes their leaders had in mind. There were hundreds of yards between the people and the nearest cover in sight. None could escape without the Valinorian soldiers knowing. Astonished at how far the Vaikanai were willing to go, Zev walked out to the outer reaches of the flattened landscape.
What is this?
He asked himself in near disbelief.
What goal is there to achieve? What can possibly be gained from all this?
Come, Zev of Bethelus.
Zeraz's voice spoke directly into Zev's mind, terrifying him.
Come, my most honored guest.
A few hundred feet out, besides a portion of the Valinorian soldiers, Zeraz manifested from the black magic before Zev. His eyes were locked onto the human. Fear gripping him, Zev took a step back. A low humming growl at his back was the response to that simple action. Zeraz's laugh echoed in Zev's mind.
Step forward, human. After all, you never really had a choice.
Curses. I got careless.
Zev begrudgingly considered, taking a quick look back and seeing nothing, but was unwilling to chance it as he began stepping closer to the Vaikanai. Zeraz wore a taunting expression the entire way on Zev's approach, gesturing for the Valinorian soldiers to leave them to their privacy before Zev had come within close enough distance to speak.
Tell me, villain.
Zev began asking, his spitefulness amusing Zeraz before he continued.
You never intended to win this, did you?
The Vaikanai expected such a question, answering Zev truthfully in return.
The fate of this world had been written long ago, human. I never could change that. No matter how many schemes or plans had gone into seeing the fruition of my goals, it never crossed my mind.
So what then? All this death and ruin was for your amusement.
Zeraz laughed again at the passion in Zev's words, relishing the torment on display.
As entertaining as it was, that was not my reason. Human. You see, long ago, before the foundations of the Ehya were formed, I was. Seated on my place of honor, I had both power and respect.
Zeraz began explaining, his temperament becoming increasingly ferocious at the rekindling of the memory.
And with one mistake. One! I was cast down from my rightful place. I deserved more than what the light ever intended to offer. I was greater than your filth.
The confession gave Zev a new understanding as to the reasons for these monsters' actions before Zeraz spoke further.
Did it ever cross your mind to think that we are not so different, you and I? How you naturally long for more, for freedom, to be able to choose your own lot in life. But there was a distinction made for us.
Zeraz considered, a finger raised to signal his point.
That we, my kind, were never allowed to live on our own terms. That was always his and his alone. Unfair and cruel, if you ask me.
The Vaikanai said with a sneer at the thought of it all.
But as for you humans, mistakes after mistakes are made. Yet the light does not cast you down as you so rightly deserve. I've seen your filth for thousands of years. You are no different. But yet he still willfully chooses to give you all a second, third, an endless lifetime of opportunities to make amends. Curse you wretches, that you should find his favor, and curse the light! I will make you all suffer for this!
Zeraz proclaimed as the black lion roared, the echoes reverberating across the landscape. The sound was so piercing and great that Zev was forced to his knees. Fear gripped him as he looked back up to the monster, the Vaikanai above all others, with a momentary silence falling upon the landscape, save but the thunder and rain. Zeraz collected himself to speak further, with a twisted, taunting grin.
And that's where you came into play. Proud, resentful, and yet a resourceful human nonetheless. How much chaos you've left in your wake, how much blood you have shed. Truly, you are my greatest pawn.
Pawn?
Zev scoffed, nearly laughing at the absurdity of the claim.
It is because of me your walls are besieged. It is because of me your second-in-command lies dead. And it will be because of me that you will feel the sting of death.
Zeraz looked to the sky, smiling.
Ah, yes. You judged so many humans to the flames in Valinor and failed to kill their leader, inspiring them to complete submission to their betters. You let me in, so I can cast down that foolish Elan, who was only ever chosen to be my puppet, to grant me supreme control over the Ehya. Then you, wallowing in your own pride, sought out to play God over the lives of an entire race, killing hundreds more, and forsaking them to be trapped by my servants within the mountain. And lastly, you brought them all here in a vain attempt to even the score with those who are your better. So many have died, damned to the black flames for all eternity, as we will soon be. All because you did things your way, and in your arrogance, human, every single soul will suffer an unending torment because of your actions. Oh, how the light weeps for every lost one. How their suffering warms my heart.
Zeraz confessed with a twisted joy, hands raised to the sky to mock the one he truly spoke to.
You, human, were my greatest asset. How could I ever ask for more from you?
Throughout his life, so accustomed to them from his childhood, Zev had known lies when he'd seen them. The Vaikanai had finally spoken the truth. This was his plan. Everything was orchestrated exactly as he had wanted. All the pieces were coming together, and though he tried to break the plans from the seams, Zev was always and only merely a part of it.
It can't be.
Zev muttered in despair.
No, you're lying. You wouldn't have schemed up all of this for that, you filthy monster. Speak the truth. All these years and plans were for nothing other than spite. I don't believe that for 1 second. I'll kill you. I'll make you pay for what you've done to my brother. I won't stand here and listen to this. Die!
Zev proclaimed, reaching back for his crossbow, willing to face down this devil and end it all here and now. But it was not so. With little effort, Zeraz brought Zev low with a gesture of a single hand, his mocking expression unchanged as he spoke further.
Don't believe me still, do you?
He taunted with a menacing grin, raising his other hand slowly into the air.
Witness the power that is now within my grasp. Down here I am God, and down here all will face the fire!
Upon those words, Zeraz snapped his fingers and reveled in the unfolding scene. The Black Lion roared out in a chilling cry as the Valinorian soldiers followed in accordance with their master's will. The populace, trapped and cornered within the walls of Olnawan, were beginning to become systematically eliminated by the very same soldiers they looked to for their defense. The Black Lion claimed a large share of the deaths itself, as Zeraz laughed at the tormented expression Zev displayed.
What have I done?
Chapter 41. Armageddon. The unnatural darkness, the pattering of the pouring rain, and the booming cracks of thunder in the air, mixed with the overall sense of dread and despair of everything Zev had just come to realize, hindered his ability to sense something as simple as a few dozen others approaching from his back. Still pinned to the ground by Zeraz's power, Zev could barely turn back to see the one who spoke up.
You lied to us. Aeglin Aja is dead.
A Vaikanai hissed slowly in seething rage, the others of his kind at his back mirroring a similar resentment towards Zeraz.
You're sacrificing our armies, our slaves, admit it! You never once intended to fight the light, did you?
Zeraz looked back unapologetically, finding amusement in the situation.
But doesn't it make you smile? Seeing all these souls the light will forever be without. All these loved ones forever ripped from his arms. Doesn't that make it all worth it?
That's not what you promised!
The same Vaikanai roared back.
We followed you to win. Now our fate will be the same as theirs.
No longer hiding his disdain for his subordinate, Zeraz let out a prolonged sigh.
I see,
he said with cold, piercing eyes.
Your complaints have been noted.
From his vantage point, only Zev saw what happened next. Suddenly, a black cloud formed behind the group of Vaikanai, and just as quickly it transformed into Zeraz's most potent weapon, the Black Lion. Charging, it closed in the distance, knocking the others over with no regard as it set its sights on the one who dared question their ruler. And with a muffled scream, the Black Lion closed its jaws around the Vaikanai and twisted and bit down harder, shaking the lifeless body like a rag doll until the lesson was learned well by all who bore witness to the display. With the mangled corpse thrust to the ground, the Black Lion looked on at the others while Zeraz spoke with a grin.
Now then, does anyone else have any grievances they wish to share?
None spoke up immediately, and it stayed that way until they realized they were trying Zeraz's patience.
My lord.
One of them eventually spoke.
What would you have us do?
Zeraz revealed the unfolding slaughter at his back. There were still many thousands of humans alive.
I think you know.
The delight at their newfound tasks dispelled many of their grievances outright. Most had then and there dispersed into their black magic to join the massacre. However, one remained, holding captive a young woman Zev was all too familiar with. It was Nairi.
I found this one nearby.
The last of the Vaikanai there had said to Zeraz, with a vile expression.
I thought you might want her to yourself.
Zeraz displayed a hint of intrigue at the idea, but waved his subordinate away with a small gesture of his hand. Without a word, like the others before him, the Vaikanai left Zeraz to his fun, and Zeraz certainly had found amusement in it. Laughing at the cruel situation he schemed within his mind, he spoke to Nairi.
Oh, child, I see you've gone astray, haven't you?
He said with a twisted grin, sending shivers down her spine.
But all can be forgiven,
Zeraz claimed. While still holding Zev firmly in place, with his free hand he commanded the ground to rise up and form into an all-too-familiar Vaikanai blade before her. The make was exactly the same as the one Nairi had used before.
Kill him,
Zeraz demanded.
Kill him and you will be free.
With fear clearly gripping the child, Zev saw the regret and reluctance to fulfill the request.
It's so easy,
Zeraz reassured.
After all, you've done it before, haven't you? To someone far more precious to you at that. Imagine what Piotr would think if you would stay your hand now.
Slowly she started to reach for the dagger.
Don't you dare!
Zev yelled back in anger, startling Nairi momentarily.
I should have killed her while I had the chance.
Fear gripping her, she grabbed a hold of the weapon firmly. Zev attempted to squirm and break free, but it was futile. Zeraz had no intention of releasing his power now. He was enjoying himself far too much. And slowly Nairi started closing in the distance, her small feet pattering against the wet ground.
I'm sorry,
She lamented. If anger didn't overwhelm his thoughts, Zev would have scoffed at that.
No, you're not. Otherwise you wouldn't be doing this.
He said with clenched teeth, seething.
Do it! If you're going to do it, be quick about it, you filthy traitor!
Nairi screamed and raised her dagger, bringing it down as fast as she could. Zev spun around and caught the weapon as it came down, not stopping for one moment to turn the blade on the girl and dig it into her heart. The young girl could only cry and whimper before the fatal blow brought her to an inevitable eternal silence in Zev's arms. Even now, he didn't even know whether to regret it, as he placed her down onto the ground. It was then when Zev stood over the girl's dead body that a lightning strike's flash of light revealed an unsettling reminder of where he'd come from and what he was now. His shadow cast over the young girl mimicked the exact likeness of a Kluax, the monster from his childhood. Zev turned back and saw what was responsible, a torn Valinorian flag fluttering in the wind, falling before Zev's path upon the dirty, muddied ground. Zev immediately perceived the sight to be yet another trick of the demon he contended with, but it mattered to him little.
The little monster was bound to grow up eventually, and it will claim the blood that's due before the end, even if it means its death.
Zev considered with hatred as he spun the blade in his hand, droplets of blood splattering his face in the eccentric flare, while he took a step on the Valinorian flag when he closed the distance between him and Zeraz. The shadow of the Kluax trailing Zev's every step, the villain just found the whole unfolding scene amusing.
The human condition,
the villain simply explained with a twisted grin.
You think you're any better? I've seen what your kind have wrought, the foul machinations you all scheme in your hearts. All your wretched kind deserve the same fate as those little monsters you killed in your childhood. You know this to be true. Your efforts here are futile. There's no hope for mankind,
he added with a twisted grin. With a fierce glare back to the demon, Zev was fully aware that Zeraz had relented on his power only to see what would happen. With a wide grin of pure satisfaction, anyone could see the monster had loved the show, and all that was involved leading to this moment.
Keep smiling. It'll be the last thing you do,
Zev declared in rage. Zeraz laughed more heartily than he had ever recalled before. This human, who had helped him claim his seat of power, was threatening to end him. But Zeraz had his fill of games, and it was time this nuisance was finally brought to an end. The Black Lion growled, its approaching footsteps signaling doom. In a vain effort, Zev defiantly whipped out his crossbow. A musket shot rang out, stalling the fight, the curiosity of the situation getting the better of him. After taking a few steps back, Zev quickly glanced at his surroundings. Zeraz leaned back to one side, as if he had been struck, though there were no physical wounds, only a small crushed metal ball rolling at his feet. His expression was grim, annoyed at the intrusion. Zev gave as quick a glance to his opposing side. The dwarves had arrived on the scene.
By the stone,
Gorfin lamented in annoyance.
That bloody pointy ears took the bullet and shrugged it off like it was a rock.
Elix and the other dwarves who were with him had all seen it. Realizing how true that observation really was, the fact on the situation appeared dire at best. A hopeless fight awaited them. They didn't even dare to take a single step further.
But he is not immortal,
a hero proclaimed slowly from afar. A voice came from their backs, instilling a fear within Zeraz he hadn't displayed before. It was Wyron Fail, shining in all his blazing glory, cloaked in light, his armor, sword, shield and wings crafted from pure light. The darkness retreated from his every step, and the surroundings made clear in his presence. The coming fight destined for ages long since past.
Servant of the light,
Zeraz said in hatred.
You're too late. I will have accomplished all I set out to do before the end.
Wyron Fail ignored the taunt entirely. His determination would not be diminished by such words. He had prepared himself for thousands of years for just this moment.
Today, Zeraz, you will give an account for your crimes.
The proclamation infuriated Zeraz to the point that nothing else mattered. He roared back in defiance.
You will try,
Zeraz declared, his black lion turning and charging to Wyron Fail as the Vaikanai himself summoned his powers to end the elf. Zev found his opportunity to scramble away and find a more suitable time to claim the villain's life. But just beforehand, Wyron Fail issued one last decree for the others.
Go, save the rest. I'll deal with the demon.
He boldly proclaimed as the Black Lion leapt towards him, pushing Wyron Fail back several yards. Still, the elf was undeterred, his resolve unwavering, and Gwalfin heard the suggestion loud and clear.
Lads, the bulk of you go help the others. I'm here to see to it this one gets what's coming to him.
Elix's solemn eyes had been on Nairi, the girl she failed, then to Faisha, who ignored the chaos of their surroundings to run beside Nairi's side. Without a word, he knelt and wept over her. Seeing it all, Elix wanted to mourn her passing alongside him, but she forced herself to speak up about their situation here and now.
I'll be right here beside you till the end,
Elix reaffirmed to Gwalfin, preparing her next bomb safely out of reach of the rain. For Zev, before long the battle between Wyron Fail and the Black Lion was out of sight. The two supernatural powers were beyond the hopes of interference from the others, but that didn't matter now. He would find his time to act. The demon would suffer at his hands. Zev intended to make sure of that. The end was near, the darkness could sense it. With its enormous frame, it looked out to the east again where the light had last brought it low. It saw it before the others. A brilliance began breaking through the overcast of the clouds, penetrating the unfathomable dark.
Not again.
The beast roared in defiance.
I will not be denied. Their lives, this world, belong to me. I own them.
The darkness turned to face the battle again.
And so, they'll die without choosing.
The manifestation of pure evil proclaimed, destroying all the lives it could with a frantic desire. An unending ballad of screams and wails echoed the plains, the ground rising and falling upon the darkness's will at the swiping of its enormous clawed hands. What it could not claim within its grasp, the fiend's risen minions had sought to end. The elves' magic faltered in the face of such power. The conjured shields were nothing to the darkness, and the blinding light didn't stop the awesome creature's desire to slow in its relentless need for death. The darkness could not see, but it continued to claw and crush upon the plains in every possible attempt to end their lives, even at the sake of losing its own strength, its unending malice and contempt to end all that was good being its sole drive. Such was the beast's nature, as it had always been, but there was no denying the fact of the matter that Kazim's plans were found wanting. The darkness was pursuing chaos far from the walls of Olnoan. The Allayans were unable to withstand the onslaught. Even while blinded, the darkness appeared to know, as well did its minions, who were the servants of the light. Though the Valinorians would not be spared, the focus was on the Atlayans and the elves solely. Kazim could hardly stand it. He motioned for the Janyu to head back.
Hold!
Almahil protested to Kazim, her eyes gleaming like the sun's rays when he turned to her.
Have faith, human. Wait for your moment. It will come soon,
she said mysteriously, her words and meaning escaping Kazim until she spoke further.
The dawn will come.
Those words hadn't been spoken in some time. Kazim was ashamed to admit to himself he had almost forgotten when he turned to the east and beheld the first sight of the coming light. Beyond the clouds was a light, a mixture of white, yellow, and orange. Its brilliance only increased with every passing second as it defied the prolonged night.
This I promise. If the light guides me, I shall not fail.
E.C.E.N proudly replied as he began heading towards the ramparts of the walls. The Jianyu, in its natural prowess, began leaping up any protruding section of the broken wall in its ascent to the highest point. On the other side of Olnoan, Zev was running to Zaraz's side while the dwarfs fired at will. Splitting into separate formations, they aimed to find a crack in the ruler of the world's defense. There was none. Now focused on them, every bullet failed to make contact, diverting from its path if it should ever come near him. Though Zev had noticed something.
He's being stretched.
Zev considered with a grin, still finding a suitable location out in the cleared sector of the city to attack the villain where he'd least suspect.
So, he isn't without limit, it seems. All his attention is on defense alone. The awesome power of this villain is being squandered. It'll only be a matter of time before he attacks. And when he does, he'll die. The dwarves just need to hold his attention long enough. Nothing personal.
He schemed while finally finding a suitable location, and kneeling on one leg to aim his crossbow for the perfect shot. Meanwhile, the bullets continued to ring out with the thunder and lightning. Nothing could break through the Vaikanai's defense. Compared to mortals before him, he was nigh unstoppable.
Our weapons aren't working,
Dwarfin exclaimed in a panic, turning to Elix.
Well, you know what to do. Blast them.
Elix heard the request loud and clear. A bomb was already ready before the dwarf had even said it. Zaraz's eyes narrowed in on her as she threw it in his direction, and he allowed it to happen, even to the point where the explosive rolled at his feet. Zaraz waited just a moment as his twisted grin spoke true of his intentions on the matter before he had even acted. With a swipe of his hand, the bomb was thrust to the side of a group of dwarven sharpshooters. An explosion shook the ground and lit up the scene in a fiery spectacle. Every dwarf in that squad was certainly dead as a result. Soon after, the blades stuck in Nairi began flying from left to right, stabbing and killing the dwarves in rapid succession.
Did you really think it would be that easy?
Zaraz taunted with a proud expression. Elix was stunned. Their weapons appeared all but futile. She turned to her sides and then her back in search of aid. When she did, staring at the east, Elix muttered her following words.
It's time.
Upon her words, Faisha turned back and saw what she'd seen. The prospect of what was to come emboldened him to let go of the pain of his loss.
The others still need our help,
he said with resolve, nodding his farewell to Elix before running forth to catch up with the dwarves, who went ahead to save the others. Upon the battlefield to the east, the deaths were beyond the counting, killing with an unparalleled ferocity, leaving nothing but death, fear, and despair in its wake. The darkness had reigned supreme. No alliance of elves, humans, or dwarves could ever stop it. The hearts of the world that had borne the darkness would also be judged by it. All would perish in its wake. Nothing on Ehir could stop it. High on its pride, the darkness was only reminded of the impending danger when it caught a glimpse of it from its relentless assault. An animalistic fear overcame the beast as it recognized the same being that had undone it so many years ago. The glowing light beyond the clouds was too much to deny for even this beast of legend.
No!
The darkness muttered, backtracking in fear.
Not again!
It cried out in defiance. Then the clouds burst forth, in waves, parting at the presence of what lay responsible. Celestial bodies of light and flame came crashing down upon the Ehir at blistering speeds, piercing the dark clouds and spreading their remains into the nothingness they once were. It was only the beginning, and those upon the Great Plains could see there was no end in sight of what would fall upon the Ehir. The lands and city were struck with booming crashes of fire that scorched the Ehir and parted the grounds. The meteors pelted the Ehir with focused precision, eliminating only those who opposed the light to their last breaths.
No! I'm not finished yet!
The darkness yelled out in terror as the skies parted, revealing behind the once full overcast of black clouds was replaced with an unending sky of falling celestial bodies and the brilliance of the rising sun in the east. The beast roared as it turned and fled, the meteors and flames pelting its body as it reeled in pain before stumbling to its knees before the city limits.
Not again! I will not allow it!
The darkness began to say, its piercing gaze now focusing on an Alan atop a Jianyu, leaping from old Nolan's walls. Wielding a black fang, E.C.E.N yelled out,
For the light!
Trying to react, the darkness was struck with yet more of the falling bodies, forcing it in place as it screamed in defiance as Kazim closed in. The man of the Order came crashing down with all the precision and power he had honed through all his years, his focus and purpose channeled into this single moment as the blade cut through the top of the monster's neck, clearing a path until Kazim had sliced clean through. The darkness's head followed shortly with a loud thud, after his own rough landing on the ground as he fell from his Janyu. His body racked with pain, Kazim looked up to see the body of the beast still leaning over him before disappearing into the nothingness it once was, replaced by the fiery moving landscape of what was above. He heard the cheers of triumph and victory of his men before he turned to his side, seeing the armies of the darkness had fallen dead at their master's demise, and that whatever forces of the Valinorians were defeated or were hopelessly fleeing against the powers of the light. And though he couldn't move, Kazim smiled at the unfolding sight and beheld the wonder in the one he had placed his faith in. Al-Mahil approached him and kneeled down to him, holding Kazim's hand.
You have fought the good fight.
She began to say with a loving smile, Kazim's eyes watering at the mention of the words.
You have finished the race. And above all else, you've kept your faith.
Al-Mahil acknowledged with a solemn pride. Kazim could not answer. He no longer had the strength to, but he was filled with an overwhelming, humbling pride at her words. So in return, Al-Mahil placed a comforting hand upon his head.
Rest now, child, and awake once more in paradise.
She requested of him, Kazim's smile fading as his eyes closed for the last time. Meanwhile, in the west, the firestorm began to rain down upon the landscape. Zeraz looked out in awe and wonder, displaying it all to the world, laughing in sheer delight at the display, his men, and the countless of those who had willingly chosen the mark behind him being engulfed in the fires. Vaikarnai, or the humans who had submitted to them, none were spared the fires. The land started shifting as the ground rose and fell upon the constant bombardment, with gaping chasms defacing the Aya here in Olnoan and across the entire Ehya. Zev saw the surroundings, finding a sense of hope in it all. The destruction would distract even the most wary of souls. He would certainly find his chance soon. Zeraz looked on at the unfolding situation and laughed at the torment. His followers in agony, the last moments of those who could turn to the light, but still stubbornly decided to deny him and be lost forever. Laughing uproariously as the dagger swirled around the surroundings, still killing dwarves at this very moment, Zev took his shot. It failed, like all the others before, veering off course. Zeraz didn't even bother to mention it when he spoke.
Behold, this death and destruction, how it spares none who have denied him. Those the light professes to love,
he said with a devilish grin.
Oh, how my plan has been fulfilled to my ultimate desire, to bring as much of your filth to the black flames with me. And I'll still claim more of you, before the end.
Zeraz roared as he forsook his defenses and unleashed his full power, the rocks and rubble rising up all around him, and flinging out in every direction at a tremendous speed, killing several of the dwarves, and cutting into Zev's neck as he reeled back in pain. The ground continued to splinter, as chasms into the fiery magma below began to tear apart. Before Zev knew it, he was raised on high above his surroundings as Zeraz continued killing all those before him.
There's nothing to hope for, nothing to believe in. Your lives ultimately amount to nothing.
The demon cried out, as one of Zev's bolts flung towards him, Zeraz catching the arrow's shaft mid-flight from the side, his gaze turning to the human from Bethelis.
When will you learn?
He taunted Zev once more as he cranked in another bolt, intending to continue the fight.
Go on, keep underestimating me. It's worked so well for others before.
Zev proclaimed throughout the chaos of the unfolding scene, but it was not so. An expression of cold anger was upon the Vaikarnai as he stretched out his hand to Zev, lifting him up with his magic and crushing the human in midair.
The game's over, pawn, and you were nothing more than a mere sacrifice.
Zeraz had spoken with a blood-curdling glare. As Zeraz's grip tightened, sands and dirt rose up, flying across the ground as they rapidly headed to the Vaikarnai. Zeraz turned with clenching teeth, only appearing to be able to swat away a portion of what came at him with his magic. Zev noticed that some of the attack had somehow still managed to connect, only partly injuring the Vaikarnai.
Once you're dead, this world will be mine!
Cyrus Vanorum declared, finally finding a suitable opportunity to strike out at the Vaikanai. Sneering in return, Zaraz was more annoyed than anything else.
A fool till the end,
he replied before sending the Valinorian airborne and out of sight to his side to be dealt with later. The moment, no matter how slim it had been, was capitalized on. Zev saw his chance. He saw all the evidence he needed to act. This was his moment. The demon would pay for his transgressions. Blood would be spilled for the villain's words and his crimes. Now was the time where Zev's previous actions would be put to the test, where all the bloodshed and sacrifices of others' lives would have been proven to be worth it or wasted. He couldn't allow himself to not act. Jumping from his vantage point and aiming down, Zev would judge him here and now. There was no room for second chances. This would be the end. Shooting his crossbow in his descent, Zaraz barely turned in time to deflect the bolt as Zev continued his fall. The crossbow had nothing to do with his plans. As with the final moment, Zev outstretched his prosthetic arm. The cast broke into shards upon impact with the Vaikanai's body when Zev finally landed. A hidden sword, concealed within the cast, was revealed. Covered in the poison he'd carried with him since those scars from his childhood had pierced the Vaikanai's heart. All of it was coming to an end. A final conclusion to this nightmare called life Zev had lived. All it required was one moment. One glimpse at the Vaikanai's weakness to give him away. Mere sand grazing the villain's body was all that it took. Zev gambled it all on this desperate gambit, but he didn't know why now, of all times, the villain was weakened. But not far away, the Black Lion had laid dead at Wirenfale's feet. Beyond Zev's knowledge, the elf turned his attention to finish his task.
Promises made.
Zev gloated, grinning.
Promises kept. A fitting end for the proud, wouldn't you say?
Wheezing in pain and frustration, Zaraz would not allow it to end this way. Even with the blade piercing his heart, he reached out and held Zev upward by his neck.
You think this will save you? Do you really think this will matter?
The Vaikanai seethed as Zev struggled with every fiber of his strength, the life slowly being choked out of him.
This means nothing. I know you, Zev of Bethelus. Thief! Murderer! Monster! You two will burn.
Bombs being her choice of weapon, Elix could only watch and plead for help from the others.
Somebody help him!
Gworfin, for all his efforts, tried to answer the call. His rifle shook within his hands as the ground shifted and quaked as the bowels of the Ehya rose up, and even more so with every passing meteor that struck the ground.
I can't get a shot in,
the dwarf admitted in frustration. Stumbling to her knees, Elix knew his words carried with them a truth she could not deny. All she could do was watch, wait and pray. Zev's fate was out of her hands. Meanwhile, enjoying the game he'd have to the fullest, Zaraz squeezed tighter to finally end Zev's miserable life.
It can't be. Not after all I've done. I refuse to accept it.
Zev defiantly thought, but it didn't matter. No matter how hard he struggled, his consciousness was beginning to fade.
Brother, I'm sorry.
Suddenly, at the sound of a piercing thud, the pressure on Zev's neck loosened. Zev looked down and saw a spear of light piercing the Vaikanai's side. Zaraz's face filled with an astonished defiance at it all. Unwilling to allow it to end this way, Zaraz once again made a move to renew his efforts to claim Zev's life. But before he could act, a second spear came flying through the air, piercing the Vaikanai as he released Zev entirely. Remaining upright in a defiant pride, Zaraz's feet slid across the ground, picking up earth and rock as he was pressed back. The villain had looked on with bloodlust in his eyes at Wirenfale, who continued to walk forward, summoning yet another spear of light before thrusting it through the air and piercing Zaraz's chest. Yet after all that effort, the demon staggered backward but still remained on his feet. But it didn't matter. Too close to the edge of a chasm, the ground beneath him began to slant into the void of fire. Zaraz lost his footing and began slipping into the pit. Without a word, his monstrous gaze turned to Zev as he outstretched his hands, his actions speaking his final, spiteful thoughts before he said it.
You're coming with me,
Zaraz declared as he began sliding back into the abyss, Zev's body being pulled by the villain's magic just behind him. Still reeling from the earlier pain, Zev desperately used his crossbow and blade to bite into anything and everything possible to stop himself from taking the same plunge to his death. It seemed for naught, as Zev was pulled over to the side. By mere chance or divine intervention, his crossbow had snagged upon a rock just before the plummet to an undeniable end. Zev looked down into the abyss, seeing nothing but a near-perfect blackness. and the occasional sparks of fire when anything fell within the black flames.
It's real. It's real.
Zev said in an amazed fear, as he struggled to pull himself up. Aid was on the way as Elix began closing the distance.
Zev! Hold on, I'm coming!
She yelled out while racing to his side. The ground shifted beneath Zev's feet as he lost a few meters upon the flat surface above. Zev stuck his blade into the foundation of the rock at his chest, feeling partly assured in its grip for the moment. However, climbing up alone seemed utterly futile when he looked up once. There he saw it. The others stood on in awe at all the other amazing distractions, but yet were oblivious to the greatest sight of all, what Zev saw. Her eyes on him, Zev considered that Elix could not know what he was witnessing even if she had turned back. An unspoken personal invitation, though Zev didn't know for what purpose. The light was there, shining in a greater brilliance than the dawn itself, standing right behind her in all his supreme glory. Elix quickly removed the bag she had been carrying her equipment and flung it down to Zev to give him a chance. He accepted the offer gladly, removing his bladed arm and sticking it through the gap before wrapping his elbow behind the makeshift harness. Even through both their efforts, he struggled to climb higher when suddenly he heard a shriek of terror at his side. Zev turned and saw Cyrus Vanorum in the distance, who himself was struggling from falling into the endless abyss of the black flames. Oh, how he loved that sight, more than anything else he had ever seen in the world. It was then that an idea crossed Zev's mind when he turned back to Elix and the others. There, Zev saw the most perplexing sight he had ever seen before in his life. The light stood patiently, outstretching a hand to Zev, as it appeared he had done to so many others. He said nothing, but yet all that was ever needed to be spoken was conveyed in the simple gesture.
You must be joking. After all the people I've killed, after all the betrayal, after all the countless crimes I've committed, you would accept me just as simply as that.
He considered in his mind the light saying nothing that needed to be said. Zev knew the terms and they were his and his alone to accept. With only a second's deliberation, Zev found himself answering the divine being's offer in his own way. Zev looked on in disbelief and defiance.
It can wait.
The man from Bethelus had decided. His mission was still incomplete. His goals, his plans, and his desires were still not sated. At the crying protest from Elix's warning, risking the possibility of his own life, Zev withdrew his crossbow and aimed it at the struggling Valinorian who appeared to have been gaining altitude above the pit. Zev grinned a twisted smile and was determined to fulfill his deepest pleasure. With only the briefest moments to savor this event, Zev pulled the trigger. As the crossbow finally broke under the immense pressure it had sustained over all the previous trials to this point. Still, the arrow soared through the air, finding its mark. Aiming true, the arrow stuck exactly where Zev had intended. It had landed between the legs of Ceres, who looked back in shock at it, and Zev, discerning what could have happened, or what should have happened. Zev was amazed he had ever given up such a grand opportunity, and for what exactly? Oh, how he had wished he had seen it. Ceres Vanorum's screams and writhing of agony before falling into a pit of his final demise by his own hands. And Zev had let this last opportunity slip from his fingers. The most thrilling moment in his life was abandoned. With a loud grunt, Zev threw his prized yet useless possession into the dark depths before accepting Elix's assistance up.
I'm surprised in you.
Elix muttered in genuine amazement. Clenching his teeth, he answered,
That makes two of us,
Zev said, his fierce eyes facing the light.
I'm still considering if it was still worth it.
He nearly proclaimed in disgust, immediately regretting it. The light's gaze was on him. Power and authority beyond words could describe were displayed in his unspoken response. Such an overwhelming presence gave Zev pause. He dared not speak up again. Then Zev heard an interesting sound. A panicked yell to his side, a sound he'd want to hear more than anything else in the world. The ground beneath his feet was crumbling to dust under him. Zev could not ask for more when he saw the Valinorian stumble back and scream as he began falling into the endless abyss of infinite pain and torment. A well-earned end to the villain. Walking closer to the one who beamed more brightly than the sun, Zev spoke.
You're doing, I presume?
He asked the light with immense curiosity, the answer already known to him before he spoke further, while the world was succumbing to ruin and fire all around him.
What happens now?
You know what it is that is required. It has never changed. Since the beginning there has only ever been one way. Only through me.
Zev sneered in hatred at the words, at what this being demanded from him even now.
Ha! You want me to beg? After everything I've done, I'm to resort to bending a knee to you. Where were you my entire life?
He roared. The ground cracked beneath Zev's feet.
Why should I? My parents, my brother, my life!
He roared with every question a new crack beneath his foothold, the ground threatening to swallow him whole. The world seemed mute to Zev now, the others, the fiery chaos, the Aya's ground threatening to dissolve into the nothingness of the black flame alone. All that seemed to have mattered now was this one single moment between him and the light.
I've been there.
The light answered.
Always. And it is within my power to forgive. But you must accept who I am to receive my gift.
Zev looked back, aghast at the simple yet infuriating choice before him as the light extended his hand out further.
So, my son, what will you choose?
Zev considered the answer with a proud grin as he looked at the light. Looking down at the broken earth below him, Zev chuckled wickedly to himself before looking back to the light in defiance.
What do you think?
He challenged. With that proclamation, Zev had said it all. Since forever, he'd done it his way. He'd always done it his way, even if it was so many times in opposition to the light before him, and he suspected he would do so again if given a second chance. Even now, before the Creator, he remained defiant. Zev hadn't even noticed something amiss until Elix's panicked scream. The others were increasing in height. No, it was quite the opposite. A free fall. The ground beneath his feet had given out entirely, but at this point, as he fell, Zev had hardly cared. He had achieved everything he sought to do. All that he had desired to pursue, he had done without adhering to anyone or anything's will above his own. Now, finally, as all others, he was facing the inevitable judgment before the light, and he denied him still. He was free, truly free, a slave to only his wants and desires. Then as he fell, a thought crossed his mind, while the light from the being above all began diminishing through the chasm above with every passing second. The lives of his brother, and Drazdan's sacrifice, and that persistent girl who tried aiding him even at the end, would have all been wasted. Now in this moment where he was falling into the eternal black fire, it was clear to Zev that another had already made that exact same sacrifice for a wretched soul like his.
No.
Zev muttered in abject fear and regret as he was surrounded by the black, hearing the screams and flames from below while he looked up and saw a diminishing flicker of light in the distance.
No, this is a mistake.
He cried out from within the darkness, a decision to choose to be with the light or not, one that the divine had granted all of their own volition, forcing not a soul amongst the black flames to be with him for the eternity that is to come. Zev held a multitude of emotions from the moment before the never-ending, hatred, fear, despair, but above all of them, regret. Sweating and in distress as the light vanished, Zev had finally swallowed his pride.
I was wrong.
He muttered.
Don't leave me.
He whimpered into the void, the darkness surrounding him. Chapter 42, Eternity Awaits. Surveying her surroundings in a sudden shock and surprise, Elix found herself alone in a place of pure white. The skies and ground could hardly be differentiated from one another. There was no rhyme or reason to this place, unlike anything she'd ever seen on the face of Ehia.
Where am I? What happened to the others?
She asked in a nervous worry, still looking around.
They are well,
Almahil had said, appearing where Elix had just recently fixed her gaze earlier. The elf didn't even bother explaining how she had accomplished such a feat before she spoke further with an anxious smile.
There are still so many others who have been awaiting your arrival.
Elix's curiosity gave way to wonder. The confusion in her eyes faded as she came to an understanding of where she was. With some trepidation, she asked a simple question of the princess.
Who's waiting?
Almahil took great pleasure in the privilege of answering that question.
Millions, and many of whom are here by your actions.
The elf had said so casually of the grandiose claim. In awe, Elix saw what Almahil displayed before her. Like a veil being torn apart, she could finally see clearly what was only just before her. A few 100,000 men and women, and even dwarfs were there in a vast multitude upon the white lands as far as she could see. At their front were two familiar faces to Elix.
Didn't think you'd be rid of me so easily, did you?
Drazdan asked as he stepped in front of Elix, posing proudly.
Even in death, dwarves never change,
Aziel said with a grin, instigating Drazdan to chuckle as he also came closer and placed a hand on Elix's shoulder.
Thank you for being the most stubborn woman I've ever known. By the Great Divide, the light knew I needed it. Or else who knows what would have happened to me.
Elix laughed through her joyous tears, still barely coming to terms with where she was and what was happening. Standing there with all the others, she now had proof of the fact that all her pain and difficulties had amounted to something truly wonderful. She leapt to Aziel, hugging him, before grabbing Drazdan by his collar and practically dragging him closer to share in the love with the stubborn old dwarf. Drazdan was begrudgingly accepting the gesture, while Aziel patted her back.
Now,
the big man said consolingly, getting a passionate response he hadn't expected.
It was so hard.
Elix confessed, crying.
So many times I just wanted to give up. I almost gave up. I'm so glad.
We know,
Aziel said, smirking, nearly laughing at the thought of it, surprising Elix before he spoke further.
But you didn't, and that's what counts. After all, you stuck it out after even dealing with me, didn't you? I can't imagine the others were that much more difficult.
He considered lightheartedly, chuckling at the thought of it.
But Zev...
She abruptly interrupted, racked with guilt.
He's not here, is he?
Elix asked bitterly as she looked around.
I couldn't help him.
She confessed, disappointed with herself.
Oh, please. If you lot pulled through, then of course I'd make it.
Zev yelled out with a wry grin as he began closing in the distance, getting a good look at the others' shocked expressions.
Whatever it is you're all thinking, I resent that. And no use trying to explain yourselves after those reactions.
Zev abruptly stopped, grunting when Aziel stepped forward and gave him an enormous hug, lifting his cousin off the ground.
Now stop that. I already had that once-in-a-lifetime sentimental moment before you died, if you recall. And I'm not due for another in, say, forever.
Aziel let go, dropping Zev back to the ground, having his hands on his shoulders still with a profound smile.
That right there, Zev, is one of the countless reasons why I was worried.
Aziel said with a hearty laugh. Zev couldn't help but smile back.
Well, to be completely honest here, no one's more surprised about it than I am. I suppose I'm not the only one who thought this place wouldn't be fun without me.
He suggested, seeing the light in the distance looking back at him, making him recoil back slightly.
Or not, my apologies.
Aziel raised an eyebrow at that comment.
I think that's the first time I've ever heard you apologize before.
Ha! And all it took was for me dying to do it.
He noted almost smugly at that.
Wait.
Elix interjected.
I saw you fall with the others. How on Aya did you make it?
That question gave Zev rise to the thought of what happened. The blackness, screams and suffering that was almost his in just a breath's time. Zev, in this late hour, screamed out into the void for mercy and forgiveness, fully expecting an answer would never come. Solitude and endless pain were what awaited him as his feet made impact upon the black flames. A cascade of emotions overcoming him in that brief moment, all of which were overwhelmed by one above all else. What had just stopped him from plunging further? Looking up, he saw it. A hand reaching down and holding him up, saving him from the fate he so rightfully deserved. Now, with that recollection of events in mind, Zev smiled at the others.
Come now, Missy. Where would the fun be if I were to just tell you?
Elix held her face in frustration.
Even now, you still manage to have me put up with your nonsense?
Be honest, you all love me for it.
Drazdan looked around at the others with a judgmental expression at that comment, reminding Zev of his presence.
Oh, and yes, sorry about the whole...
He abruptly stopped saying, illustrating his point with a few stabbing gestures. Drazdan raised an eyebrow profoundly high at that comment, his look naturally veering to the others with them.
What are the odds any of you think I have in avoiding this one for an eternity?
Zev couldn't help but laugh and shake his head at that remark.
I'm beginning to fail to see the difference between this place and the last.
Turning briefly to where the light was, Aziel's grin widened profoundly at that challenge.
I wonder just how long that'll last.
He said mysteriously as he began departing, his large frame blocking Zev's sight momentarily from the light.
Hey, wait, we only just...
Zev protested, stopping himself as he began seeing what was behind Aziel's body. Words failed him as Zev beheld a wide-open stair leading to a paradise beyond what words could describe or imagination could muster.
perceived yet inconceivable.
He muttered in awe.
Well, consider me surprised.
Momentarily lost in wonder, Zev hardly noticed a newcomer beside him until he spoke.
I can never thank you enough,
Belfast said to Elix from her front, once hidden behind Aziel's frame.
Why did you do it?
Elix was somewhat stunned at the question, failing to answer it for a moment or two as she considered an answer.
Why, you say?
She asked, stalling for time.
I shared the good news because he loved me first. Isn't that enough?
Surprised by the earnestness in the response, Belfast chuckled to himself as he went on his merry way beyond Elix. Then shortly after, the masses before her began to do the same. Drazden pulled at Elix's arm to get her attention.
Come on, lassie, and of course our insane yet lovable friend here. What are you both standing around here for? If you hadn't noticed, the good stuff's up ahead.
Up ahead?
She asked the dwarf back, puzzled before turning.
There's nothing...
Clearly, Zev perceived she also finally saw the sight he just had, which was mysteriously absent only moments earlier. In the center of the amazing lands was the divine being beyond understanding. Grace, love, and holiness came forth from him, as clearly did the illuminating glow he radiated. There, in his realm, the light stood out in magnificent glory, seemingly outstretching an inviting hand to Zev personally.
Why? Why would he even care?
Words were not needed, but the light had spoken then all the same, distance refusing to dull the clearness and volume of his request.
I have known you before you even were my son. Your hardships, your anger and resentment, and your pride which you had forsook before the end to accept me. And for my name's sake, you have been forgiven. Now come to me, and I will give you rest.
Son, he says.
Zev asked, chuckling slightly at the word, yet overwhelmed, his eyes tearing up. The only father he had known had wanted him dead, and yet here and now the light would call to him as a son. His eyes cloudy, yet filled with joy, Zev saw the other two looking at him.
I'll have you all know it's all you're doing for me becoming so sentimental. I used to be a respectable sort before I got associated with you lot.
Drazden chuckled.
I take it was a long, long time ago, I reckon. Probably when ye were a wee bit munchkin before you had ever developed your personality.
Zev laughed at that, finding it hard to be annoyed with the dwarf now of all times. And completely lost in her own world, Elix softly asked a question where she stood.
Is this real?
Drazden let out a guttural laugh.
I should hope so. After all, you're the reason I'm here. You better hope it is, or else I'll be filing a complaint.
The absurd comment got a laugh out of Elix, who reined in her emotions as she saw Drazden start to walk ahead, giving her and Zev a wide grin in return as he went with the others. There, Zev saw them all beginning to change. Anything they wore had slowly morphed into robes of pure white, suitable attire for such a divine and perfect place. And neither Zev or Elix were about to miss out on it. Elix followed after Drazden's steps, with Zev trailing behind. Before them were others they had crossed paths with in their journeys. Kazim, Talchanet, Piotir, Gorfin, Faicha, and so many others were there before him. An enormous guilt overcame Zev as he saw them, realizing how much he didn't deserve or earn the right to be here. Yet the presence of forgiveness the light displayed to him somehow still remained unchanged. How it could forgive him, a monster like him, who deserved anything but what he was receiving now, had perplexed Zev to no end. He knew above all others, he didn't earn it or deserve it. Gratitude and thankfulness overcame Zev for the one who had given someone like him this chance to accept such a gift. Throughout all the time to come, he would never forget what had been done for him, what the light had done for him, as he had done with all the others. Meanwhile, Zev noticed Elix run ahead to join her mother and a man whom she called father in Belfast's place. And naturally, all the elves were already waiting within alongside the vast multitudes who had been saved from their efforts on the last assault on Olnoan. Every single person had their own stories, each with their own troubles in life not of equal scales with that of the others. But the result of a simple decision had led them all to reap the joys of where they were now. Perhaps not a soul of them was worse than Zev himself, he considered. Yet, seeing the light now, accepting him unconditionally, Zev was amazed he had ever thought it was a choice worthy of consideration. Free from pain and suffering, a land of peace, joy, and rest for the weary.
My past life's worries aside, it would appear my time of adventures are still so very far from over.
He noted with a grin as he began walking up the steps. They were where they belonged, set apart by his grace, forever in the presence of the light. Eternal paradise.
You finished the Coming Dawn trilogy. I hope you liked it, and if you did, please leave a like or a comment to help with the algorithm so I can share my stories with more folk. And if you're interested, you can go back and visit the Shadow of Death novel on my channel. That takes place much earlier in the same world of Ea. You have a great day.